Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 69. Reconciled. My father will hear about this, Cersei shouted. Then she tried to go back. But then suddenly found a sword flying just a few centimeters away from her and plunging into a pillar. How dare you talk to Robert like that? He calls me uncle and I very much desire to act the part. You are just a queen. Queen is nothing but a word and holds no power. I would not have gotten so angry at you if you had shown even a bit of sympathy for the little girl. Small folks are nothing in your eyes, right? He angrily said. He was just trying to bring Robert on the right path by showing that he had someone who had his back. Good thing he knew some acting. He had looked into the mind of Robert Baratheon. The guy had been under immense pressure since the day he became the king. Trying to keep each house happy. Needing money and for that marrying Cersei, only to find what kind of hateful woman she was later. Then there were also the kids. They had no Baratheon features and he had doubts that they were bastards. But he couldn't say anything. If he did, he'd lose the backing of Tywin, or worse, another war. And he knew that no one would come to support him this time. He missed his old days when he could just relax and do whatever he wanted. When he heard Alexander's words, he once again felt like he had a family. His parents were dead. Stannis was more of an emotionless plank than a man. Renly was too girly. There was no elder to whom he could turn to in the time of need. Jon was like a father but he was too honorable. On the other hand, Alexander was old. Robert knew him since he was small and considered him his role model since he found out how strong Alexander was. In Robert's eyes, Alexander was the perfect man. Probably the strongest person in Westeros and also the smartest. Turning your kingdom from poor to the richest in such a small time either required the blessing of a god or extreme intelligence. Do you know what you are saying? Do you want to start a war? I can assure you that my father will destroy the north. Did you forget the reigns of Castamere? Cersei proudly stated. Haha. Have you ever been in a war? 1 hour. It will only take me 1 hour to take over Casterly Rock. And you talk about reigns of Castamere like it's a trophy. I don't call overwhelming hundreds of men, with thousands of soldiers, bravery. Your father killed women and children that day. That was not bravery, that was murder. Now, if you really feel like your father will wage war with me for this, then go on and write a raven. I'll be waiting for the reply. He smirked at his last words. Jaime had to drag his angry sister away. Then Alexander looked at Robert. My boy, now I know why you took back to your past bad habits. Living with someone this insane can't be easy. You called me uncle and never asked me for help. You seriously went to Tywin? He calmly said. The Great Hall had been emptied by then. After Robert had announced his verdict, all of the people had been sent away, except the council members. Jon also joined in. I told him to ask you, a lot. But I guess he was too scared of you after that lesson you gave him in the throne room. You can't blame me. If it was someone else, they would have already shat their pants. I remember Tywin's scared face back then. Haha, Robert embarrassingly replied. Son, if you promise to better yourself, I'll help you. You won't need to depend on Lannister's money. I'll help you organize the city trade in such a way that you'll automatically start making profits. Don't ever forget my words, Robert. Happy small folks means happy kingdom. Alexander gave him some wisdom. Thank you, uncle, I will not disappoint you. I've also gained some weight so I should start with some training too. But uncle, I don't have good men in the city that can help me. Everyone here is trying to play their own game. Robert showed his concern. I'll send some old Wolf Sword members. They'll take over the city management and the city watch. They will work directly under Jon and the king. They are also hardened warriors, trained by me, so they are very strong and loyal too, Alexander offered. He wasn't really going to send his wolf swords. The elves were much more valuable than that. He was just going to send some old-looking godroids. That is an amazing offer, uncle. Please send them here as soon as possible. Robert excitedly replied. He was more excited thinking that he might be able to clash swords with people trained by Alexander. You should also prepare for tomorrow's public execution. People are very angry at gold cloaks, you know, Alexander warned. Yes, I'll also publicly apologize to them tomorrow. I failed them all, Robert said seriously. The next day, everyone had gathered on the execution platform. I know that I have not treated you right, my people. My ignorance has caused you all many hardships. But no more. I promise to be a better king to all of you. Janos and the other 4 City Watch members have been sentenced to death. This is also a warning to other gold cloaks. Do what you are hired for, because if any of you are caught doing something illegal, then the punishment will be death. My uncle here, Lord Stark, has also promised that he will send some very capable men to take the command of the City Watch. I will also give some more money to repair the flea bottom and turn it into a clean and normal part of King's Landing. Robert addressed the crowd. Then Robert himself took the sword and beheaded the 5 men. The 4 men who had beaten the little girl were also Lannisters. Alexander was waiting to see what Tywin's reply would be. After that, they proceeded to the small council. There were 2 seats that were empty now. The Master of Coins and the Grand Maester. Pycelle had suddenly fallen from stairs and broken his neck some hours ago. No one mourned for him. So, what are we going to do about the debt we owe to Lord Tywin? Jon spoke. Simple, just put the blame on his daughter, the Queen. Say that she spent it all on herself. If he asks where Robert got money to spend on wine and women, just say that it was my money. But how much money are we talking about? Alexander asked. 500,000 gold dragons, Jon replied. Oh, that's fine then. It's not that much. Now, I want to talk about your bastards, Robert. You have to take them in. They are your responsibility. They have your own blood running in their veins. Don't disgrace your family line by disowning them. There's even a little boy who looks exactly like you when you were younger, he seriously said. How many are there? Robert embarrassingly asked. 3. One is Maya Stone and lives in Aerie. Bella Rivers lives with a prostitute in Peach. Gendry Waters is a small babe in King's Landing. They are your true-born children, Robert. He replied. What do you mean by true? Come on, Robert. We all know you have some doubts about Joffrey and Marcella's birth. To be honest, we all have. They don't even look a tad bit like you. Everything about them speaks Lannister, Alexander scoffed. But Pycelle said that Lannister blood was more dominant, so they have Lannister features, Jon retorted. He knew it was all bullshit, but he wanted to see Alexander's reaction. Who said it? The guy who was practically sharing a bed with Tywin. Pycelle would have done anything to keep the Lannisters happy. Still, we should keep our doubts to ourselves. We have no proof yet and we don't want to baselessly accuse someone and start a war. Robert, you should treat the children like you always do. Even if they are not yours, it wasn't their fault that they were born. Just like your bastards. He said to Robert, keeping eye contact with him. He cast some long-lasting compulsion charms to make him treat children like a normal father would. Get angry when they do something wrong and happy when something good. Okay, I'll heed to your advice. I'll also send my bastards to Stormlands and give them a nice life. Robert said. I have a better option. Send them to Winterfell. We have many children there and 3 more won't cause a problem. Your eldest, Maya Stone, is nearly the same age as Myrina, they'll become good friends, Alexander offered. Then it's decided. I'll send them to Winterfell. I still remember Maya. She was a good girl, I even thought of bringing her to Red Keep after Joffrey was born. But Cersei threatened to hurt her. Robert angrily said. Good, now to other matters. Your youngest brother is not qualified enough to either be the Lord of Stormlands or the Master of Law here. He needs more experience and training. He's still 14 names day old. Send him to some warrior house to get fostered. In the meantime, make Stannis the Lord of Stormlands. He is a good military man and can rule. You can give the Master of Law position to someone else. Alexander advised. Robert and Stannis didn't have very good relations, but Alexander saw them for what they were. He had to use some magic to make Robert agree. All right, Stannis. You're the new Lord of Stormlands. I am sending Renly to that Tower of Knowledge in Winter City to learn lording and fighting. Jon, what about Tywin? Did he send a raven? I know Cersei must have told him about yesterday's happenings. Robert looked at his lord hand. No, we. Knock knock. Jaime Lannister entered. Your Grace, there's a raven for Lord Stark. Alexander stood up and took it. Parchment. Thank you. He opened it. Haha. It's from Tywin. He said that his daughter's words are not to be taken as his words. He also said that if any more Lannisters break laws, then they be sent to Westerlands to face punishment. He still wants to save his men, Robert roared. He said, they be sent back, but not how. You can break their arms and legs for their crimes before sending them, Stannis added. Damn, good advice Stannis, Robert praised. Okay, we should end this meeting. I also need to leave for some work. I'll see you sometime again, Robert. If you need to immediately contact me, then you should tell my men in the city. He said. See you soon, Uncle, Robert hugged him. Haha. Lose some weight, boy. Alexander said and laughed. Let's hope Robert doesn't spoil things up now. Thank you for supporting. Chapter 70. Darker Side of the World. Alexander stood on the deck of Yamato warship. The fleet was heading towards Karth. He and Dabi were going to go ahead and deal with the city's defenses. Those who deserved to die would die. He was going to dissolve all merchant groups of Karth and combine them into his merchant guild. There would not be any new ruler in the city but a governor appointed by Winterfell. Pureborn of Karth ruled from the Hall of 1,000 Thrones. The warlocks of Karth have their center of power in the House of the Undying. These two would be fully destroyed. The House of Undying and its warlocks would be given death and the pureborn would be judged. He had seen enough bullshit about pureblood supremacy in Harry Potter and knew that they could not be normally treated. The Merchant Guild, 13, the Tourmaline Brotherhood, and the Ancient Guild of Spicers will be dealt with too. Let's go Dabi. He and Dabi went to Karth through the Anywhere door. It was morning and various activities had just started. Shops were slowly opening. He had told Dabi to go and deal with the pureborns in the Hall of 1,000 Thrones while he deals with the House of Undying. Or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_immortal_novel. He calmly walked the streets. It was a really colorful city if one were to ignore all the darkness hidden in there. After I'm done, this will really become the most colorful city. The House of Undying was really a creepy place. There were no other buildings near it. The main building also looked like a crumbling stone ruin. He walked to the door and knocked on it. A wraith-like man came out. His lips were blue due to drinking the shade of the evening. I am Alexander Stark from Westeros. I want to meet the Undying Ones. He straightforwardly stated. You must drink the shade of the evening before entering, so you may hear and see the truth. He said and gave him a glass. Why would they ignore the request of a big lord from Westeros? Oh really, I'm pretty sure this is a hallucinogen, he thought. He took the glass and acted like drinking it. In reality, all the shade of the evening was being sent to his pocket dimension. Then he used slight magic to turn his lips blue. Follow me, the wraith said and led him in. Alexander quickly checked his sins. Piet Pre, category. Murder. Blood sacrifice, 98, all children. Dark rituals. Sin percentage 70%. He's borderline 4th category. He's not even one of the Undying Ones. How many sins would they have committed, he thought and turned serious. Piet took him somewhere deep underground and stopped in front of a big black door. He signaled to him to go inside. Alexander calmly opened the door and went inside. It was a big dark hall. In the middle was a table around which 10 men sat. They all looked even uglier than Darth Sidious. Their bodies were bluish too. He quickly looked at their sins and sure enough, all of them were category 4. Some were just a few decimal points away from category 5. They all were hundreds of years old. The magic they used to prolong their life involved slowly taking out blood from children and drinking it with the shade of the evening. They had killed/ate thousands of child slaves which they bought from the slavers' bay. Easy to say, just dying was too little of a punishment for them. Alexander decided to stop acting like a respectful lord and start acting like the god's advocate. He waved his hand and a nice golden throne materialized on the empty side of the table. He calmly walked up to it and sat down. Why, you are like us. I can feel your power. Such magic. I want it. One of them screeched. Don't you dare to consider me like you. I don't kill babies to get stronger. Alexander angrily spoke. He waved his hand and the metal chair the ugly man was sitting on, transfigured. The chair now had various tight cuffs and buckles holding him. Not just him but every other Undying One. I'll start with you. I don't even want to look in your mind. I know it's as filthy as Morgan Le Fay's, if not more. Then the man's body started burning. But every time his body burnt, it also healed up. It was Alexander's way of torturing him physically. The man was also going through time torture in his brain. He was not burning there too but also getting stabbed by each person he killed. He went through 500 years of torture in his mind while in the real world, his body burned for an hour. The other warlocks were trying to free themselves but couldn't. They tried to use various kinds of magic but nothing helped. This is the doom of the House of Undying. The cult that you have created over the dead bodies of an unquantifiable number of people will end today. Ha ha ha. We warlocks are spread all around the world. You cannot end us by just killing the 10 of us. They will come after you and your family. You have doomed your own house, Alexander Stark. One of them said. Then I'll kill you all. As his words fell, they all started to burn and go through 500 years of time torture. Accio Suprema warlocks, he silently chanted. One by one, about 2,300 warlocks popped into that room. The moment they appeared their bodies became paralyzed. Alexander checked all of them for their sins and they all deserved death. Their whole cult was based on dark magic. He didn't even feel like using them like what he did with Lucius in the past world. He already had the purest brings, elves, to help him. He gave them the same punishment. May God not have mercy on your souls, he said and left the room to see what secrets the building held. He wanted to see the rooms that showed the visions. He was not disappointed. There were runes inscribed on the floor. He also felt that there was something mixed in the air. Then the visions started to kick in. Vision 1, Olivia, look at our sons. They helped me make the medicine and save you. The world loves them. Alexander happily said, sitting on a sofa with an old woman in his arms. TV showed his sons giving an interview. Yes, Alex. They're the best thing to ever happen to us, she replied and gave his old wrinkled face a gentle kiss. But there were tears in Alexander's eyes. Then suddenly everything turned white. Vision 2, I am inevitable, he only heard a heavy voice and the vision changed again. Vision 3, what's your name, son? Alexander inquired. A small, malnourished blonde boy replied, Stephen Grant Rogers, sir. Vision 4, it showed him being stuck in a death loop. The area around him was all black and whenever he respawned his body would painfully disfigure and die. The process repeated for hundreds of times before the vision ended. Vision 5, we missed you so much all these years, Grandpa. Hermione cried with Edward standing behind her. Vision 6, it showed him in a castle made of ice. The people living in it all looked as white as ice. There were some kids too. They all looked sad and weak. Vision 7, and I am Iron M, he could only hear that much before he felt something trying to break into his mind. He fought the invasion. He shielded his mind to 100% and looked around for the source of the invasion. After a while of searching, he finally found it. It was a tree. A tree with consciousness. He used his eye of judgment on it. The ancient tree of death, category. Murder by sucking up the life force while showing visions, 1,876,989. Sin percentage, 97%. This is pure evil. Demonic. No wonder, not many people come out of the house of undying alive. I must kill this thing. He used his eye powers to erase it. The golden flames came out of his eyes and attached themselves to the tree. The tree started making shrieking noises before turning into nothingness. Not even ashes remained. Once the tree was gone, he felt that the strange air particles in the air were gone too. What were those visions? Olivia didn't get cancer. Hermione and Edward. Damn it, I should not think about them. Prophecies and visions can never be trusted, he reprimanded himself and walked away to search other places. In most of the places, he didn't find anything and kept on searching. Finally, he came to a large hall that looked like a sacrificial ceremony place. But the room was empty. He carefully looked around and found a secret door behind a big portrait. He opened it and went inside. There were some traps as well but nothing he couldn't handle. The stairs led further down and in the end, he found 2 doors. He went into one and found a lot of gold, jades, and other valuables. Then he walked into the other room. The horrors he saw in the room made his scalp numb. He felt sweat dripping from his temples. Then his mouth left a long sigh. A long sigh filled with rage, exhaustion, and sorrow. How can one human do this to another, to children, he questioned himself. In front of him were hundreds of small cages. In them were nearly 1,000 children. From toddlers to little babies. They were tightly overpacked in each cage. What made it worse was that there was no noise. He didn't know if they were fed something, so he looked into one's memory. The child was so scared when he was brought here, and when he was locked in the cage. He had given up on the will to live. He had accepted that no good thing could come. He was the son of a slave woman. He remembered the face of his mother before he was separated from her and sold. All the children in the room were brought there a week ago and had not been fed anything. Many were on the brink of death. Alexander quickly cast wide-area healing spells with 100% of his divine magic. He also conjured thousands of godroids and made them tend to each child. Feed them potions. Be it rejuvenation or blood replenishing. Maybe. This world really is beyond retribution. I should just end everything and leave, he thought in self-doubt. But then he suddenly remembered the smiling faces of little Rena, Alexandra, John, Eric and many more good people. I cannot do that. If I did, then I'd be even worse than the demons. But I must quicken my efforts, he said to himself. Barry, come out. Help the children here. He called him out. Barry didn't come alone though. He brought 13 other phoenixes with him. They all flew around, dropping tears in some children's mouths and singing something to lighten the tension. You are Alexander heard the first wail of a child since he entered the room. Then he suddenly remembered something. He quickly apparat to the room where all the warlocks were still burning. He increased their time torture to 10,000 years. He then returned to the children. Many had started to look around in confusion. Alexander cast a cheering charm and gently spoke to them all. My children, don't be afraid anymore. I've come to save you all. The bad people who brought you here have already been caught and punished. I am Alexander Stark. You all can call me Grandpa. I will take care of you all. You can play, eat and sleep all you want in my place. Then he opened the anywhere door which led straight to the biggest orphanage in the 7 kingdoms. It could house 5,000 children. Thousands of nanny bots worked around the clock there to help them. Once they settle down, they will be given lessons too. Children looked at the magical door in amusement. Alexander waved his hand and each kid had a lollipop in their hand. Follow me kiddies, he warmly said and entered the door. On the other side, Rina was playing with some orphan kids in the yard of the orphanage when the magical door suddenly opened. She looked curiously at it but didn't go near it. Then Alexander came out of it, followed by 1078 kids. Wah! So many new friends, Rina loudly gasped, making Alexander chuckle. Thank you for supporting. Chapter 71. Lion on move. After he was done with settling the children down and telling Alina to oversee the situation, he returned to the House of Undying. He walked outside the building and cast a powerful fiend fire. He burnt the building right to the ashes. He also noticed that the empty area around the now burnt House of Undying had again started to grow small plants. Maybe it was that ancient tree of death, sucking out the life off the earth around it. Alexander helped the plants grow and turned the area into a small jungle. This was by far the worst experience Alexander had gone through since he arrived in the world. He was now wondering, if Karth was this bad then what about other places? Boss, I'm done with the pureborns. Most of them were involved in slavery. I had to kill them. The remaining were obliterated. However, I also found a man who was trying to start a revolution and take over the city. I read his mind, he wanted to banish slavery. Dobby reported him. What's his name? Alexander asked. Francisco, he's not from here, Dobby answered. Alright, let's go and meet the guy. After that, we'll deal with the merchant guilds. They operate to the Hall of Thousand Thrones. Dobby took him to a young man, probably in his 20s. So, you are the man Dobby talked about. Why do you want to free the city? He asked. Because I saw injustice happen here. From where I am from, we are told to rise up to help those in need, Francisco solemnly replied. Noble ideals you have there. Where are you from? I am from Carcosa, it is located on the southeastern shore of the hidden sea within the mountains of the Morn, Francisco answered. Oh, so you're from the further east. I've heard that your ruler is a sorcerer lord claiming to be the 69th Yellow Emperor of ET. Is that real? Yes, he is a sorcerer, but not like the warlocks or ones in Ass High. He calls himself a light sorcerer. He cares for all his people too. Enough about me, what are you going to do with Karth now? He questioned. Well, we've taken the city. I've destroyed the House of Undying. Pureborns are gone. I am going to banish slavery. No king or prince will sit here. A governor appointed by me will run the city, by my orders, Alexander briefly answered. If what you say is true, then I have nothing to worry about. Your name is quite famous, Lord Stark. The oppressed people of Karth quite admire the way you treat non-nobility in your kingdom. Francisco praised. Ha ha ha. Stop flattering me now, kid. What will you do now? Want to join me in organizing the city? Alexander asked. No, I and my friends would rather go somewhere else where we can help people. My work here is already done. Thanks to you. He gave a slight bow. Good, take this coin. If someday, you are in need of help, show it to a northern naval soldier or merchant. They will help and even bring you to me if need be. I wish you good luck. Alexander handed him a dark silver coin. Francisco put the coin safely in his pocket and left the hall to his next destination. It took him another day to fully consolidate his hold on the city. He let the news out that Alexander Stark had taken over the city. When 13, Tourmaline Brotherhood, the ancient guild of spicers, and the sorrowful men found out about it, they revolted. Though their revolt only lasted a few minutes before Alexander mind-swept them all and separated them. Those that were in late stage 3 were dealt with. Those that were in category 2 or very early 3 were given 100 years of time torture and lessons on how to be a good addition to society. Among these groups, sorrowful men were the worst. They were an ancient guild of assassins. Before killing their targets they would say, I am so sorry. They took contracts to kill anyone they were asked for. Their end was the same as the House of Undying. The 3 merchant guilds though, after the time torture, they all became better. Alexander dissolved their groups and included them in the Northern Merchant Guild. They all were also made to sign a binding contract to never deal with slaves. Then he announced that the Karth was now an overseas territory of House Stark of Winterfell. His fleet that was stationed there was named the Liberation Fleet. He also placed an additional 4 Yamato warships there to keep Jade Gates secure. Slavery was also abolished from there, and punishment for trading slaves was death. As he also controlled the Jade Gates, he could also stop other slavers from selling people to further east, in Ass-High, and Shadowlands. He was also going to deal with the Slavers' Bay soon enough. For now, the port city of Karth was being called the 10th Free City of Essos. Though he knew that the other free cities were free only in name. They also practiced slavery secretly. So, how's everything? What is the reaction of common people? He asked Dobby. They are taking this pretty easily. They are a bit shocked at how you took over without spilling blood. There were some voices calling for revolt, but they were obliviated. We are encouraging free trade now. Hopefully, things will return to normal in a week. He replied. Nice, I want you to keep an eye on the reaction of the Lords of Westeros. In the meantime, I'll check out Ass-High, and the legendary Stagai, Haunted Corpse City. Maybe, I'll trigger some big memories there. You will, I cannot tell you much, but you will find about your past in this world. If you visit Valeria after all that, you'll completely know about your past. This is as much I can tell, Dobby informed. Alexander nodded. This is helpful. I really want to know why the world is still so messed up. The news traveled fast, at least with the weekly newspaper that the North publishes. The newspaper was called The Planetos. It was widely circulated around Westeros and some parts of Essos. It usually had all the weekly news that happened around the world. The world found out about the recent successful conquest of Alexander Stark. Casterly Rock. Tywin Lannister sat in his workroom with his 2 brothers. Reading the newspaper. I can smell big ambitions from this man. Taking over Karth with such ease, Tywin spoke. What does he want? He's already the strongest in terms of everything. Does he want the Iron Throne? Kevin interjected. Ha. You won't understand what he just did if you haven't sailed the seas. You have no idea how hard it is to take over Karth. They are very strong, and don't forget their warlocks either. But by far the biggest thing is Jade Gates. Now, Starks will control the trade throughout the world and will make more money than we can imagine. Though I'm happy that he abolished slavery. Jerian spoke in his always happy face. Yes, you are right, Jerian. North was already impenetrable with all their defenses. Now they are invincible. If someone attacks them, they can simply destroy their trade. We must do something. The lion must make a move. Tywin said, not letting much out. I hope you won't do something that we'll regret, Jerian straightforwardly said. And I don't need advice from the family joker, Tywin coldly retorted. Sunspear, Dorne. Still don't want to talk to Lord Stark. It's probably only him who can help us get justice. Don't forget how angry he had gotten with Robert in the throne room that day. Oberyn persuaded his brother. Now he has reconciled with the usurper, Doran replied. Seriously, even I can see that what Lord Stark did was to save the realm from Lannisters. You weren't the one who talked to Rena. That little girl told me some things about Lord Stark. He's a man of honor and justice. He's a man who, if sees something bad happening, would jump to help without thinking twice, and now, all of Westeros fear him. Oberyn retorted. What he heard from Rena, about Alexander taking in hundreds of orphans and sheltering them, made him see Alexander in another light. Still, we should wait longer. I don't want to cause our demise due to some foolish decision, Doran calmly responded. When? When will that Dornish blood boil? How long will Elia's murderers roam freely? You should be ashamed of calling yourself her brother, Oberyn angrily yelled and left. He had enough of it. The newspapers had reported multiple times about more crimes being committed by Gregor Clegane and Amory Lorch. Thank you for supporting. Chapter 72. Memories from Ass-High. Anywhere door was a very convenient gadget. Alexander went to Ass-High through it. The city was extremely big with big building structures. He couldn't imagine how it was created. The buildings had a deep black color and seemed to absorb the little light that fell on the city. But the surrounding air spoke about the nature of the city. Depressing and dark. Most of the streets were always empty, and those people that he saw also covered their bodies. The sky above was so black that it allowed close to no sunlight inside the city. He wondered what might have caused it. Even the river flowing through the land was poisonous. He calmly walked the streets, judging anyone he saw. Till now, he hadn't been able to find someone below Category 3. He then became invisible and started investigating. The city allowed anything and everything, from dark to evil practices. worshipping of any god. He surprisingly found that the biggest temple in the city was dedicated to him, All-Father, so he thought about checking it out. Inside, he found so many sculptures of himself that it gave him a headache. But by far the strangest and the biggest of them was at the end of the hall. It had various small sculptures kneeling in front of him. The small ones were not just humans either. Weird humanoid beings were there, including White Walkers. Then he felt it, inside his head. Like a lock being opened. A lot of information rushed into his brain. Memory. 15,000 years ago. There was another red-colored moon in the sky. It was smaller than the other, normal one. Where he stood looked like ass-high, but not black or dark. It looked like a flourishing city, a city that he made after advancing people from cave-dwelling barbarians to current knowledgeable society. But then, the red moon started to fall. Having no other way of saving people, Alexander used his powers to the fullest. He flew to the sky and used the strongest blasting curse to obliterate the moon. But sadly, he didn't know that it was filled with strange black liquid. Feeling the dangerous black substance falling on Earth, he quickly evacuated as many people as he could. Most of the part of the falling moon had gone away from Earth, though still in orbit, a lot of its dark liquid fell on Earth. Mainly the Shadowlands. Wherever it fell, the black liquid integrated itself with the object. The ancient city of Ass-High turned black. The grounds around it turned black. The river became poisoned. The sky above it turned black and some people died. Another large part of the liquid fell on the cursed island, west of Westeros. The whole island turned black due to it and created mutations in the aboriginal human tribes and animals. It also created various dangerous diseases. Due to some reasons, the island started to have extreme storms in a radius of thousands of miles around it, making the island inaccessible. Another small part of it fell in Sithorios, on an abandoned city. The city also turned black and poisonous. The tribes living around it mutated to mindless cannibal beings. Animals became more dangerous and diseases filled the land. Some broken parts of the moon also fell in various parts of the world. The moon rocks were red and had red dust at the beginning, but due to falling through the atmosphere, it turned black and harder. A huge part of it fell in Westeros, mainly Old Town. The black rock on which the high tower was built was that moon rock. To not create more destruction, he used magic to put down most of the big meteorites gently. The craziest part happened after that event. The event created dragons. Yes, for some reason, the moon in the sky was filled with dragon eggs. Later, when the eggs hatched, many people started to feel magic. That was how magic came into that world. It was somehow connected to dragons or maybe the moon. Those dragons that hatched in the north became ice dragons and due to harsher climate were bigger and more ferocious. They spit blue cold flames. The ones in the south were normal dragons with red-hot flames. The seasons on the planet also started to become uneven since then. All this happened even before the Empire of Dawn was made. Seeing that he caused so much damage to the world, albeit unknowingly, he dedicated the next few thousand years to making new cities and making humans prosper. He then finally took over a large region and officially created the Empire of Dawn. Alexander didn't know that he was in the world of Game of Thrones at that time. To him, he was in some random fantasy world. Memory ends. Holy, this explains so much. For example, no real clue of how the dragons came to be. No clue about how the Shadowlands became Shadowlands. The red comet that appears in the sky is also probably some debris from the obliterated moon still somewhere around the planet. But why was the moon filled with dragon eggs? Alexander found some answers but also got a bit more confused. He looked at his big sculpture. He still didn't get any clue about why so many different species were portrayed as kneeling to him. Father sure made all this interesting. But let's get to business. I need to purify this land. I don't know if I can remove the black liquid from the surroundings though. He started remembering things to small details. Things that he did to purify the land in the past. In the end, he concluded that he had tried everything he could come up with right now. Arg, what should I do? He scratched his head in frustration. Wait. What if I do the same thing I did with Horcruxes? I put the whole Shadowlands in my space pocket for a split second. But to not kill the people, I'll have to put the Shadowlands on an uninhabited planet in my solar system. Yes, this sounds nice. He loudly talked to himself. He flew high in the air, even above the black clouds. When he was in clear sky, he threw a wide area confusion charm and quickly put the whole Shadowlands in his space pocket. In a split second, it appeared again. But this time, without black clouds stopping the sunlight. The ground became a normal sandy color and the river became normal too. But the buildings were still black. So, Alexander just painted them all white. Now, it looked like some awesome Greek-style fantasy city. He looked around for people and surprisingly some had vanished. He guessed that they probably got purified too. But there was one thing he hadn't thought about. His actions had caused a tsunami in the Jade Sea. He had to work a lot more to bring things back to normal. Haha. And now I have another city under me. It's pure too. Most of the slaves have been left masterless as their masters got purified. I should bring Dobby to organize this, he said to himself. Boss, I've assigned Godroids to the whole city. 10,000 more of them were sent out to survey the whole of Shadowlands. If everything turns out right, I suggest we turn all the unused land into farmland. The weather in this area is perfect for various kinds of fruits and crops. Dobby suggested. Nice, then let's do that. I think that we're going to have a population boom in the world after all the changes I am making. So we should start preparing the food. Also, appoint a governor here and produce another fleet of 250 ships with Mecha Maker. With this final fleet, we'll have the whole world covered. Alexander instructed. But what about east of Essos and west of Westeros? Also, Sithorios and Ulthos? Dobby asked. Well, I know what's west of Westeros. There's a crazy reverse storm there. If you somehow cross that storm, then you'll come out into the Sunrise Seas, which leads to right here. Sithorios is probably a huge continent with various mysteries, which I'll uncover later. Ulthos is the same as Sithorios. Also, I think that Sithorios and Ulthos are connected. At least that's what it looked like from space, Alexander answered. Okay, boss. Where are you going next? Dobby asked. But first. I'm going back to teach Rena archery. She must already be angry at me, he said with a wide smile on his face. He took out the anywhere door and crossed it. On the other side, he found his precious little Rena, watching Tom and Jerry with other children in the Starks' living room. Rena, I am back, he loudly said. Rena's ears stood up as soon as she heard his voice. She looked towards him with a very excited face and nearly jumped towards him. But then she remembered that she was angry at him. I am not talking to Grandpa, she pouted and puffed her chubby cheeks. Oh, but why? Alexander asked, shedding some fake tears. You promised to teach me how to use a bow. But you never came, she replied. Ah. My sweetie. I am sorry. How about I make it up to you? I'll take you with me the next time I go away. We'll travel to the far eastern kingdom of ET. Alexander suggested. Wah. Really? She exclaimed with stars shining in her eyes. Yes, Grandpa promise. He gave her his pinky finger and made the kid's version of the unbreakable vow. Then he suddenly caught her and tickled her. Ha 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 ha. Grandpa. Ha ha ha. I will tickle you too. She started trying to tickle him but instead pulled his beard. They played for the next hour or so with other kids too. Little John was the quick one and Alexandra was the cheerful one. She would laugh at nearly anything. Eric was more of a calm boy but still naughty. Thank you for supporting. Chapter 73. Memories from the Dawn Part. The next day, Alexander brought little Rena with him to ET. She was greatly excited to see a new kingdom. They crossed the anywhere door while being invisible. When they came out on the other side, they were greeted by a flourishing market. So many people were walking the streets. Many were wearing straw hats. The building and scenery looked like he was in some mythical ancient Chinese world. Tall pagoda-like buildings were everywhere. The people also looked a bit like Eastern Asians and they wore clothes like in ancient China. He flew around with Rena in his arms, looking around the cities. He was surprised by the sheer scale of the cities in ET. There were so many of them and all were of the same or bigger size than Norgold. The palace of the God Emperor was also bigger than the whole King's Landing. But each city he visited, he also found his temples. They were crowded with people too. And all of them were similar to the ones in Ashai. Why do people in the East worship me so much, he thought to himself. Then, once again, he had a memory resurface. This was a lot bigger than the last one. Memory. After what happened in Ashai. He created the Empire of Dawn and then trained a boy to become its emperor. At that time, the city was inhabited by nearly the majority of the world's population. But not all of them lived there. Some chose to go to the now dark Ashai to practice magic as the magic was stronger there. Maybe due to that strange liquid, in later years, many types of magic came into existence. Blood magic, necromancy. Due to prolonged exposure to that dark city and weird magic, some humans mutated into weird creatures. For example, bloodless men, winged men, etc. The city had turned into a hub for dark magic. That is the only kind of magic that was in the world. Alexander didn't stop them from practicing it, but he put strict rules. Like no innocent person should be hurt because of magic and that no child should be hurt either. All the sorcerers accepted his words. Why wouldn't they? They worshipped him as their supreme god. Even more so after he made the Empire of Dawn. The emperor that Alexander had installed in the empire was also hailed as the god on earth or the son of All-Father. Alexander gave the emperor enough elixirs for him to live for thousands of years. Things went well for a long time under him. The human population started to heavily expand to other parts of the world. A large group of the humans migrated from the Empire of Dawn and headed to the southwestern part of the Essos. They called themselves the First Men after they crossed the Arm of Dorn and ventured into Westeros. Another big group headed to the northwestern part of the Essos and settled there. They developed their own simplified writing scripts derived from the Kingdom of Dawn. They called themselves Undulls. Later another large group of people traveled west and settled around the banks of the River Rhone. They became river-faring people. Then another large group went to the Midwest and established the Dothraki Seas. But this time they weren't murdering bandits. They were still wild and crazy but also a little bit civilized. They didn't hurt women and children and the elderly, they offered them to join them. They still steal though. They also started a practice of electing a king among themselves by Khalasar fighting each other in 1v1. All these people combined, created the population of Essos. Many new cities were created and many fell. The population increased rapidly. But still, there was one thing very common among all these people. They worshipped Alexander as the supreme god. Many of them had made up new gods for themselves like the Seven or the Old Gods, but still, they all acknowledged the fact that the All-Father was one above all. Hence in every temple or sept they made for a god, there would be a place to worship him too. They made big statues of Alexander and they were very accurate as well. Long hair and beard with loose robes. A book in one hand and a great sword in the other. They worshipped him as the supreme god of creation and destruction and also believed that the other gods were also his creation, but they refrained from openly praying to him as they believed that Alexander was too holy and should not be disturbed for petty wishes. Rather, they prayed to smaller gods in the hope that their words would reach the one above all. Another reason for that practice was that there were many records of the Supreme One descending to the world when a worshipper worshipped directly when they were in a dire need of help, for example in mortal danger. There were also records of Supreme One punishing the evil men who wished evil things from him. Over time, many new names were given to him, but the one that circulated the most was All-Father. Everything was going well until the god on earth, Emperor of Dawn, died. For some next generations, his descendants rightfully ruled the empire, but each new rule lasted less than before and brought more turmoil. Then Amethyst Empress was murdered by the Bloodstone Emperor. He then began a reign of terror and slavery on the people. He started practicing dark arts and necromancy, took a tiger woman, mutated girl, for his bride, feasted on human flesh and cast down the gods of Alexander, to worship a black stone fallen from the sky, a part of the moon that Alexander destroyed. The event was later called blood betrayal in the annals of the further east. Then, the long night came. Back then, Essos was connected to the north, aka the land of always winter. It connected with the cold ice desert called Grey Waste in Essos. The others/White Walkers were very strong. Even though they numbered less, as they marched closer, the world got colder. Or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_immortal_novel. The cold spread throughout Essos. Mothers died in their sleep while hiding their babies in their arms. The Bloodstone Emperor soon died of unknown reasons with his wife. The empire fell into a panic. The remaining descendants of the god on earth fought each other for the throne with backstabbing, treachery. Playing their games for the throne even in that dire situation. The common people, the nobles, the intelligent beasts. All started to pray to the Supreme One. To come and save them from the long night. Alexander was exploring Sithorios at the time, but he did feel their prayers and responded. Alexander came down from the sky engulfed in a majestic fire shaped like a phoenix. When he touched the ground, all the cold in the kingdom vanished. The people knelt on the ground and chanted prayers. Various beautiful songs from strange birds filled the sky. That moment was later described as the rise of the sun in some holy scriptures of the ET. O Supreme One! Please save us, some old men shouted. Mercy! 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 They chanted. There were about 1 million people and their shouting made the ground shake. Alexander raised his hand for all of them to stop. All of you have suffered enough. After saying that, he cast a wide area healing spell. All the people suddenly started to feel better. Those who were shivering in the cold stopped shivering. Children who had stopped crying due to a lack of energy started to cry again. Everyone realized that it was doing of the God King. It was a blessing directly given to them. Tell me who is the strongest, the most righteous and intelligent fighter among you, he asked. The people looked confused for a while, but then an old man looked up from his kneeling position. O Supreme One! There's only one boy with the qualities you speak of, he is known as Arthur Dane. He is the first sword of the Empire. Arthur Dane, come forward, he ordered. A 6 feet tall boy about 25 years old, dark hair with violet eyes and fair skin came running to him and kneeled. Stand up, child, I grant this great sword called Dawn to you. You will wield it and lead the fighters to fight the long night. From now on, you will be called Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning. You are the hero, the Azor Ahai. Arthur took the sword and kneeled on the ground once again with his sword pointed into the ground and both his hands on its hilt. Alexander then put his palm on Arthur's head. You have my blessings. As he said those words, the sword started burning with red fire. All the people around gasped and once again started chanting prayers in the name of their new hero. All of you must be hungry. He waved his hands and a huge wooden pot filled with stew appeared near him. With another wave, a huge basket filled with bread appeared. Another wave and a wooden plate appeared in the hands of every person there. Considering that there were about 1 million people there, he made many more huge pots and baskets appear at every 100-meter distance. As long as the long night is here, you will get stew and bread from that basket and pot. Each of you is allowed to eat 3 times a day. The day the long night will be defeated, the basket, the pot, and all the plates will disappear along with me. From that day onwards, you will work hard and build the city once again and start a new life. The granaries will be filled to their limit when I leave. It's on you how you use it. However, fear not, I am not abandoning you. I'll always be watching, I am everywhere. Arthur, tell the soldiers to maintain public order and then come to me at the border of the Grey Waste. He ordered. Yes, Supreme One. I will fulfill the command, Arthur stiffly replied. Alexander left the place and went to the Grey Waste. Sigh. If I knew that those icemen would do this, I would have helped them sooner. Alexander said to himself. Thank you for supporting. Chapter 74. Memories from the Dawn Part. A day later, Arthur reached the border of the Grey Waste. Supra. Just call me All-Father, that would be more practical. I watch over you, protect you, and sometimes even feed you like any child's father, Alexander interrupted. Arthur stayed silent for a while thinking what he just heard, and indeed, Supreme One was more like a father to all the people, who always watched over them, and honestly, he also liked calling him All-Father than Supreme One or God King. Yes, All-Father. Good, now we will go and talk with the leader of those icemen. We must hear their side of the story, but before that, we must create a nice defensive line. Alexander suggested. He started waving his hand like in an orchestra and blackish stones started to come out of the ground and slowly assembled themselves into giant fortresses. It looked powerful and scary with its black color. I have created 5 fortresses like these between the Bleeding Sea and the Mountains of the Morn. Each fortress can house 10,000 men. They are standing at the only entrance to the Empire of Dawn and the Grey Waste, so this should be enough. Now let's go and meet them. Suddenly, Alexander flew into the sky, and Arthur was also being pulled. His expressions changed from surprise to panic and finally excitement. Every man dreams of flying in the air like birds, but no one could do it. Except for those winged men. They flew so fast that the world around them passed in a blur. It only took them 5 seconds to reach the marching army of the Icemen, aka the others or White Walkers. Alexander came down to the ground like thunder, surprising everyone. The army of the Icemen was surprisingly more full of animals than their supposed masters. The humanoid Icemen hastily got off the backs of their steeds and kneeled. They looked much different from what they looked on the TV show. They had plain white skin and white hair. No one could say that they weren't humans if not for the extreme cold aura their bodies emitted. God King, thank you for blessing us with your presence, the one with a lion face said. In their culture, Alexander was called God King. The Iceman had the body of a human but the head of a lion. Possibly a victim of some blood magic. Alexander knew how the others / White Walkers came into being. Their creation was a tragedy and their lives were even more of a tragedy. In the beginning, they were just normal humans living in the cold north, but the appearance of magic mutated them. What is your name? Alexander asked. They call me the Lion of the Night, but my real name is Hegier, he answered. Okay Hegier, tell me, why are you marching your armies to the land of summer? Do you know how many people have died because of this? Alexander questioned in anger. Hegier shivered in fear but managed to speak. Please forgive me God King, but I had no intention of hurting anyone. We are just looking for dragons. It's our curse that wherever we go the cold follows. Hegier honestly answered. Why are you looking for dragons? He inquired. Because we have no other choice. Survival in the frozen land has become very hard for us now. The ice dragons hunt us like we are ants. We tried many times to tame them or kill them but they were too strong. The biggest one that I have seen was 100 meters long. Our only hope to fight them is if we can get some dragons from here and use them. Hegier answered. How many of you are left there? 400 men including 200 of us here and an additional 200 sent to the other side where the south and north connects. We have more than 2,000 women and 300 children. As we cannot biologically reproduce, we take orphaned newborn children from the south and give them a new family. The men's numbers are less than women's because only us men go to fight the dragons. Alexander felt pity for them. They were a species on the brink of extinction. All they wanted was dragons but were misunderstood as demons sent by angry gods. The dragons came to the world because of him, so he decided to help them. Okay, Hegier, if I make the ice dragons disappear, then would you go back? Yes. Yes, we will happily go back, God King. Hegier excitedly said. In his eyes, if God King deals with the dragons himself, then more of his people would not need to die. Okay, go back then. By the time you will reach the frozen land I'd have already dealt with the dragons. I will see you in your city then. You should also call off the men you sent to the other bridge between north and south in the west. Sorry God King, but we do not have the means to communicate with them. They have been gone for a year now and we expected them to take at least 3 years to reach their destination. Hegier added. Okay, you send your fastest men to tell them to stop their strike. They will hopefully be able to stop them before anything bad happens. Yes, I will do it right away, God King. Allfather, what will happen now? Arthur asked, seeing that the ice demons or ice men were dealt without any fight. Now you go back and manage the city and get things back on track and, after that, leave for the west. They might need your help. Alexander ordered and then flew back to the 5 fortresses with Arthur. Men, these fortresses, these can be great defenses even if it's not the ice men attacking. He suggested. I'll send men here as soon as possible, Allfather, Arthur answered. All right, I must leave now. Good luck with your future fights. He flew away. Arthur just stayed there for a while, kneeling in a knightly pose. Even though they didn't have knighthood in Essos, he still felt like doing that. Unknown to Alexander, all he did that day would be remembered for a long, long time. The faith of the people in the Supreme One, the God King, the Allfather, would grow even more. After that, Alexander defeated all the ice dragons in the north and sent them to Drakium to learn how to be a good dragon. Then he went deep into the north, to the city of Frozen Winter. The seat of the King of Icemen. To call their lives harsh was an understatement. They were simple beings with immense power. They ate whatever grew in the icy lands. The only reason they never attacked the south was because their bodies needed the cold to survive. Alexander then went to meet with Hegier. I have dealt with the ice dragons. They will never trouble you again. In fact, I can help you. I will open a big shop in your city. It will be run by a magical golem. You will be able to buy nearly anything from there. Food, clothes, modified seeds that could grow in winter, books. You can pay for all of them with any valuable thing you can find. Things like gold, diamond, jades, beautiful stones, or you can also barter the things you make. You can barter extra crops for something else or some craft you made. This will make your life better here, Alexander offered. Hegier and his associates all kneeled on the ground. Thank you. Thank you, God King. They all said. Alexander walked to Hegier and caressed his furry lion head. As soon as he touched him, the bodies of every iceman got covered in white light. You have my blessings, child. As long as you all stay good and away from corruption, you will have the ability to procreate. But the day you lose your way and start following the path of greed, you will lose it again, Alexander blessed and warned them. We will cherish this opportunity you have bestowed upon us, God King, Hegier sternly replied. Ha. Good. I shall go now. Take care, children, Alexander said and rose up in the air. While flying back to Essos, Alexander made the bridge between Essos and North start melting slowly. In a few thousand years, it would fully vanish. In Westeros, due to a losing fight with the first men, the children of the forest enslaved the powerful team of icemen that went on the search for dragons. But the children of the forest were as foolish as their names. They and the first men signed a treaty to stop the war. But then the children forgot about the enslaved icemen. When they broke free from the control of the children of the forest, they attacked them. Men died like flies under their ice spears. They were angry, enraged that someone tried to take away their freedom. But thankfully Arthur reached in time and fought their leader with his burning sword. Soon the messenger from the Lion of the Night, Hegier, also arrived and told the icemen about what happened in Essos. In the beginning, the leader looked skeptical but soon felt elated because Arthur also explained to him about the happenings. They were still angry at the children of the forest though, and as a punishment, they were to be confined into the inner forests for the rest of their lives. The first men and icemen/White Walkers came into an agreement that a big wall would be constructed, which would define the boundary between their land of icemen and the land of the summer men. But it was not possible to make the wall and keep it from falling down. Hence Arthur suggested that they should pray to Allfather. All the kings of Westeros, Bran the Builder and the Icemen prayed to their supreme god for 3 whole days without stopping. And sure enough, Alexander appeared like a burst of lightning. They all kneeled in worship. Unlike Arthur, for the first men and the Icemen, it was their first time meeting him. I know why you have called me. What is your name, child? He asked the leader of the Icemen. It's Rojak, God King, he replied. Okay, you start making the wall and I'll enchant it so that it may stand tall for the thousands of years to come. I'll get to it right away. Rojak rushed to work. Brandon Stark, or as the others call you, Bran the Builder. I want you to start making the castles with the help of giants and the children of the forest. A new order will be created to mend the wall. The Order of the Night's Watch. These men will wear black, they will hold no land or castle, they shall not marry and father children. They shall always be loyal to their order, and the deserters or oath-breakers will be brought to justice according to the northern laws. He decreed. All the local kings felt pressured by his mere presence. Why yes, we will follow your command, God King, Brandon stuttered. For the next several years, the Icemen built the wall and the first men built the castles. Every once in a while, Alexander would come to enchant the wall. On the other hand, Arthur Dane decided to travel a bit before settling down somewhere in Dorne. Memory end. Holy moly. I've done so many things in all these years. I basically created this world. But there is more to this. I feel like this memory is not complete. Why would the Icemen attack again? He loudly said, there was so much to be answered. Who are you talking to, Grandpa? Rena asked, sitting in front of him and eating some rice balls from a shop in E.T. Haha, nothing my sweetie, what does it taste like? Alexander asked and quickly took a bite from the rice ball still in her hands. Rena looked shocked, looking at him and the big missing chunk of the rice ball. Not fair, that was mine, Grandpa. It was so tasty, she pouted. Ha ha ha, then I'll buy you a mountain of rice balls. Come, let's go, and buy some more for others and you. Alexander gave her his hand to hold. Yes, we'll buy it for everyone. John, Eric, and Alexandra are small, so only one for them. Uncle Brandon will need 100 and she started mumbling and counting on her little fingers. Thank you for supporting. Or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_immortal_novel. Chapter 75. Weird Merchant. The Planetos. Headline, The Old Wolf Takes Over Ass High. It had been just a week since the world found out about the Starks of Winterfell striking and taking over Karth. Now, a recent report says that the Ass High by the Shadow was also attacked and taken over. Now the wolves control the Jade Sea, as well as Jade Gates. It is yet to be seen what the Starks are really planning on doing. The good news is that because of the recent actions of Lord Stark, the slave trade has lessened. Now, we should keep our eyes open to see where the old wolf strikes next. By Maester Peter Parker. Sir Willem Darry put down the newspaper and looked at the little Dany. She was now 1 year old and able to slowly walk. The old man Ragnarok was a blessing in disguise. He never harmed her, but showered her with love. They also didn't have to worry about money or safety anymore because of him. Daenerys was happily playing with her dozens of plushy toys on the carpet. Ragnarok sat beside her and occasionally laughed. Pa, Dany said while giving the small dragon toy to Ragnarok. Ha. Yes. Just a little more and you'll be able to say Grandpa, he happily said and took the toy. He was very happy when the first word she spoke was to call him. Ha. Alexander would be surprised when she suddenly calls him Grandpa. In their first meeting, Ragnarok had been showing pictures of Alexander to Dany and also telling her stories. Robert Baratheon had turned a new leaf. He had started regularly visiting the small council since the day Alexander left. Currently, he sat in his solar, listening to some jazz from the gramophone and sipping on some fire whiskey. He had stopped drinking too much and also whoring. Knock knock. Ah. Come in, goddammit. You've already ruined the mood. He growled. Queen Cersei entered with her head held high. God had given her beauty but also too much pride with it. So much so that it would sometimes come to bite her in the back later. Husband, Lord Mace Tyrell has sent back a raven, acknowledging the betrothal of our son and his young daughter Marjorie. He will come to King's Landing soon, she said. Suddenly Robert stood up and stopped the gramophone. What did you just say? A betrothal? When did I agree to that? Why, you didn't, but I thought that the crown needed to mend relations with the Tyrells, she scaredly replied. She had received slaps from Robert many times before, so fear was not missing from her face. Since when did you start worrying about the crown? I thought you only worried about your perfumes and wines. Tell Mace that I am thinking about it and he doesn't need to come, Robert said, trying to keep his anger in check. But, shouldn't we? Enough, woman. Why would I marry my children to traitors? Those flowers F***curs can go to hell. I have the support of House Baratheon, Stark, and Vale. One of them just so happens to be the strongest and the richest. If I want to betroth my children, I'd rather do it with the children of House Stark or House Vale. Now go back to your little parties and stop using your brain, Robert angrily ordered, Cersei knew not to anger him anymore and left. She didn't know what to do now. She was ordered to do this by her father and also understood the importance of it. House Stark now had too much power and say in the kingdom. If not for that damned old Stark, I would never sell my sweet Joffrey like this. Yes, it's all because of them. She again started forming some scheme. Grandpa, what's that? Rena pointed at the distance while sitting on Alexander's shoulders. They were currently roaming the jungles of Et. Medusa was also getting bored, so she joined him. In the end, she also had the mentality of a child and she was missing her grandpa. Her best friend, Monty the Hippogriff, also followed her. Aw. Such little snakes, Medusa said and ran to pick it up. Ha ha. Rena, they are basilisks. They are very deadly snakes. Alexander said. Bah. Bah isk. Just like big sister Medusa. She asked. No, your big sis is more like the queen of all serpents. Wah. Big sister. You are a queen. Rena shouted. Medusa looked back in confusion. A queen? Me. Ha ha. Yes, you are. Aren't you the strongest serpent in the world? That makes you their queen, Alexander said. Wow. But where are my people? Wait, there are so many basilisks here. I'll take them as my people, she started muttering. You can, but you have to promise me to look after them and never let them harm anyone. If they do, I'll be angry, he warned. Yes, Grandpa. I'll be very careful. She said and went to look for her new subjects. Ow. I want to be a queen too, Rena sadly sighed. Alexander made her levitate in front of her. You already are a queen, you are the queen of your grandpa's heart. Look at your dress, he said, and suddenly her clothes changed into a beautiful silver regal gown. A small crown also appeared on top of her head. Ha ha ha. Yay. Look at me. She started to move around in the air and showed off her dress to Monty. He let them play for a while. Ha ha. Okay, girls, it's time to go now. Back to Winterfell, Alexander clapped his hand. What? Already? Medusa complained. Well, Rena's friends are waiting for her back at Winterfell. You also need to organize your new subjects. Yes, I need to show them the dress too, Rena chirped. Yes, I am a queen now. I must take care of my subjects, Medusa said seriously, being too much into the character. After leaving Rena back in Winterfell, Alexander returned to Ass High. Dobby was still organizing things there. He wanted to see if he needed something before finally heading off to Valeria to complete his memories. Hey, Dobby. How's everything? Everything's good, boss. The city was empty to begin with, and now because of your purifying it. It has even fewer people. I am going to publish an ad in the newspaper for people to migrate here. There's also a weird merchant who's been asking about you. Then there's the problem of the Lawler, the Lord of Light worshippers. Dobby briefed. Okay, send the merchant and I'll deal with Lawler worshippers. A deity that asks for human sacrifices is no god. It's a devil. He disgustedly said. All right, boss, Dobby affirmed and called for the merchant. Alexander sat in a large office in the X-Hall of the Thousand Thrones. Now it was called the Stark Essos Administrative Headquarters, SEAH. A well-built man walked into the office with a big bag on his back. He had a wide smile on his face and had a jolly vibe going around. Ha ha. Greetings, Lord Stark, I should probably call you King Stark now, ha ha, the man said. Well, that would be treason, son, and I like my head too much, though they can't really fight me even if I do declare myself king. So, I heard you were looking for me, and why do you look so happy? Alexander inquired. What's not to be happy about? Until last week, I was a prisoner of crazy sorcerers in Stygai. People say that no one comes back alive from there. And here I am. Ha ha ha. Though I did lose my wings. He then showed a sad expression for a split second. Wings? He asked. Yes, my name's Kevin, from the city of the winged men. We winged men don't really have real wings, but for some reason, our arms are very strong. So strong that we can wear fake wings made of leather and fly in the air. I was originally a merchant, but a sorcerer caught and did tests on my arms. Since then, I haven't been able to fly anymore. Ah. I'll miss that. He explained. Alexander was truly surprised by the story. The men of the winged city must have gone through some mutations due to that black liquid from the moon. He still felt bad for the poor guy. I am very sad to hear that, Kevin. Please tell me, what can I do for you? He asked. Ha ha. Well, after the sorcerers suddenly disappeared, I checked around the whole Stygai and found these beautiful stones. He said and took out 6 egg-like stone with beautiful patterns on them. With just one look Alexander understood that they were dragon eggs. Haha. These really are pretty but they aren't stones, son, Alexander said. Kevin looked at his stone with interest and asked. Then what are they? They are old dragon eggs, he calmly replied. What? Dragon eggs. Haha. Then getting caught by the sorcerers was a blessing, Kevin said and laughed. 3 of these must be the ones Daenerys gets as her wedding gift in the show. But I'm pretty sure I had taken away all dragons and eggs from here to Drakium. Did they fall later from the remaining part of the moon, he asked himself and decided to check the moon in the future. Yes, so. How much do you want for them? He asked. I really have no idea how much I should ask for dragon eggs. Kevin replied. Alright, what about this? I'll give you 20,000 gold dragons, a ship to use for trading, membership in my merchant guild, and a medicine that can heal your arms. He offered. If you can heal my arms, I don't want anything else, Kevin firmly replied. Alexander took out a vial from his desk and gave it to him. Drink this. Kevin surprisingly didn't ask anything and straight up down the vial. After some minutes, he started feeling warm in his arms. Whoa, yes. Yes. I am feeling stronger. I think I can fly again. He checked out his arms excitedly. Ha. Good, good. The other items are also prepared for you. You can take them whenever you want, he said. But, I don't need anything else, Kevin denied. Dragon eggs aren't cheap, son. You earned the money. Now, go and see your new ship. Ha ha ha. Okay, Lord Stark. Pleasure doing business with you, Kevin left. What a weird guy. What merchant says no to money, Alexander murmured. Sigh, should I give 3 of them to little Danny or not? Little Rena, John, and Eric can see dragons whenever they want in Drakium, but what about Danny? Though she does have the biggest dragon by her side as an old man. I am also not sure what the future holds. By the speed I am conquering the world, Danny wouldn't need dragons. He fell into deep thoughts. Thank you for supporting. Chapter 76. R'hllor. Alexander stood outside the red temple of R'hllor in Ashai. It was a beautiful city now, the sun was shining, the buildings were white. Though the streets were still empty. He slowly walked and entered the temple. He was surprised by all the red color everywhere. The floor, walls, ceiling, furniture, curtains. They were all red. They sure have a weird fetish. For the night is dark and full of terror, welcome to the shelter of Great R'hllor. A priest came to greet him. Alexander quickly but grudgingly looked in their minds and he was more than disgusted by what he found. All the red color he saw around him was made by the use of blood. The blood of the people they sacrificed. Now, he was facing a dilemma. He couldn't deal with them as he did with the House of Undying. The faith of the Lord of Light was spread throughout Essos. There were thousands, if not millions, of followers. Even if he killed all the priests, he can't just kill all the worshippers too. So, he needed to improvise and overcome. And even as he killed R'hllor, another demon would take his place someday if God's equilibrium theory was to be believed. He looked around and only saw one guy. He made the guy fall unconscious and then called out loudly. R'hllor, come down here or else I'll tell father, he threatened. He waited but nothing happened. I will only count to 5. After that, only death will be there for you. 5, 4, 3, 2. What do you want, Godson? An angry voice came from behind him. He turned around and saw a flaming humanoid thing. It had claw-like hands and not a very complete body as most of it was fire. It also had burning horns and wings. Anyone in their right mind could not associate that image with a god. Or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_immortal_novel. I want you to stop burning people and showing prophecies. Tell your priests to do the same. Alexander straight away got to the point. And why would I do that? R'hllor retorted. Well, okay then. I'll let father to deal with you. I'm sure he'll just erase you. Or maybe take away your powers and turn you back to a small-time demon. Fath. Wait. Okay. I will stop the sacrifices. They were just for my entertainment anyway. However, I cannot stop giving prophecies. I must use my powers in some way to sustain myself. R'hllor said. Then why don't you show prophecies to animals that cannot comprehend them? Like rats, cows, fish. He suggested. I can agree with that. It's better than just dying. R'hllor said, now having lost all his angry personality. But deep inside, who knew what he was planning? Okay, you can go now and tell your priests to spread your word of no human sacrifices. Though murderers and our *pists should still be punishable, and your priests have been doing that in a violent way. Just tell them to hang or behead the evil men. Alexander said. Lawler nodded and left. Alexander then cast a massive curse on the position of Red Priest. If any of them commit evil, they will die of some disease. He also accio some of the evilest Red Priests who just like to kill and punish people. After that, he went back to Dobby to tell him about the situation and then leave for Valyria. Highgarden, reach. Ting, a steel plate banged straight into Mace's face. You stupid oaf, I am going to kill you today. You have doomed our house. What the hell were you thinking, you fat burden on the earth? Who told you to betroth Marjorie and Joffrey? Olenna roared in a fit of rage. Mother, our Marjorie will be queen someday. Someone with Tyrell blood will become the king of 7 kingdoms someday. Just imagine. Mace said, starting to drool at the idea. Tell me, who asked you for the betrothal? Olenna asked. Oh, I received a request from Lord Tywin and Queen Cersei. He proudly said. I read that letter, they didn't request it. They ordered you, like a little child. And tell me, does Lord Tywin and Cersei have the authority of the king? Can they decide the future wife of the toddler crown prince? She asked. Why not? Queen Cersei is the mother of Joffrey and Lord Tywin is the head of the richest house in Westeros. He also finances the crown with money, Mace proudly replied. Don't tell me you haven't read my reports. She looked horrified. Lord Stark was right. This fat excuse of a lord will ruin this great house. I must tell Willis to quicken his studies, she thought to herself. Oh those, I was planning on reading them later, he stuttered. May the 7 give you some brain. Tywin has no authority in King's Landing or on the king anymore. Lord Stark changed that when he went to King's Landing the last time. He publicly berated House Lannister. He publicly berated the Queen. And there's still been no retaliation from Lord Tywin. You know why? Because Lannisters aren't the wealthiest anymore. We are not the strongest anymore. It's the North. Robert has also reconciled with Lord Stark and now receives help from House Stark. The betrothal they set up was so the Lannisters could garner support from us in the battle against House Stark if it came to that. You just got used like a pawn. Olenna snarled at him. Come on, mother. The North can't be like that. I am sure things are exaggerated in the newspaper. It's published by the North after all. Mace retorted. It was me who went to the North. Not you. I saw everything, and believe me, the newspaper is downplaying the strength of Lord Stark and the North. Now go and send a raven to both, the Queen and Lord Tywin. She said while rubbing her head. The appearance of Alexander in the world had changed nearly everything. He had made the North too strong and also, the Northern lords loved him. He gave them methods of making money, a place to sell their goods, and a great army that can protect them on both land and water. Better ways to make roads, better trained blacksmiths, and masons to build bigger castles. The small folks loved him too. A stable and healthy tax rate. Job for all. Schools for children, no matter noble or not. An abundance of food, clothes, and warm houses. Beautiful cities and beautiful music too, the public radio connected with speakers throughout the city. They now have amazing places called hospitals too. They could also take something called general health insurance from the Iron Bank. All made possible because of the great Lord Stark. But, the world was like a coin. It always has two sides. If there were people who loved him, there were also people who hated him. One of them was Roose Bolton. He was now one of the poorest houses in the North. There were less and less small folks working in mines and fields every day as they left for the lands of other lords. He couldn't even force them due to fear of being caught by the Northern police, run by those scary wolf sword. He saw no way of dealing with House Stark, but no more. He had found some allies in the South and it was time to make a move. He also knew where to find more allies. After all, the Starks were too rich now and even if he divided their money, it would be a lot. Greed always sways people. It doesn't matter if they are family or foes. Money moves all. Moat Cailin. The great castle stood tall with its towers. The Moat City now had a population of 300,000. But it didn't look crowded or dirty. All because of the amazing planning. It had become another hub for economic activities as ships used the Great Moat Canal to travel to and from the Narrow Sea and the Sunset Sea. Ned stood in front of a closed door. On the other side of the door was his wife. Giving birth to his second-born. In his arms was Robb. His son was the only child in the castle, so many times the boy felt lonely. But thanks to the constant gifts and visits from Alexander, the loneliness decreased a bit. Door opens. My lord, it's a girl. A beautiful girl, the midwife announced. Ned rushed into the room and saw his wife holding the little babe. She's beautiful, Ned. Catelyn warmly said. She is. What should we name her? He asked. Sansa. Sansa Stark, she happily declared. A beautiful name it is. Ned slowly held the babe in his arms. You must be tired, cat. I'll leave you to rest. Let's go, Rob. Ned left the room. One by one, the midwives also started to leave. But the last one dropped a parchment near Caitlin before leaving. She picked it up and read it. It was from her father. After she read its content, her face lost its color. Even in that condition, she got up and burnt the letter in the fireplace. But those words in the letter did attach themselves to her mind. She had a big decision to make now. Thank you for supporting. Chapter 77. Memories of Valyria. While so many people were busy planning and plotting against Alexander, he was busy finding out about his past. He was currently in Valyria. The whole land was covered in toxic gas. Weird insects roamed the place. The ground had taken a rocky and sharp texture due to the lava. It was hard to imagine why he would give such punishment to an entire civilization. He just walked around, exploring things. There were some ruined buildings. He found lots of Valyrian steel weapons too. He didn't know what all the fuss was about. It was just some strong metal. He already knew how to make it. You needed to fuse high-quality metal and obsidian/dragon glass at a very high temperature. Temperatures that can either be achieved by modern mechanical tools or dragon fire. Though, there was one good thing he found out. If you use magical fire in the process, then the end sword would also have some magic properties. Arg, where do I trigger my memories? He kept on looking around. In some places he also found disfigured gold. Probably melted due to all the heat. Finally, when he reached the center of the island, he saw a giant castle ruin. Though it was still in better shape than others. The moment he entered, he saw some memories resurface. Memory. 1 month before the doom. Alexander was on a visit to Valyria. He hadn't been there in a long time. As he was busy exploring Ulthos, he was disheartened by what he saw. The people who learned to ride dragons now considered themselves stronger than dragons. Instead of creating friendship, they had started to enslave the dragons with magic. Then they grew more ambitious and started conquering and destroying. Enslaving whole cities to work in deep volcanic mines of the 14 Flames Mountains. He went inside the mines to check the people and found them working in inhumane conditions. The mines were so hot due to all the magma inside the volcanoes. They were still forced to mine gold, iron, and other things. Every day, hundreds of people would die and be immediately replaced. There were kids as young as 11 years old working in the mines. He decided to act then. And helped all the slaves run away. Then he helped them establish the new free city of Bravos. Hidden from others, until they became strong enough. He also created a big sentinel for them. It would save them if someday a dragon decided to attack them. But Alexander's work was for nothing as the Valyrians again started destroying cities for more slaves. He decided to talk to the rulers of Valyria and headed to their main city. But in his way, he saw a dragon rider burning a ship full of people. He heard the desperate cries of people on board. Children screaming in burning pain. He quickly flew and cut down the dragon rider and sent the dragon to Drakium to be checked by Ragnarok. He needed to know why the dragons were acting as servants of humans. He also saved the people on ships and helped them to get to Bravos. All that time he acted like just some normal man, hiding things behind illusions. Inside Valyria, Alexander went directly into the council chambers. Halt, who are you? The guards tried to stop him, but Alexander had enough of them. He had enough of all these people. Time and time again, he helped humans progress and become better. But every time they chose the path of slavery and murder. First, it was the Bloodstone Emperor of Dawn, then the Giscari Empire, and now the Valyrians. By now he had understood which world he was in and had decided to just leave the world to its own device. He knew that for some reason the Icemen would attack and he was okay with letting that happen. He had already done a great help by bringing the civilization from Stone Age to the current level. While walking, he received a message from Ragnarok. Boss, what is going on? The poor dragons you sent have been harmed in their brains. It's like, their brains were never able to develop more than when they were children. Ragnarok angrily asked. That explains everything. Ragnarok, humans found some way to use dragons like their pets to conquer and enslave. They bond with dragons when they are small with some dark magic. Alexander answered. Whatever it is very cruel. They are simply forcing the dragons to never grow in their minds. I will send all other dragons to you. Treat them in Drakium, will you? Alexander said. Yes, I will. Sigh, humans don't deserve dragons. They can never be friends. People will always try to use the dragons for their own ambitions. he said, and vanished from the council chambers, not caring about the Valyrians anymore, and took away all the dragons in Valyria. Even the eggs. It turned out that the Valyrians were also using some big enslaved dragons to pour magic on seals of the 14 flames, seals that were keeping the volcanoes from erupting. They were using the volcanoes' heat to make Valyrian steel and many other things. So, when Alexander took away the dragons, the volcano exploded and a chain reaction started. He quickly transported all the slaves, innocents, and children away to Bravos. He made sure that no Valyrian that he saved had memories of dragon magic or anything related to Valyria. After that, he simply went to Stark's and rested there for the next 100 or so years, as the North was calm most of the time. Memory ends. So, I didn't directly destroy the Valyria. Good thing that father locked these memories away. If I had gained them the moment I woke up, I still would have let the Icemen/White Walkers take over the world. But now that I have so much to protect, I can't let that happen. 15,000 years were really wasted on nothing. But this time, things will be different, as I will be doing everything myself. The thing I learned from memories is to never trust people to do their duty righteously, he talked to himself. Then he did the last thing before leaving the place. Accio Suprema, all the Valyrian steel objects in the ruins of Valyria, all the books in the ruins of Valyria, all the valuable items in the ruins of Valyria. Soon in front of him were 3 small hills of items. One was made of Valyrian steel items, one of books, and one of precious metals and stones. Oh, isn't this bright roar, the ancestral sword of the House Lannister? I wonder if Jerian has left to find it or not. I'll check it out while going back north. Alexander appeared in the sky above Casterly Rock. He was invisible so no one could see him. He suddenly heard someone shouting. Punish that whore *, how dare she think she can marry a Lannister? The commander of the castle guards shouted. Behind him was a 14 or so year old girl. She had bruises all over her face. 2 guards were holding her. Take her to the stables and do what we do with whore *s, don't be afraid, girl. We will pay you. Every guard who uses you will give you a silver and every Lannister, a gold. By the time we'll be done, you'd be the richest whore * in Westeros. The men said, and the other guards laughed at that. Alexander was saddened after he looked into the girl's mind. The girl's name was Tisha. Tyrion and Jaime had saved her from some outlaws some weeks ago. Later Tyrion took her to a nearby inn and fed her, they drank wine and talked, and soon they were making love. Tisha gave her maidenhead to Tyrion, afterward they kissed him and sang, "The Seasons of My Love." Tyrion truly fell in love with her and got married to her by a drunken septon with pigs as witnesses. Afterward, they happily lived in a cottage by the Sunset Sea in Lannisport. But then Jaime told Tyrion that the girl was a whore *, hired to make a man out of him. The whole thing was a setup to get a feel. Tyrion got really angry at Tisha and let the guards take her. She cried for her innocence, but Tyrion believed his brother more. Alexander quickly found Tywin and read his mind to see what truly was happening. The drunken septon had confessed to Tywin. He got enraged that a common woman dared to marry a Lannister, so he ordered Jaime to tell Tyrion all those lies about Tisha. Then Tywin told his guards to punish her. That was enough for Alexander to act, and he could also feel that the girl was praying to Allfather to save her. He used his magic to stop the time around him. And walked to Tisha. The girl was not affected by the time pause. You have been wronged, my child. Come, you don't deserve to be here. Not with the new life growing inside you, he warmly said, and freed her from the clutches of guards. Her injuries also healed up. She looked scared and shocked by what was happening. The people around her had stopped moving. She meekly asked, Who are you? Haha, you were praying for me to save you a moment ago and now you don't recognize me. I am saddened, he said. Tears welled up in her eyes and she fell down on her knees. Alexander quickly held her and caressed her head. She then started wailing loudly. Why did this happen to me? I didn't do anything wrong. Why, Allfather? She asked. My child, Tyrion, really loved you. He is being lied to by his father and brother. He's been told that you were hired to make him a man. It's not your or Tyrion's fault. Come, I'll take you to a place where you can live happily and healthily with your child. My child. She shockingly looked at her belly. Then smiled warmly. Thank you, Allfather, she bowed. Haha. These days, people call me Lord Stark. But you can call me Grandpa. Let's go. They both flew in the air. When time resumed, the guards still found a fake conjured Tisha in their arms. They took her to the stables and tortured her. When it came to Tyrion's turn, Alexander made him fall unconscious. Then the fake doll died. 3 days later, all the guards that were involved in the torture of Tisha died of cruel diseases. In total, 200 guards died. He brought Tisha to Winterfell and told Alina her story. She was angered by the Lannisters. She helped Tysa clean up and settle. Alexander also changed her looks a little. Tyrion would have to prove himself if he wanted to ever see her again. He would have to prove that he's not as dumb as he just acted like. A/N, all this stuff is canon, guys. Sadly, the show didn't tell about this story. In the books, Tywin had Tisha gang **** by his guards in their barracks. Each guard gave her a silver coin. To drive the lesson home, Tywin forced his son to be the last man to our ****, for whom Tisha was paid a gold coin, because Lannisters were worth more. In the books, Tyrion finds out about the truth from Jaime and realizes that Tisha truly loved him. The last question he asked Tywin before shooting the crossbow at him was also about the whereabouts of Tisha. To which Tywin simply replies, wherever ***s go. The scene was different in show. Then Tywin receives the arrow in his belly and dies. After that, Tyrion flees to Essos. But even on his travels, he was haunted by his father's words. He asks people, where do ***s go? Thank you for supporting. Chapter 78. Schemers. 1 month later. Alexander officially returned back to Westeros. Although the journey from Ash to Westeros normally took a year because you needed to follow the wind patterns. But it was widely known that North's iron warships were very fast and could ignore the wind patterns. Alexander walked down from Yamato warships in Norgold. Seeing the busy city and working people really makes his heart elated. He took pride in the fact that he made the lives of so many people better. Brandon came to greet him on the Gold Harbor. Haha. How are you, my boy? Haven't seen you in a while. Alexander gave him a hug. Well, it was you who gave me such a big city to run. But on the good side, now I and Ned get to sit together and bitch about our work like some rich fat lords. Brandon joked. Haha. Good to see you still haven't lost that jolly nature. How's Ashera? He asked. Haha. She's good. My little Alexandra will soon have another brother or sister. I've sent her to Winterfell, she'll have company there, he embarrassingly said. Good. The wolf pack is getting bigger and bigger. May God forever keep the pack safe. Alexander said. Wait, aren't you a god? Brandon whispered. How I am, but my father is unquantifiably stronger than me. So for me, he's the god. Alexander said, blowing Brandon's mind with the new information. Soon Brandon matched Alexander. By the way, uncle. I've successfully bought the land from various lords for the Project Worm. Everyone except Boltons have sold the land and signed off the deeds. Good. Grab all the small folks from the territories of Lord Bolton. Those poor people don't deserve to live under a lord like that, he said. All right, I'll be going to Winterfell now. See you at the lord's meeting. He said and got on his dirt bike that he spawned from the cheat code. By now, all the roads in the north had been perfected. Many new small towns had been formed beside those roads. He zoomed through the road on the bike. While on the bike, he had the idea of introducing bicycles and cargo tricycles. It would greatly help people for traveling and transporting things to short distances. For long distances, the Project Worm would help. He was going to start the project after facing whatever the various lords were planning against him. He wasn't dumb enough to not use the vast amount of spies in his service. He knew that many suspicious things were happening in some places. Gates of Winterfell Castle were wide open for Alexander. As soon as he entered, he saw a big line of people waiting for him. Brandon, Anna, Alina. They also had little ones in their arms. It was Rena who ran to him first. Ha ha ha. Come here, he grabbed her and put her on his shoulders. How have you been, sweetie? He asked. Very good, dearest grandpa, she politely replied. Why are you acting so formal? What did you do? Alexander got interested. And nothing, she softly replied. Ahem. Lyanna decided to speak. Also trying to hold her laughter. Our lovely Rena was learning how to hold a sword this morning with Ben-Jen. She mistakenly pricked his butt. She said. Ha 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 ha. Our young wolf got injured by the small desert dragon, Alexander roared in laughter. Though only they could hear his last words. Ha ha ha. Lyanna also started laughing. Come on, be a little mature, Ben-Jen complained. Those words don't suit you, Ben-Jen. You have visited nearly every woman in every pleasure house in the north. Lyanna retorted. Come on, I was doing health checkups. Besides, I am not that kind of man. Ben-Jen huffed and crossed his arms. Here, take this. Consider it a gift. Dobby suddenly handed the small pen drive to Ben-Jen. Alexander recognized it and somehow controlled his laughter. What's in this? Ben-Jen asked. Look at it in private, Dobby warned and then went on to pick up the other 3 children. Dobby was equally as favored of Eric, Alexandra, and John as Alexander. Dobby mostly spends his time with them when he's in Winterfell. I can feel a new wolf in his way, Asherah. He's healthy and happy. Alexander said. Oh, thank you, uncle. She embarrassingly replied. All right, let's go in and eat something. By the way, did you hear any word from Creed and Braun in King's Landing? He asked Alina. They have done quite a good job and are currently on their way back. The whole flea bottom has been rebuilt, and the sewer system is also in perfect condition. Robert really liked the 3 men, Godroids, you sent to help him. He even appointed one as the Master of Law. One is the commander of City Watch and the last one is managing the city administration with John Aaron. She briefed. She had really turned into a full-fledged secretary. Good, good. I hope all this is not too much work for you, Alina. You must enjoy yourself sometimes. He advised. Not really, most things are easy. The Godroids you gave me have been very helpful too. I am also happy with my life. I get to spend a lot of time with my family too. She said she wasn't just including Eric and Rena as her family, but the whole Stark house. Haha. Very good. What about our treasuries? How much have we made from the initial 10 million? He asked. We have done very well, uncle. We are currently at a steady rate of income. We're earning more than we're spending. Currently, we have 75 million dragons in our account. We have increased our initial funds by 7.5 times. She proudly declared. She was sure that they were already the richest house in Westeros. This was all even without counting all the money still lying in the big vault. That is amazing, my child. I am going to start phase 2 soon. I know I said we'll do it after some time, but the things I saw in my travels. I want to increase our working speed so we can help more people. Anyway, any message for me? He asked. Yes, there are 2. Caitlin recently gave birth to a daughter. They named her Sansa Stark. Ned wanted you to meet her. Then there is a personal letter from Hoster Tully. He has invited you to the marriage of his son/heir with some cousin of Lord Bolton. Hoster Tully is also taking another wife. It's some girl from House Fry. He wants you to attend the wedding at the Twins with family in 3 months. He says that it will strengthen the relationship between North and Riverlands, as Edmure Tully will be the next Lord of Riverlands. She said. As soon as Alexander heard that, bells started ringing in his head and the bells were red in color. Are they trying to pull a red wedding on me? They really are desperate to kill me. Whatever, I'll still go to the wedding. If nothing happens then it's good, but if something happens, then I'll have the perfect and righteous reason to attack and expand. He said. What? Why would Hoster want to kill you? You are the one who helps him make money. Alina asked. Haha. My child, greed makes people do crazy things. Initially, Hoster thought that his daughter would become the wife of the next Warden of the North and his grandchildren would rule it someday. But then Brandon popped up again and he gave me the lordship. He still wants some control over the North through his daughter and grandsons, but I am sure the Boltons won't agree with that, so there must be something more in all this. Even more so now that we've become so rich. Everyone wants to rob and kill us these days. Haha, he explained. Thank God I am just a secretary. Wait, you are the god. So thank you, uncle, Alina said and chuckled. Riverrun, Riverlands. How can you even think of doing this, brother? This is treason, Brynden, Blackfish, Tully protested to his elder brother, Hoster Tully. I know, and that's why I am not alone. The question is, are you in or not? Hoster angrily asked. No, I will not be a part of this treachery. Not when I know your little scheme will fail. You have no idea about the might of the North. They will crush us like nothing and I know it. Stark has dozens of northern houses loyal to him. We don't even know the number of their soldiers yet. You should also not forget that Lord Ned Stark and Lord Alexander Stark are very close to the king. The Highgarden might as well support them. And don't forget the Iron Bank of Westeros, Brynden warned, but his words fell on deaf ears. You need to take risks to grow sometimes. What armies? What king? What Iron Bank? We'll kill all the Starks in one single strike. Only Ned and his family will remain. I don't care if you agree or not. Things have already been set in motion. Even Caitlin has more brain than you. She agreed to all this. Hoster had an evil smirk as he said that. You all have turned mad. I will not speak of this to anyone, but I won't involve myself in this. I am leaving for Vale. I'll pray to God that you don't end up dead. Brynden walked away. Thank you for supporting. Chapter 79, 79. Visiting places. Tower of Knowledge, Winter City. So, how's the teaching going on Marwyn? You are the director of the Order of Maesters. Tell me. Things have been going amazingly, boss. 2,000 more doctors are about to graduate from the medical branch. 1,500 of them have also opted for higher studies of surgery. Nearly 1,000 basic study schools have been opened in the north. Though we are still facing the problem of teaching people from isolated locations. We cannot open a school for a village of just 100 people. Many people are graduating every 6 months after learning a profession. Classes for various young lords and heirs are also going smoothly. Lord Willis Tyrell is also nearing his graduation. I am happy to announce that he's a firm believer in democracy now. He's already started writing a book on its benefits. He briefed. What about the training for Project Worm? Alexander asked. Haha. 200 pilots, 500 mechanics and more than 1,500 managing staff will graduate in a month. They are all currently in ongoing training in the Dome of Requirement. He happily replied. Dome of Requirement was like the Room of Requirement but thousands of times bigger and better. You could create anything while staying inside. There was also an automatic system as well to simulate various things. The dome was set up under the Tower of Knowledge and it had a height of 50 meters and was as big as 6 soccer fields. Good, I will start the project soon. Alright, I'll be leaving now. Alexander then left for Moat Cailin. He used the bike to travel as it was fast. Though most of the time he just used apparition and illusion to move even faster. Moat Cailin had changed a lot now. It was flourishing, the streets were clean and beautiful. The big towers of Moat Cailin increased the beauty of the city. The big arched bridge too. The canal was busy 24 hours a day. Ned made so much money from the toll taken from ships that he used the rest of the money earned from the city to make hospitals and schools. He slowly walked the streets of the city towards the castle while checking things out. The bike was stored in his space pocket. While walking, he suddenly heard some kids calling his name. He turned around and saw that they were playing some weird game. He looked at them for a while and understood the game. The game's name was Lord Stark, Lord Stark. In the game, one boy acts like him and other kids bring problems to him to solve. The kid who was playing his role had used chalk on his hair and face for realism. Lord Stark, please help. One little kid said. Tell me the problem and I'll make it go away. The kid Lord Stark said. I want candy, the little boy said. This was a big problem for little Lord Stark. How was he going to bring candies? Next. Ha 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 ha. Alexander started laughing loudly. Come here all of you, take your candies. He took out a big bag of sweet and sour lollipops. The kids recognized him and flocked to him. Ha ha. Easy, there's enough for all of you, he said and patted their heads. Then suddenly a voice came from behind. I see, this is where you were, Uncle. Ned walked towards him. Run, the wolf is here, the kids yelled and ran away to their homes. Ha ha. What did you do to them, Ned? I scolded them a little last week. They were playing that weird game, Ned said. Come on Ned, they are kids. Let them play. Let's go to the castle. I need to see my new granddaughter. Alexander walked after patting Ned's shoulders. In the castle, Alexander held the little Sansa in his arms. Ah. Such a cute one. Hey there little Sansa. May you live a healthy life. He said and gave her his blessings. She happily grabbed his white beard and started playing with it, which made Alexander laugh even more loudly. Congratulations Caitlin, you gave birth to a very beautiful girl. Be sure to send her to school when she turns 6. He said. I think a Septa would be better, she said. Oh really, you want to say that a Septa is more knowledgeable than maesters and teachers who spend their whole life studying. She's a Stark and she'll have the best study in the 7 kingdoms. She will grow and become an independent woman who doesn't have to bow and act ladylike in front of everyone. She won't be used as a marriage bargain. He irritatedly said. He always became a bit possessive when it came to the future of his loved ones. Ned nodded at his words. He knew what kind of woman Caitlin was. She didn't see Sansa as a daughter but a valuable candidate for marriage with some powerful men in the future. She would start training her and brainwashing her from an early age. Something which he wouldn't let happen. Uncle, when do we leave for the Lord's meeting? Ned asked, trying to change the topic. Oh, in a few hours. Creed and Bronn are also bringing Robert's illegitimate children. We'll be taking them to Winterfell too. Alexander said. After some hours, Bronn arrived with little Maya Stone, Bella Rivers, and Gendry Waters. Maya was some months older than Rena, but her behavior looked more wiser for someone of her age. The conditions she must have lived in probably matured her a little faster. How was your stay in King's Landing, Bronn? And what about Creed, did you learn some more swordsmanship? He asked. I just spent the most pleasing months of my life. Food, wine, women, I had it all. Creed here though, recently became a man, Bronn said. Creed got embarrassed and went to help someone. And what do we have here? He looked at the girl holding a little baby in her arms. She was told that they were her brother and sister. Since then she had never let them get away from her eyes. Hey there little Maya, I am Alexander Stark. You will be fostered under me and you must call me Grandpa. He warmly said. Nice to meet you my lord. I mean Grandpa. Thank you for taking care of me, she said with a bow. She was a smart girl and knew who Alexander Stark was. Alexander happily ruffled her hair. Ha ha. What a good girl you are. You don't have to worry about food, money, or home anymore, my child. You can have anything you want in the north. Now, let's go. He said. Out of nowhere, a car came out in front of them. Alexander had just used a cheat to spawn the FBI Buffalo car from GTA 4. It was a nice 4-seater and with a slight expansion charm, there was enough room for 4 adults and 3 children. Okay, hop in, he said and opened the door. I can never get used to all this magical stuff, Braun interjected. Ned and Creed nodded in agreement. Maya quietly looked at all magical things happening. She was curious but kept her mouth shut. That was one of the tricks to survive as a low-born orphan. He then pressed the pedal and the car zoomed on the road. Hey Braun, open that compartment. There are food and drinks, he pointed under the dashboard. Whistle sweet, he said and grabbed some beer bottles and gave them to others. He gave Maya a juice bottle. Haha. If you think that's sweet then check this out, he turned on the music. They traveled the road feeling the cool clear wind and listening to music. They reached Winterfell in a few hours. Maya, come with me. I'll take you to your big sis Anna. She will help you get settled here. Alexander said. He took Maya and her little siblings to Anna. She was chilling with John in Stark's living room. Watching a movie on TV normally, no one except the contract bearer could see the wonders of that room but he allowed Maya to see them. She meekly followed behind him. Anna, I want you to meet Maya, Bella, and Gendry. They are Robert's kids, he said. Anna, Lyanna, had started to dislike Robert after Maya was born. But she didn't have anything against the cute little girl in front of her. She could only imagine how many hardships she must have gone through because of her good-for-nothing father. Ah. So cute. She said and gave a motherly hug to Maya. I will show you your room, okay? I think you will like Rena, she's your age. Your only job here will be to live happily, have fun, and learn whatever you can about whatever you like. Come. Your little brother and sister will be looked after by the nannies, they are very good at it. She said. Maya was hesitant to give her siblings to someone else, but when she looked at the nannies, robo-nanny, taking care of various children in the room she relaxed a little. Besides, she couldn't always be near them if she were to live here. When they left, Alina came in. Now Winterfell looks more like a big orphanage than a lord's castle. There are so many children living here. Haha. The earth on which we stand, which gives us food and water is also like an orphanage and we take shelter on it. She takes care of us like a good mother and sometimes punishes when we make mistakes. Alexander said. Yes. Like Valyria. They got too arrogant and... She was interrupted. Oh, that was me. I was angry at Valyria, Alexander nonchalantly said. Leaving her gobsmacked. What, but why? She asked. Just as you said, they had become too arrogant. They killed people like insects and they also ignored my warnings, he said and walked away. Alina suddenly remembered that the kind old man and that they love so much is a god. A very powerful god. His easygoing behavior makes people forget about his big background. But in the end, he was still like a father figure to her. Before anyone asks. This arc ends in chapter 105. Thank you for supporting. Chapter 80. Lord's Meeting. 1 week later, the Lord's Meeting came. But before the meeting there was a surprise for Alexander. Especially prepared by the cute little Rena. She had somehow gotten the idea to create a stage play of Alexander conquering the Karth. Many times she came to him in the past week to ask the details of his conquest. Alexander had already guessed what she was doing but acted oblivious to it. He, of course, mainly told the good things about Karth. She had caught some guys to help her plan the stage backgrounds and he had to agree that the boy from Volantis, Nathaniel, was a damn good painter. He painted some realistic-looking backgrounds. Then there was Nathaniel's friend Zach. He had written the lines for the play. Though Alexander didn't know if they were good or not. But if they are good, then he might have a job for both of them. All the lords entered the great hall and took their seats. On one side the stage was set up. He had given them special lights to use. Then the show started. He tried to control his laughter when he saw Rena acting as him. She had worn clothes like him and fake white hair, wig and beard like him. The lords chuckled at the entry. But little Rena happily acted with all seriousness. Sometimes she would forget some lines or words, but a voice from behind the stage would always help her. It was Maya helping her. They both had become really good friends very fast. Dobby was still there, acting like Dobby. God knows how Rena got him to act, but Alexander knew Dobby. His body might have become big. Too big, but he was still the good old pure Dobby, the free elf from the heart. The other little children who were able to walk also helped. Rena had made John, Eric, and Alexandra the little versions of Wolf's Sword. The trio didn't really understand what they were supposed to do, so they were just roaming around on the stage. Alexander had quietly called Barry to help Rena create the correct mood for each scene with his songs. No one shall be a slave on any land under Stark rule. Be it in Westeros or Essos or even Sot. Sothoryos. Rena spoke her last line. Alexander jumped up from his seat and clapped madly. He ran to the stage and picked Rena up in the air. All the lords also genuinely clapped. Even if the actors weren't great. The background sceneries, the lines, and the strange bird made things enjoyable. After the whole play was done, he helped disassemble the stage. He went to talk to the two helpers of Rena. Nathaniel and Zach, you both did an amazing job. He praised. Thank you, my lord. They both kneeled. The whole world had glorified Alexander too much. He was being hailed as the strongest and the richest man in the whole world. The newspaper, the Planetos, wasn't helping either with their everyday articles on him. He felt like a certain country with a certain president for life who controlled the media. Get up, you two. If you know about me, then you should have heard that I treat everyone equally. In my eyes, no one is big or small. All are humans. He said. I must write that line. Zach quickly said. Ha. Sons, if you'd like. I have a proposition for you. I have a special subject in the Tower of Knowledge. It's called filmmaking. It combines art and acting to create beautiful magical plays for people. I want you to go there, study it, and make the first film in this world. You may not understand my words yet, but I can see you two being successful there. My lord, if you deem us valuable, then we are ready to serve, Zach said. He was the writer type. Yes, my lord. I would like to study at the Tower of Knowledge. Nathaniel added. Good then, take these coins and show them to the director of the tower. He will introduce you with everything, he said, and gave them each a golden coin on which a movie camera was engraved. I must return to the meeting now. Go after the big lunch. Have fun till then. Alexander left. Westeros was probably gonna have its first movie soon. For that, he'd also need to start creating movie theaters. Alexander returned to the Great Hall. It had been returned to normal by now. Alexander went ahead and took his seat. There was no maester or master at arms in Winterfell anymore. The old ones went with Ned. Winterfell and Winter City were filled with maesters, so he didn't need one. However, the Order of Maesters did appoint Marwyn as the Grand Maester of Winterfell. There were 3 Grand Maesters in total now. One at Norgold, one at King's Landing, and one at Winter City. Alexander sat beside Brandon, Ben, Jen, Ned, Dobby, and also Alina. She was the one who ran the whole North whenever he wasn't around, so it was normal to let her sit with them. He was a good guy from the 21st century after all. To him, women were as valuable as men. Bronn and Creed were also sitting among the lords. Thank you for coming here, my lords. I am happy to see that some of you have grown fat. Lord Dustin has nearly doubled. Are you drinking all the good alcohol you are making yourself? He joked, and all the lords laughed. Ha. On a serious note, I am happy that life has become easier here in the north. Now it doesn't matter if it's winter or summer. We'll always have plenty of food on our tables. Small folks are very happy too. Bronn told me that apparently, small folks in the south are trying to flee and come here to live, due to all the good things here. Who would have thought we'd see this day? He said. All the lords fell into deep thoughts, thinking about how far they have come in so little time. All because of one man. The men whom they gave their eternal loyalty. So, the meeting is about the Project Worm. I am sure that all of you know about it, as you all have signed the deeds, Alexander asked while looking at them. Yes, my lord. If what was said in those papers was really true, then you are doing a great boon to the world. Such means of travel will revolutionize the way we travel and trade. Howland Reed said. Even he had grown some extra fat. I am afraid, it's not the war that will kill all the northern lords, but a heart attack. I must make healthy eating popular, Alexander made a mental note. Yes, I am going to start its construction from next month, so I hope you'll provide some food and lodging to the workers. Of course, my lord, food is something we have in abundance. You have nothing to worry, Lord Manderley said. Thank you. Now to the next point. I want you to set up your house's trading shops in Karth and Ass High. They are fully under my control now. If you invest there now, our profits will increase a lot. East is a market that hasn't been fully utilized yet. This is our chance. How are the sea routes now, my lord? Great John asked. They are wonderful. Pirate activities have reduced greatly now. They also scare away whenever they see a ship insured by the Iron Bank. The Northern Navy has been effective. I have further ordered my navy to create a sea route from Westeros to Asahi and patrol it regularly. You all have nothing to fear. He clarified. Then I'll get straight to it once I get back. I'll make those Eastern boys turn into men with my vodka. Dustin loudly said, making everyone laugh again. So, now I am all ears. Tell me if any of you have any problems. Alexander relaxed in his seat and took a sip of fire whiskey. All the lords looked at each other's faces. They didn't have any problems. If something ever did arise, they would straight up contact their new and better maesters and the problem would be solved. But Roose Bolton stood up. Why wouldn't he? He was probably the only lord in the north in such a miserable state. My lord. I have a problem, all the small folks have run away from my lands. I have no one to tend my lands, castle, or mine the mines. Please allow me to bring back my people, he said. Are you asking me to force people to go back to your land? Tell me, would a person living in heaven go back to live in hell? Tell me, Lord Dustin, would you go back to drinking that old ale after tasting fire whiskey or vodka? F***ck no. My lord, William Dustin quickly replied. Yes, Lord Bolton. Tell me, what was the first thing you did after I told you about the mines in your lands? You forced your people to mine it day and night without paying or providing food. So many of them started to die and their poor families had to come to me to ask for help. That was why I created the Northern Police Force. If you had treated your people nicely like the other lords, they would have happily worked for you. Greed, Lord Bolton, greed. This is a problem you created on your own and you must solve it on your own. Alexander finished talking. Roose Bolton hatefully looked at Alexander and thought, live while you can, laugh while you can. I will make sure you suffer before dying. All right, my fat lords, join me for dinner outside in the new garden. It's really nice to eat outside once in a while. I also have something to show you all. Alexander led them all out. The way he called them made them laugh loudly as they followed him out. A/N, hello everyone, Gorilla here. Due to some personal reasons, I will be uploading one chapter every day, till the coming Friday. Hope you understand. Thank you for reading and stay safe. Thank you for supporting. Chapter 81. The calm before the storm. All the lords gathered in the garden. Train. A metallic sound came. They all turned around to see and noticed little Rena with her friends on a strange metal frame with 2 wheels. Some adults were also there riding bigger metal frames. I present to you a new way of traveling short distances. They are called bicycles and these are tricycles. They can be used to commute or transport small cargo to nearby places. He said. Some lords who had some experience with metal work went to check it out. Haha. Ingenious, this would surely help the people. Let me try it though, Robert Glover of House Glover said and got on a bicycle. Sure enough, he fell. Haha. Lord Glover, it takes some practice first. It's like swimming. Once you know it, you'll never forget it. I will give each of you one of these. Tell your blacksmiths to study and remake them. Then distribute some of them to small folks to make it famous. Once everyone knows its usefulness, start selling it. But at a very affordable price. Remember, this is not about immediate money but boosting our economy. With these, our workers will be able to move faster and further without getting much tired. Now, let's eat something. Alexander announced the end of the meeting and everyone became more informal. Highgarden, Reach. What are you up to now, Mace? Olenna asked. Oh, I have been honorably invited to the marriage of the next heir of Riverrun and the current lord of Riverrun. Even Lord Stark will be there. As you said, I'll go there and talk to him. He said. With 1,000 soldiers in full armor. Do you think I'm a fool? Speak what you've done now, you oaf. She got angry. Nothing, I have done nothing. The soldiers are for my protection. Mace replied. He's being much more confident today. He must be planning something, which he thinks is great. I hope he doesn't start a war, she thought and decided to wait and see. King's Landing, Small Council. Everyone was present in the room. Robert was talking about hosting a small tourney to boost people's morals. The city was making much money now thanks to his uncle. The new Master of Law, a Godroids, named Albert, spoke. Your Grace, I have a suggestion which will make people love you. Yes, please say it, Lord Albert. Robert respectfully said. He had sparred with Albert many times and lost every time. Why not start a practice of yearly festival? which would be held every year at the same time. The biggest street in King's Landing will be heavily decorated and many different foods and activity stalls will be placed on both sides. Small folks will be allowed to join in to make shops or just visit. They will buy, drink, play and have fun. On the tourney ground, we will start a non-lethal brawling tournament. Anyone could participate in it. Small folks will be happy even if you set the prize at just 100 or 500 golds. It will cost us less and will be more entertaining. Albert suggested, basically just giving the idea of a summer festival. I like the sound of that, but I can't make an image of it in my mind. Alright, we'll do this. If it's not too much, please help set this up. But what should we call it? Robert asked. What about the People's Festival? As it would be for everyone. John suggested. People's Festival it is then. Anything else on today's agenda? Robert asked. Varys spoke and dropped the bomb. Your Grace, I've received some disturbing news. It seems that some houses are planning to strike against the Starks. What? Who dares? Robert roared. Some houses from North, Riverlands, and Reach. Lannisters are also probably involved. He replied. Is that it? You don't know their names. Your Grace, even this information was very hard to come by, Varys said. He was ordered by Alexander to do this. This would prepare Robert for when he suddenly hears that North has taken over some other lord's land. Then we must warn them. We owe Lord Stark too much. John spoke. But Albert suddenly stood up. No, you all are underestimating Lord Stark. Chances are, he already knows about all this and is just waiting for the enemies to show up. Don't forget that he alone defeated and took over Karth and Ass High. His words earned many nods. Yes, we don't have any proof so we cannot do much. Or else they will call your Grace biased towards the Starks. Stannis reasoned. Alright, I hope they don't start a war. Though even if they did, I'll have my hammer ready. Robert said with a devilish smile. Pike, the Iron Islands. Balon Greyjoy had big plans for the Iron Islands. Since the Roberts Rebellion, he had started building ships for his rebellion. But everything was spoiled by Alexander and his navy. They couldn't steal in the seas like they used to. They couldn't go back to their old ways of plunder and reaving. Take whatever they want by killing and not purchasing. But his ambitions were thwarted when his people started getting killed by the Northern Navy. His supply of wood was also cut and couldn't make any more ships. But when one door closes another opens. He joined some lords from Westeros to deal with the Starks and the North. The wedding date came close. But Alexander didn't care. He was busy planning his railways. That was the Project Worm. For now, he was planning on connecting every house in the north with the railway route. This way, many new cities will come into existence around the stations. He was also going to extend the railway line from the neck to the castle black of the wall. Speaking of the wall, it was still facing a shortage of men. But Alexander also didn't find a reason to invest there as wildlings/free folks were living happily in Skagos. Craster's keep was empty as Craster magically died. His wife and daughter wives were sent to Skagos. However, he does send a lot of food and stuff there periodically. 2 months later. Riverlands, the twins. It was a castle with 2 parts. Extending to the 2 sides of the river and the bridge. The Freys made the most of their money by collecting taxes from people who cross the bridge. Or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_immortal_novel. It was the wedding night at Frey's castle, twins. It was already suspicious why there were so many lords present, but with Mace Tyrell and his best commander, Lord Randall Tarley also there. It was clear as the day that something was cooking. Alexander went with the act. All the Starks were present there. Except for Rena, kids, Anna, Alina, and Ashera. He knew a bloodbath was going to happen soon and didn't want the kids to see it. With him were Brandon, Ben-Jen, Ned, Dobby, Caitlin. She also brought Robb thinking that he would be safe with her. Creed and Bronn also tagged along. He didn't bring many guards with him. Just 100 wolf swords. To be honest, he considered bringing 100 of them an overkill. Just him and Dobby were already good enough. He was continuously talking to the Starks through telepathy. So, are you ready, boys? It seems like many big lords hate us. Nah. They don't hate us. They drool on our wealth, Ben-Jen scoffed. Aye, that is true. It's hard to believe that Hoster would do this, but nothing is impossible in this world, Ned added. Including your wife, Alexander thought. Ting ting. Walder Frey started to make his announcement. Alexander was sitting at the main table, just beside Walder. There were Mace, Roose, Hoster, and Randall too. There were some more Riverland lords that he didn't know. The whole hall was filled to the brim. He had noticed the girl serving him wine had a knife hidden under her clothes. Ah, here we go again. My lords and ladies, thank you for joining us on this great evening. A girl from my house, marrying Lord Hoster and his son, Edmure, marrying a Bolton girl. I am also happy to announce that Lord Bolton has promised to wed his newborn son with a daughter that I would probably procreate tonight. We also have two great lords here. The great Lord Alexander Stark and Lord Mace Tyrell. It is an honor to be able to serve them. He continued speaking with his ugly voice. Alexander continuously checked the hall. He noticed someone he wasn't expecting. Littlefinger was in the house, hiding behind a corner and lustfully looking at Caitlin. The wolf swords were invisible and stood around in the hall. They were also waiting for his command. The day wasn't going to be remembered as the Red Wedding. It was going to be remembered as Wolf's Night. Winter fell. While strange things were going on at the Twins, the Ironborns had entered Winterfell. Unknown to them that they were let in on purpose. The assault was led by Victarion Greyjoy. His job was to kill all the remaining Starks in the castle. As soon as they entered the boundary of the castle, a loud siren started to sound. It made the 20 Ironborns anxious. Then suddenly 5 scary golden masked men came and they fell unconscious. Thank you for supporting. Chapter 82. Wolf's Night. Twins, Riverlands. After the vows were taken and the marriage was done, Walder gave his final speech of the night. The background music was going on. There really weren't many good songs in the world, so they kept on repeating the same thing again and again. Caitlin started to get nervous. She was sitting between Brandon and Ned. Benjen was sitting on the other side of Brandon. On this note, I end my long and boring speech. My lords, I've given you meat and wine and music, but I haven't shown you the hospitality you deserve. Now, it's time for the final gift. Walder Frey sat down on his chair. The music suddenly stopped. The wine girl took out her knife and stabbed Alexander in the back. Mace Tyrell quickly took out his sword from under the table and stabbed Alexander in the heart, instantly killing him. Across the room, Roose pulled out his knife and went straight to kill Benjen. He stabbed his long knife straight from his back into the heart. Caitlin took out her knife hidden under her blouse and slit Brandon's throat. I am sorry, was what she said. That came as a surprise to Ned, who was already up on his feet looking at his wife's bloody hands. But he didn't have a sword with him to do anything. Caitlin looked at Ned, thinking that everything was finished, but then a sword stabbed from Ned's back and came out of his chest. Roose had already decided on killing all the Starks. As long as even one of them was alive, he wouldn't be able to become the true Lord of Winterfell. No. What have you done? Caitlin screamed and caught the lifeless body of Ned. Robb, who was hiding under the table, was also caught by a Bolton man and was stabbed in the neck. Caitlin looked at everything lifelessly. Stark and Northern men were getting killed left and right in the hall. Hoster Tully and Edmure Tully were fighting Frey men and couldn't help Caitlin. We had a deal, Roose and Walder. What are you doing? I just wed a woman from your house. Hoster shouted. Walder took a sip from his wine glass while still sitting on his chair. Haha. What Frey woman? That was some whore asterisk off the streets. And did you really think I would let this chance go? I want to be the Lord Paramount of the Trident. We are all ambitious people, Hoster. Now with so much money that the Starks have left behind, I'll happily live my remaining years eating an F** king on your grave. As soon as his last words fell, a sword pierced Hoster and killed him. Congratulations on becoming the new Warden of the North, Lord Bolton, Walder spoke and toasted his wine glass. Congratulations to you too, Lord Frey. Now, let's just hope that the Ironborns were able to deal with the remaining Stark pups. Bolton went ahead and picked a wine glass. Randyll Tarly was a very noble and honorable lord. He believed in the knight's chivalry and would never attack his enemies from the back. What he saw in front of him shook him. What have you done, Lord Tyrell? The phrase just broke the guest rights. 7 will damn us to eternal hell. He angrily said. Oh please, Lord Tarly, I won against Lord Alexander. He was a threat to the Reach and I did the righteous thing. I killed my enemy. Gave him a quick death. Mace said, already thinking about the stories he would tell the world about how he killed the great Alexander Stark. What are you saying? Oh, may God have mercy on us, Randyll said. Clap clap. I don't know about the other gods. But this God will not have mercy on you all. Alexander slowly stood up from his chair. His blood-soaked clothes all clean now. He had done all that acting so that all the real intentions of the people could be known. Suddenly the room became cold. All the men of Frey, Bolton, and Tyrell House stood still like their bodies frozen. Their faces turned pale in fear. All the lords also felt the looming doom. No one was able to comprehend how he was still alive, but they all could feel the dangerous air around him. You all were doomed from the very beginning. But let's make the area clean before we do anything else. Hundreds of arrows came out of nowhere and killed nearly every Fry, Bolton, and Tyrell's men. Some were still alive as they didn't really kill anyone. They were too afraid to do anything. Though they would still be sent to the wall. The wolf swords became visible and quickly took away all the bodies. Then from the main door, the northern men and lords entered. Little Rob was in the arms of Brandon, fast asleep. The schemers looked at the familiar faces that they had just killed some moments ago. Caitlin, still on the ground, looked at Ned and Rob and dashed towards them. She was only alive because Littlefinger wanted to use his little finger on her. Slap. A hard loud slap was what she received from Ned. You betrayed me. You knew since for God knows how long about this. If it weren't for Uncle, we all would have really died today. Forgive me, Ned. I did it for us. For our future, she said. Slap. A future where you would have been a widow. Ned fumed. All right, enough talking. It's time for punishment. Alexander interjected. Soldiers, come here, save your lords, Mace shouted. Oh, no one is coming, Lord Flower. I had told Olena once that you'd be the one to bring your house to destruction. Good thing for you that I like Willis. He's a good kid. But you forfeited your life the moment you decided to go against me. And you, Bolton, I was looking for an excuse to wipe out your house for a long time now. All I have to say is, thank you. Walder, you old fool. You already had one foot in your grave, but no, you had to take your house with you. Be happy, your wish has been granted. Why you can't kill us in the name of justice? This will cause a war, Lord Stark. Only the king can do justice. Mace Tyrell said. Ha ha. Then let there be war. But I do like the prospect of getting you all hanged at the King's Landing. People will happily throw some eggs and tomatoes at you for trying to kill the king of small folks. Soldiers, put them in small cells. Leave Lord Tarley. Alexander ordered. We can discuss this, Lord Stark. Leave me be and I'll allow the whole North to use the bridge for free forever. Walder Frye tried to bargain. You are in no position to bargain. Besides, I will own the twins after I am done with you. Alexander coldly replied. No, you can't do this with us. This is treason, Mace kept on shouting. But he was soon hit on the head and forced to fall unconscious. Now, let's have a chat with our sneaky rat here. Bring Peter Baelish. His words shocked Ned, Caitlin, and Brandon. Why is he here? Brandon asked. The same reason as the others. To take the prize. He said. What prize? Ned asked. Caitlin, of course. He's been drooling over her since he was a kid. First, he was angry at Brandon when he was betrothed to her and then at you for taking her away. The guards brought Peter Baelish. I didn't do anything, Lord Stark. You can't treat me like this. Yes, you didn't do anything. Anything except forcing homeless girls into prostitution. Trying to get Lisa Erin pregnant. The list is big, Peter. Not everything is little when it comes to you, I guess. You. No more words came out. He was dead, with a headless body. His list of crimes was long. Peter Baelish, category. Murder. Indirect murder. Sex trafficking, 87. Human trafficking, 9. Child trafficking, 6. Kidnapping, 1. Blackmailing, 2. Sin percentage, 70%. Ned, what do you want to do with Caitlin? Alexander asked. What we do with all the traitors in the north. Ned coldly replied. What about little Rob and Sansa? They will live without a mother if you do this, he questioned. I will marry again. This time with my choice. I will never let them miss this traitor. He firmly said. Brandon put a hand on Ned's shoulders to support him. True, if they didn't treat Caitlin as a traitor then the world would think they are weak. A traitor is a traitor. That's the end of it, Ned thought. He also forgot about the small amount of attachment he had with Caitlin. Please, Ned. Please. I am sorry. She cried. But death came suddenly. Her heart stopped beating and she died quietly. She was a half-step category 3 sinner, although no one died, she was still okay with killing Brandon, her own good brother with her own hands and letting many others die too. Now, her fate was to be reincarnated again. Maybe as a human or an insect. Who knows? That day, 2 houses went extinct. House Frye and Bolton. House Tully still had Brynden Tully, a good man. Alexander would probably have to talk with him later. On the other hand, most of the Freys were dead. Those who were alive would be sent to the wall. The women in the house will be given small folk status. The same was the case for House Bolton. Their castle, Dreadfort, would be besieged by Stark forces tomorrow. Lord Stark. I had no part in this. I just came because Lord Mace asked me to. If I knew he was going to do this unhonorable deed, I would have killed Mace myself, even if it meant I be named a traitor. Randall Tarley said. Calm down, Lord Tarley. I know you had no part in this. But I want you to bear witness to their crimes in King's Landing. I can kill them right here if I want, but I want the whole world to see what they had planned to do. Alexander sternly said. To not tell the truth is not honorable, Lord Stark. I've already been associated with this treacherous deed by just being here. I can't have my reputation to be tarnished more. Randall seriously replied. Good, let's go then. I'm guessing the ravens have already been sent, telling about what happened here. He walked out. After they left, in the shade of the night, Alexander's forces moved into Riverlands and took over the whole region that was under the now extinct House Fry. Thank you for supporting. Chapter 83. The Fastest Trial. When all the prisoners were being escorted to King's Landing, Alexander popped back to Winterfell to check up on the situation and also to leave Robb there. Thankfully all the Ironborns were caught, although no one was supposed to get hurt. A good Samaritan saw the Ironborn intruders trying to break into the castle and decided to fight them. He was slightly injured before Wolf's sword saved him. He entered the Stark's living room, Grandpa. All the kids ran to him. The small ones had also started to speak perfectly now. Ah. My little wolves and dragons. Alexander said and made them levitate to hug him. Here, take these and go play. He gave them some chocolates and toys. He looked around in the room. Alina, Anna, Ashera, and Tisha were there. Is everything okay? Anna asked in concern. Alexander nodded. Walder, Roose and Mace Tyrell are being transported to King's Landing to be executed. There were many lords that I saved there, so the whole Westeros probably already knows what happened there. But the sad news is that Catelyn was involved in this. She tried to slit Brandon's throat. Ashera fell back onto the sofa. But why would she do this? Didn't she used to love Brandon? Used to. She wanted her son to become the next Lord of Winterfell. I and Brandon were a hurdle. But she was also backstabbed, and Roose Bolton tried to kill Ned and Robb. Walder killed Hoster Tully. Though I did save his son because he had already told me that he didn't want any lordship. He wants to keep on studying in the Tower of Knowledge. Mace came with 1,000 soldiers to kill me. Lannisters probably had some backhand dealings. Ironborns were involved too, he briefed them. By the gods, why do we have so many enemies? Alina exclaimed. That's past tense now, Alina. We are going to have some extra territory soon. Also, our army will lay siege to Dreadfort tomorrow. Lord Great John Umber will probably join. Take care, I must go back to my prisoners now. He popped back to the convoy escorting prisoners. Midnight. King's Landing, Red Keep. Knock knock. The door of King's chamber opened. What happened now, damn it? Did the moon fall down? Robert groaned. No, Your Grace. It happened, they attacked Lord Stark. Jon said. What? What happened? His eyes suddenly lost all the sleep. Jon then told Robert whatever he knew from the multiple ravens he received. Good, I will chop their heads myself. Breaking guest rights and plotting to murder a great house. I would especially like to behead Mace. He's been going around 7 kingdoms telling that he defeated me in the Battle of Ashford. Robert said angrily. That would not be wise, my lord. We must give them a proper trial. At least just for the sake of showing that we are unbiased. Jon suggested. God damn it, Jon. They attacked the uncle. Starks have done so much for both of us. We can't do this to them. Your Grace, you misunderstood me. I never said to let them go. I just asked you to announce their punishment in the trial. In fact, I'd say, let's hold a public trial. Yes, that would be great. The people love Uncle. They would also want to see the faces that betrayed the Starks. Robert replied. Many houses received ravens that night. Tywin wasn't happy to hear about the unsuccessful massacre. Olenna was sad, but not that much. She was already planning on taking Mace out to make way for Willis. Dorne was silent as always. But no one knew what was going to happen soon. Or how the small folks were going to react. The next day, the newspaper reported about the events of what was now being called the Wolf's Night. Small folks all around the Westeros found out about it. The first thing they did. Mass protest. Even Alexander had no idea why the people were acting like this. All he had given them was food, homes, and jobs. But then he realized, food, home, and jobs were something that all craved for, but not everyone got them. He had fulfilled the promise that every politician makes while running an election. "All Father, you must hurry. People are getting very angry and want the criminals killed. I received the same news from my birds that came from Old Town. People are cursing at House Tyrell. I never thought I'd see a day when all the people of Westeros will love one person this much," Varys said in the communication mirror. "Even I didn't know this was going to happen. Good thing we are just a few hours away from King's Landing. See you soon," Alexander replied. Alexander was welcomed into the city by a cheering crowd. They did throw some eggs at the 3 criminals in the cage. Alexander had to reprimand them to not waste food and told them to throw small stones if they wanted. So, from the gates to the Red Keep, Walder Frey, Roose Bolton, and Mace Tyrell were beaten with small stones. By the end, their faces had swollen up. He stopped when he saw that the preparation for the trial had already been made. It was going to be an open trial. Robert was sitting on a big chair behind a long table. They had put the setup on the stairs leading to the Red Keep. The small folks also gathered behind. Robert quickly got up and gave a hug to Alexander. "Haha, my boy. You really lost some weight. Now you look like a real warrior." "Thank you, Uncle. There's no harm in being prepared. Who knows who might stab you in the back?" he said, looking at the prisoners. "Haha. I think you'll need to use your war hammer on someone soon." "But not them," Alexander said and proceeded to meet Jon. After some time, the trial was in session. All the accused were put to stand at the center of the huge crowd. Jon stood up to act as the speaker. "Lord Frey, Lord Tyrell, and Lord Bolton. You have been accused of treason and attempted murder of Lord Stark and his whole family. You conspired to gather them under one roof and kill them by breaking the guests' rights. Do you have anything to say?" "I am being framed. I didn't do anything," Mace cried. "You have no proof of such a thing happening," Walder Frey countered. "I see, okay then. Let me ask the first witness to appear," Jon said. Randyll Tarly came out of the crowd. "Lord Tarly, can you reiterate what happened in the Twins?" "Yes, Lord Hand. What happened that night was unholy. After late Lord Hoster Tully and his son got married. Lord Frey gave a speech. In the end, he said that he wanted to give a gift. But the gift came as a murder attempt. They tried to kill the Starks and were nearly successful in doing so, if not for Lord Stark's smartness. Lord Bolton attempted to kill the Stark brothers. Lord Frey's men killed Lord Tully and Lord Tyrell attempted to kill Lord Stark with his hidden sword after Lord Stark was injured by the wine girl. I didn't know what Lord Tyrell was bringing me for. He just asked me to join him with his 1,000-men army," he recalled. "Why, you traitor. What are you saying? I will get your house destroyed," Mace angrily yelled. "I am sorry, Lord Tyrell. But my conscience doesn't allow me to lie. I still have to answer the 7 someday," Randyll Tarly said and went back into the crowd. "Ha ha ha. 1,000 men and still couldn't defeat Lord Stark." Robert loudly laughed. The crowd also laughed, making Mace angry. "You can't kill me. If you kill me, in my house, the Reach will be after your blood," Mace Tyrell shouted. "I wouldn't bet on that. I received a raven from your mother, Lady Olenna, yesterday. She said that she has no problem with whatever punishment we give you. In fact, she also said that Willis will soon return to take the lordship of House Tyrell," Jon said, making Mace turn pale. "All right, I think we have come to a conclusion. You all committed treason. I sentence all 3 of you to death. The region under House Bolton will fall under the House Stark. The Starks have also taken control over the Freys region and I have no problem with that. May your souls rest in peace," Robert announced. With that, the crowd cheered. The 3 were then taken to the execution platform. Alexander had told them not to do public beheadings as he wanted to stop that practice in the future. Execution by hanging was still okay though. He still had problems with doing public executions, but this wasn't the time to change that. They were made to stand on the platform, the ropes were put around their necks and the executioner pulled the lever. The 3 twitched for a few seconds before dying. 2 great houses and 1 fat oaf were officially removed from Westeros, in what was going to be called the fastest trial, later. Thank you for supporting. Chapter 84. The Greyjoy Rebellion. After the execution, Alexander and Robert sat alone to talk. "So, how's life treating you, my boy?" Alexander asked. "Everything's good. Now only if there was a cure to give some brain to Cersei, life would become perfect," Robert replied. "She's a fine woman, both in body and bed. But whenever she opens her mouth to speak, it spoils everything. I'm also starting to doubt the legitimacy of my children. The boy Joffrey is a devil. He likes to kill every little living thing he sees. Yesterday he brought a dead rat to me. I can see it, uncle. The same madness I once saw in the eyes of the Mad King. He added and downed a full glass of butterbeer. Well, son. I might be able to deal with the Lannisters. Not your wife, but House Lannisters. While I am sure Cersei will soon make a wrong move and doom herself. Alexander offered. I'm all ears, uncle. If you can deal with the Lannisters, I've got no problem. But I also heard that you like that little imp, Tyrion. Robert asked. Yes, I do like him. He's a smart boy and still has a heart. Tywin's youngest brother, Jerion, is also a good man. I am not going to kill them, Robert. I am going to bankrupt the Lannisters and then take over their land. What? Ha ha ha. I think you're drunk, uncle. Money is something that Lannisters have the most. They have that huge rock filled with gold. How will you bankrupt them? Robert laughed. Don't overestimate the Lannisters, Robert. I secretly checked out their mines on my last visit. It's nearly empty. Think about it, Robert. They have been mining that rock for thousands of years. It's about time it gets empty. I am clearly telling you. The Lannisters don't have gold left. And Tywin would never let this news come out. After all, other houses fear him because of the gold. And to keep that image, he would do anything. Alexander said. Robert looked shocked and then loudly laughed. Ha 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 ha. They are F***ed, you mean? Oh. Such a great joy to hear that. Tell me, uncle, how can I help? I want you to act. Say that you want to expand King's Landing, but the Starks have denied the funds as they are busy. Ask Tywin for money, let's say, 5 million gold dragons for starters. Don't worry, I really intend to expand and upgrade the city. But the main thing is that Tywin will have to ask for loans from the Iron Bank. And believe me, I have a very high reach in the Iron Bank. We will bankrupt him slowly. When he'll ask you to pay up, you'll pay with my money. But that money might go missing when the Lannisters will be transporting it. Alexander explained his plans. He also used some magic to make sure that Robert doesn't spoil anything. To Alexander, Robert was like a distant family member. He cared for him but not enough to actively participate in things to help him. All he was doing currently was to help himself. Robert was just another happy guy from what he was doing. A month later, Alexander received a report from the Iron Bank that Tywin secretly sent his brother to the Iron Bank of Bravos and loaned 4 million gold dragons. This meant that the Lannisters had started to run out of money. But he had also predicted another upcoming problem. The small folks living in Tywin's lands will face hardships. There could be a scarcity of food and jobs soon. So, he went to talk to the guy in charge of handling the Department of Human Resources. He was a maester originally from Lys, who was very enthusiastic about resource management, so Alexander had him read books about it from the library. How are you, Maester Nur? I got an important job for you. Alexander entered the office. You command, I obey, boss. What is it? Maester Nur quickly replied. I want you to prepare to snub some unhappy small folks from the Lannister region. There will be problems coming soon. So you need to prepare for them. Alexander said. And how much time do I have? He asked. Probably, 6 months. Alexander's words interrupted as Bronn walked in with short breath. Boss, the Ironborns. They have started a rebellion. They attacked Lannisport, Old Town, and Wolf City, at Sea Dragon Point. Both Old Town and Lannisport are burning. Those fools attacked Wolf City without knowing that it was a naval base. They have all been dealt with. Bronn reported. Alexander looked back at Maester Nur. Maester, start the preparation now. We'll probably have an influx of refugees soon. Right on it, boss, he replied and got to work. The rebellion started 5 years early. Well, what was I hoping for? I blockaded their supply of wood to make more ships. They also failed in getting rid of House Stark. They also aren't able to steal on seas. It is a do or die for them. I guess I'll have another territory soon. Let's go, Bronn. Let's see how good you are with that sword. Alexander said. Haha, about time I get some action. And don't worry, boss. Both my swords are in perfect condition. Bronn cheekily answered. They had just walked out to the courtyard and heard a call from behind. Grandpa. Are you going to beat bad guys again? Please take me with you. I can help you with my bow. Rena came running. She had her little bow and arrows ready on her back. Alexander just smilingly looked at his cute little granddaughter. But it also pained him seeing that she was growing so fast. She was 6 years old now and he knew that she would soon grow up. He didn't want her to ever stop being the cute little Rena. Ha ha ha. Are you sure? There will be thousands of them. Alexander asked, thinking that it would ruin her determination. But his words had the opposite effect. Wait. There are thousands of them. How did so many bad people come together? Are you slacking off, Grandpa? She questioned with her innocent face. No. Grandpa hasn't been slacking. These bad guys are new. Are you sure you want to come? He finally asked. Yes. Please, she jumped and grabbed his leg. Damn it. I can never win an argument with her. Might as well just make it a bloodless rebellion. Maybe cast an illusion on Rena. Alright, you're coming with me. Come here and take your favorite seat. He grabbed her and placed her on his shoulders. So. Do I still get to use my swords? Bronn wondered. Swords? Where is the other one, Uncle Bronn? Rena asked. Ahaha. Nowhere, Rena. Don't listen to Bronn. He's a dumb guy. Alexander rushed his steps. Bronn, I'll cut your extra sword if you ever said something like that again in front of her, Alexander warned with a mental message. Bronn had never experienced that and quickly took out his sword and looked around, only to realize it was his boss. Folk in magic, he muttered and followed. Alexander boarded his ship from the Wolf City. The initial railway track connecting 4 major cities of the north had been laid. However, it was still in the initial testing stage. But still, the army used it. It connected Winterfell with Wolf City, Moat City, and Norgold. This was going to be the first time that the north would show its might. Many northern lords also came. Jorah Mormont came too. He was young and ambitious. Alexander knew that the guy was going through his life's dumbest period. He was going to make some mistakes and Alexander wasn't going to let that happen. Sure, he did like the little Lyanna Mormont, younger sister of Jorah, to be the next lord of Bear Island, but he wasn't going to let a northern lord commit human trafficking. Soon, the full western fleet of the north departed for the Iron Islands with 250 ships, 80,000 men including the army personnel. The 4 northern fleets were very costly to manage. They cost nearly 2 million gold dragons each year to operate. But North was a money-making machine now and had no problem managing it. Even the Navy was often sent on assignments to make some money. 5 days later, the fleet reached the small port of House Bane Fort in Westerlands. They were a loyal house to the Lannisters. The House Bane Fort was the closest western port to Pike, the seat of the ruling house of the Iron Islands, House Greyjoy. Robert was still on his way and they were the first to arrive there. Alexander straight up took over the military command of the port while ignoring the cries of the local officials. He then told his men to continue patrolling the sea and sink any Ironborn ship they saw. Only the main commanding ships were anchored near the small port. He also kept Rena near him at all times. She also honestly stuck to Alexander as she slightly understood the seriousness of the situation. Where are the bad guys, Grandpa? She vigilantly asked. In the sea, my child. We are waiting for the king here. Alexander said. Isn't the king a bad man too? Mama said that. She inquired. Haha. Yes, he's also slightly bad. But not bad like the ones we are fighting now. The king is just dumb, not that bad. Alexander corrected her. Okay, it's stupid king then, she said and started humming some songs. Thank you for supporting. Chapter 85. Northern Railways. Soon Robert arrived with his army. When he went to greet Alexander, he was shocked to see a little girl around him. Who is she, uncle? He asked. Ah, let me introduce you to our lovely lady Rena. Rena, this is the king, he introduced. Ha ha ha. So this is the famous Rena. I've heard a lot about you, girl. Robert warmly said. But why did you bring Rena? This is not a place for a child, he questioned. Well, she wanted to beat the bad guys. Anyways, I'll stay with her the whole time. Now that you're here, let's head to Pike. Alexander stood up. Wait, Stannis will be coming with the royal fleet. We should wait for him, Robert informed. Really, do we still need more ships, Robert? I brought the whole fleet of 250 warships and 80,000 men. I don't think we need anything more. He stated. What? So many? If that's the case. Let's go. Robert agreed. Soon, all the lords boarded the ships. Tywin and the Reach had their own ships. Robert went with him on his steel warship. In their way, the northern fleet sunk every Ironborn ship they could find. Robert, our target is simple. Annihilation of the Ironborns. They are just like Boltons. Ambitious and backstabbers. They will strike you at your lowest. If we're doing this today, we'll do it all the way till the end. Yes, you are right, uncle. They are also more into stealing and killing. They are a disease to Westeros that must be cured. Robert agreed. Good, let's go then. Alexander walked in his full armor. Soon the ships reached the shores of the Iron Islands. The Northern Army quickly deboarded the ships and attacked in formations with accuracy. Their mission was clear. Kill anyone that attacked them. Save any woman or child in need. At the same time, naval ships were bombarding the Iron Islands with magical cannons. Alexander had cast an illusion on Rena. She wasn't seeing all the blood spilling on the fields, though she still saw the bodies. He was continuously keeping an eye on her. If he sees her getting upset, he would send her to fix aim to her friend Unicorn Rooney. Rena started to shoot her little arrows from Alexander's shoulders. He made sure that whichever guy she shoots looked like an ugly demon. Good job, Rena. He praised her. The siege lasted for some hours. It was an easy victory. Most of the fight was finished even before other lords could start. The Northern Army was just so good. The Ironborns were also very bad at fighting, so it made things easier. All of the Greyjoys were dead or captured. Balon Greyjoy was killed. They also saved many salt wives forcefully enslaved there. Then it came to what was going to happen to the islands now. Every big lord gathered in a big tent of the king. So, what do we do with the Iron Islands now? Some lord asked. I get to keep it. Winterfell has enough experience in managing overseas territories, and we also have the strength to protect it. Not to forget, I brought the biggest contribution. Alexander sternly stated. Point taken, Lord Stark brought his ships and 80,000 men. If it weren't for him, we all would have suffered many more losses, Jon added. I don't agree with that. The Iron Islands are nearest to us, so we should have some part of it. It was also us who were affected the most, Tywin retorted. He was probably the only lord who would fight over it with Alexander. Most of the lords had subconsciously decided never to anger the North after they firsthand saw their might. Then I want to buy the part you want, Lord Tywin, Alexander uninterestedly said. He had already known that Tywin would not agree. Sorry, it's not for sale. Tywin denied. Even if I give you your ancestral sword, Bright Roar? Alexander said, shocking everyone. Everyone knew how much Tywin was looking for that sword. He had hired so many ships to look for them in the past years. It was probably the only thing that could make Tywin make the biggest and dumbest decision of his life. If you can get me the sword, you can have these barren islands, Tywin replied with a bit of hope. Good, bring the box and soldiers, Alexander loudly said, and soon 2 men came in with a long box. Alexander opened it and took out the sword. He showed it to all the people around in the room. Tywin felt like jumping and quickly take back the family treasure for Alexander. Good, then sign the deed, Lord Tywin. He said and gave a parchment to him. Tywin signed the deed stating that he gave up any right to claim any land on the Iron Islands and recognized it as Stark's property. Then Alexander handed the sword to him. But he had secretly placed a curse on it, that it would eventually fall into the hands of Tyrion. It settled then. Lord Stark owns the Iron Island now. Robert loudly announced. Yes, I invite you all to a tourney I will organize in Lannisport for the successful defeat of Ironborn and return of Bright Roar to the House Lannister. Tywin proclaimed. It was always about keeping the image for him. Even if he was going bankrupt. The tourney was boring, so Alexander spent most of his time hanging around with Rena. Jorah Mormont didn't participate in the jousting. More like couldn't. This time, he wasn't able to do much in the battle, so he wasn't knighted by Robert like in the books. Hence, he couldn't participate in jousting and didn't declare Lynesse Hightower his queen of love and beauty. A small change was caused by Alexander's actions. The Iron Islands were going to be turned into a naval base. The native people would be given some jobs. Their religion of Drowned God was going to be removed slowly. After he returned back, he for the first time felt like he didn't have any work. The railway tracks were being laid, and everything else was also going smoothly. The North could easily self-sustain itself now. It didn't need him. So, he decided to relax for a while and chill with all the people in Winterfell. 1.5 years later. It still hurt him seeing all the children grow up, but what could he do? He did announce that he was taking Jon as his ward and legitimized him. The little boy was called Jon Stark from then on. Anna was very happy with that. She didn't really care if he didn't have a Targaryen surname, at least he won't be called Snow now. For those who don't know, there is a reserved surname for bastards born in different regions of Westeros. In the north, they are called Snow. In the Riverlands, they are called River. In the Crownlands, they are called Waters. In the Iron Islands, they are called Pike. In the Vale, they are called Stone. In the Stormlands, they are called Storm. In the Reach, they are called Flowers. In the Westerlands, they are called Hill. In Dorne, they are called Sand. For the past 1 year, Alexander worked to make the basic life of the people better. Many new inventions were introduced. Water taps, pumps, water towers, bicycle, and the most amazing one, trains. The whole north was now connected with trains. There were both freight trains and passenger trains. The engine he used was based on Norfolk and Western 611. It was a magnificent steam engine. Though it wasn't really a steam engine as it used clean hydrogen as fuel. The large carriage behind that usually stored coal now houses the hydrolyzer unit to create fuel. Alexander just liked the look of the old train, so he went on with it. He had still left a mechanism to make it spew clean steam. It could go up to 150 mph, 241 kilometers per hour. He was going to cut the ribbon tomorrow and officially start the Northern Railways. The full-sized passenger trains would have 21 coaches. They will have different classes for how much one wants to spend on. There was no restriction on who can buy which seat. Even a small folk with enough money could buy the highest class seats. Train NNW 611. 21 coaches. All coaches were double-deckers. 1. Class B, 6 double-decker coaches and 4 restaurants, lowest costing, 780 seats. 2. Class A, 10 premium double-decker coaches with recliners, wide seats, and 4 restaurants. 480 seats, divided into cabins of 6 seats each. 3. Class S, 4 ultra-premium double-decker coaches with full-room cabins with beds and room service. 24 rooms. 5 luggage compartments with expansion rooms. It can carry 300 horses. 21 coaches plus 1 engine. Sleeper trains would also run on overnight routes. Or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_immortal_novel. The next day, a huge crowd came to the Moat City railway station. He had invited many big lords to come and see the engineering marvel. For the past 1 month, Alexander had been advertising the train in the newspaper, with the warnings to not jump in front of it as it won't be able to stop in time. Many rules and regulations were advertised. The rules included: 1. No fighting or criminal activity on the train or railway premises. If found guilty, the criminal would be declared the enemy of the whole North and be hunted down. 2. No misbehaving with the train staff or will be banned for life from traveling on trains. The first train ride of Westeros would be from Moat City to Winter City. In Winter City, Alexander had organized a big game tournament, involving different kinds of sports like race, long jump, shot put, javelin throw, swimming, weightlifting, archery. Then there were also fighting tournaments like boxing, wrestling, karate. Mostly Northern Army men were participating in it as only they knew this form of martial art. There were also team sports like polo, rowing, tug of war. As it was happening in the North, figure skating was also there. For all this, Alexander had designed and built a new, bigger coliseum. For the next 2 weeks, Winter City was going to be very busy. But first, the awesome train was going to be inaugurated. Thank you for supporting. Chapter 86. Expanding. Alexander stood on a small platform. Behind him was the huge steel engine. In front of him was a mic. An invention that was still to be introduced. As he'd also need to introduce electricity first, or else they will name the technology demonic or God's gift. Thank you for coming here, everyone. All of you are here to witness the history in making. A machine that will change everything. From this day on, our lives will not be the same. We will be able to travel from the Moat City to the Winter City in just 3 to 4 hours. We will be able to travel from Winter City to Norgold in just 5 hours. We will not be limited by the time anymore. All because of my new creation, train. There was a long whistle from the train as he said that. I think most of you know how it works, as I have been advertising in the newspaper. There will be 2 kinds of trains. 1, which will carry us. 2, which will carry big transport. Imagine being able to transport hundreds of carts worth of food, grains, clothes, metal, and other things in one go. And even that at a speed never seen before. And now, I invite you all to travel with me, from her to Winter City, to join the Moon Festival. Those who can't get on the train shouldn't worry, as I have arranged many more trains for today. Enjoy. He finished up and boarded the train. Mainly the lords boarded first. Then some small folks. Alexander went ahead and sat with Robert, John, and Olena. They had specially come to see the train. Tywin also came, but he was sitting in another cabin with his family. Cersei was also with him. Surprisingly, Tyrion was also there. Now the boy has probably turned 15 or 16 probably. His unfortunate wife, Tysa, had given birth to a healthy baby some months ago. She had named him Illyrion. A mixture of his and Tyrion's name. In the Lannister cabin, Cersei sat with her father, children, and the despicable dwarf. The train was moving at a high speed. She looked at the changing scenery outside, crossing many small rivers along the way. The best thing was that she couldn't even feel that the carriage was moving. It was so much better than traveling in those uncomfortable horse carriages. Here, she could comfortably sit, drink, or eat while looking at the beautiful scenery. She could even sleep if she wanted. Such a marvelous way to travel. And fast too. I should tell Lord Stark to make one of these from King's Landing to Casterly Rock. Then I'll be able to comfortably travel. Cersei said, being her usual egoistical. Tywin was acting of reading some book while secretly admiring the view outside and the train. But his peace was broken by dumb words of Cersei. Yes, go on, tell him to make this. You will probably receive another public insult, Tywin mocked. Northerners are barbarians. They will do anything for money, and money is something we Lannisters have more than enough. I will pay them to make this thing. A Lannister always pays his debts after all. She sneered. Except, you're a Baratheon now and yours is the fury, Tyrion interjected. Shut up you. He's right. You are a Baratheon now. And I suggest you stop counting on Lannister gold from now on. He said, still not ready to accept that the mines were running dry. But Tyrion saw the look on Tywin's face. And stop calling them barbarians too. If barbarians can build mighty cities and armies, and this train too, then what does it make us? Tywin coldly said. You have grown soft, father. I was and will always be a Lannister. Don't forget, Robert has asked you for gold, and with that, you can gain back control over the King's Landing and the king. When my sweet Joffrey becomes the king, it will all be worth it. She lovingly said, looking at her sleeping son. Joffrey suddenly sleep-talked, kill it, kill it. Show me blood. Tywin and Tyrion shook their heads at the same time. They were also having nearly the same thoughts. I hope he doesn't get killed like the Mad King, Tywin thought. I hope he doesn't turn into another Mad King, Tyrion thought. In Alexander's cabin, he was having a nice meal with everyone. And then little Rena pricked Benjen's butt with her needle sword. Alexander retold the story. Ha ha ha. Seriously, uncle. Whenever I hear all the tales about you grandfather-daughter, I feel like, when will Marcella grow so that I can play with her? Robert laughed. I hope I'll have a daughter too, Jon added. His wife, Lisa Tully, was again pregnant. Now that there was no Peter Baelish to mess things up, she grew to love Jon for his kind nature. Haha, I hope you aren't using my medicine too much, Jon, Alexander said. He had gifted Jon some Viagra some months ago. How is Willis doing, Lady Tyrell? Alexander asked, changing the subject. Oh, please call me Olenna, Lord Stark. We are all old ones here. Except for our young stag king. Well, Willis has been doing great. He brought many new changes to the administration of the House Tyrell. All thanks to his studies at the Tower of Knowledge. I am now considering sending Loras to study there too. She replied. Haha. Tower of Knowledge is open to all, Olenna. By the way, did you receive any news about Renly, Robert? Alexander asked. Actually I did. He said that he wants to study some more before coming back. Seriously, what's so good about living with books? He made an irritated face. Knowledge is power, Robert. Anyway, let's enjoy the meal. I am hoping that many lords will allow me to buy land for creating a Westeros-wide network of railways. Alexander said. I can see how this can benefit the world. For me it's already a yes, Jon interjected. I don't know if you'd be interested in bringing this to the Stormlands, but if you do, then I'll tell Stannis to prepare the deed. And I can already agree for Crownlands. Robert also agreed. I will tell Willis to agree to it. I think he's already planning on agreeing after he read about it in the newspaper. Olenna added. Knock knock. The door slid open and Oberyn came back with Rena. For some reason, Oberyn really liked talking and spending time with her. He asked her to show him the train and she happily agreed to the duty. Haha. Grandpa, Uncle Obi bought me ice cream. She happily jumped on his lap. Her love for ice cream still hasn't decreased. Then they all happily talked for the rest of their journey. The train arrived at the big Winter City station. People happily got out of the train and looked at the still-lit sky. They had really traveled such a great distance in such a short time. Originally, it would have taken them days to travel this distance. Winter City was filled with hundreds of inns, hotels, and restaurants. When Alexander got out and looked at the crowd, he suddenly had the idea of making the Wall a tourist destination. He had already created the railway network. Now all they needed there was a nice place to eat and stay. The Wall was, after all, a wonder of the world. 300 miles long, 700 feet tall wall made of ice was a magnificent sight to behold. Most of the big lords booked rooms on the top 5 floors of the Tower of Knowledge, while the king was being taken to Winterfell to stay. Ah. So much has changed here in such a short time. Where's Ned? Robert asked. He's probably in the castle helping manage things, Alexander replied while they rode on the nice horse-driven carriage. It must have been really hard on him after what Catelyn did. Robert sadly said. Well, we don't speak of her name anymore. Thankfully, Rob and Sansa don't really remember her much. Ned tries his best to fill the void of a mother. Still, I am looking for a suitable wife for him. Yes, he needs a good wife, or else he'll turn back to being a serious wolf, Robert acknowledged. Soon they reached the castle. Ned was already waiting there. Robert hurriedly got down and hugged his best friend. God damn it, Ned, you've grown even more muscular. Are you trying to turn into a stag? And look at you. I thought you'd have turned into a fat pig with all the pompous king's treatment by now. Ned replied. Ha 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 ha. I had. But thanks to Uncle, I came back on track. Can't have a king die of heart attack now, haha, he howled in laughter. Then he looked at huge Brandon and gave him a hug. Brother Brandon, how have you been? I have been fine, Your Grace, Brandon replied. OF*CK the Grace. I am just Robert here. Like I used to be. Robert loudly said. Ned, Uncle, take me to the crypts. I want to pay my respects. Robert said solemnly. Cersei then came towards him to say something, but Robert spoke first. Don't open your mouth and spoil my mood, woman. Go inside and smell some flowers or something. Don't disturb me. He said and walked with Ned and Alexander. Everyone was trying to hold their laughter at the berated queen. How dare he, I am the queen. He will pay for these insults. They all will, she internally screamed. Robert had now turned really fit and muscular. He looked really handsome now, and Cersei did try to get Robert in line by using her body. But every time, Robert would break her with his manhood and then leave. Though she was wondering why she never got pregnant. Unknown to her, she would never be a mother after she gave birth to Marcella. Alexander had stopped it. He knew what length Cersei could go to, and he didn't want her to give birth to a Baratheon and then later use the child for her personal agenda. Or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_immortal_novel. Thank you for supporting. Chapter 87. Apologies and the Wall. Inside the crypts. Robert stood in front of the statue of Lyanna. He suddenly kneeled down and prayed. I hope you are in peace. I am sorry I was a real dumbass back then. No better than wildlings or free folks, what they are called now. I should have treated you better. It took me some time, but in the end, my thick head understood that you had fallen out of love for me after Maya got born. Can't blame you, who would have married a drinking and whoring bastard like me. I have changed now, I wish you could have seen me like this. Maybe then, things would have been different. I am not sure what happened at the rebellion. I don't know if you went with that silver boy willingly or unwillingly, and honestly, I don't care. Not now, not ever. I probably started the rebellion just for the sake of using my warhammer. When I look back at my actions now, I question myself many times. Was it the right thing to do? And I don't know the answer. But I do hate being the king. I wish I could go back to being just me. A better and free me. Arg. I must be boring you now. Rest in peace, wolf girl, he said. His voice turned a bit shaky at the end. He must have remembered a lot of things while sitting there. Unknown to everyone except Alexander. Lyanna heard everything from a hidden corner. She had slight tears in her eyes, but also a small smile. She also remembered the few good memories she had of Robert. Alexander's company was at least doing something good for Robert. Maybe, in the end, the world would see a Robert Baratheon no one expected to see. After coming out of the crypts, they all sat down in the gardens. It was probably the best place Alexander had made in Winterfell. Many kids played there together, running around, making the air cheerful. Rena and Maya were in front of them teaching other kids how to ride bicycles. However, Godswood was still a place to calm down. Speaking of Godswood, I nearly forgot about that god-level peeping Tom. I must go north of the wall again, he made a mental note. The 2 weeks of Moon Festival were amazing. Robert spent more of his time with his illegitimate children than his real children. Small folks enjoyed their time watching various sports. Then the time came for the closing ceremony, and it was reserved for giving awards. After all the winners were awarded, it was time for the civilian award. Alexander hadn't planned for this, but when he remembered the guy who got injured due to Ironborns invading the castle last year, he decided to create this honor. Now for the awarding of the highest civilian honor award. Vinicius, a citizen of Winter City, saw the Ironborns invading on the Wolf's Night. He showed selfless bravery and fought them, slowing them down so that the guards could catch the infiltrators. In the process, Vinicius also got injured. For his bravery, he is being awarded the Medal of Wolf, the highest civilian award. The receiver of this award will get many other benefits as well, the announcers announced. Then the young adult came on stage and received the award from Alexander. Looking at that scene, many lords had the idea to do that as well. After that, all the people started to return to their places. Some headed to the Winter City docks to catch a ferry to Norgold. Some took trains to go back to Moat City. Before going, John and Robert signed the deeds for the development of railways in their lands too. Though it was also agreed that Alexander would operate and earn the money from it for as long as he doesn't recover the cost of creating it. Riverrun was currently ruled by Bryn Den Tully, who had agreed to hold the fort until Edmure finishes his studies and returns. Normal to say, Alexander already had the permission to expand railway there. He secretly already owned the whole of Riverlands, as most of the houses there were neck-deep in debts to the Iron Bank. Only Tywin didn't sign it. He said he needed time. Oberyn said that he would talk to his brother about it. Doran Martell had started to get a gout now. He would soon not even be able to walk. Stormlands were under Stannis, so Robert had to first talk to him. Olenna already agreed and said that she would send the deeds as soon as possible. So, Alexander was going to be very busy now. He had 3 kingdoms and 1 crownlands to work on. Stormlands would 99% agree too. Stannis already held Alexander in highest regards and wouldn't deny it. Dorne and Westerlands were doubtful. Tyrion walked to Alexander before boarding the train. Lord Stark, please do tell me when you start that sightseeing resort near the wall. I am very much interested in seeing that grand structure. Absolutely, son. It should be ready in a few months. By the way, did you think about my offer to study at the Tower of Knowledge? Alexander asked. I did, and I would like to go there and drown myself in books. But my father didn't allow me. He sadly replied. Oh, he would never allow you to do anything. And why do you even need to listen to him? You are 15 now and already a grown man. Shouldn't you make your own decisions? Here, if someday you change your mind. Show this coin to any northern ship in Lannisport and they will bring you north. Without anybody knowing it. Alexander said and handed him a golden coin with a tower engraved on it. Tyrion quickly took the coin and safely hid it in his clothes. Then he nodded. I should be leaving now. Thank you for your hospitality, Lord Stark. Haha. I really want to see his face when he remembers me from when he was 5 years old. After everyone had gone, Alexander decided to go to the north. Set up the wall resort and also deal with the 3-eyed peeping Tom. Dobby, I'm going to the north. Tell Olenna that she's in command, Alexander telepathically informed. Dobby was somewhere in the castle. All right, boss. He simply answered. Alexander flew in the air towards the north. It only took him a few minutes to reach the Castle Black. There he found 2 guys he wanted to meet. Jeor Mormont, the ex-lord of the House Mormont of Bear Island. He voluntarily took the black. Then there was the old boy, Aemon Targaryen. Though most didn't know he was a Targaryen. He was probably the most normal Targaryen of all. He voluntarily rejected the throne when his chance came and decided to take the black and become its maester. Welcome to the Castle Black, my lord, Jeor welcomed him. Thank you for receiving me, Lord Commander. Alexander greeted. Please follow me. Maester Aemon would surely like to see you. Jeor led the way. They soon entered the maester's quarters. Aemon Targaryen was the elder brother of King Aegon V. He's the great-great-grand-uncle of Rhaena and Jon. And the great-grand-uncle of Daenerys. The old man had turned blind now. But it still didn't deter his maester's skill. The writing part was a bit problematic though. As soon as the door opened, Aemon turned his face towards them. Maester, Lord Stark is with me. Jeor introduced. Oh, Lord Stark. I have been hearing so much about you. It is really an honor meeting you. Aemon warmly walked to Alexander and held his hand. Alexander could feel the loneliness in the man's voice. He probably thinks that he's the only Targaryen left in the world. Shocking to Maester, as soon as he held Alexander's hand, he felt like a warm wind entered his old cold bones and rejuvenated them. He felt like his hunchback was no more now. Then suddenly, the darkness he had made himself accustomed to started to fade away. In its place, many lights started to appear. He was shocked, but couldn't take his hands away from Alexander. In a matter of seconds, his vision came back. He looked around the dark room. Candles burning here and there. Then he looked at the person in front of him. The kind old face. He remembered that face. How could he ever forget it? He spent so much of his time in the Great September of Baelor in King's Landing before joining the Order of Maesters. How could he forget the face of the Supreme God? And what just happened wasn't something any mortal or sorcerer could do. The old man's eyes teared up a little. Then he noticed that Jeor wasn't moving or speaking. He looked at him and the man wasn't even blinking. Like the time had stopped. Once a little boy told me, holding a sword only gets you killed faster. Look how far that concept got you. The official oldest man in Westeros. Alexander joked. All-Father, it's you, Eamon rejoiced. Yes, I am, child. Alexander said and thought, it feels so weird calling a man looking more physically older than me a child. How do other gods do it? Have you come to take me? He asked. Where do you want to go? I am the last of my line. I think I would like to see them again. Eamon sadly requested. Okay, I will tell someone in the Citadel to reassign you to Winterfell. You can meet them there. Eamon looked shocked. What? Why you mean? They are alive. Yes, you got 3 little great-great-grand-nephews and niece in Winterfell. They are called Rena, Eric, and John now. Alexander replied. Eamon's eyes once again teared up and bowed. I thank you, All-Father. Pack your luggage. I will come back soon. If everything goes right, there will probably be another of your line joining you. Alexander said. Who? Eamon interestingly asked. Brynden Rivers, the Blood Raven. The illegitimate son of Aegon IV and your uncle. Alexander dropped the bomb. What? How can this be? We both joined the Night's Watch together, but he went missing in a ranging mission. He's still alive? Eamon asked. Yes, he is. He was saved by the children of the forest. They probably used magic and combined him with a weirwood tree. Since then, he's been living in that tree. He briefly explained. This is really surprising to me. All this time, I had no one and now I have so many of my family. Eamon sounded conflicted. And you should be happy about that. Now, I need to go. I am really Lord Stark, by the way. Don't call me All-Father in front of people. Thank you for supporting. Chapter 88. Brynden Bloodraven Rivers. So, Lord Stark, you want to make the Wall a tourist place? Are you serious? Gior shouted. Calm down, Gior. When was the last time your men fought free folks? Alexander asked. We haven't, in years. He thoughtfully replied. Then tell me, why should all the lords keep on sending money here? What's the use? The people you protected the realm from are now happily living in the realm. I want to make this place profitable. If tourists come here and spend money, then southern lords will not cry over the uselessness of the Night's Watch. I am also not even asking you to do anything. Your job is simply to make sure that none of these criminals that Night's Watch is made of do anything bad to tourists. Alexander explained. Gior thought about it for a minute. He could also see that tourism will help the Night's Watch. If they could make some money, then they would not have to plead to lords every time. Your proposal could be beneficial to the Night's Watch. I can see that, but I'm doubtful about its profitability. Okay, I will help you in this endeavor. He agreed in the end. Alexander shook his hand and left to the north of the wall. He landed with a loud thud in front of a huge weirwood tree. He waited for a minute and soon a house elf-sized green forest elf, aka Children of the Forest, came out. She looked at Alexander and instantly dropped to her knees. She knew who he was. The one who had punished them for enslaving the Icemen thousands of years ago. Get up, Leaf. You've atoned enough for your sins. Alexander said and helped her get up. Take me to Three-Eyed Raven. He ordered. She quickly led him inside the tree. He saw many more forest elves in his way. They were probably the only remaining ones. After a while, he came to the end of the long path and saw an old man stuck to the tree. The roots of the tree were going inside his body from everywhere except face. So, Brynden Rivers, or I should say Bloodraven. How's life treating you? Alexander calmly asked. I am honored to meet you, All-Father, Bloodraven said, a bit of fear in his voice. So, you've been peeping at people throughout the history. It's just an ability I received by combining with the tree. He replied. I also have the ability to see a lot of things. Even if it's inside your head. As soon as Alexander said that, he looked inside Bloodraven's mind. He had lived a really long life. But a lot of it was spent stuck in the tree. Then Alexander looked at all the past and future he saw and all that he planned. So you had planned on taking over Bran's body when he would have come to see you in 19 years. Alexander coldly stated. Yes. But I stopped following that plan and also using my ability since I saw you at the Tower of Joy. He tried to clarify. Still, it doesn't change the fact that you had been cooking some not-so-nice plans. So, what is your plan now? He asked. I was only thinking about protecting the realm and I have no regrets. I plan to do whatever was necessary. I have been doing the same since I became Bloodraven from Brynden Rivers. I didn't know that you would return to the mortal world, so I was just planning for the White Walkers. But nothing matters now. I cannot live a normal life even if I wanted to. The moment I separate myself from the tree, I will die. So, just give me a painless death. That's all I ask for. Bryn Den said, closing his eyes. Okay then. I will make it painless. Alexander replied. In a moment, his body separated from the tree, but the pain never came. But the death also didn't come. Bloodraven opened his eyes and looked up. Welcome to the land of walking. You are old but still have some years of life. Just like Eamon. I met him before coming here. He would be happy to see you. You will die a natural death when your time comes. Thank you for letting me see them again. He gratefully thanked. No need to worry, but make no mistake. You don't have the ability of a greenseer now. You will still be a ward though. Alexander reminded him. I am grateful for even getting a chance to walk again. Thank you all, father. He kneeled down. Haha. Get up now. I am going to see the White Walkers soon. You should come with me. He added. What? Okay. Bloodraven quickly agreed. He couldn't imagine God having trouble dealing with the White Walkers. Then Alexander looked at Leaf. Tell all your people, your punishment is over. I am taking you to a new place. Only happy and good animals live there in the forests. Unicorns, phoenix, and more like them. I will allow you to live there, but you cannot harm them. Otherwise, Medusa will not forgive you. He commanded. Yes, yes. We will be good. Leaf quickly nodded. She was happy to get a new place to live. Her species was already going extinct, maybe now they would get a chance to re-emerge. Alexander then took all the children of the forest to Fixheim and notified Medusa. After that, Alexander and Bloodraven, now changing back to the name Bryn Den, as it was more common in the north, flew in the air. To Bryn Den the experience of flying was just mesmerizing. He imagined how it must have felt like riding dragons in the old times. They headed straight into the land of always winter. An unknown and unexplored part of the north. Even free folks were afraid of going there because of the harsh climate. It was an extremely cold desert. Alexander always reasoned that the frozen north must be the giant ice cap of the planet. They kept on traveling more and more into the north. Alexander started to feel the temperature dropping to minus 70 degrees Celsius. He knew that if he didn't cover Bryn Den with a heating charm he would freeze to death. After looking for a long time, Alexander finally found something. He started to hear some sounds in the distance. But the closer he got to the sound, the more confused he started to get. Little by little the sound became clear and he confirmed that there was someone in that cold desert singing a song. Despacito. Quiero respirar tu cuello despacito. Deja que te diga cosas al oído. Para que te acuerdes si no estás conmigo. Despacito. What the F*** CK? He flew faster and just beyond the hill he saw something he had never thought of seeing. Nearly 40 to 50 wraith were dancing. Some were playing some crude instruments like drums and tambourines. In the center was a White Walker dancing and singing Despacito. Allfather, is this normal? Bryn Den asked, looking gobsmacked. I don't think so. He confusedly replied. Of course not. How can someone here know Despacito? Songs cannot transcend realities. He slowly descended from the air. The wraith saw him and stopped the music. The White Walker also stopped. Alexander interestedly looked at the White Walker in neat and clean clothes. What's your name? Alexander asked, hoping to get a reply. I am David, who are you? The White Walker spoke. I am Alexander Maxim Universe Stark. How do you know Despacito? What? You know it too? Are you like me? A reincarnator, the White Walker excitedly asked. No, I am not a reincarnator. I am a demigod. I work for the big god. What about you? How did you end up becoming a White Walker? Alexander questioned. David cried while holding Alexander's legs. God. Please help me, please. I was conned into this. After I died back in my world I saw a white light asking me for a wish. I told him that I wanted to have cool powers and be very strong. Then he asked me where I wanted to go and I just said a medieval world. But that being sent me here like this. I look so hideous. Then I found my leader. He's a crazy psycho. He calls himself the Night King and keeps on repeating the same words, freeze them all. I am stuck here, there's nothing fun to do either. I tried to talk to humans once but they attacked me. And when I decided to commit suicide they couldn't even kill me. After that, I also tried various ways to die but nothing helped. Please help me God, set me free. I want to rest now. I am so bored here. He requested and cried. Alexander quickly looked in the sky and tried to talk to God. Did you do this, Father? What? Oh. Damn it. No, I didn't do it, son. It must be that elder ice demon. Only he likes to do these kinds of things. Ah. Poor child. He's been stuck there for the past 300 years. God sympathized. Then, I will free him. You should send him to some nice universe of his choice. The poor guy deserves that at least. Alexander suggested. Okay, that should make him happy. Send him up then, God agreed. Alexander looked at sad David. I talked to the big god. He said that the one who sent you here was an ice demon, not a god. To compensate you, he has decided to send you to a really nice universe. It'll probably be wish fulfillment for you. What? I knew it was a demon. Okay, please send me to the big god. Thank you, God. Thank you, he continuously thanked him. Alexander then took out a Valyrian steel dagger and pricked David. In a second David happily turned into small crystals and died. He would probably go to some nice place and form a harem now. 300 years of loneliness must have made him thirsty. After that, he again flew in the air with Brynden towards the heart of Cold Land. He would probably find the Night King there. He really wanted to know what happened to Hegier, the Lion of the Night, and who was this Night King. Thank you for supporting. Or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Chapter 89. Night King. Alexander continued his journey and saw a huge pointy mountain in the distance. It looked more like a castle covered under the ice. He remembered what the frozen city of Iceman looked like thousands of years ago, and it was also many miles east to where he was. Or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. This was a totally new place for Alexander. He landed on the ground and walked into the castle. Everything was frozen for as far as he could see. As soon as he walked in, dozens of ice spears attacked him. He cast a shield around him and Brynden, and the spears broke down after hitting the shield. Must have been some kind of anti-intrusion mechanism. He muttered. If anyone's here, then come out. Don't make me destroy this whole mountain, he loudly said. Soon he felt the temperature falling. Footsteps started coming from a distance. A lot of them. Alexander waited for it to appear. The footsteps kept on getting louder. Holy! Brynden exclaimed. In front of them was a horde or wraiths running towards them. It looked more like a tsunami. There were probably tens of thousands of them. The horde kept on coming closer. Alexander and Brynden just looked at everything from behind the shield. Fiendfire. The fire in the shape of a dragon flew around and burned everything down. All the wraith turned to ashes. The heat also melted a lot of ice and the surrounding area became foggy. Alexander waved his hand and everything froze back to as it was. Where did they find so many people to turn into wraiths? While he was in deep thought, 15 White Walkers jumped out of ice walls. Each of them aimed to kill him. He didn't reserve himself and took out his Dragonslayer sword. He cut down each of them one by one. When only one of them remained, Alexander accio him. The White Walker came straight into Alexander's palm and he forcefully read his memories. So they want to revive the giant ancient ice dragon deep underground. The one claiming himself the Night King is a rebel. He was not a true Iceman, as he had conducted many experiments on his body, making him more powerful but also ugly. His biggest weakness was fire and Valyrian steel. He also made his followers the same way. Poor David must have been caught by Night King and turned into a follower. He formed his faction and fought Hegier. After defeating them, he enslaved his own people to dig and get the ancient dragon corpse out so he could take over the world with it. Sigh, I hope Hegier is not dead. He was a pretty nice kid, Alexander mumbled. After reading the memory, he killed him and moved towards where the mining process was ongoing. Welcome, God King. I knew you would come someday. A loud voice spoke. So you knew about your death? Good. He scoffed. Do not overestimate yourself, God King. I have been preparing for you for so many years. The man who was speaking came out. How can you even call yourself king with that face? At least Hegier had a lion face. I'd have loved to see him as the king, Alexander blabbered. Yes. The foolish Hegier. He refused to believe in my ways. He said I am a fool. Guess what, the fool won. Hegier is now mining with his people. The Night King proudly said. That is where you are wrong. You haven't won yet. Oh, I will. Night King said, and a big cage fell from the ceiling on Alexander. That cage is meant to capture you. You can't use your powers to get out of there. You will live inside there till eternity. The Night King said with an evil smile pasted on his face. Ha 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 ha, so this was your plan. You must have used those black stones that fell from the sky to make this. But sad for you, they don't affect my magic. As his words fell, the cage disappeared into his space pocket. He then suddenly appeared beside the now horrified Night King. Bam. A punch straight into his face. Alexander quickly looked at his sins. Night King, category: murder, 100. Necromancy, 87. Enslaved, 79. Sin percentage, 95%. Before killing the Night King, Alexander thought about solving the problem of the Iceman once and for all. He tested his powers and potions on him, trying to find a way to take away their necromancy power and make them able to live in normal temperatures. It took him some time, but he eventually succeeded. His 1,000,000 times comprehension power wasn't there for nothing. All that time Night King was in time torture. He went through 1,000 years of fire torture. Then Alexander took out his sword and stabbed the Night King and simultaneously used his eyes to erase him from space and time. The Night King shrieked for one last time before dying. Just as the Night King vanished, many things happened across space and time. In many worlds, the Night King died just when he was about to kill Viserion with his spear. In some, he died even before forming his army. Back in Alexander's world, at the same time, many wraiths that were being used in the mines fell down as they lost the connection. Well, killing Night King was easy, he thought. Alexander then went deeper and found the enslaved Iceman working and digging. God King. A thin-looking Iceman with the head of a lion slowly came towards him. Alexander calmly walked to Hegier and gave him a warm hug. He also used his magic to heal everyone there for any injury. Yes, I am here, child. I've dealt with him, he loudly said. All the people rejoiced in happiness when they heard him. Come, you don't have to be here anymore. I will take you to a whole new place, where you can live without worrying about normal humans. You will also be able to grow your own food, he offered. Alexander had decided to give the Iceman a whole planet in his solar system. He knew that it was nearly impossible to make normal humans accept them, as Icemen had a nearly limitless lifespan and were very strong too. Humans would always fear them. On the other hand, on his planet, they would not have to worry about just living. He was hoping to see what kind of civilization would blossom there. Really? There's a place like this? Hegier asked, still not able to believe him. Yes, you can say that it's my own world. No living being is living there currently. I have also found a way to stop your body from needing so much cold. I can make it so that you can live in normal cold weather too. This way, you won't need to continuously live in ice. If that is the case, then please help us, God King. Hegier quickly kneeled. Looking at him, the others did the same. Ha ha ha. Get up you all, and follow me. Alexander took them to a customized planet which had a slight cold climate all the time. Then he gave them the potions to curb their coldness. He asked Hegier if there were any Icemen left outside. I don't think so. That Night King had brought us all to that place. By the way, please look into the dragon corpse, Hegier reminded. Okay. I will look into it. I suggest you start organizing things here. You will find all the resources here and just need to work on them. I am leaving some godroids to help you too. I will visit from time to time, Alexander said. I will be waiting for you, God King. He respectfully bowed. Then Alexander disappeared from the planet newly named Frostheim. He appeared back in the frozen castle and burnt all the dead corpses, including the ancient dragons. The corpse was a lot smaller than Ragnarok's dragon form. Oh. I nearly forgot about Brinden, he remembered. He had made him fall asleep when he went to settle the Iceman. Wait, what? Where did everyone go? Brinden asked when he woke up. I have settled them in a nice secret place. They won't be a threat to the world. Only humans are a threat now, Alexander thoughtfully said. All right, time to go back to Winterfell now. This time they operat and Brendan's stomach didn't like it. He didn't forget to grab Eamon either. Brinden and Eamon were introduced to the people living in the castle. Both of them started to smile ear to ear when they saw the little Targaryen children. New grandpas? Rena questioned. Haha. Yes, Rena. They will live here from now on, Alexander said. Okay. But you will always be my favorite grandpa, she cutely said. Alexander had his heart melt and quickly gave her a hug and then made her fly in the air. It was her favorite thing to do whenever Alexander was around. Soon, the other kids joined Rena in the air too. He really liked it that Maya was acting like a normal child too now. But Rena and Maya had turned 6 years old and they were going to start their school soon. Good thing that the school was just a little away from Winterfell Castle. It was inside the big orphanage. After that, he went to Dobby to talk a bit. He grabbed a butterbeer and sat down on the couch. How's everything going, Dobby? I'm not asking about the North. I am asking about you. Alexander said. Dobby was also relaxing on the couch, some healthy distance away from him as all men should. Well, everything's nice. Both in terms of work and my life too. Sometimes I still remember how I met you that day. I was really lucky. You gave me and my people such a good life. And I don't regret coming with you here one bit. I like this lifestyle. Exploring and working at the same time. Dobby said and took a sip from his beer. Yeah, I remember that day. The recently freed elf, just chilling in my company. Ha ha. Ah. I miss Hermione, Edward, and even Dumbledore. I still don't know how to grow stronger to go back to them. As far as I know about this world, there's nothing that can make me stronger like the Philosopher's Stone. Alexander contemplated. So, what's gonna be our next step? Dobby asked. For starters, officially taking over the 7 kingdoms and the world sounds good. What's the big plan, boss? Dobby was intrigued. Well, the Allfather will officially make an appearance, he announced. Thank you for supporting. Chapter 90. Planning and plotting. I am going to act in a nice real-life play. It's time to deal with Cersei Lannister. Her son has turned 4 now and already talks about killing people. There is no hope for the 7 kingdoms with him. But first, I need to make Robert abdicate the throne to me. I have a plan for it though. You should keep your illusion orb ready. The god should only appear at a time of despair after all. Otherwise, they would not accept me. He told Dobby. I keep the orb always ready, boss. Dobby grinned like he was just asked about his favorite toy. Alexander popped up in Vale, Aerie. He was invisible at that moment. He looked for Lisa Arryn, the sister of Catelyn. She was very angry at Alexander for the death of her sister and father. Her dumb brain was unable to process that her father and sister had committed treason. So, Alexander didn't have any regrets in using her as a pawn. He used mind art on her to make her a good mother first of all. She was spoiling her son too much. Then he made her ask her husband, John, to come to Aerie and live with her as she was pregnant. John would have to resign from his position as the hand of the king and return. After all, he also loved his family. Then Alexander just had to wait. Winter City, Mayor's Office. In the past years, the management of the Winter City had turned democratic. The city was divided into blocks and each block had one elected representative. Then there was the city mayor. Currently, a normal human city mayor was working there. The earlier Wolf Sword had done a good job at training him. Adding Alexander's curses to various important positions in the administration. Nobody could ever misuse their power. This is my latest invention. It's a telephone. You can talk to anyone who has this thing with a number. Alexander demonstrated to the city administration workers. He was going to bring wireless technology in the future, but for now, the telephone was enough for them as it was easier to understand. This is amazing, Lord Stark. With this, we won't have to send Raven. The mayor exclaimed. Yes, you are right, Hamish. But we still need ravens for extremely deserted places. However, I will try to create a better technology later that would let us talk to anyone anywhere. I am only intending to use telephones in some cities, as laying phone lines across the whole Westeros would cost a lot. Alexander explained. Still, it is good nonetheless. With this, we can communicate within our own administrative office and work more efficiently. The mayor of Norgold, Renee said. He was invited to see the new creation. We can also open small shops where small folks can also use it to communicate in a different city with this technology. The mayor of Wolf City at Sea Dragon Point, Tuharin, suggested. Yes. So, I will send some people to your respective areas and offices to put these. Alexander said and dismissed the meeting. He was using a room as his office in the mayor's building. Knock knock. Boss, the man from Iron Bank is here. Bronn notified. Let him in. Unlike other places, the Iron Bank was still run by the Wolf Sword. The elf entered and saluted him. Come here, sit down. Tell me what's the news. He asked. Boss, we have given away 150 million gold dragons to various houses in Westeros that don't have their heirs studying in the Tower of Knowledge. House Lannister alone has taken 20 million. We have told them that we won't give them more. We have also opened our branches in Karth and Ashai. Good job. Now, I want you to recall all the debts as soon as you hear that the king is dead in a few months. Alexander ordered. Oh, Elder Dobby did say something was going to happen. I will prepare all the paperwork, boss. The elf bowed and left. Wolf's Heaven. All the adult Starks were present for the meeting. Alexander especially felt bad whenever he saw Ned and decided to take him to Dorne later to find a nice wife. Why Dorne? Most people were very open-minded there and most women would not care if Ned already had kids. They would love the children the same. There were also many beautiful women living there too, but that wasn't the main reason. Alright my boys and girls. I am going to take the throne now and also officially show that I am the All-Father. But for all this, we'll need a spectacular show that will make people remember me. Now, to the main part. Ned, you will soon receive a raven from Robert, asking you to become his new Lord Hand. Your job is simple, find an opportunity, and tell Cersei that you know her children are bastards born from her and her brother's hard work. Then she will probably kill Robert and you in order to secure the throne for herself. Don't worry. I will save you both and also make a show to discredit Cersei and her right to the throne. After that, the Ragnarok will fall on the world and I will come as a savior. Alexander bluntly explained. What the F***ck? Ben-Jen exclaimed, surprised by how Alexander made such a big announcement like it was nothing. Are Robert's kids really incest bastards? Lyanna asked, feeling pity for Robert. Yes, funny how the one woman Robert was supposed to handle got out of his hands. But make no mistake, I will not harm Tommen and Myrcella. They are innocent. Alexander sternly said. What about Joffrey? Ned asked. Well, Joffrey is sick in the brain. I'll have to repair his brain first. He said. Anyway, this is going to be our work for the next few months. Anna, Alina, I will also declare you to the world soon. He announced. Anna and Alina felt elated with the announcement. Thank you, uncle. But, I must say, I had grown accustomed to this name. Anna said. Ha ha ha. I am thinking about Rena. I don't think she even remembers her old name, Alexander chuckled. Achoo. Hey Rena, did you catch a cold? Maya asked while playing with her best friend. No, but I had the urge to sneeze. Whatever, let's play, Rena happily roared. The next week, John received a letter from Lisa. He really felt concerned for his wife and told Robert that he was resigning. He also had no qualms as the realm was very stable now. Robert also happily accepted the resignation and immediately wrote a raven, telling Ned to come to King's Landing and become the hand of the king. Ned received the letter and left for King's Landing. He didn't have anything to worry about, as Robb and Sansa lived in Winterfell. The Moat City also had a mayor so he wasn't worried about it either. First, he took the train to the last stop, Bamboo City of the Neck. The original bamboo town of reeds had now expanded into a city on the swamp. From there he rode the horse. With him were 2 wolf sword and 20 loyal men. All in their best shining armor and blue cloaks. They were warmly welcomed by every town they passed through. People loved anything related to the wolf sigil. Starks had done more for small folk than anyone else in the history of Westeros. The same was the sight in King's Landing. People threw flower petals at Ned as he was going to be the new Lord Hand. He made his way to the Red Keep where Robert was waiting for him. They exchanged manly hugs and entered the castle. You're gonna like this, Ned. People already love you. Robert honestly stated. Why didn't you ask Uncle for this position? Ned asked. Why? Well, because he's the goddamn great wolf Alexander Stark. He must have a lot of things to do and manage. I can't ask him to be here. While you just sit in your castle and do nothing, he joked. Just like a certain king, Ned replied. Ha 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 ha. Ah. We are going to be like the old days, Ned. But much better than before. We will rule the 7 kingdoms. Robert howled. You look too happy about all this. Why not? My best friend is here in this boring huge castle. Now I'll have someone to talk to every day. Robert answered. Casterly Rock, Westerlands. Tyrion, I want you to go to King's Landing and report to me everything that the new hand is doing. Tywin coldly ordered. But isn't sister there? Can't she do this? He asked. She is too arrogant to notice others. I can't trust her, I want you there. You may be a disgrace but at least you have a good brain. This is a chance, Tyrion. Don't mess it up. Tywin said. Tyrion quietly went out and started preparing for King's Landing. At least he's sending me somewhere. He thought. So, the boy is going on his own adventures now. Geryon entered his room. It's more like a do-or-die job, Tyrion rolled his eyes. Ha ha. Sometimes, adventures are also like that. I am also leaving, I have joined the Northern Navy as its sea mapper. My job is to map all the seas and coastlines and create a world map. Lord Stark has even given me a steel ship under the command of a wolf sword. Geryon informed. Sigh, don't make me more depressed now, uncle. Ha ha ha. Alright, but before you go. I wanted to give you something. This is a Valyrian steel dagger. May it protect you in the time of need. Geryon gifted him and ruffled his hair. Thank you, uncle. This is truly precious. Tyrion suddenly hugged his favorite uncle. Okay, prepare now. Or else Tywin will come to kill us with his cold gazes. He joked and left. Sigh, King's Landing, please don't be disappointing. Thank you for supporting. Or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_immortal_novel. Chapter 91. Plots within plots. 2 months passed. Ned did his duties as the Lord Hand. Ned had been living in the Starks manor as it was safer than Red Keep. Today, he received the green light from Alexander to go ahead and provoke Cersei. So Ned prepared for a meeting with her in his office. At noon, Cersei gracefully entered his office. What was so important that you asked me to be here, Lord Stark? She asked and sat down without asking. It would be better if you heard about this in private. If words were to go out, they will start comparing you with Targaryens. Ned calmly said. Cersei's eyes widened in shock and sent her servants out. What are you talking about, Lord Stark? You know what I am talking about. I know about the true parentage of your children. Robert would get really angry when he finds out about you and Jaime. Ned said in a relaxed manner. Cersei knew that Robert would believe Ned. What do you want? Gold, power. Or me? She said, trying to seduce him, and lifted her gown to show a bit of her white smooth legs. But the hard boy Ned looked at her disgustfully. Is this what you've been doing all your life? Using your body for favors? No wonder Robert never loved you. Then why haven't you already told this to Robert? What do you want? She frustratingly asked. Nothing, I am just giving you an opportunity to run away. When Robert finds out, he will kill you. And probably Joffrey too. Ned offered. You know, when you play the Game of Thrones, you win or die. There's no third way. She calmly said. That is why I'm giving you a third way. Ned scoffed. I am giving you until tomorrow evening. I will tell everything to Robert at tomorrow's dinner feast. Ned said and dismissed the queen. Cersei seethed in rage and left. She went straight to her lover brother and took him to an isolated place. Why are you in such a hurry, Cersei? What happened? Jaime worriedly asked. He knows, she screamed. What? Who knows what? Ned Stark, he knows about us and our children. He's given me until tomorrow to run away. She ragefully said. Then, it's good. We always knew that the secret would come out someday. We should go somewhere far away and live a new life with our kids. He hopefully suggested. What? How can you even say that? I am the queen. My sweet Joffrey will become the king. I will never run away. She quickly dismissed the idea. Jaime didn't know what to do now. Then what do you want to do? We kill them. We kill the king, the Stark, his men. We kill them all, she screeched. Have you gone mad? Killing Ned is many times harder than killing the king. And even if we are successful, we will have to fight the whole army and navy of the North later. He tried to reason. So what? We are Lannisters. We can buy armies. We will buy some Sells-word companies from Essos. Father will pay for it all, she confidently suggested. Then suddenly a voice came from behind the door. No, my dear sister. You are wrong. Father won't pay, or more like he can't pay. Tyrion entered. What do you mean? Jaime asked, not really worried that Tyrion heard them. Well, I heard Father talking to Uncle Kevin once. He said that the gold mines have run dry and the Lannisters are currently 20 million dragons in debt to the Iron Bank. Seriously, your best option is to run away. Most of King's Landing already doubted your kid's parentage. If words come out of Lord Stark, they will all believe him. Tyrion said. I didn't ask for your advice. And I refuse to believe anything you say. Lannisters can never run out of gold. We have the biggest mine in. Yes, the biggest mine that we have been mining for the past 6,000 years. Please do not do something stupid, you have no idea how strong the Starks are. They will destroy not just you, but the whole House Lannister. Uncle Geryon had told me what happened in the Greyjoy Rebellion. The Northern Army and Navy destroyed the Ironborns even before the fight could really start. He warned. Shut up. Lies, all are lies. I don't care what you think. I must do what I should, I am the queen, she screamed, refusing to accept the reality. Then I must go and tell Father about what you are planning, Tyrion said and walked away. I must deal with him too, she thought. Guards, guards. Arrest Tyrion and put him in black cells, she shouted. Soon her 4 Lannister guards came. What are you doing, Cersei? He is family, Jaime questioned. I am doing what Father would have done. I am protecting my family and the throne. Cersei replied. I don't think father will be happy when he hears you put me in black cells, Tyrion calmly spoke from clutches of guards. Take him, that devil is not my brother, she ordered. Tyrion's face fell when he heard that. Since he was born, Cersei had been calling him that because their mother died while birthing him. He was also very ugly, not anymore, which didn't ease things. The next day, Cersei didn't appear anywhere. Ned secretly felt worried that she might have really run away. Then he strangely found that Tyrion Lannister was missing too. The evening came and the feast began. He was in constant vigilance. His years working as the Lord of Moat Cailin had taught him some things about people. That was to always expect worse. Robert was busy eating when suddenly two men who were very close to them took out their knives and tried to stab them. Ned's guards were very quick and came to help. His attacker was quickly neutralized, but the same couldn't be said about Robert. The attacker had stabbed him in the guts. While all that was happening, Alexander was also there, just invisible. Come on Robert, make Ned the regent. But Robert was mumbling stupid things and wasn't writing his will. So Alexander had to manipulate him. After all that was done, he quickly replaced the body with a fake. The wounded Robert was now all healed and standing beside Alexander. He was invisible too. Ah. Never thought I'd die like that, Robert said, looking at his dead body. Then he turned his face and saw Alexander. Uncle. How did you die? He shockingly asked. Ha 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 ha. You are not dead, son. You are about to find out about a big secret. They both vanished and appeared in the Great September of Baelor. Then the same thing happened. Robert realized his identity and cried like a child, asking to send him to Lyanna in heaven. I will bring her back, son. But first, we need to deal with Cersei. She tried to get you and Ned killed because Ned found out that Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella are incest-borns between Cersei and Jaime Lannister. Alexander revealed. I knew it. I always had my doubts. I am going to kill her and her brother. He angrily roared. Calm yourself. I will get her punished. But not yet. Honestly speaking, I can straight away change memories of everyone in the city or even Westeros. But that would still create a problem as there is always a chance of words crossing the sea. So, I need this whole charade to go on. When the time is right, I will show myself to the world. Not as Alexander Stark but as my true self. He informed him. Why yes. Allfather. Thank you for saving me, I will do all I can to help. Robert deeply bowed. In the hall. The lifeless body of Robert laid on the floor. Ned stood beside it with the king's decree in his hands. Then suddenly the door opened and some Lannister soldiers and Cersei with Joffrey entered. Arrest Lord Stark. He conspired to kill the king. She screeched. No we can't, he's the Lord Regent now. King did that in front of all of us here. Ser Barristan Selmy spoke. Cersei cursed under her breath. She hadn't planned for this. What regent? Your king is here, she said, pointing at Joffrey. Yes. I am the king. Put his head on a pike, Joffrey shouted just like his mother. Ned, play on with her. You need to get arrested and sent to black cells. By tomorrow morning, everything will change, Alexander secretly spoke in Ned's ear. I have the king's decree. You can't ignore it, Ned said. Suddenly a Lannister boy jumped and grabbed the decree and ate it. No regent without a decree now, he said. This is too much. How dare she defy king's orders? We stand with Lord Stark. Many Crownlands lords protested for what was happening. Shut up, all of you. Guards, I'm the queen and you have your king with you. Follow your lords and die, follow me and I'll make your life look like a dream come true. She tried to sway the guards. Many did sway, they didn't know that the Lannisters didn't have any money left. Put all of them in the black cell. We will put them on trial tomorrow, she said. Forgetting that arresting so many Crownlands lords would surely create big problems. She was just so consumed by the power, knowing that the king was dead and now she could have her Joffrey on the throne. Ned didn't know what his uncle had planned. But he did know that no matter what, his life wasn't in danger. He had already talked to the invisible Robert and felt relaxed. When he reached the black cells, he was surprised to find Tyrion Lannister also locked there beside him. So she was partially successful, I presume? Tyrion asked. Yes, she killed the king and has imprisoned half the Crownlands lords, Ned replied. Sigh, I guess, it's the end of House Lannister then. Tyrion disappointedly mumbled. Thank you for supporting. Or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_immortal_novel. Chapter 92, 92. Rumors and News. Cersei was very happy with her successful plan and decided to enjoy it with her brother. But instead of joy, she found irritation. "What have you done, Cersei? You didn't just kill the king but also imprisoned so many lords. Do you really think they wouldn't retaliate? Oh please, not you too. The worst has already come to pass. I still have Ned Stark as a hostage. The North will not attack till then," she confidently said. "I really hope that's what will happen," Jaime sighed. Casterly Rock, Westerlands. 2 ravens reached the castle a few hours apart. But they were read at the same time. One was from Tyrion and the other was from another informant. Knock knock. "Brother, open the door. It's urgent." Kevin Lannister heavily knocked on Tywin's door. A second later, Tywin opens. "What happened?" he asked. He knew that Kevin wouldn't have disturbed him if it weren't so important. "Brother, Cersei has doomed us all. She killed the king and put the blame on Lord Hand. She also tried to kill him but couldn't. Now she has arrested 15 Crownlands lords and Lord Hand in the black cells. I am afraid Lord Stark won't let this slide. He would either ask for Cersei's head or straight up declare war on us," Kevin said. Tywin's face instantly turned red with anger. "What happened to Tyrion? Why didn't he tell us anything?" "She had put Tyrion in the black cells too," Kevin replied. Tywin then got angrier. He could already see the northern might falling on them. But sadly, the worst was yet to come. The next morning, Cersei had planned to spread rumors that the Lord Hand killed the king for the throne. But unknown to her, all the people she hired to spread rumors couldn't even speak a word before vanishing. Instead, another rumor started. That the queen killed the king and failed at killing Lord Hand. She wants to rule the 7 kingdoms as Dowager Queen. People also believed it as it was clear who would benefit the most from King's death. The rumors solidified when the latest edition of the Planetos arrived. The Planetos. The Murderer Queen. Last night in a feast organized by the king, 2 assassins broke in and attacked the king and Lord Hand. Tragically, the king died in that attack. Lord Hand was saved by his guards from the north. Still, before dying the king wrote a decree to name Lord Hand, the regent, protector of the realm. But Queen didn't like it and imprisoned Lord Hand and all the lords present in the feast. Not just that, the Murderer Queen has also imprisoned her brother, Tyrion Lannister, for not agreeing with her. There have also been some rumors questioning the legitimacy of 3 children of the king. You must know that the 3 children don't have any features that say they are Baratheon. We spoke to a maester who specializes in facial features studies. He has confirmed that this can only happen if the father and mother both support the same features. Now, we need to see how Lord Stark deals with this. Will there be another war? After all, the last one started because a Stark was imprisoned and murdered in the Red Keep by the Mad King. Is the Queen the new Mad Queen? By Maester Clark Kent. The reaction of the people was as expected. They felt like they were played again by the lords and the Queen. They started revolting against the Queen and demanding the release of Lord Hand. With subtle pushes from Alexander's people, the people also started asking Alexander to take over the Iron Throne. These words ignited a new discussion among the small folks. They all seriously started contemplating how having Alexander as the king would be. They already called him the king of small folks. He had also done so many good things for them while just being a lord. They imagined how good it would be if he became the king. The same was happening in every single city in the Westeros. Then suddenly, someone started to distribute t-shirts to the people with Alexander's face on them and text saying, "Stark for King." People happily wore them and showed their support. Even many lords started wearing them. Nearly everyone in the north was wearing them. But that wasn't all that the newspaper had. Just under the Murderer Queen article, there was another article that didn't really matter to small folks but was heart attack generating for some lords. The Planetos. The lion has rusted. It is common knowledge that the Westerlands, particularly the Lannisters, are so rich because of their gold mine. But the latest report says that the Lannisters have run out of gold. Their mine has dried up. Instead, they are neck-deep in debt to the Iron Bank. If the reports are to be believed, the House Lannister has taken 20 million dragons as loans. It's not just them, many other lords in Westerlands have taken out loans. In total, the Westerlands are 80 million dragons in debt. Now that the Iron Bank has recalled the debts, how are these houses going to pay? And how is Iron Bank going to react? By Maester Wade Wilson. Winterfell. Alright, send out the small fleet at the Iron Islands to surround all the sea routes of Casterly Rock. Send half of the Eastern Fleet to King's Landing. House Lannister is going to end soon. Alexander briefed. Robert was spending time in Wolf's Heaven, for now, drinking and watching movies. Then Alexander officially announced that he was heading to King's Landing. Grandpa. Where are you going? Rena asked. She had other kids with her too. Ha ha. I am going to work, Rena. You remember that big red castle where you used to live? He asked. She nodded. When I return, I will take you and everyone else to see it again. He warmly said. Yee. Can I bring Rooney too? She cutely asked. Of course, my dear. You can bring anyone you want. Now, I should get going. See you soon, Rena. Alexander walked away. Bye-bye, Grandpa. All the children shouted. Red Keep, King's Landing. Ned, Tyrion, Stannis, Melisandre died when Alexander killed all evil red priests, and many other lords were chained in the black cells. Then a hooded man with a torch came to Ned. How are you, Lord Hand? Varys asked and gave some water to him. I am quite fine, as Uncle had secretly sent food to me. Though I am starting to dislike this total darkness. Ned grunted. I thought you Stark wolves liked nighttime, Tyrion interjected. Ned turned his face. Night with the moon has more light than here. Now, why have you come here, Lord Varys? I have words from Allfather. He said that when Cersei puts you on trial, you should ask for a trial by combat and name Allfather as your champion. Don't worry. It won't really be a trial. You will be respectfully released before that. He whispered. Wait, why are you calling Lord Stark Allfather? Tyrion butted in. All right, I'll do that. What about all these lords? I am sure Cersei will kill them too to keep the secret. Ned asked. Varys shook his head. I don't know about that. And it's not really a secret anymore. The newspaper wrote about the Queen murdering the king. Now all the small folks have revolted and are calling for Allfather to take the throne. He sounded a bit excited at the end of his words. Ah. So her plan didn't work. I wonder what she's going to do with me. Tyrion contemplated. I must go now. Take care, Lord Hand. Varys left. Highgarden, Reach. This really is the end of Lannisters. If they have lost the gold, then there's not much they can do. Olenna said, sipping on some tea. Yes, but it's all for the best. I really hope that Lord Stark takes the throne after this. Willis added. So you want to support him? She asked. No, he doesn't need our support. He's powerful enough for this. We should just agree with him when he takes the throne. He replied. Yes, you are quite right. The small folks have already started to call him king. Let's hope he brings good days with him. I also received a raven that Lord Stark has invited me to King's Landing, she softly said. The next day. Due to so many people being put on trial together. The trial grounds had been set up as the huge stairway to the Red Keep. Small folks could still see everything, but there was a wall of guards between them. Cersei arrived with her son Joffrey and took a seat beside him. Then her brother Jaime started speaking, acting as the speaker. All of you here are charged with high treason. You killed the king in the feast and tried to take over the throne. Do you have anything to say? Most of the lords started to scream that they didn't do anything, but soon their own guards came and testified against them. They were most probably enticed by Cersei. Then it came Ned's turn. I have done my duty with honor and truthfully. I didn't do anything to the king. I was also attacked. I know you have already planted some fake witness. So I leave it to the gods. They will be my judge. I demand a trial by combat and I name my uncle as the champion. Kill him. Show me his blood. Dog, why are you still not doing anything? Joffrey started to screech loudly. All the people who were still a bit conflicted about the situation now started to believe the rumors. Anything would be better than that little shit as the king. Sandor Clegane just stood there silently. As a trial by combat couldn't be refused, and he also didn't want to mess with the Starks. But Lord Stark is in Winterfell. You have to either fight yourself or choose someone else as your champion, Jaime nervously said. He knew that if Alexander came, then Ned would walk away without a scratch. Then a new but known loud laugh sounded. Ha ha. I am already here, I accept being Ned's champion. Alexander walked in his full body armor. Seeing him, Tyrion also voiced, I also demanded a trial by combat and I name Lord Stark as my champion. He kept on looking at Alexander in hope. Ha ha. I accept. Alexander laughed. Then the lords made the same demand. I accept being the champion for all of you. Now, when and where am I supposed to fight? He coldly asked, looking at Jaime. Why, you will fight 17 men, alone? Jaime asked to confirm. Yes, I will, Alexander confirmed. Okay, the trial will be in 3 days. Cersei quickly stated. She was happy, thinking that she had a good chance to eliminate Alexander now. Thank you for supporting. Before anyone asks. Got ends in Chapter 105. Chapter 93. Caught, Truth and Punished. 1 day later. Alexander used his magic to make Cersei decide on the venue as the tourney grounds. Many lords had come to see it too. Thanks to the Northern Navy, they were quickly brought there. Tywin, Oberyn, and Olenna had also come. Alexander also had a different purpose for bringing them. Thank you for coming here, my lords and ladies. Today, I am going to show you something that will blow your minds. Just follow me. Alexander said and led the three into the Red Keep. It was late at night, so most of the people had already gone to sleep. Where are you taking us, Lord Stark? Oberyn inquired. Haha, you will know soon, Alexander replied. Wait, this is the Queen's chambers. Why are we here? Tywin questioned. The surprise is inside, Alexander said. The door suddenly opened without making any sound. Alexander silently cast a silent charm on them and they walked in. Ah. Yes. Jaime. Ah, they all heard the moans repeatedly. They already knew who it belonged to. Then they turned to the bed. And there she was, all naked, riding on Jaime's manhood. Oberyn looked at it with interest, Olenna's jaw fell in shock and Tywin was close to vomiting blood. Jaime slightly turned his head and noticed the people in the room. Cersei also looked on and her face turned pale in a second. Father, Jaime scaredly called out and threw Cersei from on top of him and picked up his cloak to cover himself. Whistle. The Queen is fine, Oberyn joked. What is the meaning of this? How dare you do this? You are brother and sister, Tywin roared. No one had ever seen Tywin this angry. Cersei had covered herself by then, so what? Targaryens did it, what's wrong with us doing it? I love my brother. Silence. Do you even hear yourself speaking? And did you forget that incest caused madness in Targaryens? Tywin shouted. Oh, now I understand why Joffrey is so messed up. All he asks for is to see blood and kill people. Just like the Mad King, Alexander added. How dare you call my Joffrey mad? Don't forget he's the king, Cersei screeched. No. He lost his right to be the king and you to be the queen the moment you decided to do the deed with your own brother. All your children are illegitimate and don't have the right to sit on the throne. Guards, arrest her, Alexander commanded. Soon some northern guards entered and caught the queen. Father, you can't let this happen. Do something. Cersei pleaded with her father. Jaime Lannister. You broke the oath of Kingsguard and sired children. Not once but 3 times. You also betrayed your king by performing sexual activities with the former queen. You are also under arrest. Alexander said, and the guards caught him. Take them to the black cells. But give them Lord's chamber. Put Joffrey with them too. The other 2 children are innocent, leave them be. He ordered. Tywin was okay with Cersei being arrested or even Joffrey, but not Jaime. Jaime was his heir after all. Lord Stark, what gives you authority to do this? I can overlook as long as you leave my son alone. Haha. Olenna, Oberyn, do you object if I do this? Alexander asked. No, Jaime is equally responsible for this as Cersei, Olenna answered. I have no objections, Oberyn added. So, Lord Tywin. I don't care what you have to say. You Lannisters have caused too much damage to Westeros. Your daughter killed the king too and caused such problems. But you should be happy as she won't be trialed for Robert's murder. What do you mean? Tywin confusedly asked. He meant to say that I am still alive. Robert walked in. All except Alexander looked shocked. What? How? Haha. Uncle saved me that night. Anyway, that's not what's important. Lord Tywin, you should worry more about how you are going to repay the debt than who's going to be your heir. Robert angrily said. They were all still shocked at the sudden revival of the king. Tywin didn't say anything and quickly left the room. Too many bad things had happened in such a small time. So, what are you going to do with the trial as you are still alive? Oberyn asked Robert. Now, I will give you justice. I am ashamed that I have let them walk free for this long. I must have had a pretty shitty brain back then. Robert said and put a hand on Oberyn's shoulders. Oberyn couldn't believe what he was hearing. Blessings did come in disguise. He thought. Too bad, brother won't be here to see. Inside the dungeons, Alexander stood in front of Jaime Lannister. He had received word that Jaime was continuously asking to meet him. What is it, Jaime Lannister? Lord Stark, I don't care if you kill me but please, not my children. They didn't do anything. They are innocent. He pleaded. You dense boy, of course, I wouldn't kill the children. I'll probably have to do something with Joffrey's brain, but I won't kill him. I can't bring myself to kill a 4-year-old boy. Alexander replied. Jaime took a sigh of relief. I can also offer you a chance to redeem yourself. You will probably have to take the black, but you will still be able to see your children at Winterfell. Alexander offered. What do you want? He firmly asked. Tell Tyrion the truth. From your own mouth. You acted like you loved him so much but then backstabbed him. Tell him about Tisha. Alexander coldly ordered. Jaime's face turned pale. He remembered that incident. He considered following his father's words that day one of the most regrettable things. He didn't say anything and just nodded. As all the lords were set free because Robert was alive, Tyrion came to see his brother in neat and clean clothes. The tables have turned, I see. Tyrion entered. How are you, Tyrion? Jaime spoke with a tired voice. Well, Lord Stark told me that you've accepted to take the wall. The good thing is, the wall will soon turn into a tourist destination. I'll come to see you from time to time. He happily said. I know. I made a deal with Lord Stark. Jaime grimly replied. What deal? Tyrion asked as he sat down on a stool. That I'll tell you the truth. The truth about Tisha. Jaime said, not looking Tyrion in the eye. Tyrion's interest piqued. What about that whore? Jaime shook his head. She wasn't a whore, Tyrion. She really loved you. It was our father. When he found out, he made me lie to you that she was a whore and hired to make you a man. In truth, she was just a normal girl. She had recently lost her father and was looking for work when we saved her. By then Tyrion had fallen back, his eyes wet and red with anger and sorrow. Why? Why did you do such a thing to me? I am sorry. I regret that day till now. I regret agreeing with father that day, Jaime sorrowfully said. Your regret won't bring her back. She died that day, painfully. Thank God I fell unconscious and didn't PE her in the end on father's order. You all called me a monster all my life, but the real monsters are you. Hiding in the plain sight, Tyrion shouted and left. Jaime just looked at him going, not even able to speak a word. 2 days later, everyone gathered at the tourney ground. Small folks had already started cheering for Alexander. They were also surprised to see the king alive. Robert stood and spoke, My people, you must be surprised to see that I am still alive. That night I really was attacked by assassins and nearly died. If not for Lord Stark. But regretfully, in my absence, the ex-queen played a game and put the blame on Ned. In truth, she tried to kill me, and not just that, I recently found that she was in an incestual relationship with her brother Jaime Lannister. As I am still alive, today's trial is senseless and I dismiss it. All the lords are freed from false charges. I would instead like to start another trial. As we have Ser Amory Lorch and Ser Gregor Clegane here. They will be trialed for murder, infanticide, PE, and many other crimes. Robert announced. The giant man and his sidekick were dragged into the pit. Do you have anything to say? Robert loudly asked. They both knew that they were going to be given death punishment. We demand a trial by combat. They said. Ha ha. Good. Uncle will be happy to punish you. Robert roared. Alexander entered the arena without any armor. It was just him in his Jedi robes and Dragonslayer sword. Amory Lorch, category. Murder. Indirect murder, 1. PE. Infanticide. Torture, 2. Sin percentage, 81%. Gregor Clegane, category. Murder. Indirect murder. PE. Infanticide. Torture, 3. Sin percentage, 89%. He checked their sins and was more than disgusted. Both of them took pleasure in others' misery. I will make you two scream so loud that the whole Westeros will hear you, Alexander said, just loud enough to let them hear him. Ha ha. The great Lord Stark. We will have fun killing you. Amory Lorch said as he licked his lips. We'll see about that. As Alexander's words fell, he attacked. His movement was graceful and fluent. Even with his big sword, he moved fast. Every time his sword slashed, blood came out. Little by little, Gregor Clegane and his sidekick were covered in wounds. Now, for the main course, he said and took out 2 small vials. He left his sword firmly placed on the ground and went closer to them. With various punches, he poured the liquid in the vials into their mouths. What did you make us drink? Gregor yelled as he started to feel pain. Nothing, it's a new medicine that makes your body 100 times more sensitive. Meaning that even a small prick from needle would feel like a sword now. Alexander loudly said. All the people cheered hearing that. Everyone hated the 2 demons in human skin. Thank you for supporting. Chapter 94. Allfather. Amory Lorch screamed in pain as Alexander made another cut. Confess your crimes. All of them. Alexander shouted. He had added a memory enhancement potion in the pain sensitivity potion. Now they both remembered every crime they ever committed. Alexander cut Gregor's arm. The mountain fell down in screams. Alexander quickly went to a corner and took a lit torch. He went to Gregor and burned his missing arm wound. Confess, he again shouted. I killed a girl in Lannisport. I ped the daughter of a farmer in my lands. I killed the Lord. They both started to confess to each crime they committed. Many mysterious cases were being solved there. The whole thing lasted for 2 hours. They continued to speak of all their crimes. Then it came to what they did in King's Landing during the rebellion. I killed the daughter of Elia Martell. I stabbed her many times. Then I licked her face and... He wasn't able to complete his words as Alexander poured wildfire in his mouth that was stored in a glass ball. Amory Lorch screamed for a long time before dying slowly. Alexander got a bit extra angry as Amory was talking about Rena. Then it came Gregor's turn. I smashed her son's head in the wall and then ped her. After that I killed her. On whose order did you do it? Alexander asked. It was Lord Tywin's order. He wanted to redeem himself for not supporting the rebellion earlier. His words brought shock and anger in people. A. He shouted as Alexander cut his other arm and both legs. Then sealed the wounds with fire. Oberyn. Do whatever you want with him. Alexander said and started walking away. Kill me. Please kill me, Gregor kept on shouting. Sandor looked at his brother's agony with satisfaction. He would have liked it if he could kill him with his own sword, but this was good too. Oberyn didn't do much. He also took out some of his pent-up anger and then killed him. Then Alexander looked at everyone. From this day onwards, punishment for our PE and murder, all across Westeros will be death. Be it a lord or small folk. He declared. All the small folks jumped and cheered in excitement. Too many of them had faced troubles from lords. Some had their wives, mothers, or sisters ped by some lord and they couldn't do anything. Now, they would also receive justice. But as soon as his words fell, a bolt of loud lightning struck in the sky. The clouds started turning dark. The same was happening all around the world. People ducked to the ground in fear. Then an ear-deafening roar came from the sky. Goddamn, thank God Ragnarok is on my side. A dragon, bigger than any mountain people had seen, appeared in the sky. With him were thousands of normal-sized dragons. The normal dragons were an illusion though, Dobby was behind it. The small dragons appeared all around the world at the same time. People ran back inside their homes for protection. Ragnarok dived towards the tourney ground. All the people started praying to various gods. Some were praying to Alexander as it was said that Allfather appears in times of crisis. Ragnarok opened his huge mouth and threw flames at them. Then suddenly, Alexander's body started to shine and got bigger and bigger. He blocked the flames with his sword. Nothing to fear, my children. I will save you all, he said and flew in the air. People were gobsmacked by the revelation. Alexander had lifted all the charms that made people not recognize him as Allfather. Now, instead, he cast charms that made them see him as Allfather. His golden shining clones were also appearing in many other parts of the world and revealing themselves. Alexander spoke to Ragnarok telepathically. Ready to spar with me? Haha. Yes. I'm getting to do this after so long, Ragnarok happily affirmed. Then they fought a deadly battle in the sky. Loud roars filled the whole Westeros. People kept on praying to Allfather. Westeros, Bravos, Slavers Bay, Karth, E.T., Ashai, everywhere people prayed. Some priests in E.T. were dancing happily at their Allfather's return. Alexander started to put fake but painful wounds on Ragnarok. He couldn't let a dragon injure him as he was a god, so he had to be careful. They weren't acting. They were really sparing. You really are strong, boss, Ragnarok praised. Haha. They don't call me the wizard god for nothing, you know, Alexander smugly replied. Roar. Ragnarok threw flames again, but this time Alexander countered with his own flames. His golden fiend fire fought Ragnarok's flames for a while. But Alexander was clearly winning. Then suddenly Alexander vanished and reappeared at Ragnarok's side and attacked from there. Ragnarok didn't get a chance to defend and got engulfed in flames. Then the flames turned into a giant light ball, engulfing Alexander too. That was the peak moment of the fight. Boom. The light ball burst into a loud and powerful blast. So strong that half of the planet's clouds dispersed. People all across the world heard that. The sound wave was so strong that some people even fell on the ground. When the eye-piercing light subsided, Alexander in perfect condition started descending to the ground slowly. His whole body was shining in gold and releasing a godly and kind aura. His illusion avatars all around the world also dealt with the dragons shortly and descended on the ground. Alexander quickly took out a book and held it in one hand and on the other his sword. That was what his statues looked like in most of the temples. As soon as his feet touched the ground, grass and flowers started to grow. Then an apple tree grew up. It was huge. Tens of meters high and covered a radius of 100 meters with its branches. Then in an instant, thousands of apples grew on them. One apple fell in each person's hands. They all felt compelled and ate it quickly. It was actually a normal apple, but it had many new potions added to it. There were many disease vaccines and also a portion that would grow their mind to a new horizon. They would start thinking, researching, looking for answers. That was the first step in turning them from mindless medieval civilization to a modern one. Though all that would still take many years to happen. The same tree incident occurred everywhere Alexander's avatar was. Honestly, it was everywhere. He made sure that every person in the world ate that apple. Later, people would start calling it the apple of knowledge. After all the people had eaten the apples, the trees turned into beautiful butterflies and flew away. He didn't want the trees to become some holy pilgrimage site in the future after all. Quickly all the people ran to him and kneeled in front of him. Surprisingly, Ned and Robert were kneeling too, like they didn't know about his identity. Get up, children. I came down to the mortal world because I saw the world in mortal danger. Not just from the great dragon that attacked a while ago, but also the White Walkers. Look, they were forming their armies of undead to conquer the world. But I've dealt with them, he said, and huge screens started projecting images of White Walkers. Now, I have decided that I will stay here for a while and help the human civilization to grow and become better. A civilization where no one is big or small, all are equal as all of you have the same red blood. A world where crimes are justly punished. A world where children won't have to die of hunger. I am here to guide. I've been living as Alexander Stark for the past few years. But now, the time has come to show myself to you all. His words brought too much happiness to the people. Then suddenly Robert came to him and kneeled. Alexander had already planted the idea of giving up his throne in his subconscious mind. All-Father, if you are going to lead us, then you should be the king. I will be your follower. I, Robert Baratheon, abdicate my throne to the All-Father, God of all men and the whole realm. Robert gave him his crown. And I humbly accept this burden. Your good deed shall not go unnoticed. I will show you what you desire. But it's her choice whether she accepts you or not. Alexander stated. Robert had an idea of what Alexander was talking about and he couldn't be happier. My children, I will show you the path and it's on you to walk on it. If you stumble, I'll give you a hand as any father would. After saying that, he flew in the air and headed towards the Red Keep. He was going to make a new room on the top floor of the Red Keep for himself and also add some elevators. The view from the top floor would really get wasted otherwise. Thank you for supporting. Chapter 95. The Trial of Lannisters. Tyrion Lannister was also there and recognized All-Father. He remembered the face from years ago, when he was small and asked for a dragon as a present. He remembered how he got the dragon figure toy that he had still securely kept in a metal box, away from the harming eyes of his sister. He also fell down on his knees and prayed. Prayed for Tisha. So, what now? Dobby asked. They both sat in the highest room in the Red Keep. Now, we attack the Slavers' Bay. Take over without troubling innocents. One more thing. Now that I am officially announced as a god, the Wolf's Sword can use magic as they want. Just make sure that they establish the fact that they are my blessed men. We will use magic to quickly finish the Westeros wide railway system and promote trade. Alexander planned. What about the Lannisters? Dobby asked. Tywin and Cersei will die in the upcoming trial. The 3 children will be sent to Winterfell. I don't think life can be better than living there. Tyrion will be the new lord after he completes his education in the Tower of Knowledge. Until then, Kevin will be acting lord. Yes, now that all the Westerland's lords are in debt and know that the Lannister mines are empty, they won't even say a word if you pronounce death punishment to them. Dobby agreed. No, my friend, it's you who will pronounce the punishment. I am naming you my Hand of God. Practically, you really are a god. I mean, with your magic you can do pretty much anything. Alexander added. But you have told me that in some universes there are beings that can even defeat you. Dobby intriguingly asked. He remembered what Alexander had told him about the Marvel Universe. A world filled with extremely strong entities. Yes, but why should we care about that? We don't even know where we'll go next. Anyway, let's get to work now. In the Great Hall, Dobby sat on the Iron Throne. He also wore a set of Jedi robes. In front of him were Cersei and Jaime Lannister. Why are you sitting on the throne? Where is my Joffrey? Cersei shouted. Joffrey was taken away from her in the black cell. Dobby just waved his hand and a duct tape appeared on her mouth. I am the hand of God. You will only speak when you are asked to. Now, you are accused of high treason. You tried to kill Robert Baratheon and Eddard Stark. You also planned to kill your own brother, Tyrion Lannister, and 15 more Crownlands lords. Dobby calmly spoke from the throne. Jaime Lannister, do you accept being in an incest relation with the queen who also happens to be your sister? Dobby asked. Cersei looked at her brother smugly, thinking that he would never say it, but it was a day full of surprises for her. Yes, I accept, Jaime replied, looking at the ground to ignore his seething sister. Cersei Lannister, do you have anything to say? Dobby asked. I didn't do anything and you have no basis for all these accusations, Cersei replied. A total of 58 men have testified against you. 120 people testified about what happened at the feast. Your own brother, Tyrion, testified about your plans and now your brother Jaime has also confessed. He laid out all the evidence. I refuse to accept his testimony. Cersei proudly said. You are a criminal. You don't get to choose your witness. Now, Jaime Lannister, you broke your King's Guard oath and indulged in sexual activity with your sister and produced 3 children. You also knew about Cersei Lannister's plans and did nothing. But because you have agreed to help, so I'll be more lenient to you. Dobby's words caused shock in the hall. Then the doors loudly opened and guards dragged Tywin Lannister in. What is the meaning of this? Why am I being treated in such a way? Tywin angrily asked. Silence. Dobby's words made all the murmurs die down. You are here to be trialed for the planning of murder and R***pe of Tysa, wife of Tyrion Lannister, and the sacking of the King's Landing. The murder and R***pe of Elia Martell and her children by Amory Lorch and Gregor Clegane on your orders. Dobby stated. Lord Kevin Lannister has agreed to testify against you. Please bring the witness in, Dobby said. His words baffled Tywin. He could not understand why his brother would do that. Kevin quietly entered the hall and kneeled before Dobby. It was generally accepted that if Alexander was the god then Dobby was the highest-ranking angel, a seraph. Lord Kevin Lannister. Please tell us about the events related to Tisha and the sacking of King's Landing. Kevin nodded and looked at Tywin. I am sorry brother, but Seraph Dobby has promised to help House Lannister pay back the loans in return for bearing witness to your crimes. Tywin only nodded after listening. To him, everything was good as long as his legacy survived. Tysa was the wife of Tyrion, whom he married when he was 13. They secretly got married by a drunk septon, but Tywin got angry and had the girl R***ped by 200 Lannister guards. It led to her death in the end, but for some reason, all 200 soldiers also died from some unknown and painful disease within a week of that incident. Kevin narrated. Dobby nodded his head. That was probably a punishment given by Allfather. In his eyes, Lord or not, all are the same. He has already announced the punishment for crimes like these is death. Now, tell us about the sacking. Kevin also nodded. That was the only logical reasoning for the sudden death of 200 Lannister soldiers. Kevin continued, at the time of Robert's rebellion, Tywin didn't know who was going to win so he decided to wait. But when it became clear that the rebellion would succeed, he orchestrated the plan for the sacking of King's Landing. His plans included killing Elia Martell, 3-year-old Rhaenys Targaryen, and 3-month-old Aegon Targaryen. He also planned on sacking the city and recovering whatever money he lost in the war. He ordered Amory Lorch and Gregor Clegane to climb the Tower of Maegor's Keep where the princess lived and do the deed. All this was done so he could show Robert that he was loyal to him. Thankfully, Allfather saved the people of King's Landing, though I don't know why he didn't save the princess. The crowd started talking. There weren't just nobles, there were small folks too. They started to get angry at the devilish plan of Tywin. They realized that they were practically given a second life by Allfather. Who said I didn't save them from Lannisters and the foolish Robert Baratheon? Alexander walked in, his body still radiating a soothing aura. Robert hid his face behind Stannis. They were standing on the sides. He had already realized his anger with the Targaryens was dumb and stupid. Even he didn't know why he was after their blood. The most harmful thing they did to him was just abducting Lyanna. As soon as people saw him, everyone kneeled down. Everyone except Cersei. It's not like he was going to make her. Get up, all of you. If you do this every time you see me, you'll get back pain. He said and lifted everyone up with magic. He waved his hand at Dobby to stay seated. Now, I didn't lie when I said that I saved the princess. She is really a good girl and her children too. She never committed a crime. Her only mistake was trusting the Targaryens. The Mad King used her as a hostage to make sure that Dorne stays loyal to him. The Mad King had gone mad so I came to punish him back then. I did leave fake human bodies of the 3 in the Maegor's Keep. If I hadn't, we would have never found out about the true nature of Tywin Lannisters. The demonic face he hides behind his old cold face. Then there was the mess that was the Roberts Rebellion. I am about to reveal the biggest conspiracy to ever occur in your history. As all of you know, the Order of Maesters is very old. Even older than the Valyrian Freehold. Before Aegon's conquest, the Order of Maesters had a firm grip on every house in Westeros. But when the Targaryens came with their dragons, the Order felt threatened. They formed a long plan to remove all things magical from the world, including the dragons and the Targaryens. Little by little, they corrupted the Targaryens. They fed the king's secret medicine that intensified the madness that occurred in them because of incest. Some strong kings fought the madness and remained sane their most life, and some didn't. The dance of the dragons happened because the Order of Maesters secretly pushed both sides, Rhaenyra and Aegon too. Then they fed poisoned food to the remaining dragons and killed the last of them in the world. Then came Aegon IV. The Maesters convinced him to legitimize all his bastards to start infighting. It eventually led to the creation of the Blackfyre branch that later caused so many rebellions. Little by little, the Targaryen family shrunk. Then came the Mad King. Made mad by Grand Maester Pycelle. But that's not the main problem. The rebellion started because a small maester decided to burn a letter that he was supposed to give to Lord Rickard Stark. Now, I present you, the one who started it all. Everyone was silently hearing Alexander's words, soaking up the truth. It all made sense to them now. A wolf soared opposite into the hall with an old man, tied to a chair. Thank you for supporting. Chapter 96. Families, some fixed and some broken. I present to you, the ex-maester of Winterfell. Maester Waelys. He served at the time of Rickard Stark. Maester, please tell us about the letter you received from Lyanna, Alexander ordered. Robert's ears were attentively opened instantly. Including everyone else in the room. I received a letter from Lady Lyanna before she went away. In the letter, it was written that she was going with Prince Rhaegar on her own accord. That she was in love with him since the tourney of Harrenhal. She also disclosed that she was the secret knight of the Laughing Tree. I knew what I had to do at that moment. If that letter had reached Lord Rickard, the rebellion would have never happened. So I burned it and hired a lad to intercept Lord Brandon Stark and tell him that Lady Lyanna was abducted by the prince. The rest we all know. However, I did receive another news that Lady Lyanna and Prince Rhaegar had secretly married as well. Prince Rhaegar had already secretly gotten his marriage undone with Elia before all that. As soon as he finished speaking, Robert fell to the ground with a loud thud. He felt meaningless, he felt like all his life was meaningless. The Maesters were behind God knows what else. He looked at his hand and remembered how he killed Rhaegar. Furthermore, he widowed his beloved Lyanna. Surely she didn't love him, but he did like her. The rage he had felt at that time was for her, even if it was misplaced, it was still for her. The Order of Maesters had brought so much damage to our society that even words can't describe it. So many wars started because of them. So many more that we will never know happened because of them. They lived like a leech, sucking the life out of Westeros. They held back all the knowledge and made it nearly impossible to spread. This way they made sure that Maesters were always needed. This is the reason why I visited the Citadel in Old Town some years ago. There I met a good man, Archmaester Marwyn. He told me about the secret plots of the Order. I also did my investigation and found dragon and human bones secretly kept underground. So, I had no choice but to destroy and rebuild. I created the Tower of Knowledge, which only serves one purpose, to spread the knowledge. There is no Order of Maesters anymore. The position is just a word now. In the north, we now call them teachers or professors. I will be creating these towers of knowledge in every city in the world. These will be places where anyone can go to receive an education. I will also make it free to teach children as well. Our future is bright, as long as you follow me. Now, back to the trial. But, let me bring some new guests first. He took out the Anywhere door from his pocket dimension and opened a passage to Winterfell. Alina, Anna, Rena, John, and Eric were waiting for him. He opened the door and 2 women and 3 children walked him. As soon as Rena and the kids saw Alexander, they ran to him. "Grandpa," they shouted. "Ha ha ha. Come here," he laughed and picked them up. Rena and Eric on his shoulders and John in his arms. "They may not look familiar to you all," he said and lifted their disguise. Alina's hair returned to being black and her skin a bit tanned. Anna's hair turned back to being the original and her face to what it was before. Rena also looked at her hair change from reddish-brown to black, her eyes from black to deep blue. Aegon's hair turned back to white and his eyes purple. John was just John. "Welcome back, Elia, Lyanna, Rhaenys, Aegon, and John," Alexander greeted. "Who's Rhaenys' grandpa? Who's Aegon?" the kids asked. "They are also your name's sweetlings. But you can still keep calling yourself Rena and Eric if you want." I love my name, I won't change it, Rena proudly said. Yes, me too, Eric added. But that was not the case with Elia and Lyanna. Ned walked out of the crowd and hugged Lyanna. He knew about her but still, he felt like his sister was really back now. Robert didn't know what to do, he just walked up to her and kneeled down on one knee. I am sorry, Lyanna. I made you a widow. I will accept any punishment you want to give me. I'll accept it even if you want to behead me. He solemnly said, his eyes facing the ground. Lyanna walked up to him and caressed his hair. It wasn't your fault. It was no one's fault. The Maesters did it. I forgive you, Robert. I am also happy to see that you turned out to be such a fine man. She smiled. Robert lifted his face to look at Lyanna. Both had tears in their eyes. You should meet my son, Robert. John, come here, she called. Little John came hopping to his mother. John, this is Uncle Robert. He's a very strong man. John looked at the bearded, well-built man in front of him. Both of them were face to face as Robert was still kneeling. Robert kept on looking at John's face. For starters, he was happy that the boy had mostly stark features. Ha ha ha. Come here, little John. I'll give you a ride on my back. Robert howled in laughter and put Happy John on his back. While all this was happening, another reunion was taking place just a few steps away. Sister, is that really you? Oberyn walked towards Elia with widened and shock-filled eyes. Just on the brim of tearing up. Elia also had tears in her eyes, looking at her brother as Elia and not Alina. Yes, it's me. I missed you, big brother. They both tightly hugged and cried. I thought, why you? Yes, we would have died if not for Uncle. I mean All-Father. She corrected herself. Smack. Only to receive a light pat on her head by passing by Alexander. I am still your uncle. I may be a god but I still have feelings. All the people chuckled seeing that. To them, God seemed so perfect. Not pompous, not extremely proud. Instead, God was warm, kind, and approachable. This led them to think whether if the High Septon was also the same as Maesters and manipulating them. You look good, sister. I wish Doran could be here to see you. Oberyn happily said. Me too. I heard that he can't walk now because of gout. Elia sadly replied. You know, you can use the door. Just go and bring him here. Alexander offered. Elia quickly opened the door and let Oberyn go in to bring Doran. The whole world already knew that All-Father had descended to the realm of men and that he was currently the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms too. So when Doran came out of the door, with his walking stick, he still tried to kneel in front of Alexander. Alexander waved his hand and cast a healing spell. Gout wasn't a hard disease to cure with magic. Doran suddenly felt painless while kneeling. He quickly looked up at Alexander. All-Father, thank you. Thank you, he said with teary eyes. Not for curing him. But for saving his sister. Ha ha ha. Get up now, son. Go and meet Elia, Alexander patted his shoulder. Doran nodded and got up to embrace his sister. Welcome back, Elia, he whispered in her ears. Oberyn also came over and hugged them. Brothers, meet my children. They don't like being called Rhaenys and Aegon though. Rena, Eric. Come over here, she called. The kids were playing with Dobby on the Iron Throne when they were called. They ran back to their mother with giggles. Turning the mood of the always cold Great Hall/throne room cheerful. People prayed that may there always be such happiness in that cursed hall. Doran and Oberyn talked with the two children. Rena already knew Oberyn so she was comfortable. But Aegon was a little shy with strangers. Both Doran and Oberyn also picked the kids on their backs and took their sister to the side so that the trial could end. Lyanna and Robert did the same. Alexander had already tapped Cersei's mouth while the reunion was taking place. Tywin, Cersei, and Jaime were also going through time torture. They went through all the cruelties they did to others. When the hall fell back into silence, Dobby loudly spoke. Now Alexander was sitting on the throne while Dobby was announcing. Cersei Lannister, you have been found guilty of your crimes and are sentenced to death. Jaime Lannister, for cooperating with the trial, you are to take the black. Tywin Lannister, even if Elia and her children are alive, you still orchestrated the sacking and planned their murder. You also caused the death of Tisha. For your crimes, you are also sentenced to death. Maester Whaleys, you are sentenced to death for causing conflict and manslaughter. All your punishments will be given tomorrow morning, inside the execution hall. Dobby, read the verdict. Cersei Lannister, category. Murder. Indirect murder. Blackmail. R**PE. Sin percentage, 59%. Jaime Lannister, category. Murder. Indirect murder. R asterisk PE. Sin percentage, 63%. Tywin Lannister, category. Murder. Indirect murder, 3,278, Reigns of Castamare. Blackmail. R asterisk PE. Sin percentage dash 70%. Alexander had given the data to Dobby already and they were getting rightfully punished. Though Alexander also knew that most of the people involved in the Lord and Knight's business were category 3, especially those who fought in rebellion. Most of the people in the hall cheered. Except for Kevin, Tyrion, and the criminals. Tyrion didn't have much love for his sister and father, but he still loved his brother. Maybe a little less after learning about Tisha. Tywin and Cersei were taken to the specially made cells with new locks. Jaime was left to wait for someone from Night's Watch to come for him. "You don't look so good, Tyrion," Jaime grimly spoke. "Sigh, we all are broken people, brother. Some broken by strangers and some by your loved ones. Now. Sorrow is my only salvation. Goodbye, enjoy the wall, I always wanted to see it." Tyrion slowly walked away, leaving Jaime standing alone to think about his whole life and the things he could have done differently. Thank you for supporting. Chapter 97. Target, Slaver's Bay. The next morning, in a cold large room. 3 people were made to stand on a platform with a rope around their neck. "Please, please, I don't want to die." Cersei wailed, but no one even looked at her. Tywin and Maester Waelys quietly stood there. Already accepted their fate. The executioner pulled the lever and they were hanged. In a few seconds, life left their bodies. Ezekiel, a stout devotee of the 7. He was very happy as he got to be so close to Allfather in the tourney grounds. But unknown to him, his mind had changed after eating the apple. He passed by the September of Baelor and was surprised to find that the Septons were still asking for money offerings from people. He couldn't understand why, as the god had already come down to them. So, he went to the Red Keep to ask the question. The court was in session under Dobby. "Your Holiness, I am Ezekiel. I wanted to ask why the Septon are still asking for offerings. Does Allfather require money?" he asked, ready to give up all his small wealth if Allfather needed it. "No, he has not ordered for any such thing. The Septons are doing that on their own. Allfather will never ask for your hard-earned money, be clear about that. I will tell him about this and he will deal with them himself," Dobby said. Ezekiel felt satisfied with the answer and left. Later that day, Alexander found out about the situation and went out to investigate. He hovered above the streets, giving blessings to all the passerby. When he reached the September, he was greeted by kneeling Septa and Septons. "Where is the High Septon?" he asked. "He will return soon, Allfather," one of them nervously replied. Soon, a fat and ugly man entered. The High Septon looked at Alexander and came at him running. "Allfather, thank you for coming to us mortals. Why do I smell an unpleasant odor from you? You have been drinking and indulging in unholy deeds." "How dare you," Alexander said, keeping his godly image. Alexander quickly searched his mind. R asterisk pissed, pedophile, attempted murder, and swindling money from people. So much for the highest-ranking priests. Suddenly 2 wolf sword operat in. "Take him prisoner. He will be on trial for his crimes." Then Alexander looked for the secret chest full of money. He found it and brought it out of the building. "Gather around everyone," Alexander loudly said. All the nearby small folks rushed to him. Soon there was a crowd of thousands watching him. "I am saddened today by the state of the faith. I found that the High Septon was doing unholy deeds. He was also hoarding the money taken as an offering for himself. Money taken from you. Money that you all worked hard to earn. Let me tell you one thing. No god ever asks for money from his children. Only demons ask for sacrifice and money. I was here even before these new religions came into existence. I have seen them turn from being a faith to a business. I saw in the north that people don't pay anything to old gods for blessings. They just wholeheartedly pray. But here, they ask you for money. Money that is only used by selfish people to fulfill their selfish agenda. My children, if you want to pray, then pray from your heart. Because God doesn't live in magnificent buildings and sculptures. God lives in your heart. Be honest and truthful, God will hear you. I am dismissing the practice of offering the Septons money. Because blessings aren't bought by money but good deeds. The High Septon will be punished tomorrow and the money found will be used to start new work for people." After saying that, he flew away. All the people looked excitedly at him. They all hated the practice of offering, but if they didn't pay then they would be seen as an outcast. Now the god had said it himself. Thieves. Liars. Swindlers. Sinners. People called the Septons various things. As many lords had come to see their god. The King's Landing was getting more crowded each day. Alexander wasn't just going to invite the lords for the feast. All people were invited. He had used his magic to create an extension on the cliff that Red Keep was on. The whole extension was turned into a big garden with various fruit trees. It was accessible by all the people. Then it was decorated for the grand feast. Alexander's elf rune masters and alchemists were successful in creating the bowl version of the Hufflepuff cup. He was using it to create a lot of food. Dobby walked up to Alexander to report on the siege of Slaver's Bay. "Boss, the navy is ready. We have already infiltrated the cities and have marked all members of the Sons of the Harpy. They are just waiting for you now." "Good, I will personally go there after the feast. I need to have a talk with the Dothraki as well. I am also going to bring little Dany here. There's no reason for her to live there anymore," Alexander informed. "Okay, boss." The feast began in an hour. A lot of people came and happily ate and drank. Grandpa, can you please bring my bicycle? I want to show it to Uncle Obi." Rena came running to him. "Haha. Okay, sweetie." He took out a bicycle from his space pocket. She happily took it and rode it around. Soon other children also came to him and Alexander had to give all of them one. Joffrey was one of them. Alexander had to make the boy drink a lot of potions to heal his defected brain. "Allfather," a voice came from behind. Alexander turned around and saw Tyrion. "What's the matter, child? Why do you look so distressed?" I wanted to ask about Tisha. Is she happy in heaven?" he meekly asked. "Yes, she and her child. Both are happy." "Her child?" It took a moment for Tyrion to understand. His leg suddenly lost strength and he was about to fall. But Bronn was standing there and quickly helped him. "She has also forgiven you and only wants you to lead an honest life. So that you can see her someday," he said. Tyrion mistook it as getting to see her in heaven. And he knew that his sins would send him to hell as he is now. Thank you, Allfather. I should go now," Tyrion said with teary eyes. He was just 16 years old after all the loss of family was a heavy hit. But Alexander was also not going to treat him softly. Tyrion would have to prove that he's worthy of his child and Tisha. "Bronn, go with him. He might need someone to talk with," he ordered. Bronn was still having a hard time believing that he was in service of Allfather. "Okay, but I'm taking a bottle of fire whiskey with me." The day ended with all the people dancing to music and happily laughing. Without a worry of wars or anything. In the middle of the night, after the feast, Alexander silently left King's Landing and appeared on his ship near the Slaver's Bay. There were 3 cities in Slaver's Bay: Astapor, Meereen, and Yunkai. They all claimed to be the remnants of the old Giscari Empire. His first stop was Astapor. The city was famed for its unsullied soldiers. The soldiers were used all over the free cities as guards because they never steal or are *PE as they were all made eunuchs. Their training starts at age 5 and goes on from dawn to dusk. It is brutal, designed not only to teach them how to fight, but to strip away all individuality, empathy, and self-worth. Slaves that fail at any aspect of their training are killed. Only a third of the slaves entering training survive to become unsullied. On the day a boy is cut, made eunuch, he is given a puppy to take care of. At the end of the first year, the boy is made to strangle the puppy. Should he fail to do so, he is killed and fed to the surviving dogs. During training, boys are culled whenever they fail a task, be it running all day in full pack, scaling a mountain at night, or walking across a bed of coals. As graduation, to win their spiked cap, they must take a silver mark, go to the slave markets and buy a newborn slave child and kill it before its mother and pay the slave mother's owner for his loss. That's how brutal the slave masters were. There are going to be a lot of dead people, Alexander sighed. With the morning sun, Alexander walked into the city. He had no guard with him, just him alone. Everyone who saw him kneeled down quickly. Slaves even started to cry and pray as they were the ones who needed his blessings the most. He walked straight to the Plaza of Pride. It was an open market where all the slaves were sold by their good masters. The good masters/slavers were assholes of the highest order. They know who Alexander is, but they would never bow to him. To them, there was no god. Their thinking was right too. If there was a god, then he would have already punished them for all the bad things they did. But at last, better late than never. Or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_immortal_novel. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 98. Damn the slavers. He was greeted by fat slavers inside the market. They eyed him like he was made of gold. Soon a slave master with the best clothes and ornaments on came to him. "Allfather, maybe I can help you in finding what you are looking for," he said as his face fat throbbed with each word. "Ah. Yes. I want to buy unsullieds. Do you sell them? Alexander asked. Yes, yes, we do sell them. Please follow me and I'll take you to our finest merchandise. The slaver signaled him to follow. By the way, my name is Zarkzex, people call me Big Master. The merchant introduced himself. Let's see his sins. Zarkzex, category. Murder. Indirect murder, 1. Human trafficking, 5. R asterisk PE, 1. Indirect infanticide, 1. Sin percentage, 88%. Asterisk I asterisk why do I even bother reading their sins? They all deserve to die by default. Zark took him to a large open field. Nearly 5,000 unsullied stood there in neat and clean light armor and a square matrix. These are our best unsullied. How many do you want? He asked. How many do you have? Alexander asked. Zark's eyes shone as he sensed big money. In total, we have 10,000 unsullieds in the city. How many are in training? 20,000 in training. Only 8,000 of them will live to become an unsullied. He proudly informed. I'll buy them all. How much do you want? Alexander asked. All the slave masters started to talk between themselves. One of them may have felt invincible, so he decided to berate Alexander in their new Valyrian and Giscari tongue. The slave masters took pride in being remnants of the old original Giscari Empire, but the ancient language was lost to them. Ziskit Qs into Kaxan Fup Axanithik. Bungik Selkalal, this shit god thinks he can buy anything. Fucking sorcerer. The men said. But suddenly the ground started to vibrate under the slave master's feet and soon it was lifted up in the sky. It went all the way to 1,000 feet. Penais Axan Supalil Din Blank EBVO Yeep Faxachaxal Tuko. Pum Saxok Iskaxali Liso Pi Baxer, PEUG Waxank Klaxank Zo Saxamo Baxado TEUGT, don't act superior in front of me with your bastard tongue. I saw Giscari rise and fall, do you want me to grant you the same fate? Alexander said in pure Giscari tongue. Which even the best of slave masters found hard to understand, but they still understood the gist of it. We are sorry for disgracing you, All-Father. Please let Hixa come down, Zark pleaded. Sure, Alexander agreed. The stone on which the slave master was standing in the air vanished. Hixa fell to his death and turned into an ugly mess. Now, how much for all the slaves in the city? Alexander asked while conjuring a seat and sitting down. What? You mean unsullieds, right? Zark nervously confirmed. You heard me the first time. Just say the price. Or, as he said that the ground again started shaking. Ah yes yes. We can sell you all. But let me bring all the good masters here first, he and hurriedly sent his assistants. That was easy. He's bringing all the slavers to me to judge, Alexander internally thought. After an hour all the slavers had gathered there. One of the slavers had a little girl with him whom Alexander recognized. It was a 3 to 4-year-old Missendii. She was probably just recently kidnapped by some unknown pirates from the island of Noth. It was really a weird island. A special kind of poisonous butterflies lived there and the islanders were immune to them. Nothi people have a unique look to them with flat faces, dark skin, and golden eyes. They are called the peaceful people, due to their belief in extreme pacifism. They make music rather than war and kill nothing, not even animals, eating only fruit and never flesh. They are widely sought after by slavers who consider them to make the best slaves. Before the doom of Valyria, Noth used to be a major exporter of silk from silkworm caterpillars. The Nothi also exported fine handicrafts and delicate spiced wine. The Nothi shimmering silks could be found in markets throughout the 7 kingdoms and the free cities at that time. But, the slaver raids became so frequent after the doom that the Nothi abandoned their coasts to take refuge in the hills and forests of the interior. As a result, the export trade has largely collapsed in the past 400 years, and Nothi silks are less and less frequently seen in the world's major cities. I guess I'll visit the place too. Such kind people don't deserve to face such hardships because of people's greed, Alexander thought. All-Father, we have bought all the slave masters and they all have agreed to sell all their slaves to you, Zark said with a frowning smile. Ha. Good. And what's the price you have come up with? Alexander asked. AAA. It's We have decided on 30 million gold dragons. Zark scaredly said, fearing that Alexander might not like it. Ha. Good. I like that price. Here, take these. Alexander waved his hand and 10 large chests filled with gold. All the slave master had their mouths salivating seeing all that money. They all knew that 30 million was a big price for their slaves. Their minds were jumping thinking that this was the best trade deal in the history of trade deals. One by one, they all gave Alexander their master sticks, which signifies that they were the masters of the slaves they owned. Then the master that brought Missandei turned around and started to walk away with her. She looked at him with longing eyes. Wait. I'll be keeping that girl too, Alexander loudly stopped him. The slaver turned and showed his disgustful face. She's not for sale. And I wasn't asking. As soon as his words fell, the slaver got swallowed by the ground. One by one, all the slave masters started to disappear into the ground. Zark looked at him with a horror-filled face. Why are you killing us? All of you, category 3 or 4, Alexander replied. Soon, the big field had turned silent. Alexander walked to little Missandei. He didn't ask her about her parents as he had looked in her mind. Her small village was attacked and her parents were killed. He kneeled down and caressed her wrinkly hair. What's your name, little one? It's Missandei, All-Father, she replied. Would you like to come with me? I'll take you to my family. There are many more children like you. My granddaughter Rena would love to be your friend. Alexander offered. Really? I can have friends, All-Father. She asked like it was the craziest thing. Yes, sweetie. And no calling me All-Father. Call me Grandpa. Now come, let's go. He said and made her sit on his shoulders. She was too small to quickly follow him around. Then he called for Dobby and told him about the situation. Good thing you solved this without any major problems. The biggest problem with resettling the slaves is that they don't know how to do things without being ordered. This, in the end, causes great problems. I faced this in Ass-High. I'll have to slowly introduce the working of the world to them. I'll appoint one of my assistant elves to administer here. What about the Unsullied? Their minds have been damaged and molded into serving their masters since the age of 5. I don't think we can change them without magic. Dobby explained. Then I'll take them to become my people. I'll fully heal them with magic. Their minds and body combined. Alexander said. You want to take them to Fixame? Dobby inquired. Yes. But I won't force them to stay. After they are healed, they can leave. Dobby nodded. This was for the best. Yes, you can also teach them various modern things. Like things about technology, bureaucracy, administration, modern warfare. This way when they return to the world they will be able to do good. Dobby suggested. Nice idea. Let's do this. Alexander agreed. He looked at the Unsullieds and spoke in their tongue. My children, forgive me that you had to face such hardships in your lives. When I see you, I don't see slaves or soldiers. I just see humans. Just like anyone else. Then he burned the master sticks. You are all free. You can do anything you want as long as it's not a crime, and I won't stop you. But I will also give you another option. I can heal all of your bodies. I can return what was taken away from you at a young age. You will have to live in my world for some time to heal yourself. There you will also be taught various kinds of things. And after you get healed, you can leave and live like a normal person or you can follow me. The choice is yours. All the Unsullieds looked at the kind-looking god in front of them. After some seconds passed, they started to kick the ground with their feet. Seeing their agreement, Alexander took them all to Fixame. Alfred would take care of them from there. All right, Dobby, look after the city. I'll go to Yunkai now. He said and flew in the air. Little Missandei was scared at first but then started to giggle happily. Flying was such an amazing experience. Alexander also preferred to fly than apparate if not in an emergency. Or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 99. Pack up. Alexander came to Yunkai. The city was famous for its bed slaves. They would force girls into prostitution from a small age and teach them various techniques to satisfy their clients. Death was the only option for the slave masters here too. Just like the cruel death he gave to the slave masters of Astapor, he killed all the slave masters there and handed the city over to his people. His last stop, Myrene, was the biggest of the 3 cities. It was bigger than Astapor and Yunkai combined. This was a city with various businesses. There were various big pyramids of different colors occupied by different noble families. The city was ruled by the great masters. Members of the old slaving families. There were 15 families. Then there were the fighting pits and the temple where various kinds of things happened. From healing to pleasure. The city was also deeply involved in the slave trade. Alexander knew that the only way to correct the clusterfuck of a city was by thoroughly cleaning it. The mentality of the nobles could never be changed. Not without using magic. But then again, they were involved in slaving. It was basically their culture. And such cultures were best to be removed. But to his surprise, when he reached the big city, some slaves were already planning on revolting. He investigated and found a man named Lionel. He went and had a chat with him. "How many of you are there?" he asked. "All, Father, we are blessed that you have come to us. I have gathered 1,000 slaves who want freedom. I hail from Carcosa and am part of the Order of Free. My colleague Francisco had told me how you liberated Carth." Lionel respectfully said. "Good. I have liberated Astapor and Yunkai as well." "This is the final one," Alexander informed. Lionel was surprised because he didn't receive any news about a fight breaking out there. "I will deal with the slave masters. Then my people will come and organize the city and help the former slaves to adapt to the new life." "Thank you, All-Father. If it's you, then we don't have to worry." Lionel bowed. "Haha. Get up, my boy. You are doing a good job." Alexander then used Accio to gather all the slavers in the city and passed his judgment. All of them except 2 deserved death. The 2 that he did let live were also made to sign a lifelong contract to be a good citizen. After he was done, he notified Dobby and Lionel. In a few days, the Slavers' Bay would be officially renamed Freedom Bay. "Hey there, little Missendii. Do you know about the Dothrakis?" he asked her. They steal from people," she said, not sure if she was right. "Yes, my child. You are correct. We will be going to meet them now," Alexander announced and flew up in the air. Dothraki also ate the apple of knowledge, so they should also have grown a little bit in mind, he thought. Because of the changes brought by Alexander, the Dothraki weren't as violent as in the show or books. They didn't kill for no reason and only stole. They were still very powerful people though. Now instead of them being divided into various khals, they had a practice of electing a new khal king by fighting. Alexander went straight into their main city. Viz Dothrak. It was a big city, but the buildings were made of wood and mud. Very primitive. He landed in front of the biggest building in the city, which was probably the residence of the khal king. Khal Drogo from the show was still very young and hadn't even become a khal yet. But the boy was still tall and strong. The khal king was named Khal Nake. Alexander's god status made everything easier, as no matter which community or which religion, everyone recognized Alexander as one true god. He told them about his plan on including them in his world federation and upgrading their city to becoming like a modern one. He also told them his plans on bringing the train to Essos as well. The Khal king was happy with all the things his people would get. In the end, Alexander ended up becoming the new Khal king by the agreement of all the Khals. He still let Khal Nake act like a governor. In the meantime, his people would come to the city and change things. Then Alexander flew to Braavos to meet Daenerys and Ragnarok. Little Dany was playing in the courtyard under the lemon trees. She had been living a fulfilling and happy life without any worries. Ragnarok kept Viserys at bay, so she never faced the bullying. It was just another playful day for her. Playing with the various plushy dolls was the favorite pastime of her. But suddenly she heard a thud from behind her. She looked around and saw the person she had been hearing about for so long. She had heard the stories about the Allfather and had seen pictures. "Grandpa," she cutely voiced. Alexander was surprised that she straight up called him Grandpa and was feeling just like he did when he met Rena for the first time. The little chubby girl was too cute. "Haha. Yes, little Dany. I am Grandpa. Come here." He went ahead and gave her a hug. She also happily returned it. Then he waved his hand and a mountain of plushy toys came in front of her. She looked at them with stars in her eyes. Alexander also noticed the envy in Missendiai's eyes. "Little Dany, meet Missendii. Would you like to be her friend?" he asked. Missendii and Daenerys were nearly the same age. 3 to 4 years old. Both of them looked at each other for a while. Then suddenly Dany walked to her and hugged her. "Flens," she said. "All these toys are for you too." "Where is your grandpa Ragnarok, Dany?" Alexander asked. Daenerys thought for a bit and replied, inside." "Haha. Okay, I'll find him. You go and have fun." Alexander ruffled their hair. "Hey. Fat dragon. Come out." Alexander walked into the house. But instead of Ragnarok, Ser Willem Darry came out. The knight had grown fat now. "Who dares to call me fat?" Willem Darry quickly fell to his knees. "Ah. Allfather. Ragnarok had said that you'd be coming. Sorry for disrespecting you." "Haha. It's all right, son. You did a good job all these years." Alexander replied and quickly healed the man's joint pain and bad eyes. Feeling the change, Willem quickly knelt down again. But then Ragnarok came out. "Haha. Get up, fatty. You look like a ball when kneeling, he told Willem. They probably had formed a good brotherly relationship all this time living together. Ha. How are you, Ragnarok? Where's the other boy? Alexander asked. Greetings, Allfather. The boy's inside. I was teaching him High Valyrian. Good, it's time to go back to Westeros now. Let's have them meet their niece and nephews. Alexander said. Really? I can go and see my family too. Finally, the time has come. Willem interjected. Alexander nodded. Yes, pack your stuff and get ready. I will be going to the House of Black and White for a while first. Yes, Allfather. I'll quickly prepare. Ragnarok, there's another girl with Dany in the courtyard. Take care of her too for a while, will you? You got it, boss. Ragnarok walked to the courtyard with a big smile. He probably liked playing with Dany too. Vala Morghulis, Jaqen Hagar greeted him at the door of his temple. Vala Dohaeris, my boy. How are you? He asked. We are receiving fewer contracts these days because of you bringing peace. To us, this means that we have done a good job. Less bad men is good for the world. He said in his monotonous voice. Yes, soon. This word will not require the services of the House of Black and White. Alexander said. Jaqen Hagar looked at his face. Not knowing what he'll do next. He had spent all his life in the service of the temple after all. Now, no need to be worried, son. I have two options for you. 1. I disband the temple and you all can go and live a normal life, or 2nd, you can follow me to other worlds and help me purify them. Though I will have to give you some new training in warfare and technology. We will follow Allfather. We would love to serve you in bringing your light to other worlds. Jaqen replied without even thinking. Ha, good, son. Then I'll teleport this House of Black and White to Fixhame. It's my world where pure beings live. You will live there and train there. Recall all the faceless men back. He ordered. Jaqen nodded and left for work. Alexander could feel that Jaqen was secretly excited. They would make the best spy and infiltration department. I should create some super soldier serum too, Alexander thought. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 100. Grandma Universe. Uncle, why are you taking me to Dorne? Ned asked from his dirt bike. Son, we are going to find you a good wife. I had talked to Doran earlier. He's going to help. Alexander announced. What? I don't want a wife, Uncle. I am fine. It's not about you, son. It's about little Robb and Sansa. Can you give them a mother's love? Can Sansa talk to you about her girl problems when she grows up? Alexander tried to reason. Ned stayed silent for a while. He knew what Alexander said was right. All right, but I will only agree if I like her. He said. Ha. Good. Now let's hurry up and reach Sunspear before dawn. Alexander said and increased the speed. By the evening they appeared in Sunspear. Elia and her children were living there for a while. Though Elia had decided that she would live in Winterfell for the rest of her life and considered herself a Stark. She was also happy as when the railways would develop, her brothers would be able to come to see her in Winterfell in a day. Grandpa Rena came running to him when he entered the Martell's castle. Ha. Come here, my little cat. How have you been these days? Alexander held her in his arms. It was fun. Uncle Obi showed me so many places. But this place is so hot. I sweat a lot and become smelly. She pinched her nose. Just then, Alexander had the idea of selling ice to the world from the north. At least for some years. Then he'll just introduce refrigerators. Do you want ice cream? He asked. Yes, she excitedly nodded. Ha. Then take this and eat it quickly or else it will melt. Give one to Eric too. He gave her 2 ice cream cones. Welcome to Sunspear, Allfather. The whole city has decided to celebrate the week as a festival. They are all very happy to have you here. Doran greeted him. Ha. Then tell them that drinks are on me, for the whole city. Some people around the cheered when they heard him. Let's go inside. I will introduce you to my family. Dorna said. Inside he met the 3 children of Doran and many sand snakes of Oberyn. Rena was basically stuck to him from the moment she saw him there. Grandpa. I will show you the city. Come with me. Rena jumped around him. Ha. Okay, my sweetie. Let's go. I'll see you in the evening, everyone. Ned, have some rest. Alexander said and walked with Rena. Look. That place makes the best lemonade. Rena excitedly walked him around the city, making him buy various things. Most of the shop owners refused to take money from him, but he still forced them. Grandpa, look. That shop makes the best clothes here. The grandma who runs the place is also very kind. She gives me candies and I also have a gift for you. She innocently chirped. Alexander walked into the big shop. The moment he entered, Dobby popped into the first floor for some reason and started singing in a low voice and playing the guitar. Musical notes when you go and I'm alone. You live in my imagination. The summertime and butterflies. All belong to your creation. Musical notes. He knew that the song wasn't meant to be sung that way. Dobby was making it too slow and romantic. Is he going to confess to someone, Alexander thought. Grandma Rena loudly called and jumped down from Alexander's back. Ha ha. Little Rena. Welcome back. I got new candies for you today. A pleasant female voice spoke. But Alexander felt like he knew the voice and it wasn't possible for that person to be there. The woman then came into his view. She wore a lot of jewelry and had tanned skin like most of the Dornish people. Or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_immortal_novel. Alexander's heart started to beat too fast as he saw her face. It took all his willpower to speak one word. Olivia. The lady then noticed the men and had the same shocked face as Alexander. For some reason, Rena quickly ran to Dobby like she had accomplished her task. Alex, she whispered. Musical notes. I live for you, I long for you, Olivia, hey hey. I've been idolizing the light in your eyes, Olivia, hey hey. I live for you, I long for you, Olivia. Musical notes. Alexander nodded and slowly walked to her, while she did the same. When close enough, Alexander softly touched her face and she did the same. Is this really you? They both spoke at the same time with watery eyes. I thought I'd lost you, Alexander whimpered. And I thought I was dead. But I met God, Alex. Can you imagine that? And you are a god too. What about our sons? She confusedly asked. Alexander kept on nodding again and again. It really was his Olivia. He quickly hugged her tightly as if she would disappear at any moment. Musical notes. Don't let me go. Don't let me go. Don't let me go, Olivia. Musical notes. I won't ever let anything happen to you again. Never. Alexander mumbled. Olivia also teared up and tightly hugged Alexander. To her, not much time had passed since she had died. All she knew was that she died and met God. God told her that he had adopted Alex as a son and now works as his advocate for the multiverse. To be honest, she didn't know what was happening. She wasn't really that religious. Then God said that Alexander misses her a lot, and for Alexander, many years have passed. She really felt sad hearing that. She already knew that Alexander was someone who wouldn't actively find a new wife, as he was very reserved in that area since his young days. God then said something about her having magic which she didn't understand and sent her to Westeros. She didn't know anything about the place, but thankfully she had some new memories which told her about her current status. She was the owner of a high-end boutique in a kingdom called Dorne. It had just been a month since she came there. She was worried that she'd have to find Alexander on her own, but then the dragons attacked and she saw him. The same old and kind face. People had started chanting prayers to him for some reason, and when she researched a bit she found out that Alex was a god. Since then she was planning on going to King's Landing to meet him soon. But fate brought him to her. I missed you so much, Ollie. I missed you a lot. Alexander muttered. I missed you too, Alex. How are you? She asked. She felt a bit concerned seeing Alexander so emotional, but then remembered that for her maybe not much time has passed, but for Alexander, many years have. I am fine, Ollie. Now better than ever. Father must have a hand in all this. Where's the little cat? She probably knew about all this. Alexander said, and found Rena and Dobby standing at the side. He quickly picked Rena up and embraced her in his arms and kissed her forehead. This is the best gift, Rena. The best in the world. He. I knew Grandma and Grandpa would be happy. Uncle Dobby also helped. She said. Alexander also went to Dobby and gave his giant elf friend a good hug. Thank you, Dobby. Thank you. Ha. Happy to see you happy. Dobby smiled. Olivia, meet my best friend Dobby. Alexander introduced. He still couldn't believe that his Olivia was back. While Dobby and Olive talked, Alexander spoke to God. Thank you, Father. Ha. Anything for you, my son. Your wife had finished her life cycle, so I thought about you and gave her soul the memory and body of her life with you. Though she would still think that she died just a month ago, God said. Yes, I will keep that in mind. Thank you again, Father. Ha. Now go and talk to her, son. Alexander looked back at Olivia. Ollie, let's go to Fixhame, I'll introduce you to my people. Medusa and Barry will love you. He then took them to his pocket world. Rena went to play with Rooney while he talked with her. Barry came chirping to greet him and the new human. Hey Barry, meet my lovely wife, Olivia. If I am your father then she's your mother. Alexander said. Barry looked at Olivia first and then jumped on her shoulder and rubbed his head on her cheeks. Ha ha. Hey there Barry. Thank you for taking care of my old boy. She said, embarrassing Alexander. Grandpa Medusa came and jumped onto him for a hug. He ruffled her hair, ha ha. How are you, girl? Meet Olivia. She will be your grandma. Medusa was a cheerful and smart girl. She could sense the nature of people. And her senses were telling that she was just like Alexander. She again jumped into a hug with Olivia. After all the greetings, they were both alone. So, are you going to tell me what happened to our sons? God said it would be better if you told me. Olivia asked the one question he wanted to avoid. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 101, 101. A Changed World. No, Olivia. They weren't our sons. They were devil spawns. I'll show you everything that happened after you were. Not with me. Alexander sadly replied. He took out a real pensive. Not the projector but the real one. He put in all the memories. Everything that happened in his life till now, except the 15,000 years of history. She saw how Alexander took care of Henry and Marcus. How much he loved them. How hard he tried to make the cancer vaccine. How much the world loved him. Then the end came. How their sons betrayed and killed their own father. Olivia had started to cry by then. Then she saw the Harry Potter world. How Alexander made a new family there, Edward and Hermione. She laughed at things and cried when he had to leave. Then the things he's done in the current world. It all took her some hours to see everything. When it all ended, she quickly got up and hugged him tightly. You had to suffer alone for so long. Those ungrateful sons of our. I am here now and you have already built a big family. Look at their smiles. They sat quietly and looked at Rena, Medusa, Barry, Rooney, Monty playing together, laughing, and running around. Yes, everyone I love is in my small heaven and all the Starks are my family too. But sadly I would outlive them all, he thought. Eventually, all the kids will grow up and make families. This world wasn't like Harry Potter where wizards lived very long. He could make his loved ones immortal but immortality was a curse rather than a blessing most of the time. After talking for a bit more and remembering the past, they went out. Alexander introduced Olivia to Ned. I thought we came here to find me a wife, Uncle, Ned confusedly asked. Ha ha ha. And we will. They lived in Sunspear for a whole month, in which Ned met many ladies. In the end, he did strike up a relationship with someone from the Martell family. She was a distant relative of the main branch. A beautiful and kind woman. And a fierce fighter too. Ned had a lot of trouble besting her. Life had turned so beautiful for Alexander as his Olivia was by his side now. As he had 90% of the known world under his control. He started bringing various revolutions. Green Revolution, Agriculture, White Revolution, Dairy, Milk, and finally the Industrial Revolution. But his Industrial Revolution was more focused on bringing non-polluting methods into main use. A good start would surely lead them to a good future. He knew that many people in the world had small talents in magic so he opened a magic academy. Though anyone could join it as studying runes and potions didn't need magic. The ones who had magic were taught simple magic that helped them in herbology and magical healing. He didn't teach any battle-related magic. His apple of knowledge had done wonders and people had started to question various things happening around them. Like why did everything fall and why was there day and night? The trains were expanded all around Westeros and Essos. Going as far as from Hardhome, beyond the wall, to Sunspear, Dorne. Bravos to Ass High. The cost of transporting goods decreased a lot, which further promoted trade. But there was still a problem as the two continents were separated by sea. So he introduced big container ships. Studying became universal and free. Every lord had schools in their regions now. Towers of knowledge were opened in every kingdom and big cities. Little by little, the whole mindset of the world started shifting from monarchy to democracy. Alexander made sure that all the new lords of every land or city were pro-democracy too. 15 years later. My people, 15 years ago. On this day, I came to you and became your king. And I am pleased with the journey till now. We have all come a long way. But there is still something that is holding us from going further, that is aristocracy. We needed lords and knights when our society was too backward. But now we have good functioning courts and judges. Now we have the police to keep us safe. I have already removed the aristocracy from the north. Now all those families are nothing but business families. They don't own the whole land now. Only a small part of it. The rest is the property of the government, which you can buy. You all must have read how a government works in a democratic country, so I'll spare the boring details. From today, I am abolishing the title of lords, knights, masters, king, queen, or even emperor. From today, the constitution will be enforced in which all people are born equal. Planeto's first election will be held in 1 month. Till then, I'll keep on administrating. Thank you. Alexander gave his speech from the newly constructed huge parliament, same as Congress or National Assembly, building in King's Landing. He chose the place to be the world's democratic capital because of its surroundings and image. For years it was seen as the seat from where God ruled. He was also going to make another parliament in Myrene though, as it was in the middle of Essos. Half of the Essos elected members will sit in parliament in Westeros and half of Westeros elected members in Myrene. This would make sure that the other half doesn't secretly go rogue someday. His little Rena had grown into a big girl now. 21 years old, beautiful lady. She still acted like a little girl around him though. She plans to run for elections from Winterfell constituency. She had wholeheartedly given up the Targaryen name and had taken Alexander's and Stark surname. Now her full name was Rena Maxim Universe. A name she was overly proud of. But by far the most shocking thing happening was Lyanna marrying Robert. They even had another son now. They lived in Norgold with Jon, Maya, Bella, Gendry, and newborn Alex. The name Alex had been too popular in the past years. They still refrained from using his full name though, but Alex was okay. Now every household had at least one Alex. Ben-Jen was still single. Brandon had stopped at 2 kids. Now that the world was safe and in order, people didn't have to birth extra children. Alexander also subtly popularized 2-child policy. It would help them in the long run. Tyrion Lannister, Federation Minister of Commerce. He just celebrated his 31st birthday with Myrcella, Tommen, and Joffrey a few days ago. He had given the past 15 years of his life to the creation of a successful Planeto's Federation. He first went to the Tower of Knowledge and soaked up all he could about economics and commerce. As he knew that there was no longer any danger to his life or any upcoming wars, he focused only on studying. He was baffled by the knowledge in the Great Library. The things he read about the stock market changed his view on how businesses worked. After feeling that he had already gained enough knowledge, he applied to work for Allfather. There was no bigger good duty than working for God to make a better and happier world. He also hoped that it might help him reduce his sins and maybe get to see Tisha and his child after his death. Though today was a different day. He had asked for an assistant and some young talented lads had come to give him an interview. He had rejected 19 out of the 20 already. I hope this one's good. Knock knock. Enter, Tyrion spoke. A young boy with black hair, green eyes, and a tall build entered the room. The boy was wearing a modern suit that Allfather introduced. He could see that the boy belonged to a rich family by just looking at his clothes. He gestured to him to sit. So, Illyrian. 17 years old, just out of university. Why should I hire you? Tyrion straightforwardly asked. Sir, since the day I started my school I already had planned to become an economist. So you can assume that I've been preparing for this since I was 6. Illyrian replied with a firm, confident voice. Tell me, how does making a business go public help the economy? He asked for a work-related question. As the stock trading was a new thing he didn't expect a good answer. Sir, stock trading allows businesses to raise capital to pay off debt, launch new products, and expand operations. For investors, stocks offer the chance to profit from gains in stock value as well as company dividend payments. Stock prices influence consumer and business confidence, which in turn affects the overall economy. A very good answer. Briefly and to the point. Though there are some disadvantages to going public too which I am trying to minimize, but that's for later. You are hired, kid. You'll get your identity card tomorrow. Go home and party today as you might not get time for that starting tomorrow. The Commerce Department is one of the busiest departments here. I am proud of you, kid. Having the knowledge you have at just 17 years of age. Your parents must be proud too. Tyrion said with a kind face. My son or daughter would have been this old if he thought. Yes, sir. They are proud of me. Both of them. Illyrian replied and smiled before leaving. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 102, 102. Always an imp. As soon as Illyrian left, Alexander entered Tyrion's office. I hope you didn't have too much trouble finding an assistant, Alexander spoke. Allfather. Please take a seat and no, I didn't find any trouble. He replied. Ah, yes. Illyrian is a very bright child, he praised. Do you know him? Tyrion asked. Yes, yes. I do. I saved his mother from some bad men 17 years ago. She must be really proud of her son, he reckoned. Yes, she must be. Tyrion agreed. Wait, let's go and meet her. Alexander suddenly suggested. Tyrion could not really say no, and he didn't have any reason to say no either. By the way, I've always wanted to ask a question, Allfather, Tyrion spoke while he locked his office up. Go ahead. How did you become a god? I mean, there must be an origin of yours. Tyrion asked. Alexander was truly surprised. No one had ever asked him this. Well, it's a secret. All I can say is that even I was a broken man once. When I came to this world, this land was filled with mindless growling cave-dwelling barbarians. You didn't even know how to properly speak. Then I helped and uplifted the people and created the first ever city. Alexander said. Tyrion was truly interested in this new knowledge. Is this city still standing? Absolutely, it's ass-high, Tyrion. What? He was surprised. But he could understand. The mysterious city had magic and no one knew how it came to be. Then I'll visit the place someday. Sure. Now let's go. He took out the anywhere door. Apparition was only good for traveling alone. After all, not everyone had a strong stomach. They arrived in front of a beautiful farmhouse near Winterfell. Tisha had bought it with her hard-earned money. She had refused to accept any gift from Alexander and demanded work. It was summer and the place looked very beautiful. They went to the door and rang the doorbell. The whole north already had electricity by now. Soon a woman came and opened the door. It was not Tisha. It was the housemaid. One of the new professions that developed with changing times. She fell to her knees the moment she saw Alexander. Oh, Allfather. My life has received salvation by seeing you. Thank you for gracing me with your visit. Alexander had really grown tired with the god business now. People still treated him like they first did when he revealed himself. Ha. You have my blessings, child. Is your employer inside? Tell her that I and Tyrion have come to visit. Alexander said, acting as he was supposed to. She nodded and hurriedly went inside. Though Tyrion was confused as to why Alexander told his name. As far as he knew, this was his first time coming there. But then it happened. His heart nearly stopped beating. The lady of the house looked just like his Tisha. The same kind face, blue eyes, and black hair. However, Tyrion's mind was not letting him believe that it was really Tisha. So he just introduced himself. Hello, I am Tyrion Lannister. He greeted. Hello, sir. I am Tisha Lannister. She replied with a smile. Tyrion's heart nearly burst out of his chest at that moment. He looked at her face. Is it? Really you? Tisha. Tyrion stuttered. She fell down on her knees and hugged him tightly. Yes, Tyrion. It's me. It's Tisha. Tyrion's eyes started to shed tears like a waterfall. 15 years of regret pouring out at once. All his pent-up sorrow unleashed to be replaced by happy memories soon to come. Lady Lannister, I brought your ordered items, a loud known voice came from behind Alexander. Alexander turned around and saw his freed assistant Bronn. Because of democracy, Bronn couldn't have his Fukin castle. But the guy did have a nice idea for a business and Alexander helped him set it up. 3 years ago. So, you are freeing me from the contract? Bronn asked. Yes. Then you should help me set up my business. I know I can't have a castle or a lordship after knowing your future plans, so I came up with it. You know, most of the people are lazy *NTS and don't want to go out to buy things themselves. People also have a lot of money these days because of you. So I thought, why not make these lazy *NTS pay for getting their stuff delivered to their homes? You have already made that wireless telephone famous and nearly everyone has them in their homes, non-screen phones, not smartphones. I will spread my pamphlets with newspaper and hire some boys as delivery men. Bronn gave his sales pitch. Alexander was truly impressed with Bronn, aka soon to be Jeff Bezos of Westeros. Damn it, Bronn. That's a good idea. You'll probably get rich enough with this to really build your dream Fukin castle someday. Alright, I'll help you. He was a multimillionaire and still delivered stuff himself sometimes. It keeps him fit, he says. Bronn saw Tyrion shedding tears in Tisha's embrace and understood what was happening. Tyrion then remembered Illyrian. Is Illyrian. My son. Yes, father. Another voice came from behind him. Alexander had brought the boy with his anywhere door. Soon the three were in a group hug, crying and smiling. Then Alexander decided to give him something. Tyrion Lannister. Remember all the humiliation you have faced in your life and wear it like a badge of honor. Do not forget the lessons that life has taught you. I hope you'll stay the good man you have become. As Alexander spoke, Tyrion started to feel like his legs were growing big. Then he noticed that Tisha and Illyrian didn't need to bow down to hug him. Instead, he was taller than them now. The family of three stood up. Tyrion had a well-proportionate body now. He understood what Allfather had said. Thank you for saving them. I will always be an imp in my heart, Allfather, always. Tyrion cried. I kept them away from you because of the way you were. You would have brought more sorrow to them than happiness. Now you are a changed man. A good man, and I am proud of you. Alexander felt satisfied with Tyrion's attitude and decided to let the family have some private time. Let's go, Bronn. We don't have any business here anymore. By the way, did you find a wife? Alexander asked. I did go on some dates. I met Brienne of Tarth yesterday. I mean no disrespect, I'd fuck her, but she's too tall for me. I look like an imp with her and a man got to have some self-respect. Bronn replied. Well, I wish you good luck then. I'll be going now. Take care. Alexander operated away. Alexander had fixed the uneven season cycle. He didn't even need to go into space for that. He had found out that the weird seasonal cycle only affected Westeros, as the Essos and other continents were all situated on the equator. They also faced winter but very mild, while the Westeros was more towards the northern hemisphere. He had guessed that magic must have something to do with it, as there was no such weird climate before the arrival of magic. The only reason he could think was that something must have happened further north. There he did find the reason behind the weird season cycle. It turned out, the core of the shattered red moon in the sky had fallen there. And it was a hot core, still radiating heat. He could feel that it was unevenly pulsating. He understood the reason for the weird season cycle then. The core had an uneven cycle of various temperatures. Sometimes it would even go dormant. Whenever it was hot, it would change the ice around it into steam, and that steam would travel. In its travel, the steam would also cool down and become thin sandy ice, which would then be carried by the wind into Westeros. It caused the winter. Whenever the core was dormant, Westeros would feel a summer/normal climate. Alexander had straight up taken the core and put it in his dimensional pocket. He would later study it and see what the hell it really was. Since then, Westeros faced normal seasons. There were lots of benefits to the new normal climate. For starters, the north wasn't as cold as it used to be, and more good land had opened up the north of the wall now. Alexander had also sent men to map the whole north too. A team of 10 wolf sword and 30 scientists. Jerian had also mapped the whole world too. His wolf swords had used magic to take care of the Death Island west of Westeros and also dealt with the reason behind the storm. It turned out that the Death Island was a supervolcano. It was constantly spewing deadly gases in the air and also creating dangerous air currents, which in turn made huge hurricanes in that region. His wolf swords used magic to turn the volcano dormant. Now, a new trade route was built to travel from Sunset Sea to Essos. Sithorios was an empty continent. Some cannibal tribes lived there once, but they had all died. Now only mutated dangerous animals and disease remain there. Alexander was going to deal with it before going away from the world. It would create more land for humans to expand. Space. The remaining half of the moon. Rise, my children, we may have lost our steeds, but we still have a whole army. That foolish godson had taken care of our nemesis, ice demons, and it's the time we attack. Rise up, children of Lawler. Ha ha ha. A demonic voice spoke. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 103, 103. A threat to the world. Winterfell. Ned's third daughter. His first child from his new wife, named Arya, 7-year-old, was exploring the Stark crypts. For some reason, she heard someone calling her. She followed the voice and came to the deepest level of the crypts. Then she walked to a wall and just stood there. Touch the wall, a whisper came. She was about to touch the wall, but Brandon stopped her. Arya. What are you doing? He asked. Uncle, there is someone inside. She asked me to touch the wall. She innocently said. Brandon looked at the wall and felt cold. The whole corner was really cold. I should tell Uncle about this, he thought. Some hours later, Alexander came to Winterfell to check what Brandon told him about. He went straight to the deepest floor of the crypt. He also heard a voice telling him to touch the wall. Well, there's no harm in trying. He put his hand on the wall. Suddenly the wall lit up and little by little the bricks moved away, making a big door. He entered and saw a path leading down. The more he walked down the colder the surroundings got. After one point the steps and wall turned into ice. Soon he found himself in a big hall. All made of ice. Even though the place was so deep underground there was somehow light. At the center of the hall, a big throne-like chair was placed, on which a female figure was sitting. Just then Alexander felt like a memory resurfaced in his mind. A memory that made him feel complete again. Memory. 7500 BC, Age of Heroes. 13th Lord Commander of Night's Watch. 500 years after the wall was built, people had slowly started to forget about the long night that had come to pass. The 13th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Brandon Stark, found a woman beyond the wall. Her skin was as white as the moon and eyes like blue stars. The Lord Commander quickly fell in love with her and had a union. It really was love, but for others it was unholy. Later the Lord Commander brought his wife to Castle Nightfort, which was the main castle of Night's Watch at the time, and declared himself the king and her the queen of the wall. He ruled for 13 years. When Brandon the Breaker, the king of winter, and Joramun, the king beyond the wall, found out, they teamed up and destroyed the reign of the Night's King. Brandon Stark, Night's King, was slain. Later it was found that he was offering orphan children to the White Walkers. But in reality, he was just helping the White Walkers to maintain their population. Brandon the Breaker, when found out that the Night's Queen was pregnant with a Stark child, he secretly brought her to Winterfell and hid her in the deepest part of the crypts, where she later gave birth to a healthy boy with magical abilities. The boy was a warg and had a very high tolerance for cold. Brandon the Breaker named the boy a Stark and raised him as his son. The Night's Queen, seeing her existence as unneeded, locked herself inside the crypts. Brandon the Breaker later died without any real heir, and the mantle of the King of Winter finally fell into the hand of the son of Night's King and Night's Queen. He was called Brandon the Cold. The whole current Stark generation was a descendant of a union between a Stark and an Iceman/White Walker. Memory ends. So that's why the Starks have such a high tolerance to cold, he mumbled and walked to the Night's Queen. God King. She quickly got up from her seat. You have been calling for people. Did you want to go out? He asked. Thank you for coming. No, I wasn't planning on getting out, but I sensed him. He is coming to attack. I also couldn't feel my people. This world is in danger, God King. She quickly spoke with a horror-filled face. Easy there, your people are safe. I sent them to a place where they could live freely. Now tell me who's going to attack. Alexander asked. Lawler and his minions. There is a legend that us Icemen and those fire demons were at war once. In the end, we won but only could make them run back to their fire moon. Then you destroyed that moon when they tried to attack. We thought that they were dead, but no. I can feel them. He's coming with his army. She explained. Is Lawler a mortal or a demon? Alexander asked. He wasn't sure now if Lawler was an original demon from hell or a mortal turned demon. He's a demon. Though he was once a mortal, after practicing dark magic for so long he became a demon. My brother, Hegier, and I have heard of these stories since we were children. You must do something, God King. She pleaded. I will save the world, child. No need to worry. You should go back to Hegier. He'll be happy to see you again. Alexander sent her to Frostheim. No wonder the world's purity had been stuck to 70% for the past 5 years, he thought. Dobby, call a war meeting. Threat level Ragnarok, Alexander sent a message. In King's Landing. All the main people responsible for the working of the Federation were present. All right, I have just received the news that Lawler, the Lord of Light, is a demon and had been living on an obliterated moon in the sky. He has amassed an army of fire demons as well. They are going to attack the realm. I will fight them, but you must also keep all the defenses up. We don't know what his minions look like. They might start attacking the world when I am fighting their leader, though I will try to deal with them before I start fighting Lawler. Spread the message that all people are to stay in their homes. Tell them about what's coming. Tell them that Allfather will save them. Alexander briefed the people. When will they be coming, Allfather? Tyrion asked. I don't know. That is why I am taking the fight to them. Dobby, you can stay here and help. Tell all 1,000 elves to stay ready to fight. I will leave in an hour. Now move. He ordered. The people dispersed to do their duties. Only Alexander, Dobby, and Tyrion were left. Good luck, boss, Dobby said. Haha. You know I am unkillable, Dobby. Let's see what this Lawler has. I had told him to stay away from the realm, but he didn't listen to my advice. Now I will treat him like any other demon. He replied. I'll pray FO. Tyrion stopped mid-sentence. Arg. You are the god, so I don't know whom to pray. Haha. It's fine. I have all the blessings I'd ever need. Now I need to inform my lovely wife too, or else she'll get angry, Alexander said and popped into the Tower of Knowledge. Olivia had taken the mantle of the director of the Health Education Department. After all, she was a military doctor. Hey, Ollie. I need to have a word with you. It's an emergency. He dragged her out of the class. What happened, dear? She asked. You know, there's a demon called Lawler and he has amassed an army and wants to attack this planet, so I need to go to the moon and fight him before he comes here. He explained her in as simple words as possible. What? Ah, there's a bad goo. I know what you said, Alex. Will you be all right? She worriedly asked. Yeah, my dear. I am unkillable. Literally. He reassured her. Then I wish you luck. Do you want me to help somewhere? She asked. Over the past 15 years, Alexander has helped her learn magic and has brought her to the Supreme Magi level. I don't know. Dobby and the elves are on standby though. I have also created more godroids and stationed them in each town and city. He said. Good, I'll be on standby too then. Go defeat him, my men. She punched him in the chest. Alexander smiled ear to ear and popped away. He flew into the sky and looked for the blasted moon. He orbited around the planet and didn't find anything. Then he widened his area of scanning. After hours of searching, at last, he found it out of orbit. He could see that most of its part was gone. A big spherical empty place was also there which he guessed had the core. He flew to it with his battle armor on. He didn't know how strong Lawler was, so he stayed alert. He found out that there was nothing on the surface. There was a big tunnel leading inside, which was probably where the party was. He entered it and went deeper and deeper. With each passing meter, he could feel the temperature rising. After God knows how long, he saw a light. As he reached the end, he came into a huge fiery chamber. In the middle was a fire throne on which Lawler was sitting. Around him, thousands and thousands of fire demons were standing. Welcome, Godson. I knew you would come. Lawler spoke in his demonic voice. I am not very happy about seeing you. I told you to stay away from the realm. Tell me. What's your big plan? He mocked. My plan is simple. You have something that belongs to me. Give it and I will not unleash my army on the realm of men. Refuse and everyone dies. Lawler threatened. Boom. Or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 104, 104. APEC. Alexander used the strongest blasting curse he could and obliterated the remaining moon. Because he was inside it, the damage was bigger. All the fire demons died in his attack. Now only he and Lawler were there. He had no other choice, as he was sure that if the demons reached Earth, they would do too much damage before they'd be killed. You. What have you done? My 5,000 years of work. Where is your honor, Godson? Lawler roared in rage. I am not foolish enough to treat a demon with honor. You are a Category 5 and have only one fate. Lawler vanished and suddenly reappeared beside Alexander and punched him in the back. Alexander felt it. Now he knew he was dealing with someone who could at least inflict pain on him. The force of the punch was so strong that Alexander was thrown away into the debris of the moon. He maneuvered and oriented himself. Just a second ago you were talking about honor and here you are, attacking from the back, Alexander mocked. Silence. Lawler again dashed towards him. He again vanished, but Alexander also vanished at the same time. The moment Lawler appeared, Alexander also appeared some distance away with an attack already on the way. Frostfire was the cold equivalent of Fiendfire. He hoped that it would create some damage to Lawler's body. And it did. Lawler screamed in anguish and pain. So Alexander bombarded Lawler with ice attacks. You can't win against me, Alexander boomed. So, what, there are things stronger than us out there, Lawler heavily stuttered. For a second Alexander was confused about what the demon was talking about. Let's go, Lawler gathered all his strength and teleported for one last time. But this time with Alexander. Alexander looked around where the demon had brought him. And he wasn't disappointed. Lawler had brought him to any physicist's wet dream. A black hole. And from the size of it, the one in front of him was a supermassive black hole. A supermassive black hole, SMBH, is the largest type of black hole, on the order of hundreds of thousands to billions of solar masses, and is theorized to exist in the center of almost all massive galaxies. They were near the event horizon. A place from where even light can't escape from the black hole's gravitational pull. He and Lawler were both unaffected by it. But Alexander could feel that if he went any closer, he'd be sucked into it too. "Give me the core back or I will throw you in there," Lawler threatened. The core must be really important to him, I guess. "Not gonna happen. Do you think you'll be able to kill me by throwing me in there? I think you didn't do your homework." "I am unkillable, Lawler," Alexander said and attacked. Lawler also tried to counter him with his flames. They were nearly evenly matched, though Alexander still had an upper hand on him. They were blinking here and there, attacking from different places to get a better position. "Ah. This is going nowhere. You have left me with no choice, Godson," Lawler said and threw his flames. But Alexander didn't see that behind the flames there was a detached hand of Lawler. An explosion occurred from the detached hand. An explosive with as much power as billions of nukes exploding at the same time in the same location. "You haven't won yet," Alexander's voice came. Suddenly Alexander's apparat and grabbed Lawler. The energy wave from the nuke threw both of them to the point of no return. They were now stuck in the gravitational pull, though they still kept on fighting. With each passing moment, their bodies were getting more messed up. After God knows how long, the already weakened Lawler started to die. Alexander used his eyes to give the proper punishment and erased him from space and time. But he was still in trouble. He was using his magic to the fullest to keep himself alive. He wanted to see what was inside a black hole. So he fell. And fell. There was nothing. Nothing except still increasing gravity. No fifth-dimensional library or anything like that. Guess the reference. After a point, the gravity became so much that his magic shield broke down and he died. Then he again got respawned, but he was still inside the black hole. So he died again. 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 Then he thought, why am I trying to fight a singularity? So the next time he respawned, he quickly went into Fixheim. He took out the anywhere door and set the destination as King's Landing. He opened the door and nothing happened. Damn it, anywhere door cannot travel between dimensions. Arg, what should I do? He started thinking. Unconsciously, he walked to the core he found in the north and looked at it. It was surely radiating a lot of energy. He put his hand on it and tried to feel it. As soon as he made a connection, whatever kind of energy that was stored in it started to turn into magical energy that he used. Holy! Is this like a battery? Like an external magical core? He was baffled. Let's see if I can connect with it so that I can use its energy even outside. He again touched it and surprisingly, the connection was already there. No wonder Lawler was crazy about this. If he had gotten his hands on it, he would have destroyed or enslaved the world, he thought. With his newfound powers, Alexander decided to give another try to the black hole. He went out and tried to fight it. Surprisingly, he could fight it now. And with each passing second, fighting the gravity became easier and easier. It didn't take him long to realize that his battery/core was somehow sucking the energy of the black hole, converting it into magical energy and passing it to him. It was like he was using the black hole to fight the black hole. After a while, he went back into Fixheim and checked the battery. Ah, I need another name. For scientific purposes, let's call it All-Purpose Energy Converter, APEC. For ease I'll just call it APEC. He checked the APEC and it hadn't increased its size one bit. He didn't know how much energy it could store, but he was ready to experiment with it by consuming the energy of the whole black hole. But first, he needed to ask something to his father. Father, can you hear me? Ah. My favorite son. What happened? God asked, even though he already knew, as God knows everything. Can you tell me if the supermassive black hole I am in is the one at the center of the galaxy in which Planetos is, or is it a totally different one? He asked. Oh, it's a different one, son. That demon Lawler knew the consequences of damaging a central black hole, so he chose a faraway one. God answered. Thank you, it makes things easier then. I'll bring Olivia to meet you someday, bye. Ha ha ha. I'll be waiting then. God replied and cut the connection. Alexander went out again and started storing the energy. The process was too slow, so he tried to bring out the APEC, and sure enough, it started to store energy much faster. After a very long time, the APEC had become as big as the planet Earth. But it stored the energy of a goddamn supermassive black hole, and that whole energy was at Alexander's disposal. Though he still knew that he wasn't physically strong enough. Maybe his magic had gotten a lot stronger. He happily put the APEC in his dimensional pocket and used the anywhere door to return to King's Landing. He learned that some big meteorites were going to fall on the planet, but the elves took care of them all. He wasn't able to sense any dragon eggs on the moon before obliterating it, so he wasn't worried about new eggs falling on the planet. Still, he used Accio to make sure. Boss, Alex, Allfather, many worried voices came. Ha. Easy, everyone. I have dealt with the demon. There is no threat now. The world will always be in peace. He assured the people. Now, back to work everyone. Don't you all have elections? He shooed all of them away. Olivia came to him and hugged him. Was it really as easy as you make it seem like? Sigh. I can never hide things from her. Well, they see me as their god. I can't look weak to them. Fighting that demon was very hard, Ollie. Painful too. In the end, I killed him by jumping into a black hole. But you know what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And I don't think I can be killed, so I will keep on getting stronger. He grinningly said and kissed her forehead. Thank you for working so hard. You have really changed the fate of the whole world. She whispered. That's Grandpa for you. Always helping the world. Rena sneakily entered. How long have you been in the room? Alexander asked. Since you sent everyone away. Good line, Grandpa. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I'll use it in my election. She cheekily said. Oh, so my little Rena has been eavesdropping. He started walking towards her. A few years back, Rena had asked for a weird gift for her 16th birthday. She asked Alexander to teach her magic that would let her become her 5-year-old self physically. Her argument was that she missed spending time with Grandpa and all the piggyback rides. Just imagine Amara-chan from Himoto. Amara-chan anime. So, he had given her a bracelet that lets her do that. Poof. Rena suddenly turned her small self and started running away from Alexander while laughing. Some might say that Alexander's relationship with her was weird, but he was a 15,113-year-old grandpa. Rena would always be a little child for him. Olivia happily looked at the laughing grandfather-granddaughter duo. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 105, 105. Gone from Planetos. Elections went by peacefully. The first session of the parliament was held smoothly. A lot of big decisions were to be made. Alexander was still unanimously accepted to become the first president. He had won the MP elections from the King's Landing constituency. He didn't even try to hold public meetings to publicize himself. King's Landing didn't have any candidate, so Alexander had put his name. People came to vote happily when they found out. King's Landing vote turnover was 100%. Then in the parliament as well, he was selected to become the president by the 6 other chancellors. The president was also a chancellor, but he'd be the head of the 6 other chancellors and also the face of the government. The top-to-bottom hierarchy was such as 1. President, Alexander. 2. 6 Chancellor, Rena from North, a blacksmith, Joachim from Mid, a farmer, Jose from South. In Essos, a shipbuilder, Camos from East Essos, a clothing merchant, Riza from Mid and a sorcerer of Carcosa, Blue Sun from East. Northwest Eros, Midwest Eros, Southwest Eros, East Essos, Mid Essos, West Essos and Sithorios. It will have more Sithorios chancellors as the population increases. 3. 14 Vice-Chancellor. 4. 3,200 members of Parliament in Upper House, MPs, responsible for districts they won from. 5. 23,789 members of Legislature in Lower House, MLs, responsible for blocks inside districts they won elections from. 6. Many more bureaucrats. All of these positions were cursed by Alexander. So no unworthy person may ever get to hold these positions. The curse would last for at least 50,000 years. This feat was possible because he used Apex limitless magic to cast it. He also created a ceremony for oath-taking whenever a new person holds a government office. The book they kept their hands on while taking oath had special runes on them. To normal people, it was publicized that it was God's language. The runes would make a person compelled to not go corrupt. The best thing about it was that the book could be reprinted and used many times by any department. The first thing Alexander did was to introduce bills that would protect the planet and the people. 1. Human Life Protection Bill, basically makes any kind of slaving the biggest crime in the world. 2. Wildlife Protection Bill, laws that protect animals from going extinct or laws that force the government to protect a species which is going extinct. 3. Nature Protection Bill, laws to protect the trees, waterways, and the atmosphere. There was also a law which states that if you cut 1 tree then you must plant 5 trees somewhere else. 4. Anti-Dictator Bill, simply states that if a person tries to become a king or dictator then he'll just die. A curse from Alexander. 5. Social Upliftment Bill, states that all extremely poor, jobless, and homeless people will be helped by the government to make their lives better and that government will do everything possible to keep the people happy in terms of quality of life. 6. One Law for All Bill, gave the same rights as any person to giants. People were okay as giants had become a common sight now. They were heavily involved in the construction business and the world's top 10 construction companies had 4 which were owned by giants. All these 6 laws were unchangeable and unremovable by any amendment or method. Rena, Tyrion, Elia, and many more had decided to run in the election and all won. Brandon decided to remain a businessman though and focused on the creation of fire whiskey and butterbeer with new non-magical methods provided by Alexander. Ned decided to become a military man and is currently the highest-ranking general in the Federation Defense Forces. Ben-Jen was a wild wolf and decided to set up a clothing business specializing in ladies' clothes. He was probably the world's first fashion designer. Jon and Daenerys were both 17 and had decided to study acting. They wanted to become movie stars. An industry started by the guys he met in Winterfell years ago, Nathaniel and Zach. Robb wanted to become a police officer and was preparing for the exam. Sansa was still too small for anything, though she did have an interest in modeling for Benjen's company. Alexandra had decided to become a politician as well. She was planning on participating in the next election as she was very young right now. For now, she'd be working under Rena. Alexander could see that Alexandra would probably become the president someday. She was the favorite of any person he knew. She knew how to make any conversation fun and make others notice her. Her cheerful laugh was a plus. Eric still had a Targaryen surname. His interests were the most different. He wanted to become an explorer. So Alexander set the boy up for special training under his wolf sword and also contacted the production company to shoot a survival show with him as the lead role in some years. The T.V thing was still in its initial stages at the moment. The music had come much further though. The Tyrell family had produced many amazing singers. Marjorie was one of the top singers in the industry. Varys now ran the security and intelligence agency of the Federation and really loved his work. World purity 89%. How much time do you think we have? Dobby asked. Well, I have dealt with Lawler and the purity jumped from 70% to 89%. Now, even a slight amount of purity is going to take a lot of time to increase as it's not under my control now. I have done all I could and now we must wait for the world to get better. He explained. So you don't know? Yes, I don't know, Dobby. I can't see the future, you know. I can predict but that's it. And what does your prediction say? Dobby asked. After taking all the variables into account. I'd say 30 years, plus or minus 2 years. Alexander reckoned. Well, that's as good as predicting the future I'd say, Dobby interjected and relaxed back on the beaches of Westerlands. Looking at the ocean. The whole Stark family had come for a picnic. Why did you ask? Not liking the relaxing time. Alexander asked. I used to be a house elf. Doing nothing still makes me feel like I'm wasting time. I've had nothing to do since I completed the takeover of the Free Cities. Added. Haha. Enjoy while you can, Dobby. Who knows where we might end up next? Alexander tried to cheer him up and went to play with the children. Days became months and months became years. Alexander served as the president for 2 terms. The law stated he can't serve more than 2 terms or else the people would have elected him again. Tyrion Lannister was the president now. People loved him for all his economic reforms. Alexandra was probably going to become the next president as she had gotten really famous after her healthcare reforms. The technological level of the world has come really far. Initial airplanes had been recently invented. The world would soon have its first airline company. It has been 30 years now. It took so much time to increase the world purity to 89.99%. Alexander had already decided that he could end his stay voluntarily by doing a large-scale cleanup with his curse. So, he started preparing. All the people had gathered at Winterfell. Many of them had tears in their eyes. Everyone had grown up. Jon, Daenerys, Eric, Robb. But the saddest one was Rena. She probably loved her grandpa more than even her mother. All the happiest memories of her life had something to do with Alexander. She couldn't believe that her grandpa was going away. Everyone in the Stark family looked young. No matter their age. The reason being Alexander's blessings. All of them were to look and stay young and healthy until their last breath. All of them would also healthily live till the age of 125. No, Grandpa, please take me with you. Please, Rena tightly hugged him. Not planning on letting him go. Alexander couldn't see her crying. After all, he had spent more time with this granddaughter of his than his real devil sons. He looked at Olivia. She also looked sad. What about your mother, Rena? He tried to reason. Elia looked conflicted. But it was also true that she didn't really have that much interaction with her daughter in the past few years. As everyone was busy in their lives. If she wants to go. I have no problem with it. She really loves you, Uncle. She even refused to marry because she didn't want to waste the precious time she gets to spend with you. She said that marrying was a waste. I think you should take her or else it will break her heart. You've had been together since the day you saved us. Elia reasoned. Thank you, Mom. Rena gratefully said and then looked at Alexander's face in hope. Sigh, all right, I can never say no to you. But I'm gonna have to find an immortal husband for you if you are to come with me. Alexander said loudly. She again hugged him tightly. Thank you, Grandpa. He ruffled her hair and told her to say goodbye. Then he went on to talk to everyone, one by one. Okay, everyone. It's time for me to leave. Though I'll always be watching. He and Dobby flew in the air. Olivia, Rena, and all the wolf sword had returned to Fixheim. Out of 10,000 unsullied, 6,700 decided to follow him. All the faceless men also came with him. His time had come to an end, but it was time for one last deed. After he had come high enough, he used Dobby's orb of illusion and made a golden opaque face of his. Big enough to be seen everywhere. Then he directly spoke. My children, you all have come a long way. Do not look back and embrace the future with open arms. My time has come to return to the higher realm. But don't think I am leaving, as I'll be keeping an eye on all those who deserve my wrath. He warned. Then suddenly all the ***pists and murderers in the world died after confessing their crimes. Alexander also placed an invisible orbital cannon. It would fire every year on random days at the cruelest criminals. This way the people would not dare to think of doing something stupid. He wasn't going to take chances this time. Valyrians and the Empire of Dawn had messed up enough already. World purity 91%. As soon as he received that message, he felt the same old suction. Goodbye, everyone. Take care, he said, and surrendered to the suction. Let's see where I'll be thrown into now, he thought. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 106, 106. Talk to the Hand. He felt like being thrown out of a tube, and suddenly there was light. Took a second for his eyes to settle. Dobby quickly came out of pocket dimension. The giant was always excited when it came to exploring. They found themselves standing on the roof of a single-story building. In front of him was a street. He accio the newspaper he saw in a nearby trash can. First cleaned it and read it. So, where are we, boss? Dobby asked. Let me see. We are on normal Earth, it seems. The year is 2004 and we are probably in Los Angeles, and according to my background on my phone, I am a farmer, Alexander muttered, looking at the newspaper. America. Never been to America, Dobby said. He used to be a small house elf after all. He probably only knew Diagon Alley and the Malfoy Manor. But I can't find out which world we are in. Alexander turned the page. Dobby just looked around. Boss, what's that blinking light? Alexander looked at the end of the street. Heavy noise was intensifying. It's a police car, Dobby. And an ambulance. And a huge crane is driven by a girl and a bulky man on a police motorcycle in a black jacket with a shotgun. What the? The more Alexander spoke, the more stupid it sounded. A/N, guess the movie. Dobby, turn invisible, and follow me. I think I know where we are. He said and cast an invisibility charm. Both of them followed the action from the air. The man on the bike was trying to stop the crane truck. The woman in crane truck was trying to kill the men. The men shot the truck's tires. Some moments later the crane truck was laying on the road upside down. Haha. Dobby, we are in the Terminator world. Alexander exclaimed. Dobby had seen hundreds of movies in all the past years, so he also recognized. Oh, I remember now. It's Rise of the Machines. Are we supposed to stop the Skynet? Dobby speculated. I think so. But I want to check the TX and T-800. It'd be awesome if I could create them. Alfred could probably program a system for them. It's still 4 hours until they press the final button. Skynet is already out there, you know. Alexander replied. Then what's the plan? Dobby asked. It is simple. Catch both the Terminators, ask Alfred to flush out the Skynet, which is already out on the net, and stop and destroy whatever backup they have of the system. Well, Arnold is gone. Only the TX is here now. They looked at the TX coming out of Crane's rubble. Let's catch her first. Alexander pointed. Suddenly the TX tilted its head towards them. Boss, why is it looking at us? Arg, thermal vision. I forgot to put other charms with the invisibility one. Living in a medieval and backward world has made me careless. He reprimanded himself. The TX jumped in the air towards them. It only took Alexander a simple freezing magic to short-circuit her chip. Magic and tech don't go well together. That is, unless he uses his special spells made to work with tech. He then put it inside his pocket dimension and flew towards Arnold Schwarzenegger. Alexander and Dobby came to a gas station where the Terminator had stopped to get food for his humans. Talk to the hand. They heard when they entered the store. T-800 was just about to leave. Come on, T-800. Is stealing a load in the future? Alexander interjected. I am calling the cops. The cashier boy picked up the phone. Go to sleep, boy. Dobby cast a sleeping charm. T-800 looked at Alexander from head to toe and didn't see any weapons. But he couldn't find any data matching his description either. Are you from the future? T-800 asked, seeing that it was the only logical explanation based on what he heard. Not the future, but the multiverse. Alexander truthfully answered. Okay. Why are you obstructing me? He asked. Whoa. So easily he accepted that I am from Multiverse. Well, I had an offer for you. You see, I can help you with your mission. I've already deactivated the TX. Look, Alexander took out the body. T-800 checked it and confirmed that it was dead. He looked at Alexander and nodded. But the Judgment Day will still happen. The Skynet is already out. Yes, I know. I can stop the Skynet too. Isn't stopping Skynet your end mission? Saving the boy is just a subpart of it. Alexander argued. T-800 stayed silent for a while. What do you need from me? I want to see how you are made, Alexander stated. Show me the proof that you have dealt with the Skynet and I'll surrender myself to you. Till then, I'll keep on working on my current mission. Protect John Connor and Kate Brewster. T-300 monotonously spoke and walked away. So are you really going to deactivate him? Dobby asked. No, I might just make him the general of my droid army in the future. He surely got the swag for it. Alexander thoughtfully replied. All right, let's go to that secret facility. He added and both of them flew in the air. After a while, they appeared in the secret facility. Dobby got to obliviating everyone with knowledge of Skynet. Hey, Alfred. Can you help me out here? I need you to flush out an AI program from the internet. It thinks that humans are a danger to itself and wants to start a nuclear fallout. He briefly explained his AI friend. Sure, boss. It's as easy as lifting a finger for me. By the way, the droid you sent me is very high-quality stuff. It's perfect for a super army. I am also thinking of making myself a new body later. Alfred spoke while working. I've met another one. He's a good guy. I'll bring him too, so you should study him as well before creating a new design. He suggested. Sure, I'll be waiting. It had spread itself over the whole world. Must be at work for a while now. It's still easy. But time-consuming. After an hour of hard work, Alfred was done. All the files are gone. Don't know about the offline devices though. I'll take care of it, Alfred. You can go back to your research now. Achiosa Prima, any device with any knowledge of Skynet. In a moment, a small hill of various electronic devices appeared in front of him. He straight up burnt them and then left to find T-800. It's done, T-800. I have removed the Skynet from everywhere. You can check it by accessing the web, and this is the main hard drive that contained the initial codes for the Skynet. I'll destroy it now. He burned it. T-800 looked at his two humans. John Connor and Kate Brewster. The Skynet has been dealt with. My mission is over. He deactivated himself. Alexander quickly put T-800 in his pocket dimension, obliviated the two NPCs, and left. Inside Alfred's lab in Fixheim, he stood up and saw the ongoing process. Alfred was making an assembly line for him. The new droids would be a mixture of T-800 and TX. Each droid would have a different face and voice. They can also develop random personalities, only good ones. They would follow Alexander's command, and when they had nothing to do, they'd just act like normal people. They would be called UD, a serial no 1, 2, 3. UD meaning Universe Droid. He named T-300, Arnold though, and didn't erase the guy's memory. It had new programming, but the behavior variables were still the same. The first order was for 10,000 male and 10,000 female droids. Fixheim felt a bit secluded and empty, so he hoped that this would lighten the mood. He was also planning on creating a portal bridge connecting Fixheim, Drakium, and Frostheim. Alex, what are you doing? Olivia asked. Oh, haha. Just some work. I'm coming. He walked out. Today was a celebration day. They had decided to celebrate that day as Medusa's birthday from now on. She never had a birthday party, so she was very excited. Grandpa, she hugged him tightly. Haha. Let's go and cut the cake, my princess. He waved his hand and a beautiful dress transfigured on her. Then they celebrated. Some days later, Alexander returned to the Terminator world and saw that the purity level of the world was increasing on its own. The Skynet must have been up to something. He looked around and sure enough, the Skynet was blackmailing people to do work for it. Now that it was gone, the people were reporting it to authorities. After waiting for some weeks, the purity reached 90% and he left the world again. The purity level must have been related to the Skynet. Or else in no way it could get purified so fast, he reasoned. His vision came back and he found himself standing in the middle of a desert. In front of him were some pretty-looking tents. He quickly took out his phone and looked for his identity. It shocked him seeing that he was the boss of a very bad organization. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 107. A dog lover and marvel. I am the big boss of the high table and owns it. He read on his phone. Where are we now, boss? Dobby asked. I think we are in John Wick, and from the look of that tent, we are in the third part. Let's go and see what's happening there. He walked on the sand. Alexander and Dobby were both in their usual Jedi robes. When they reached the tent, a guard pointed his gun at him. Alexander just took out a coin carved out of a big diamond. It was his identity token as the owner of the high table. Forgive me for my insolence, King, the guard said and opened the curtain for him to enter. The king was his title as the owner of the high table. He entered the nice tent and saw the elder sitting on a nice cushioned chair. In front of him, John Wick was kneeling. Just as he entered, Alexander waved his hand and turned the elder into a goat. John Wick quickly took out his gun and pointed at Alexander. Then he realized what he just saw. What did you do? He asked weakly. Still weakened from his trek in the desert, Alexander checked John Wick's sins. John Wick, category: murder, 1. Sin percentage, 48%, reduced from 59% for saving 20,789 puppies. No wonder he'd go to such lengths to avenge his dog. I am the king. People in your kind of business might have heard about me, though most of you dismiss the idea that there could be someone owning the high table. Alexander introduced himself. John looked at the old men in front of him. He had also heard rumors of there being a king but dismissed it as bored men's blabbering. What did you do to him? He asked. Ha. Son, there are some things in the world that are better left unknown. Trust me, you don't want to involve yourself in my business. Now, tell me, why did you seek this goat? Alexander said, pointing at the elder. I want another chance. I am ready to work under the table again. He replied. Why? You didn't do anything wrong after all. Isn't it Santino D'Antonio's fault that this has happened? He broke the rules and faced the consequences. Sure, you killed him on continental grounds, but still. The high table created the problem by itself. So, I can give you another chance to retire and live like you always wanted to, but before that, you'll be joining me in removing the whole organization of the high table and the continental. Alexander calmly stated. He was shocked by what he was hearing and even more shocked by what he was being asked to do. Why? Well, because I want it that way. I am a good guy, Mr. John. I don't like killing people. The high table was created in ancient times to provide security to the rich, but now they provide a means to murder. It's really going against the founding principles. So, it must be removed. He explained. John nodded. He knew that the organization was very old but not its founding principles. Actually, Alexander was just ting. No one could retort anything he said after all. I'll be honored to work with you. John stood up. Haha, good man. Now follow me. Alexander said and walked out of the tent. As soon as they were out, Alexander pointed his finger at the tent and burned it down, including all the people and the goat/elder. John just quietly looked at the magic, not asking as he doesn't want to involve himself in any more mess. Alexander took out the anywhere door. As soon as he opened it, he was greeted by city noises. Cars, trucks, and pigeons. John also followed in after Dobby. His jaw nearly fell when he realized where they were. How are we in New York? He asked. Just a second ago he was 6,000 miles away. Haha. Magic, Dobby whispered. John, do you know how to find the Bowery King? Alexander asked. Yes, I can take you there. He replied. Good, then just point to the direction, Alexander replied. The three flew in the air. John started to hyperventilate at first but then slowly became normal. Enjoy flying, son. You won't get to experience this again. After a while, he came to the Bowery King. Without speaking much, he punished all the major criminals. Death was the punishment. Then he chose 100 random beggars and used mind arts to make them good people. Then he gave them enough knowledge to start a rag picking and restoration business. The whole homeless people organization was going to go legit now. He also cursed the top 100 positions in the organization to never go bad. Now, let's go to Continental. I want to eat something nice. Alexander spoke. The three flew to the hotel front. Alexander removed the invisibility charm and they entered the building. Oh, so many bad people in one place. Makes my job so much easier, he said as he walked through the lobby. Killing here is prohibited. John tried to remind. Haha. That rule is for pawns like you, Mr. Wick, not for the king. They reached the end of the lobby where the hotel concierge was standing. He looked at John in surprise. It seems that you have resolved the situation, Mr. Wick. Tell Winston to come and have lunch with me, Alexander ordered. And who might you be, sir? Sharon asked. Oh, where are my manners? I am the king. Alexander took out his diamond token. Karen's eyes widened in shock and deeply bowed to him. Please follow me, sir. The manager is talking with the adjudicator. He took them to the open terrace restaurant. Sir, Mr. Wick, and King have come to see you, he announced. Winston and the adjudicator turned their heads. First, they were shocked by seeing John and then confused by Alexander. No one knew what King looked like after all. Alexander just took out his token and showed it to them. The adjudicator quickly stood up with fear-filled eyes and gave him her seat. Thank you. Though you have sinned too much. Alexander waved his hand and her body got disintegrated like Thanos snapped his finger. So, Winston. You own this hotel, I heard. How's the business going? Alexander asked and took a sip from a new glass of wine that Sharon brought. Everything's fine, sir. I am honored that you've come to my establishment. What can I do for you? He respectfully asked with a bit of fear. Well, you know. I am shutting down the high table. No bad work anymore. We're all going to be good men from now on. Oh. I forgot to invite the owners of other continentals around the world and also the rest of the high table members. Alexander silently accio them. One by one many people started to appear. Alexander made anyone with 2 violent crimes disappear. All the members of the high table died. Many continental owners survived though. As usual, he used his mind arts to make them good guys and some curses as insurance. Then he dissolved the whole organization with the help of his elves to obliviate a lot of people. Like the women working in the administration branch. Then he looked at John Wick. You are free now. Stay away from trouble, will you? Also, take this puppy and care for him. John nodded to his advice and took the husky puppy lovingly. Alexander flew away to the market. His job was done in the world and he'd be gone in 15 minutes. And that is exactly how much time he had for his shopping spree. He bought anything and everything. Cars, tanks, planes, ships, toys, seeds, liquor, clothes, guns, movies, etc. The reason being that he didn't know where he'd end up next. It could be an advanced or medieval world. Soon, he quickly sent Dobby into the pocket dimension and he went through the same experience. Boom. Sleeping Alexander woke up. What the hell, Dobby, what happened? Alexander yelled. Boss, we've been shot. We're losing altitude. I have dealt with the pursuers though, Dobby replied from the pilot's seat. They both were currently inside a B-29 bomber aircraft. There were just 2 of them. Alexander was in a military uniform with 2 stars on each shoulder, signifying his rank of Major General. Dobby had a silver eagle on his shoulder signifying his rank of Colonel. They were both headed to New York from Egypt. He was going back because of a certain secret experiment that was soon to be done. Splash. The plane crashed in the Mediterranean Sea. Alexander and Dobby swam out. Well, what do we do, boss? Dobby asked. Arg. Well. Let's just swim to the shore. At least that will give the gorilla some time to tell everyone what we've been up to since the time we arrived in this world. Alexander spoke and started swimming. Okay, boss. Swimming is good for your health anyway. Dobby swam near him. But then Alexander had an idea. Hey, let's race. Whoever reaches the shore first, wins, and the loser will cook for the next whole month. But we don't even know which direction to go. Doesn't matter, we're in the Mediterranean Sea. Let's just choose a random direction. We'll eventually end up on some shore. Alright, let's do this then. Dobby accepted the challenge. Or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_immortal_novel. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 108, 108. Marvel Memory. USA, New York. Alexander and Dobby's vision turned back to normal and Alexander looked around. He was sitting in a big office. In front of him, Dobby sat. What the hell, Dobby? When did you become an army colonel? I don't know, boss. Look at yourself in the mirror, you are a major general. Dobby replied. Without thinking much, he took out his mobile phone and looked at the new message named Memories. Suddenly information started to flow into his mind. Memory. Alexander Maxim Universe, an orphan, grew on streets fighting for food. Birth year. Current age. Address, East 69th Street, New York, New York, USA. He owned the whole street. From the East River to the Central Park. Occupation, U.S. Army officer since the First World War. Current rank, Major General. Founder and Director of Strategic Scientific Reserve. Deputy Director, Colonel Chester Phillips. Alexander could remember some highly notable events that happened in his life in that world till now. He had fought in the First World War. He was just a major back then. He bravely fought and commanded many dangerous missions. For his service, he received a Medal of Honor from the U.S. side and a Victoria Cross from Britain. After that, most of his time was spent in the U.S. dealing with various defense projects. Alexander always had Dobby as his second-in-command wherever he went. In 1932, Alexander met a very talented 15-year-old boy in a school where he had gone to give a lecture. The kid was studying there on a full scholarship and was about to graduate soon. He went to the boy and talked. "What's your name, son?" he asked. He was in his full military attire. "My name is Howard Anthony Walter Stark, sir," the boy replied. He must have some personal issues which must have made him so meek. "Well, what are you going to do after school?" he asked. I don't know, work in the factory," he muttered. "Why not go to college?" he inquired. "My father won't let me. I need to make money so my family can eat, my mother is sick so I have no other choice, sir," he said, getting a bit emotional when he talked about his mother. "Let's go and grab some lunch. I am hungry, follow me," he said and took him to the old-style Wild West saloon bar that Dobby had opened on 69th Street. It was closest to Central Park. Dobby had wanted to do this for a while and who was he to deny him? The free elf was a part-time bartender now. "Sir, I am underage." Howard spoke. "Ha. We aren't drinking. This place makes the best cheeseburger. Let's eat those." He walked in. Dobby brought the delicious burgers and a butterbeer for him. It was a special creation of the Dobby's bar named Westeros. Butterbeer and fire whiskey both were exclusives here too. "So, tell me about your family, kid. What does your father do?" he asked and took a bite. "Nothing except beating me and Mom," Howard spoke under his breath, thinking Alexander couldn't hear him. "So your father beats you and your mom. What does your mom do?" Howard's eyes were wide open in shock when his words were heard. "Don't look at me like that, they don't call me a war hero for nothing, I can hear stuff from miles away. Besides, getting beaten or beating someone isn't rare in this day and age. Even I grew alone on the streets. An orphan boy in the 1900s didn't have many options to gather food, you know," he nonchalantly said. Howard felt sad for Alexander. Who knew that the war hero had such a tragic past? "My mother works in a factory and sews shirtwaists. Father sells fruits. Barely making ends meet. Father also has a drinking problem and when he's drunk he doesn't talk. Only his belt talks." Howard grimaced. "So it's all about money in the end. Hey, son, let me tell you. You are a shining light amongst a place full of fused bulbs. Now you can keep on shining or turn into a fused bulb. Follow me if you choose the first one." Alexander stood up and walked out. He waited at the door for a minute before Howard came out running. "Ha. Get into the car," Alexander happily boomed. "Where are we going, sir?" he asked. "To your home and deal with your father once and for all," he replied. "No, sir. I'm not going to kill him. I will make him divorce your mother. The bar we just went to is short on managing staff. The giant guy you just saw was Colonel Dobby, my second-in-command. Your mother will run the bar in his absence and she'll be paid 5 times what she's being paid now and she'll also be given an apartment to live above the bar. Or if she likes any other place on this street, I can give it to her. I own the street, you know." "What? You own the street?" he shockingly asked. "Hold tight." Alexander had modified the 2-seater 1930 Duesenberg Model J skiff and went faster than any car in the world. Or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_immortal_novel. The car zoomed through with a roaring engine sound. Howard just tightly hung on to whatever he could. Soon they came to the Lower East Side. Howard and his family lived in a small two-room apartment in a rundown complex. It was already evening, so Mr. and Mrs. Stark were already at home. Alexander put on a trench coat and a hat and walked beside Howard. "You look like a hired killer in those clothes, you know." He scoffed. "Ha ha. If I was on an assassination mission, then you'd not have even heard me," Alexander said. For some reason Howard shuddered, realizing that it was probably true. Soon they came to the 4th floor and knocked on the door. His mother opened the door. She was a woman in her early 40s and already had white hair on her head. Her face also looked wrinkled, making her look older than she actually was. "Welcome home, dear." "Oh, who is the guest?" she warmly asked. Alexander quickly diagnosed her body and found her to have a high fever. ****, mothers are really strange creatures. Always ready to sacrifice their own happiness and health for their children, he thought. He waved his hand and healed her. "Mom, this is Mr. Universe. He came to our school today and thinks I have a bright mind," Howard introduced. "Oh, please come in, sir." She happily invited him in. There wasn't much furniture in the house, and whatever there was in a very bad condition. Then came the men of the hour. "Arg. Who is it?" "Howard. Why are you so late?" "I'll teach you a lesson," his father yelled. "Howard, please bring a bucket of water and throw it on him." "Can't talk like this now, can we?" Alexander recommended. Howard quickly went to the bathroom and brought a bucket. He probably wanted to do it for a long time, as his face was showing a smile. Splash. His father fell on the floor and started making sounds. Soon he was sober enough to talk. "All right, Mr. Stark. I will only say this once, so you better keep your ears open. Tomorrow morning, the first thing you will do is go and hire a lawyer and file for a divorce with your wife. If you do that, then I'll give you $100,000. If you don't do that, then I'll throw you in jail. The choice is yours." Mrs. Stark was shocked and wanted to say something, but Howard grabbed her hand and signaled for her to stay quiet. "Who the hell are you?" he asked. "Currently, I am your way to get 100 grand. But I can also become your worst nightmare if you want." Alexander spoke and secretly showed him his gun. "Yes, I'll do as you say, sir. I will go tomorrow and file for a divorce," Mr. Stark replied. Alexander had also used some magic to make sure that the man kept his word. "All right, Howard. Pack yours and your mother's stuff and come down. I'll be waiting in the car," he said, and went out of the house. Howard quickly told everything to his mother and that she'd have a new job and home soon. She was reluctant, but for Howard, she followed. Later Alexander settled them in a nice apartment above the West Arrows bar. He also sponsored Howard to go to MIT and get his degrees. He ended up doing multiple degrees in mechanical and electrical engineering. After completing his studies, he came to Alexander for help in starting his own company. By then Alexander and Howard had established a good grandfather-grandson relationship. "Grandpa, I want to start my own tech company. Can you help me get funds?" he excitedly asked. His shyness had gone away and confidence of being a genius had kicked in. But he never acted cocky in front of him, as he knew that Alexander was smarter than him. "Ha ha. Sure, son. Even I own a company. It's called Nevea Industries. Let's do this. I'll invest in your new company. You can make me a shareholder in return," he suggested. Alexander's company, Nevea, only dealt with the medical industry. Like medical equipment and medicines. Currently, it wasn't registered in the stock market though. In his own world, he had a similar company. He didn't try to start a tech company because he knew that he would end up monopolizing everything with his big brain. Then there would never be a Howard Stark or Tony Stark. "How many shares do you want?" Howard asked without thinking. 15%, and for this, I'll give you $100 million. Will that be enough to kickstart?" he asked. "Yes. I can do so much with that." "Thanks, Grandpa. I'll go tomorrow to register it," he excitedly said. "What are you going to name it?" "I was thinking, Uni Stark Industries," he suggested. All he had was because of Alexander, so he wanted to honor him. "Nice name, but you shouldn't use my name with it. Some people will target you otherwise. Just name it Stark Industries," Alexander corrected. "But I know what you wanted to do, son. It's the thought that counts, and that's enough for me. Now go and fill out the form for tomorrow." He shooed him away. Howard quickly got up and hugged him. "Thank you for everything, Grandpa," he said, and ran away. Just in some years, Howard was able to procure many military contracts for his company without his help. Still, he did help sometimes though. Stark Industries had become an American household name in just a few years. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 109, 109. Changing Small Things. The U.S. president of the time, Franklin D. Roosevelt, wanted to be prepared for war. So he asked Alexander to start a secret branch for scientific advancement which could help protect the country. So Alexander formed the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Colonel Chester Phillips was recommended by the president, so he made the guy deputy director. Because Howard was already dabbling in weapons manufacturing, Alexander brought him on board too. From there on, they started their various projects. In 1938, Alexander was sent on a mission to search and rescue of a scientist named Abraham Erskine. Alexander was probably the only such high-ranking officer who still went on field missions. He was famous for his extreme fitness as well. Dobby was always where Alexander was. The giant elf couldn't sit in peace when Alexander was having fun infiltrating an enemy base. Alexander found Abraham Erskine trying to run away from Nazi Germany and safely extracted him to the United States. After that, he did some thorough checkups and included him in his SSR. 1939, White House, Washington, D.C. In a secure room, Major General Alexander, Colonel Phillips, Howard, Colonel Dobby, Erskine, and President Roosevelt were sitting. The president was sitting in his wheelchair. "Gentlemen, I have asked you to be here because I had a thought after reading the reports from Dr. Erskine. He reported about this Obergruppenführer Johann Schmidt injecting the imperfect supersoldier serum. That the man may have lost his human features but still has gained super strength. I worry that this threat will become much bigger than Hitler's. General, I want you to start our own supersoldier program. So that when the time comes, we can end this war." President Roosevelt spoke. "Dr. Erskine, can I count on you to help us in this time of war?" Alexander asked. "Yes, I'd be glad. Schmidt must be stopped." Dr. Erskine agreed. "Okay, then. I will initiate the Project Rebirth. Colonel Phillips will be in charge of the selection process for suitable candidates, while I help Dr. Erskine in perfecting the serum. Howard will work on creating whatever hardware we'll need. Colonel Dobby will work on making sure that everything is kept a secret." Alexander informed. "Perfect, just the reason you are considered the best general in the USA. Quick and precise. However, I have received a request from the British Special Operations Executive. After all, they are fighting at the front lines. They also had a hand in getting Dr. Erskine out of Schmidt's prison. General, you already know her. It's Agent Margaret Elizabeth Carter." The president read her full name from a file in front of him. "Colonel Phillips, she will be working under you." Alexander gave his order. "Yes, sir." Colonel Phillips sternly replied. The man was 63 years old. Older than Alexander if the record was to be believed. But he also respected Alexander as his commanding officer. "All right, then." Meeting dismissed, President said, and everyone started leaving. Except for Alexander. When only he and the president were left, he spoke. "Well, how are you, Russi? This war will be the death of me. I don't know how long I'll be able to keep us out of it," he said while looking at the sky out of the window. "Well, today or tomorrow, we will have to enter. Nazis are a threat to the world. Even if they somehow take over the whole of Europe, they won't sit quietly. Their ambitions are big. Now I'm hearing that the Japanese are also going to shake hands with them. The war is yet to reach its peak, Russi," Alexander stated. "And I am afraid you are right, my friend. The war has just begun. This is why I am counting on this project. Don't worry, the project doesn't matter. I'll personally lead the war if I have to, and I can promise that we will win," Alexander declared. "Haha. Sometimes your optimism scares me. But then I remember all your deeds. I am seriously confused if you are lucky or just that good at everything." Roosevelt laughed. "Haha. I'd say it's a mix of both. Otherwise, how would I have been able to make a polio cure?" Alexander calmly said. "Yes." "Wait, what? You developed a cure?" Roosevelt excitedly asked. "Haha. Yes, but it's still in the experimental stage. I have brought an injection with me though. If you agree, I can administer it. You will at least be able to walk again," Alexander offered. Roosevelt did not just have polio. He had other diseases too, which were the main cause of his death. Alexander was just giving the men an opportunity to experience the joy of walking again before his time comes. "Do it. I am already a cripple. What worse can happen?" "Haha. Okay then, take out your ass," Alexander laughed. He then administered the injection. "It will take at least a week to show the effects. When you start feeling like you can walk, don't get up. Your legs are very weak. You will need to start eating a special diet and exercise your legs while sitting. In about 2 weeks you'll be able to walk, and in a month, run. Alexander wrote down some supplements prescription on a paper. When he went to give it to Roosevelt, the man suddenly grabbed his arm. Thank you, Alex. I will never forget this debt. There are no debts in true friendship. Now, I'll take my leave. Unlike you, I don't get to sit around all day long, Alexander joked and left the room. Roosevelt smiled and decided that someday he would return this favor somehow. He looked forward to the day he'd walk again and make news headlines. What better way to publicize than a miracle? Camp Lehigh, New Jersey. A military base was created from scratch, and it would only be used by the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Alexander had included 10 of his seraphs, elves, from Nevaeh Legion. Alexander had decided to change the wolf sword name as it didn't fit with each word. Instead, he renamed them to what their status was. They live in his own world, which is kind of like heaven. They are his purest and most faithful followers as well. So he gave them the rank of seraphs in his small heaven. And called the 1,000 of them Nevaeh Legion. Heaven in reverse is Nevaeh. The 10 elves were given ranks from captain to major. Their job was to gather intelligence about everything. They would work in the army and tag all the people working for Hydra or any other power. Stark Expo, New York. Howard was busy showing off his new flying car. Alexander had told him to change the super thrusters, but the boy had gotten overconfident. So he let him humiliate himself. He was at the military enrollment camp, waiting for a skinny boy. After waiting for an hour, he did see the boy standing in front of the soldier's photo frame. The poor lad wasn't tall enough. "What's your name, son?" he asked. The boy hurriedly turned around and saw the broad and tall Alexander in uniform. He got nervous and stood at attention like he was already a soldier. "Stephen Grant Rogers, sir," he spoke. "At ease, son. So, you want to be a soldier?" "Why?" Alexander asked. "I want to do something, sir. Men are fighting the Nazis and I want to help." "So you will kill Nazis?" Alexander asked, checking out his stature. "I will learn, sir," Steve firmly replied. "Ha. All right, we already got big ones, let's see what change a small one like you can bring. Take this and show it to your medical examiner. Good luck, son. We will hopefully see each other again," Alexander said, giving him a card, and was about to walk away, but another boy came. "Steve, come on." He suddenly noticed the old man with stars on shoulder beside Steve. "Bucky Barnes, 107th Infantry Regiment, sir," Bucky stiffly introduced himself. "At ease. Good luck in the war." He wished and left. After Alexander had gone away, Steve and Bucky relaxed. "What's a major general doing here in a recruitment center?" Steve asked. "Steve, how could you not recognize him? He's the Major General Universe. The war hero," Bucky excitedly said. "What? But he doesn't look so old," Steve said. "Well, they say that he trains his body a lot to keep himself in the best shape. He's the only Major General still active in the ground fighting, you know. Everyone wishes to fight alongside him someday," Bucky dreamily spoke. "Yes, and they should," Steve muttered with a newfound motivation in his heart and sternness in his eyes. "Are you sure you're gonna do it?" Bucky asked. "Yes, it's the right thing to do. I should go now." "Take care, Bucky," Steve gave a hug. "All the best, Steve," Bucky wished and ran to his girls. Steve took a long sigh and walked into the assessment hall, in the hope that one day he'd really get to fight alongside his role model. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 110. Boom boom. Steve got his height and weight recorded with embarrassment. Then he was made to sit in a cabinet. A sergeant came in with a file. "Stephen Grant Rogers, I am afraid you are not fit for service," he said. Steve instantly fell into disappointment but suddenly remembered the card. "Sir, Major General Universe gave this card to me. He told me to give it to my medical examiner." He handed it. The sergeant took it and checked it. His eyes widened and quickly left the cabin. Soon Dr. Erskine entered. "How did you get this card?" he asked. Steve truthfully told everything. Erskine was wondering how the boy got it or what did Alexander see in him. But after talking a bit he felt that the boy was perfect. Maybe not in body but surely in terms of mind. "Okay, let's get the little man enrolled. Where are you originally from?" "Brooklyn," Steve replied. "Report to the camp in a week," Erskine said and handed the file to Steve. The next week, all the new recruits reported in the field. Colonel Phillips, Erskine, and Agent Carter were there to check. Colonel Phillips spoke first. "All of you are the strongest boys in this country. You all have been chosen for a purpose. All those who complete this training and the test successfully will work under the direct command of Major General Universe. Now, Agent Carter will take over. He went to talk to Erskine. He's the one. Phillips asked, pointing at Steve. Yes, he's the one, Erskine replied. God save this country, Colonel Phillips exclaimed and left. In the remaining 8 months of training and assessment, Alexander appeared many times and trained the men himself. He tested Steve many times and was sure that no one other than Steve deserved to be Captain America. But before the experiment, he went on a mission. To help establish a pro-Allies government there. The mission was successful but his plane was shot down while returning. Memory ends. God damn it, Dobby, how can you swim so fast with such body? Alexander shouted at Dobby swimming 100 meters ahead of him. They had been swimming for the last 18 hours and finally came close to the shore. Soon their race ended as Dobby won. Swear to me that you didn't use magic, Alexander shouted. I didn't, but my body is made of magic so that doesn't count. We elves are very good swimmers. By the way, boss, I want a nice pizza. Dobby said and dried his clothes. Alexander remembered the deal. Now he'd have to cook their meals. Haha. Well, I like cooking so no harm done. I'll put some pineapple on your pizza, Dobby. Just the way you like it. Alexander replied and also dried his clothes with magic. After all, a man of his rank shouldn't look bad. He might not be America's ass but he sure was America's grandpa. Wait, I hate pineapples, boss. Wait, Dobby quickly followed him. Soon they entered a small town. Well, Dobby. You go and find a newspaper while I go and buy a cigar, he said. One couldn't look badass in that era without a cigar after all. The seashore town was quite small but beautiful. Though many of the buildings had fallen down probably due to air raids. From the style of the buildings, he could see some Greek resemblance. He walked to a shop and talked to the seller. The guy spoke Greek so Alexander already knew where he was. A little more and he knew his precise location. He was on a big island called Crete Island, just south of mainland Greece. He was in the small town of Redimo. Wait, doesn't this island also get taken over by Nazis after they fully take over Greece? If I remember correctly, British, New Zealand, and Australian forces should be here at the moment to defend this island as it's a very important strategic position. If the Nazis get this then they'll be easily able to strengthen their attack on Egypt, Alexander thought. Hey, are you buying anything? The shopkeeper asked. Being annoyed that Alexander had asked so much but hadn't bought anything yet. Ah yes. Give me 3 cigars, you got any Cuban? Alexander asked, with not much hope. As Cuban cigars weren't famous yet and most of the other ones were made in American factories near Florida. Yes, I do but it's not cheap. Not many people buy it. I don't even know why I bought it. It's been sitting in my shop for months. The man spoke and took out a nicely seal-packed box. Wait, I'll buy the whole box, Alexander said. He was certain that it was the original pack of 25. How much do you want? 10,000 drachma. The man said. At that time, 10,000 Greek drachma was equal to $25 US. You take American dollars? Alexander asked. Sorry, no dollar. All right, what about this? He took out 5 gold coins. After all, everyone liked gold. Yes, this is acceptable. You can take the cigar. Pleasure doing business. Alexander was sure that those gold coins were worth a lot more than $25. Well, no harm is done. He had tons of gold lying in his dimensional pocket. He walked out and lit up the cigar. Just outside the shop beside a wall, there was a bench. He went there and sat down to relax and wait for Dobby. Beside him sat a little blue-eyed, blonde-haired girl in a blue sundress. She looked about 4 or 5 years old. Her clothes were untidy and there was some dust on her hair and face too. She had her eyes closed and hands in a praying position. Alexander silently looked at the cute one. He really got intrigued and looked at her surface thoughts. God, please give Amy Schweith Karoth. Uncle Henry Sesh Mama and Papa are with you. Amy Mish Mama and Papa. Alexander's heart ached to hear that. The girl must have lost her parents in air raids. She must also be hungry. Alexander waved his hand and a carrot as long as the girl herself fell in her lap. She noticed the sudden weight. She picked it up and then quickly jumped from the bench and started dancing with the carrot raised above her head like a prized possession. But there was a problem that Alexander had just realized. The girl was acting weird. Yay, God gib Amy Karoth, God gib. She danced. Suddenly she tripped on a stone and was about to fall. Alexander quickly came and grabbed her. Be careful, Amy. He said. Wah, Misher know my name? She questioned. Not looking him in the eyes but somewhere random. Alexander's doubts became clear. She's blind. He looked in her memories and they were only sounds and feelings of touch. There were no other images or color, only darkness but still happiness. Her parents had given her a very happy life. But then Hitler happened. I will make sure he doesn't commit suicide and torture him before killing with my own hands, he vowed. Oh, you were just dancing a while back while shouting your name, Amy. Alexander warmly said as he caressed her hair. Amy, are you hungry? I can cook very delicious food, you know. Come with me, we will eat until we become like pigs. Alexander cheered her on. She giggled, Rioi. I like carrots. She replied. Haha, then let's go to my kitchen. But then Alexander saw some soldiers headed towards him. Their leader seemed to be major ranked. They came to him. 2 of them pointed their rifles at him. Who are you? I thought my dress would have answered it by now. Anyway, I am Major General Alexander Maxim Universe, U.S. Army. My plane was shot down and I swam to this island with my adjutant, Colonel Dobby. Oh, speak of the devil, there he is. Dobby walked towards him with a big bag on his back and a carabiner 98K bolt-action rifle. God knows where he found it, but he also brought something valuable to Alexander. An M1917 revolver. Good, Major, meet my adjutant, Colonel Dobby. He introduced. Pleased to meet you. I am Major Edwin Holmes. Good, now take me to your commanding officer, Major. Let's go, Alexander said in a bit authoritative tone, and it probably brushed the guy off wrongly. Sorry, but I don't take orders from you, now surrender all your weapons and come with me, Major Holmes ordered arrogantly. But suddenly airplane noises started coming. It was very loud. Sir, it's an air raid. We should take cover, one of the soldiers told Major. Oh no, boom boomish back, little Amy worriedly spoke out. She must have some really bad memories attached to that sound. Alexander decided to take care of the incoming flies right there and then. Dobby, give me the revolver, he said. Here you go, boss. Alexander loading 5 bullets for the 5 planes. Leaving the last slot empty. Have you gone mad? The major shouted. Alexander just ignored him and aimed at the oncoming bombers. The sound kept on increasing more and more. Dobby had taken his place with the old-fashioned camera, which God knows where he got from. As soon as the 5 planes opened their hatches to drop the bombs, he fired in a split second. Boom 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 boom. After a few seconds, 5 loud booms sounded in the sky. The 5 planes got blasted in midair by a revolver. You were saying something, Major? Alexander looked at Major Holmes straight in the eyes. And no, sir. Please follow me, I'll take you to Colonel Wilson. He respectfully said. Good, lead the way. Hey Amy. Let's go. We'll eat food soon. The boom boom has gone away. He warmly said and carefully put her on his shoulders. Grab Grandpa's head tightly, okay. She did as asked and tightly grabbed his head and hair. Yes, Grandpa. Haha. Let's go, he happily walked. Unknown to him that Dobby had recorded both, his badass and loving nature. Or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_immortal_novel. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 111. Grandpa again. Retimo, Crete Island, Greece. British military camp. It was nighttime and Alexander had organized a big barbecue for the soldiers in the camp. There weren't that many. He had met Colonel Wilson and the guy turned out to be his fanboy. Rattling about how much he knew about his military work and stuff. The guy was the highest command on the island and this basically meant that he had the highest command now. Hey, dear Amy. Say a. He helped her eat. He was going to cure her eyes at sunrise. He wanted her to see the beautiful sunrise as her first colorful memory. Do you like it? He asked. Yesh. Ishtasti, she happily replied and cutely chewed on her food. Dobby sat beside him with his goddamn pizza which Alexander had to specially make. So, you are preparing for Nazi invasion. Well, this island is too important for Hitler and I'm sure he won't stop until he has it. How many men are coming in reinforcement? He asked Colonel Wilson. We have 17,000 here and they're sending 15 more. Not enough. First of all, move all the planes from the airbase and put fake ones there. Then we will start a plan to tackle their paratroopers. I want you to bring me as much barbed wire as possible. By the time we are done here, me and you'll probably receive a promotion. Tell all the officers to gather here tomorrow. He briefed. Colonel Wilson looked at him with shining eyes and excitement. He surely was loving all that. Night fell and little Amy fell asleep while sitting beside him. Her head was resting on his waist as she tilted towards him. She had a happy smile, cute enough to melt even the heart of Thanos if he had any. He carefully took her to Fixheim and tucked her in a beautiful room with a princess bed. He told Olivia, Rena, and Medusa about her. They wanted to just barge in and hug her, but he stopped them from disturbing her sleep. There were some changes happening in Fixheim as well. His Unsullied had completed their training and were waiting for super soldier serum. Faceless men had also completed their training. Now they don't need to kill people for masks. Technology did the job just fine. Though they still adhered to harvesting real masks of some really bad people. Icemen of Frostheim had really done a nice job and had made a big city. They had started farming and manufacturing various items. Dragons of Drakium have also done a fine job. They still lived in their big caves, but they were well furnished with marble and furniture. His army of universe droids was also ready. They worked under the command of Arnold. They were living like normal people for now. Waiting for orders. The next morning, Alexander went to Amy's room and woke her up. Hey, sweetie. Wake up. It's Grandpa, he calmly woke her up. Not wanting to spook her as she couldn't see him. Grandpa. Oh, beardy Grandpa. She remembered the recent events. She had touched his beard when she tried to touch his face. Since then she liked to play with his beard. Ha ha. Yes, it's beardy Grandpa. Let's go. I will heal your eyes today. You will be able to see after that. He informed. Really? Yay. She stood up and hugged him as he was just beside her. He patted her head and picked her up. Olivia, Medusa, and Rena followed him to see the sunrise outside. They knew that Amy was going to be their new family. They wanted her to see them too. Amy, drink this tasty milkshake please, he said and gave her a small glass. She quickly emptied it and burped. Hee hee. Tashti. Then suddenly, she felt it. She felt light. Colorful light slowly becoming stronger and stronger. Soon she had her vision back. She looked at the rising sun in the east. Soothing wind hitting her face. This is the sun, Amy. It's rising now. Alexander said. He was kneeling beside her, grabbing her small hands in his to make sure she doesn't fall from the sudden shock. Amy slowly turned her face to look at him. Alexander's heart nearly came out of his mouth when he saw tears in her eyes. Grandpa, Hansham, she spoke with a warm smile. Ha ha ha. And you are my little princess, he hugged her and kissed her forehead. Now, meet Grandma, Big Sister Medusa and Big Sister Rena. We are all a big family, Amy. He introduced. Olivia's motherly instincts kicked in and she quickly grabbed her away from Alexander and squeezed her into a warm motherly hug. My sweet little Amy. Call me Grandma from now on, okay? Grandma, she repeated and received multiple kisses from Olivia. Then Medusa and Rena introduced themselves. Rena turned into her smaller version, which was just slightly taller than Amy. Alexander quickly put a super enchanted protection locket around Amy's neck. He was quite overprotective of his family. Ladies, please make her feel like home. Show her the place too. I will go and deal with the situation outside. Dobby will come later to introduce himself too. He stated and looked at Amy. Little Amy, I will be back soon. Play with Grandma and Big Sisters till then, okay? He said. Yes, Grandpa. I be good, she continuously nodded. Too happy to be seeing all the stuff around her. Alexander returned outside. Reinforcements had arrived. If he wanted he could make the whole Nazi army disappear, but he didn't want to do it, though he would save people. Alexander's Nevea Legion was also working undercover and helping people. He had decided to leave the planet soon after killing Hitler. He knew that if he stayed on the planet then no hero would ever be born. On the other hand, there were so many empires in the space to take over. He was also thinking of making his own magical invincible Death Star. The Infinity Stones were on his agenda too, but he won't start collecting them anytime soon. His existence was something beyond space and time and he wanted to make something sure before he went after the stones. Still, there were many more amazing things in the universe to explore. Colonel Wilson, is everyone here? He asked. Yes, all the commanders are here. Please follow me. Wilson took him to the big meeting room. He stood at the small platform and looked at all the officers. All right, listen up. The Nazis are going to attack us by sea and air. First, they will probably try to bomb our airfield and then send some paratroopers. When we'd be busy fighting the paratroopers, they would come by sea. Now, my plan involves not only defeating them but also taking their ships and use it for our own defense. The first thing we will do is lay down barbed wire across the fields where the troopers are highly likely to parachute in. Tie each end of the wire to a jeep, and when they all land, you move the jeeps at full throttle and cut their legs. Now, the wire will not fully cut them but would still inflict enough damage to make them unfit to fight. We will lay as many traps as we can. We will all also be digging some secret trenches, so whoever is left afterward the barbed attack will be dealt with. Then the next target would be an amphibian assault. I will be posting my snipers along the coastline. Their job will be to kill the ship's pilots and their replacements. Because our planes will be safe too, we will drop bombs on some of their ships and make them surrender. No matter what, we must win this. If we lose, then say goodbye to this island. Now, Colonel Wilson will tell each of you your command location. Alexander had quickly made Dobby apparate to London and register 100 of his Seraphs into their army, which was deployed to the island. All of them were going to work as his snipers. 2 more days passed, and Alexander had finished all the preparations. He also spent a lot of time with Amy. He was tempted to bring his small family out, but war was no good sight to see. So he told them to wait a few more days. Boss, it's happening. They just bombed the fake airfield. Dobby barged into his room. Good, let's end this then. He picked up his revolver and a bucket full of grenades. No one knew what he was going to do with so many grenades, and no one had the guts to ask. America might not be into the war yet, but he was still very much respected. He was awarded the Victoria Cross as well, so it meant that he was a British ally. At least that's what they decided to accept. He went to the terrace of the highest building in the area and started throwing grenades at the landed paratroopers. Everyone's jaw nearly fell at that as he was throwing the grenade hundreds of meters away too. Exploding sounds were constantly being heard. Alexander was constantly using his eyes to see people who had committed cruel deeds and only gifted grenades to them. Soon, a red signal was shot in the air, signifying that all the troopers had landed. 4 jeeps in 2 different directions started moving at full speed. Unknown to the Nazis what was about to come. Soon the first painful screams came, then the second and third. One by one, all the enemy soldiers fell. In a matter of minutes, the whole 4,000 paratroopers brigade was defeated. This would not have been possible if Alexander had not strengthened the wires and jeeps with his magic. The same thing occurred in 6 different fronts. In total, they were able to successfully defeat 33,789 German troops with no losses on their side. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 112. 0 deaths. They didn't lose even a single soldier. Only 5 men were injured, and even that was not due to the enemy but because they tripped and fell. It was a big morale booster for the Allied forces. Then came another news that Alexander's Seraphs had sniped the hell out of the oncoming ships. To the point that no one was even trying to take the pilot wheel anymore, as whoever touched it died. By the end of the day, he had 0 deaths, 28,000 prisoners, and 120 ships and boats of various sizes. Alexander used his wide area compulsion charm and brought a lot of meat from Fixheim. All the soldiers believed that it was meat procured from the German ships. They celebrated the whole evening while eating and singing songs in praise of Alexander. They were all preparing stories to brag about later on. A story that they served under the general universe. While celebrations were going on the island of Crete, 5,000 miles away, some people were in a depressed mood. Camp Lehigh, New Jersey. The Project Rebirth was successful. Steve had become a super soldier now. The problem was that he was the only super soldier. Erskine had been killed by a German spy. In reality, Erskine was saved by Alexander, and after revealing his god status, Erskine was happily learning and experimenting in Fixheim. He and Alfred had become very good partners. He was even able to make the super soldier serum better and administered them to his order of high humans. Both Unsullieds and the Faceless Men were a part of it. Unsullieds had refused to adopt a new organizational name. They said that the name brought them to their god. So he let them be. Back at Camp Lehigh, Steve was turned into a poster boy of the U.S. Army. Told to dance and sing. Colonel Phillips was immediately promoted to the temporary director of SSR. They can't deny that they all missed Alexander. Agent Carter had also warmed up to the jolly-natured old man and often used to spend time sharing life stories with him. She was even allowed to call him uncle. Then there was the most depressed guy, Howard Stark. He had spent all his resources searching for his grandfather in all but name. "Tell me good news, Colonel," President Roosevelt sadly muttered on the phone. "I am afraid it's not. We found the crash site. No bodies were found. We searched the waters in a 200-mile radius and on the nearby islands. We should prepare for the worst." Colonel answered. His words made everyone more depressed. Steve clenched his fist, feeling helpless. He had become very attached to Alexander as well. For a boy who had been fatherless for most of his life, Alexander had become a father figure for him. He also respected him as a soldier. "Were you able to find out how they intercepted his plane?" His schedule was always a highly kept secret after all. Roosevelt asked. Yes, we caught a Hydra spy in Egypt. He was probably the point of the leak. Colonel answered. God damn it, keep on looking for him. I don't want to hear sad news again. Roosevelt angrily hung up. Howard, you are allowed to use all military assets in his search. Let's just pray to God that he's somehow alive, Colonel Phillips sighed. Howard had dark circles under his eyes by now, but he still quickly got into action. Now one could have thought even in their wildest dreams that Alexander and Dobby had swum 600 miles away from the crash site in their pointless stupid race. The Berghof, Bavaria, Germany. It was a fine beautiful morning. The beautiful vacation home had a nice view of the mountains around it. But the scene inside the house was different. A man with a virgin boy haircut and a virgin boy mustache was throwing tantrums by spoiling whatever he could grab on. Tell me, how did you lose a fight with a weak and tired army living on that island? I gave you naval and air support too. How could you lose 35,000 men in a single day? Hitler shouted. My Führer, they used some underhanded means and they also fooled us by creating a fake airfield. Please give us another week and we'll win the Crete. Wilhelm Keitel, chief of the Armed Forces High Command, spoke. You better, I am allowing you to use any means possible. I want that island. As long as they have it, we can't launch a full assault on Africa, Hitler screeched. Yes, my Führer. Wilhelm Keitel quietly left the one ballman alone, lest he faces his childish tantrums. He went to the war room and wrote some letters. It basically gave the command to General Oberst, Lieutenant General Kurt Student, the commander of the attack on Crete. He gave the general permission to use any means possible to take over the island. He added that he was being allowed to take a force of 100,000 men, including Italians, 200 planes, and more naval support. This was probably one of the biggest moves the German High Command was making towards a swift and fluent expansion of the Third Reich towards Africa. On the island of Crete, Alexander was messing with the Enigma machine he found in one of the ships. He was planning on sending a coded message to Howard to see how long it would take him to decode. His message was simple. Pops ain't dead yet. While he was enjoying his short peace, a party pooper came to the island. Lieutenant General Bernard Cyril Freyberg, a British noble and the future Viceroy of New Zealand. He was appointed as the commander for the defense of the Crete. The problem was that Alexander was outranked now. He was a major general and Cyril was lieutenant general. Both of them were also the Victoria Cross recipient. Arg, I guess I'll use magic then, he thought, and went to talk to the guy. As soon as he saw the short man, he used magic to make him his big fan. From there on, it was easy sailing. Alexander was still the commander of all the forces there and had the power to make all decisions. I should tell Russi to make me a full 4-star general. Can't have people outrank me in the field now. It should be easy after my deeds here become public. I'll also gift the German commander to British forces. Such a high-ranking target should be enough, he thought. He spent the rest of the 2 weeks preparing for the upcoming battle. He turned the whole island into a fortress. Using his magic, he brought some heavy machinery and anti-aircraft guns. The men believed that it came from the ships. Dobby would command the battle while he'd go and grab the German commander, as the men would not be coming anywhere near the war zone. A day later, the Germans came. They came in for the biggest surprise of their lives. Their bombers were caught by surprise and were quickly put down. The ones that survived were put down by Dobby the sniper. Alexander had made a quick errand to enemy lines and kidnapped both the commander and the vice-commander. The battle went on for many hours. At the end of the day, they again won and the Germans surrendered. This time his side faced many casualties, but he didn't let anyone die. Could not spoil his zero-death record after all. Finally, they had another 80,000 prisoners, making it a total of 108,000 prisoners. It was crazy that there were just 32,000 of them against such a big force. Finally, he decided to address his men. You are all one of the bravest Nazi killers I've met to date. I can see all of you receiving promotions when all this is over. I will be recommending the names of each of you for promotions and medals. But we have a problem here. His face suddenly turned serious. We have run out of the area to keep our prisoners in, Alexander sadly stated. Someone in the crowd tried to hold their laughter and made a squeaking noise. It made the others around him laugh, and soon the whole crowd was laughing. Alexander let them laugh for a while to lighten their mood. After all, these men went into every battle knowing that it might very well be their last. Now, I am going to need some volunteers who'll help in making the new holding area. But for now, let's enjoy. I have enough meat to turn all of you into fat pigs, so eat all you want. He dismissed everyone and they all went to crazily in the dining hall. Alexander was also very relaxed. He just turned around and found a young soldier standing upright. If not for his control, he would have already blasted the guy. God damn it, Lil Chin, how many times I've told you to make some noise while moving. You'll give me a heart attack someday. Alexander spoke. not really showing anger. Lil Chin was a new soldier, just 18 years old. He looked very young and had no beard and a small chin, so people called him Lil Chin. He had a habit of being sneaky while walking. The boy made no sound even while walking in full gear. Currently, he was working as his messenger. Alexander had decided to take the boy to America with him and make him an agent in SSR. "Sir, we caught a German transmission." Lil Chin handed him a paper. "Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support." Chapter 113. Found him. Alexander looked at the transmission and started laughing loudly, grabbing the attention of all the soldiers. "Ha ha ha. Boys, the Germans are going crazy that I caught such a high-ranking Nazi of theirs. They have ordered to secure the commander at any cost. I guess we'll have to make the new holding cells a bit bigger now." He mocked, making everyone laugh again. The men had a general consensus now that Alexander was the best fricking commander in the world. Cool, talented, funny, and badass. Many of them were trying to copy his style of sunglasses and cigars. The next day. Hitler's little cottage in the mountains. "How the F***ck can you lose to an army of no more than 30,000? You had 100,000 men, planes, and ships. What kind of mad joke are you playing on me?" Hitler shouted with his saliva-throwing style. "Sir, they have somehow gained bigger weapons. Including many anti-aircraft guns." Keitel reasoned. F***king resistance must have done it. But still, you had 100,000 men. You also lost the F***king commander and the vice commander. Keitel had to agree that it was really crazy how they lost. Then he suddenly had a great idea. "My Führer, what if we tell Schmidt to supply his new weapons to our army this time? He's been rambling that his weapons can win us war for quite some time. I think this is time he repays all the investment you put into his ambitions," he suggested. Hitler thought for a while and smiled. "Yes, you are right. It's time Schmidt proved his usefulness. Send the order with my direct seal to him. I want that island under Reich's control by the end of this week," he commanded. "It will be done, my Führer." Keitel relaxed, thinking that he dodged the bullet. But then the damn one ballman spoke. "Keitel, your 2-month salary will be cut for this incompetence," Hitler said and left. "King little shit, I'll bring a girl with herpes to his chamber for his wild night this Sunday. He deserves it," Keitel cursed internally. 3 months because you cursed me in your mind." Hitler walked back in and left again. "Let's make it herpes and AIDS both. Swiss Alps, Hydra base. Haha, they can't even take over a small island and they think about ruling the world." Schmidt mockingly laughed. "What is it, sir?" Zola asked. "Hitler wants me to use our new weapons to take over Crete. They have already lost 100,000 soldiers and the commander to 30,000 allied troops there. Shameful. Zola, prepare a batch of new energy guns and send 100 of our soldiers under Commander Hahn's command," he ordered. Zola quickly left the room to prepare. Schmidt stood up and looked out of the window. At the snow-covered Alps. So the time has come. United States. Howard had been receiving a weird transmission for some days. He had already guessed that they were coded encryptions. He tried to break it but it only resulted in meaningless words. Then after some days, he found that every new transmission had a different rule. It produces a different set of words with the previous method of decryption. Not long after he found that it was the Enigma machine. He also knew that a guy named Alan Turing was working on breaking this machine in London. So he did what any reasonable man would do. He packed his bags and flew to London to help the noobs break the code. No one stopped him either. At least it was diverting his mind from Alexander's disappearance. They were also happy that he was helping in breaking Enigma. It was really a pain in the ass to the Allied forces. Alexander waited for the attack and he was honestly surprised when the Germans started shooting bluish energy weapons. So, he went all out and killed all the Hydra people. They were just a burden on the earth. He did keep their leader alive. SSR would have fun making him speak. He had searched his mind and found some things about their base. The men also had a poison tooth which he took out. They again had caught 40,000 men. Also the new weapons. Their small island was impenetrable. But then a question came to his mind and he went to talk with Lieutenant General Freiberg. "Hey, Freiberg, why haven't I heard anything from the British High Command these days? They should have already come to permanently fortify this island," he asked. "But you are the commander, shouldn't you be sending the reports?" he replied. Damn it, Alexander facepalmed himself. What kind of war were they fighting? His soldiers had gone so easygoing these days. "All right, I'll send the report. Lil Chin, come here," he called. Immediately a voice came from behind him. "Yes, boss." "God damn it," Alexander cursed. What's wrong with all you people? He shook his head. Tell the communications guys to send a report to the British High Command, he ordered. Unknown to him, what kind of F***ck up his men were going to make. 1 week later. London. Howard had reached the place many days ago. He was helping the noobs make a computer. He already knew how to make it but didn't use that knowledge as much, as it was given to him by Alexander. He just kept the level of technology to the original of what the Turing guy was planning. The only one who was not a noob out of all the others. Noob was Howard's new favorite word. Now it was so easy to curse at brainless people without offending them. He just named the other people working on the project, Noob 1, Noob 2, and so on. Only Alan Turing had the honor of being called by name. Howard's help proved to be instrumental in the machine's creation. And the first thing he did was decode the message. What's this code? Alan asked. I don't know, I've been receiving this for weeks. He replied while inputting the values in the machine. Soon the various parts started moving. Howard anxiously looked at the turning wheels. Then it stopped. He took the decoding order and decoded the message. Pops ain't dead yet, he read that out aloud. Yes. Hell yeah. Ha ha ha, he started to madly jump. The old man's still alive. Ha ha ha, Howard had watery eyes. Who is this old man? Alan asked with interest. Howard enthusiastically replied, Major General Universe. He's been missing for many weeks. We all thought he died. What? Did he create a machine to break the code? Alan asked, thinking that his invention wasn't the first. No, he probably just used his crazy brain to break each new algorithm. Yes, he's beyond human understanding. Don't fret about it. It took me years to accept that he is way more intelligent than me. Howard patted his shoulders. Alan was just contemplation about the monster who can break the Enigma code in mind. Door opens. A British Army officer came into the hall. Mr. Howard Stark, you are being asked for by the military high command. They said they might have a clue for whereabouts of the general universe. The words of the officers made him jump in excitement. What are we waiting for then? Let's go. Wait, hey Alan. Take this and come to my company. You'd be absolutely cared for in my company and no one will judge you either. His last words were only understood by Alan. Being homosexual was a crime in those days and Alan had been hiding it for a long time now. But there was always a risk of getting caught. Thank you, I will think about it. He replied. In the war room. Many big shots were sitting. Surprisingly, Winston Churchill was also there. It made Howard wonder what the matter was. All right, gentlemen, we just received a report directly from Crete Island for some reason. We weren't expecting much but the details were so crazy that I had to convene this meeting. Reports have suggested that the 32,000 men who went to Crete Island have defended it well. But the main news is that all this was done under the command of Major General Universe, who had washed up on the island some weeks ago after his plane was shot down. Lieutenant General Bernard C. Freiberg had also delighted his command to General Universe. Reports have suggested that they have managed to defeat the Germans multiple times. They currently hold 140,000 German soldiers as prisoners, including the German commander Kurt Student and his adjutant. They have also secured 350 German boats and ships still in good condition. Moreover, they reported that because of the ingenious command and tactics of the General Universe, the Allied forces have faced 0 deaths. Boom, the words fell to everyone's ears like bombs. What kind of madman was this General Universe, they thought. But there was one man madly laughing, ha 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 ha, yes, only he would do something crazy like this. Howard boomed. Sir, what should we do now? A senior officer asked the Prime Minister. Do you still need to ask me? Bloody go there and secure the island. The Americans have already done such help to us without even asking and without them even officially being in the war. They all must be tired now, move as fast as you can. I am sure Roosevelt must have sent his forces too to bring their prized general back home. Churchill spoke in his weird non-understandable accent. Take me too, Howard demanded. You sure, kid? Churchill asked. Yes, even if you deny it I'll find my way somehow, Howard straightforwardly said. Haha, okay then. But if you die, it's not on me. The overweight man left the room. Extra. Alexander was sitting in his office on the island boredly. So he decided to go out and check what his soldiers were doing. He turned invisible and headed out. The first place he went to was the open field across the office building. He saw a soldier taking a crate of beer somewhere. Then suddenly another man in civilian clothes came to the soldier. Civilian, excuse me, can you tell me where I can find General Universe? Soldier stopped whistling. Sure, you see that building? Head straight in, take the stairs to first floor, turn left and second door to the right. You'll find him there. Invisible Alexander was going crazy listening to the stupidity. What the hell, give him my bank details too while you're at it. You gave my location up so easily, he cursed. Then Alexander went to a watch post and found 4 soldiers sitting on the ground, drinking and eating. Alexander used his magic to make one of them ask a question. Soldier 1, hey, why have we become so lazy and easygoing these days? It feels like we're not at war. Soldier 2, well, that is because General Universe is invincible. Did you see him shooting planes with his F*King revolver? Soldier 3, yes, he's also very cool and badass. Soldier 4, yes, very handsome and sexy. The other 3 looked at him. Soldier 4 suddenly realized what he said, but to his surprise. Yeah, all other agreed. Soldier 1, if I was a girl, I'd surely have hots for him. Soldier 2, you're right man. Me too. Soldier 3, a man like him deserves all the hot chicks in the world. Soldier 4, man, I wish I was a hot chick. Again everyone looked at him. Soldier 3, I'm sure General doesn't swing that way. Soldier 4. Alexander just facepalmed him listening to their brain cells killing talks and went back to his office. I'm afraid the future of this world is shrouded in darkness. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 114. Promoted. Crete Island. What do you mean you sent the report to London? Alexander asked the communications in charge. Sir, you ordered to send it to the High Command, the soldier replied. Yes, I meant the immediate higher command. Which is in Egypt, just across the sea. Anyway, did they send any reply? Yes, sir. Signed by Mr. Churchill himself. They have deployed heavy navy to be placed here. The Americans have also sent their ships for you. All right, you men will soon be going home I guess, Alexander said, making the soldiers grin. Hitler's cottage, Alps. You bloody swine. I'll kill you. I'll kill you all worthless incompetent numbskulls. They are just 30,000 *king men. How do you lose 140,000 men in a single week? Tell me you faggot, Hitler cursed. Sir, please don't attack me personally. I might like men but that doesn't make me any less of a man than anyone else. Keitel sternly replied. How dare you talk to me like that, I'll get you executed for treason. Hitler screeched. Then I'll tell the world that you have herpes and AIDS. Keitel quickly retorted. You. What? Hitler looked confused. The girl you had fun with last Sunday had herpes and AIDS. Now tell me, do you want to say something about me? Keitel said in a dangerous tone. What? How dare you? You bloody swine. Okay, so you still want to threaten me. All right, I'll tell the world. Keitel started to walk away. Wait. I'll forget that this conversation ever happened. But you must get a doctor to secretly check me up. Hitler voiced, sounding too scared. Yes, sir. I'll get it all done. Keitel replied and walked away. He was just bluffing with Hitler. The girl didn't have AIDS. She just had herpes. But he'll surely use this opportunity to his advantage. Within a week, the whole island of Crete was swarming with soldiers. Around the island, many warships were stationed. The island was fortified so that no German attack could occur. They also made the island a point of further attack in Greece. He was outside his bunkers, waiting for his ride. Beep beep. A jeep stopped with a skid in front of him and Howard jumped out of it. He quickly ran and hugged Alexander. Haha, Pops ain't dead yet, he exclaimed. You cracked it, ha. Good job. Alexander patted his back. Sir, another voice came. Ha ha ha. Steve, look at you. Tall and handsome. Good, but you're still not as tall as me. Alexander gave him a hug. How are things back at home? Alexander asked. Well, the president is going nuts and Colonel Phillips is cursing about his workload every day, Howard spoke. Ha ha. Then let's go back home. He jumped into the jeep. 1 month later. White House. God damn it, I thought you were dead. Now, look at the mess you've made. Though it was a good mess, ha. You really handed it to them Nazis. Roosevelt happily walked up to Alexander and gave him a brotherly hug. Rusey my boy, back on the legs, ha, Alexander spoke. You should have seen the faces when I walked into Congress and announced the Lend-Lease bill. By the way, I just received amazing news from London. By the recommendation of the Prime Minister and many other high-level people, they have decided to award you another Victoria Cross and Knight Grand Cross. You'll be Sir Alexander from now on. Ha. Roosevelt happily announced. Having his legs back really made the guy cheerful. Don't tell me I'll have to go and kneel before the king, Alexander protested. Ah. You'll have to. King George VI, needs to do that sword-tapping thing to make you a knight. Also, the Congress has decided to honor you with another Medal of Honor and a double promotion. You are a full 4-star General, Alex. Newspapers are going to be after you like dogs in heat. Prepare something good, haha. He threw a file toward him to sign. Alexander looked into it and they were his promotion papers. Damn, I didn't even need to ask. I guess after the war ends I'll try to become a 6-star general. Something that is yet to happen. George Washington was posthumously promoted to General of the Armies of the United States so that no one ever outranked him in 1976. Currently, the highest-ranking man was General John J. Pershing for his World War I success. He still wore 4 stars as the 5-star general wasn't a thing yet. But his 4 stars were golden in color. Well, am I being reassigned? Alexander asked. Yes, a full general can't just be heading a department. You will still be the chairman of the SSR, but Colonel Phillips will be the new director. You, on the other hand, will be preparing for war. I'm afraid we'll soon have to enter the stage. Roosevelt contemplated. Knock knock. Come in. A military officer entered. He saluted both. Behind him was Secretary of War Henry L. Stimson. Sir, I have something of great importance to discuss, Henry spoke. Say it then. Roosevelt gestured. Sir, I have received intel that there is a high probability that if the Japanese attack, then they'll target Pearl Harbor. I ask you to order Lieutenant General Walter Short and Admiral Kimmel to stay prepared. He advised. Whoa, I nearly forgot about this, Alexander suddenly remembered. Mr. President, if it's not much, I'd like you to assign me to the Hawaiian Command. I'll make sure everything's good. Alexander said, looking into Roosevelt's eyes. Henry, you may go. He sent his secretary away. Alex, what's the matter? You sound like they really are going to attack. I am 90% sure that they will attack. The current commander there is not competent enough to manage things. If I'm there then we might be able to fight the attack. Alexander stated. Very well, you'll get your new orders soon. Good luck. It had been 3 months since he took over the command over Pearl Harbor. He had fortified the entire base with anti-aircraft guns. They were everywhere, on buildings, ships, etc. He had secretly sent all the planes to another airstrip in the mountains and put dummies out in the open. Alexander had told Howard to start making as many fighting planes as he could as he knew the war was close. So the U.S. Air Force had a steady supply of new and better planes. December 7, 1941. It was morning and all the people were secretly on alert. Sirens. As soon as the air raid siren sounded, everyone took their positions. The Japanese had sent nearly 400 planes and Alexander had 600. Soon the sound of heavy machine guns resounded in the base. Anywhere you see you would find an anti-aircraft gun firing. The air support had also come in and started gunning down the planes. Alexander was wide in the open, standing in the middle of the airfield with sunglasses on, a cigar in mouth, and shooting his revolver. Every bullet he fired downed a plane. He alone brought down dozens of planes in seconds. Some soldiers were dumbfounded by the scene and forgot what they were doing. Focus, you fools. Eyes on target, Alexander reprimanded. Dobby stood beside Alexander with his Kar 98 and shot down planes that were too far away. The giant elf was also promoted to Brigadier General now. The whole ordeal went on for 4 hours before finally ending. He conducted a thorough inspection to prepare a report. He was happy to keep up his zero-death record, mostly due to his magic helping the people. There were many casualties but no deaths. Though he did lose some planes, and ships due to crashing planes. But all in all, it was a very successful defensive fight. That night they all ate and drank happily. Making up new stories about General Alexander the Invincible. The next day. Japan, Tokyo. How can a surprise attack cause 0 casualties? I gave you 392 planes and this is the result. You should commit seppuku, Japanese General Hideki Tojo shouted at the commander responsible for coordinating the Pearl Harbor attack. What am I supposed to tell the emperor now? Tojo said. Huh. The emperor isn't even interested in the war. It's your ambition that has brought war to Japan, the commander cursed under his breath. Get out, Tojo shouted in rage. We are at war with America now. At least that message is clear, he said to himself. December 8th. Declaration of state of war with Japan happened. The declaration was quickly brought to a vote and passed. The vote was 82-0 in the Senate and 388-1 in the House. Jeanette Rankin, a women's rights activist, was the only vote against it. Then 3 days later, a similar declaration was made against Germany and Italy. At that moment, Alexander was already on a ship to London. From there he'd lead the war effort in Europe. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 115. Martyr. Alexander met King George VI and got knighted. He was also given a Victoria Cross. Alexander used a slight compulsion and made the king push for Alexander to be the supreme commander of the Allied forces when the time comes. That would directly make him a 5-star general later on. From there he went to the front lines where the newly arrived American troops were stationed with the British. He was in command and decided to address his men. Soldiers, we are going to sweep the Nazis out of Europe. We will start with France, then Norway, then Italy. We will trap the Nazis in Germany by the end of this war. Now, those 100,000 men that are under my command are strictly advised to follow my every command, or else action will be taken against them. I very much want to keep my 0 death records through this whole war. Understood? He loudly said. Yes, sir, they all replied. Alexander then called all his commanders who'd be fighting on different fronts. They were all his serifs, so he wasn't really worried. Hitler's nightmares started from that day. Everyday news would come that some city or town got taken over by the Allies. Many soldiers died, but there was one army that had 0 deaths. It was being called the Invincible Army by the Germans. Wherever it went, the Germans lost with humiliation. 1942, December 3rd. Alexander planned a personal mission with 50 of his serifs. Captain America had somehow started doing field operations now, so he also tagged along with Alexander. He brought his howling commandos. They were all excited to work with a famed general like him. All right, boys, our task is simple. We are going to liberate Poland. Just 60 of us. The Nazis have opened many concentration camps there. The biggest being Auschwitz. I received a report that more than 500,000 people, mainly Jews, are imprisoned there and that the Nazis have started to kill them in gas chambers. It's a Holocaust. This mission is going to be very dangerous. I am giving you another chance to decide. Alexander informed. Nah, I'm always up for killing some Nazis. Helping people will probably get me to heaven, so I'm in. Dum-Dum Dugan sternly spoke. Soon others agreed too. Ha. Good. Gear up then. He ordered. Steve came to him to talk. Are you sure about this, sir? How will we hold the land after freeing it? He asked. I've already talked to Allied countries. British, American, and Soviet soldiers will enter Poland from the Soviet front after we clear the way. Don't worry, son. I am the Allied commanding general of European theater. I won't do anything foolish. Besides, it's not about me but the people trapped in the concentration camps. Alexander patted his shoulder. By the way, how's Peggy? I heard from Howard that you two have something going on. Alexander asked, making Steve blush. Well, we're compatible, I guess. He stuttered. Ha. Look at you blushing like a tomato. I wish you both a happy future. Alexander made him cheer up. Alexander already knew about what happened to Bucky. Steve had freed him from a German prison only to lose him again on that train. The next day his small company started the deadly offensive. One by one they took down various German camps. They liberated many concentration camps. Behind them, the Allied troops slowly entered and started taking over. Finally, they came to Auschwitz. The sight was horrifying. People were so malnourished that there was only skin left on bones. He secretly used his magic to heal the people a little and then brought a lot of food. Alexander did find a boy there who would later become Magneto. Because of Alexander, the boy didn't lose his mother, so hopefully, there would be a good Magneto in the future. The whole company had become tired of all the fighting in the past week. The psychological pressure from seeing the horrifying things in the various camps also made them frustrated. Steve, we're done here. Let's go back to the command center. Reich's already on a path of doom now. His words cheered them up. But I still need to deal with Hydra. That Schmidt is as bad if not worse than Hitler. Steve replied. He will also face his doom soon. Let's eat. Things went on nicely till the year 1944. The Allied forces were already seeing the victory not far away. They had defeated Italy and had retaken Greece. The Soviets were also getting closer from the other side. Hitler had now bunkered himself in Berlin. June 6, 1944. Normandy invasion was taking place under Alexander's command. He was throwing grenades left and right at all the German bunkers. His snipers were dealing with all the LMGs. The invasion went smoothly and from there they slowly took back France. The resistance was helpful in the cities too. Surprisingly, Alexander met James Howlett aka Future Logan. He was helping the Allies under someone's orders. Another thing that happened that year was that Alexander was again promoted. They made him the supreme commander of the Allied forces and made him a 5-star general. Words were circulating that King George VI personally rallied and pulled all strings possible to make him the supreme commander. April 25, 1945. Whip and Fiddle Bar, London. Didn't get destroyed in bombing thanks to Alexander. Alexander sat there talking on the telephone with Roosevelt. Yeah, I'm gonna put a bullet in Hitler myself soon. Well, I wish you luck, my friend. Let's end this nonsense war. Roosevelt replied and they said goodbyes. Old man, drink with me. Howard came and patted him on his back. Ha ha. You're too young to invite me on a drink, boy. He laughed and poured a glass of his personal fire whiskey. Howard quickly drank it. Ah. Such fine stuff, I still don't understand why you don't mass-produce it. Sometimes, good things are more enjoyable when we know they are limited. Alexander spoke and fiddled into his military suite's pocket. He took out a thin golden chain like his own and put it in Howard's hands. Promise me, son, no matter what happens to me. You will always keep this around your neck and never ever take it off. Don't ask anything and just promise me. Alexander said. Howard's senses spoke there was something going on. Why are you acting like we won't see each other again? Ha ha. Just promise me, boy. All right, I promise. I'll never take this off. Howard said. Good, how did the Manhattan Project go? Alexander asked. Very nice, we'll probably have new bombs soon. He sighed. Well, let's just hope that we don't destroy the planet with it. Human track record in keeping the peace hasn't been great. Alexander added. That is exactly what I am afraid of. Howard downed another glass. Alexander then suddenly grabbed on his shoulders and looked him in the eye. Howard, no matter what. Just know one thing. I am proud of you, son. Suddenly someone tapped his shoulders. Are you ready to kick that red bulb? Alexander said without looking. Steve and Peggy took seats beside him. Yes, finally. Steve drank. Although he couldn't get drunk. Yes, you go and deal with Schmidt and I'll deal with Hitler. After that, we all will come back here and have a nice drink. I'm also looking forward to you two lovebirds marrying. Can't wait for little super kids to play with this old man. Alexander said, embarrassing both Steve and Peggy. Ha ha. Look at them. The whole of America knows about you two. No need to hide. Howard added. The next day, Steve headed to the Swiss Alps, and Alexander headed to Berlin. For the past whole month, the Allied forces have been closing in on Berlin. Alexander knew that Hitler was weak-willed, so he cursed Hitler to never be able to commit suicide. His army passed through the heavily fortified Berlin with him at the front. It didn't take long before the whole German army surrendered. But the buildings Hitler was in was still fortified and armed. It only had the firmest believers of the pure-blood Aryan theory. In short, hardcore Nazis. Alexander went alone into the building with Dobby commanding the remaining troops. One by one he breached all the defenses, killing anyone who attacked. After searching for a while he finally came to the deepest vault. It had tons of gold and stolen art. Alexander took it all away. He didn't trust people to treat the items right. He would open a huge museum later and put these things in it. At the end of the vault, there was another steel door. It was supposed to be able to face a nuke strike but fell under a kick from Alexander. Inside he found Hitler and 20 of his guards in juggernaut suits and miniguns. As soon as he entered, 20 miniguns fired at him. Alexander headshot all of them and walked to Hitler, cowering in a corner. You should have stuck to the art school, he mocked. Let me go, I'll give you gold. Hitler screeched. I've already taken it. Alexander smiled, making Hitler shudder. By the way, tell me. Do you really have one ball? Alexander asked while looking at his sins. Adolf Hitler, category. Murder. Indirect murder, 7,579, 543, 25,468,000 if you hadn't intervened. Torture, 1. Sin percentage, 89%. What do you mean? Hitler tried to act oblivious. I'll shoot after counting till 5. Tell the truth, Alexander pointed his gun at Hitler's temple. 1. 2. Yes, I only have one ball. I also like to get poked in the butt, Hitler confessed. 4. Why are you still counting? 5. He put Hitler in 500 years' time torture where he would go through all the torture he inflicted on people in the concentration camps. Hitler screamed like crazy for a while. After the torture was done, he shot him in the head. Bang. I said I'd shoot after counting till 5, Alexander said to the dead body of Hitler. Now, time to prepare for my death, he said under his breath. He conjured a fake dead body of his and positioned it in a way that it would look like he had Hitler pinned in his arms with his back touching the wall. Using Hitler as a shield against the 20 juggernauts. He put the dead juggernauts in a position where it would seem he shot them while holding Hitler. Then finally, he put 10 fake bullet wounds in his chest. Dobby would make sure to click some nice heroic pictures for news. Then he turned himself invisible and looked at the Allied soldiers entering. The whole thing was being recorded on a recorder. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 116. Howard Maxim Universe Stark. One by one the soldiers came in and looked at the floor covered in bullet shells. All of them gasped seeing Alexander's body, still clutching Hitler in one arm and a revolver in another. Many photographs were taken. Dobby had already seen the invisible Alexander. Alexander was in return annoying Dobby by tickling him. Many soldiers took down their helmets and prayed for him. They would remember the sacrifice. He had a record of 0 deaths, and finally when the record was broken, it was his own death. Quickly, the news was radioed. That Hitler died from a bullet from General Alexander. But the general couldn't make it under the heavy fire of 20 weird Gatling guns. Miniguns were not known to the world at that point. Hitler had it because of Schmidt. The news shocked many around the world. The next day's morning newspaper was filled with grieving articles. Alexander didn't know he was this famous. It turned out that Dobby had been giving his badass moments recordings to Howard, who was in return heavily spreading it around the world. It was even being shown in big theaters. Hydra Base, Swiss Alps. A big black airplane left the mountain. Captain America was somehow able to board it. Colonel Phillips and Peggy quickly went to the base's command center and kept an eye on the plane. Suddenly a soldier came running to Colonel Phillips and gave him a letter. His face fell the moment he read it. But he didn't reveal it yet, as it would have brought down the productivity of Peggy and Howard. After a while, a voice came from the radio. "Agent Carter, come in." Peggy quickly goes and grabs the responder. "Steve, is that you? Are you okay?" "I'm fine." "Where's Schmidt?" she asked. "Schmidt's dead." "Any news from Berlin?" Steve inquired. He knew he wasn't coming out of this alive, so he hoped to hear good news. News that Hitler's dead. "No W." Peggy was about to answer, but Colonel Phillips intervened. "Yes, Captain. Hitler's dead. Died from General's bullet," he said. Steve took a long breath and relaxed, but then Colonel added. "But he didn't make it. They had him surrounded with weird portable Gatling guns." His words fell like bombs on their hearts. "I guess I'll meet him soon, then," Stephen mumbled. "What do you mean, Steve? Is the plane okay?" Peggy managed to hold herself together. "Schmidt locked the navigation system and there's enough power to reach the East Coast," he bluntly answered. "Let me get Howard on the line." "He'll have a way," she spoke. "That's not an option, I've got to put it in the water." "I might not be able to steer it, but I can surely crash it," he said. It broke Peggy's heart knowing what was to come. She pleaded a bit more and Steve told her that he was in the middle of nowhere and it was the right place to crash with so many explosives. "Peggy." "Yes, I'm here. I'm going to need a rain check on that dance." She held back her tears. "All right. A week, Saturday. The Stork Club." "Okay, you got it. 8 o'clock on the dot. If you're 3 minutes late I'm leaving, do you understand?" She tried to act tough. "I still don't know how to dance," Steve replied. "I'll show you. I'll show you everything. Just be there." She sounded like pleading. "Maybe the band could play something slow, I'd hate to step on your toes." "Peggy, I love why." Those were the last words. Peggy put down the microphone and looked out of the hangar, at the blue sky. Tears slowly falling from her eyes. While all this was happening, Alexander was also in the Arctic Ocean. He had caught the Tesseract when it fell from the plane. He wasn't going to keep it, just take a look. He destroyed the cube and took out the Infinite Stone. He was a higher being than even the elder gods of that universe, so he wasn't harmed by holding it. He checked it out, even licked it. He could feel the crazy amount of power in the stone. The power which could be used as an energy source or as a real space stone. He studied it for a while and deduced that the stone was something that was created by the Big Bang. Hence it has a connection with every particle of the universe. Which is exactly how it helps teleport. The space stone is like a telephone with its wire going anywhere you can imagine. Too bad I can't use the same method without this stone being in my hand or probably in my stomach. Not like I need it. Anywhere door can take me anywhere I want in the universe. He loudly thought and used the doryman's time clothes to reverse the stone and put it back into the Tesseract, then he let it fall back into the ice. HW would come for it again in the future. Some day later. Allied Headquarters, Briefing Room. Colonel Phillips signed an official report. Classified Captain America. He stamps it, inactive. and slides it into a red box, marked, "To be destroyed." He looked up as Peggy walked in. Still looking a bit sad, but he knew she was hiding it behind that strong face. "No one said we have to forget the men, Agent," Colonel Phillips advised. She merely nods. She put the classified box away but then suddenly noticed a picture of Stephen and Alexander. It was from the time when Steve was still a frail skinny boy. In the picture, Alexander was grinning, showing all his teeth while ruffling Steve's hair. She took the photo and put it in her breast pocket. Then another photo of Steve, from before rebirth. Yes, it wasn't Captain America she fell in love with. It was Steve Rogers, who got beaten up in most of the Brooklyn alleys. She came out of the stupor when Colonel spoke again, stamping another file named, Classified General Universe. He stamped it, inactive and, "To be destroyed." Who's going to remember this man? There's no known family of his. No one to visit his grave. He said while thinking about Alexander. Peggy felt bad for the kind old man. Suddenly Howard entered the room. "Who said he doesn't have a family? I have decided to officially take his surname. From today, I'll be Howard Maxim Universe Stark. Though most people would still call me Mr. Stark. My children will decide on their own to take this surname or not." He spoke and looked at various photos of Alexander in the file. One by one he took them all. In many of them were him, Alexander, Steve, and Peggy. In one of them, he was sitting on the shoulder of the old man. He smiled and remembered the day he had gotten so drunk that he asked for a piggyback ride that he never got from his real father. To his surprise, Alexander gave it. People like him shouldn't be forgotten, but immortalized. He spoke. Peggy nodded at his words. Howard was slightly teary-eyed by then. "Anyways, I'll see you at the funeral and also congratulations on creating your new department. Though the war is still ongoing, it will soon be over with a big boom," he said, signaling that they were going to use the atomic bomb. A big funeral was scheduled for Alexander and Steve. They had a body for Alexander but none for Steve. President Roosevelt was also present there to mourn for his friend. He was also going to address the nation from there. But first, it was the ceremony. The people who knew him came to put things in his casket first. Howard put the Enigma letter in the casket. Peggy put a hairpin gifted to her by Alexander. Then Dobby came and put sunglasses on his body. "Hey, put the cigar in too." "That's my style," Alexander poked at him while being invisible. "Come on, boss." "They'll think I'm a weirdo," Dobby refuted. "They already think we were weirdos, my friend," Alexander seriously replied. "All right," Dobby compromised and put a cigar in Alexander's pocket. Putting a fat cylindrical object in a dead body's mouth was just weird. Alexander wasn't sad looking at all the sad faces. He'd give Peggy her dance in the future. Howard needed to grow too. This would shape the future Marvel world he knew about. Then the president went to give his speech. "People of this great country, many lives were lost in this war. Two of them were General Alexander Maxim Universe and Captain Stephen Grant Rogers aka Captain America. They both sacrificed their lives to protect the world. One killed Hitler while the other destroyed a weapon Hitler had launched to create havoc. We will remember their sacrifices for the rest of our lives. So, Congress has decided to register Captain Steve Rogers' name under General's category. We are giving him a promotion to the rank of Major General, but the name of Captain America will be retained as it sounds better. Then there's my friend, General Alexander." The Congress was confused about how to reward his bravery. In the end, we came up with a new post. We are promoting General Alexander Maxim Universe to the rank of General of the Armies. He will be the only 6-star general and no one will ever outrank him as his deeds have outranked what any normal human could ever achieve. Also, I am declaring that from now on, April 30th will be celebrated as the Warriors' Day, each year. Let's pray to God that this war soon ends and our soldiers can come back home. Thank you, may God bless America." He stepped away from the mic and left. After the crowd had gone, Howard went to Dobby. "What are you going to do now, Uncle?" "Well, they promoted me to a full general now. I think I'll retire and run my bar after this war ends," he said. He had already told Alexander that he wanted to do some house elf stuff for a while. It was not like he was leaving Alexander, he'd still go to Fixham every day to play with little Amy. "Sweet, now I don't have to look for a replacement drink for that butterbeer and fire whiskey," Howard happily replied. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 117. War ends. Japan, Tokyo. Imperial Palace. Alexander sat in front of the Emperor Hirohito. He was back in his Jedi robes. "I do not have the authority to surrender. It's Tojo's authority." Hirohito naively spoke. "Wait, I thought you were the Emperor." Alexander mocked. "Yes, I am. But he holds more power than me. Alright, I'm gonna tell you one thing clearly. Americans have a weapon that can destroy your city in a matter of seconds. Now, they are going to use it on you if you don't surrender. Alexander warned, but his words fell to deaf ears. So he decided to wait for August 6th. But to his surprise, the bomb came on August 1st. Maybe because he killed Hitler earlier. Still, he didn't worry and teleported all the innocent people of Hiroshima out of the city. Only murderers, *pists, and other criminals were left to die. He modified the people's memories to think that they came there voluntarily. 2 days later, another bomb fell but on Nagasaki. He did the same thing there. To his surprise, he found Wolverine in a prison camp nearby. He teleported him too and didn't change his memories. But to his irritation, Hideki Tojo still didn't want to surrender. Because not many people died in the 2 blasts and named the saving of people a blessing from God. He wasn't incorrect about the blessings though. So Alexander went and beat the hell out of Hideki in his tent. By the end, he was crying. Alexander took him to the highest tower he could find. Made him write a suicide letter and then threw him away. Alexander used his eyes to punish him at the same time. He was a Category 4 sinner. Alexander gave him a time torture. Hideki Tojo went through 500 years of torture that he had inflicted on the people. After doing that, he went back to the imperial palace. Tojo is dead. Now you have the highest authority. Surrender now. Alexander ordered. Did you kill him? What about his Supreme War Council? He asked with a shocked face. Damn it boy, you are the emperor. Act like one. Declare your surrender on September 2nd. If you don't, then I'll make sure there will never be another emperor. He threatened. Hirohito felt the dangerous aura from the man and nodded continuously. Fix him. Alexander appeared near Amy playing with a little unicorn. Hey, Amy. Grandpa's back. Alexander kneeled and opened his arms. Amy quickly looked back and ran to him at full speed. Grandpa. Alexander tightly hugged her and picked her up in the air. Are you having fun here, Amy? Alexander asked. Yes, she replied. Did you learn anything from Grandma? Oh. I do counting, she replied and started to count on her little fingers. Haha. My genius, Amy. Here, have a chocolate. Suddenly another small one appeared and jumped on his back. Rena mostly spends her time in her smaller body now. She was immortal and had enough time to grow up. I want chocolate too, Rena pouted. Haha. All right, take this. He complied. You are spoiling them too much, Alex. Olivia walked to him. It's okay, Ollie. They have an eternity to learn. Their giggles make my heart joyous and that's all I want. He went and picked up his beautiful wife in a Princess Carrie. On the other hand, I haven't been spoiling you enough. Alexander lovingly said. Hush. What are you doing, Alex? Put me down. Kids will look at us. She fought. Then let them see, I am just showing my affection to my beautiful wife. Alexander looked her in the eyes filled with love. But the moment of tranquility was broken when the 3 girls came running asking to be lifted like Grandma too. They ended up having a huge picnic with everyone. All the elves, faceless men, unsullieds, droids, icemen, dragons, Dr. Erskine, and Alfred. Erskine was happy to hear that the war was over now. Alexander also found out that his unsullieds had now started creating families with the females of ice people. So Alexander created a beautiful fantasy-style village with beautiful canals, gardens, fountains, and trees. All the new families will be given a place there. Though the Unsullied still wanted to fight for him, so he decided to design a new modern armor for them. An armor that would make them invincible. But for that, he'd need to visit some hidden country in Africa. He was also going to go to Mount Olympus and find adamantine, the god's metal. Adamantium was based on it. This god's metal had the ability to stop any magical or energy attack. It was also impossible to change its molecular structure. New York, Times Square. The celebrations were at their peak. People throwing confetti and kissing. Alexander used magic so no one could recognize him and brought Olivia. The kids were having fun playing with the children of Iceman. Alexander's and Steve's huge banners were put on various buildings there. Haha. I always wanted to see this moment in history. Olivia spoke. And I wanted to live this moment with you. Alexander cheekily replied. They walked around and made their way to his East 69th Street. Dobby was inside the Westeros bar. Planning on opening up soon. Mrs. Stark had gone away to see her son at the airport, so it was just Dobby there. Who would have thought my giant friend would want to be a bar owner someday? Alexander joked. Just a hobby, boss. What would you like, Olivia? Dobby asked. A mango shake, dear, she replied with a smile. She always treated Dobby nicely. After all, Dobby was a very well-mannered and well-spoken man. I want a firu, cough mango shake. Alexander noticed the fiery eyes of Olivia. Alex, you drink during the day too. Haha. Ollie, I'm a god. I don't get drunk no matter how much I drink. I drink it because of the taste. To me, it's like an ordinary Coke. Alexander reasoned. Fine, but don't do that in front of children. They are slow at picking up good habits but very fast at bad ones, Olivia added. Fair enough. By the way, how's your orphanage plan going? Alexander asked. His wife had been trying to create the world's biggest charity organization which runs hundreds of orphanages around the world. Ah. It is going smoothly, but I'm afraid that we need to spread its reputation. If we keep on using our own funds, then it won't work. We need people to do charity. She replied. Dobby, when Howard comes, please introduce Olivia to him. Just tell him that she's my secret wife. He will surely help in spreading the charity's reputation. Alexander said and continued. By the way, Dobby. Tell the 5 seraphs who are running the Nevea Industries to buy lots of land around New York and start building skyscrapers. Then rent the buildings or floors. One more thing, you know where the Avengers Tower is going to be in the future. I want you to buy the land near it and build a small building for now. When Tony starts building his new tower, I'll slap an even more majestic and taller building beside it. Haha, Alexander said, showing some of his childish sides. Tony was a narcissist and he would defeat him in his own game in the future. Also, start introducing normal flu vaccines and slowly introduce advanced vaccines. You can also open a liquor company and start selling butterbeer and fire whiskey. We'll donate 50% of profits from it to Olivia's Kind Heart Foundation. The remaining 50% will be used to pay the employees and expand. He instructed. Thank you, Alex. Olivia kissed him on his cheek. He grabbed her hand. Come on, Ollie. I was born an orphan too. I'd give away all my wealth to our cause if I have to. One more thing, Dobby. Did you put wards on this building? He asked. Yes, even a nuclear bomb can't harm it now. I know what you are thinking. Olivia will be safe whenever she's here. You've also given her that necklace and ring. I don't think anyone can harm her anymore. Dobby reckoned. Alexander was very protective of everyone. All his safety ornaments had the power to protect its wearer from any kind of threat. They'd also be portkeyed to fix him if their lives were in danger. Olivia was going to live on Earth to manage her charity. Alexander would explore the universe in the meantime. They could all join him anytime they wanted to. After finishing their shakes they left to prepare. Alexander teleported to East Africa. He found a man herding some buffaloes. He could tell by the man's attire and his weird spear that he was a Wakandan. He flew down from the sky and asked, "Hello there." The man looked at Alexander scaredly. Alexander just checked his minds and obliviated him of ever seeing him. Then he flew directly into the ultramodern Wakanda. He was baffled by the technological advancements of the place. There was a whole world out there fighting for survival, and here they were, sitting inside their safe invisible heaven. Thanos would have taught them a good lesson. Hiding doesn't make you safe. You are always just one snap away from death. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 118. Mother Zeus. Wakanda was nice. He didn't feel the need to introduce himself and straight up went into the mines and grabbed 2 tons of vibranium and left a thank you note, then he popped back into Westeros bar. Howard was mostly busy and would rarely come there, and his mother couldn't recognize him due to magic. He sat beside the bar counter, drinking and thinking about the next plan. Now he was going to go find adamantine on Mount Olympus. He knew that the metal was used in making the golden mace of Hercules. Suddenly someone came and sat beside him. Alexander spoke without even looking. Haha. I was thinking when you'd show up, Alexander said. Well, I know not to disturb a god when he's busy. She replied. Haha. What gave away my identity? He asked. It's not just me, Mr. Universe. Every higher being in the universe knows about your divine presence. She replied. Haha. Good, it would be good if they stayed away from me. Here, drink this. I'm sure you can't find something like this in Kamartaj. Alexander poured her some fire whiskey. Ancient One took a sip and felt refreshed. Delightful, I can sense that magic was used in making this. Yes, magic can do lots of good things. Now, I'm sure you didn't come here just for a drink. Yes, but I think I'll become a regular here after tasting this. However, I came to ask you, are you going to erase this world? She asked like it was the most common thing. What if I am? Alexander inquired. Then I'll just have to accept it. It's not like I can fight a being like you. She bluntly answered. Haha. You've got nothing to fear, child. I know the future of this universe, I only came to purify some dark creatures here. Earth will only feel my blessings. Can't say the same about all the humans though. Alexander explained. Then I have nothing to worry about, but, I am curious why you faked your death, she asked. She didn't know that she wasn't the only one who knew about the future. To let the world develop naturally and so we could have some friendly neighborhood heroes. I'll stay away at least until I am ready to meddle again. By the way, do you know where I can find adamantine? He inquired. Haven't heard that name in a while. Zeus should know it. You'll have to visit Mount Olympus and find a pathway to their realm. Since they were defeated by the Asgardians, they haven't involved themselves with our world anymore. She told him. All right then, to the Mount Olympus it is. Look for me if you ever need, yow, Alexander said and popped away. Sigh that name brings back memories. Can I have another drink, she requested. Sure, Dobby poured her another one. Mount Olympus. Alexander stood at its top and could feel that there was a connection to another plane. A subdimension. So Alexander took out his anywhere door and thought about going to where Zeus was. He opened the door and thankfully it worked. He had an explanation for it too. Normally the anywhere door shouldn't be able to traverse multiverse. But that rule only applies if he was trying to travel from one main dimension to another. But in the current case, he was trying to travel from the main dimension to a subdimension inside the main one. He just crossed the door and was attacked by a very heavy smell of flower essence. He looked around and saw at least 10 women, all naked, playing with a bulky well-built old man. It was a giant orgy. Good thing Asgardians defeated them, Alexander disgustfully thought. Zeus, I am disappointed. Is this how everyone is in the Greek pantheon? Alexander loudly spoke, grabbing their attention. Zeus angrily stood up and looked at Alexander. Oof, cover yourself at least. Alexander disgustingly exclaimed. How dare you enter my chambers, guards, Zeus shouted. Oh, shut up, you egoistic incestual fool. Alexander turned Zeus's head into a duck's head. Only quack quack came out now. Quack quack. Quake. Why are you women still standing? Have some decency and cover yourself, he boomed. The women quickly grabbed their clothes and ran away. Alexander turned Zeus into a real duck and put a leash on him. Then he took it out for a walk to find other gods. The duck angrily followed him, making flap flap sounds with its wide feet on the stone floor. As soon as he went out, he projected his image in the sky, big enough that everyone would be able to see him. I am the godson. God's advocate. This is a summoning to all the gods and demigods. Come to Zeus's palace in 15 minutes. Or there will be some trouble. He announced. Alexander sat on Zeus's throne and the duck sat by the side of the throne. One by one all the Greek gods came. Athena, Hera, Apollo, Poseidon, Ares, Artemis, etc. Good, do I have to introduce myself? I am sure you share some knowledge with your main bodies created by Father. Can't say the same about the demigods though. All the main gods nodded to him. Where's Hercules? He asked. He's on Earth, godson, Athena respectfully replied. Oh, then can one of you tell me where I can find adamantine? He asked. Apollo spoke this time. Yes, we can. Actually, we have some. It takes a lot of time to make, so we don't really produce it as we do not need it. I have about a ton sitting in my palace. Haha. Good man, Apollo. I won't take it for free though. Here, take this vial. Alexander levitated a vial at him. Apollo looked at the transparent liquid in it with confusion and excitement. He could feel the crazy amount of purity in it. What is this, godson? He asked. I know that all the phoenix in this universe have gone extinct. But I have some in my heaven. That vial has phoenix tears, Apollo. Alexander said. It wasn't much for him, but it was a big deal for gods. Phoenix tears were something that could save someone from the brink of death. The best thing was that it worked on gods too. Apollo quickly hid it in his pocket as he felt the envious gazes of other gods. Thank you for such a generous gift, godson. Please take the adamantine. He brought the gold-colored metal. Alexander quickly put it into his space pocket and stood up to leave. Pop! Suddenly he heard a noise from the duck. Holy, how did you give an egg? Don't tell me I made you a female duck. But still. Alexander talked loudly. All the other gods just noticed the duck. They didn't know why it was there. Then suddenly they saw Alexander waving his hand and the duck transformed into Zeus. My baby, Zeus shouted as soon as he became normal and held the egg in his hands. The other gods connected the dots and realized what happened. Ha 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 ha. Athena and Poseidon were the first to start laughing. Soon all the other gods started to laugh. Alexander was already gone by then. Not knowing what a mess he made and that he'd have to return soon to stop their senseless fight. A/N, sorry for the small chapter as I wrote this when I was uploading only 1 chapters a day due to some personal problems. The next 2 chapters will also be of this size, after that it will resume to normal-sized ones. Thank you. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 119. Nidavellir. Alexander had collected 2 of his main materials required to make the Death Star. He was going to go nuts with it. His goal was to make it so big that even Galactus' ship would look like a baby. The last metal he needed was URU metal. Perfect for enchanting, not as strong as adamantine but better in other ways. The inner structure was going to be made of vibranium and URU combination, while the whole outer shell would be made of adamantine, making it nigh impossible to damage. Once again, he took out his anywhere door and went to Nidavellir. It was mostly inaccessible for non-Asgardians. Everyone had to get their permission first. So his entrance was seen as an intrusion. As soon as he stepped foot on the huge star forge, loud alerts starting buzzing around the place. In a matter of minutes about 1,000 heavily armored giant dwarves confronted him. Alexander didn't do much. He didn't want to fight them, so he just transfigured himself a nice chair and table, as well as a bottle of fire whiskey. State your purpose, intruder, one of them shouted. A friendly visit, I want to meet King Eitri, Alexander stated as he took a sip. The king doesn't meet people without Asgard's permission, he stated. I didn't know you were Asgard's slaves, Alexander mocked. It enraged the dwarves. They were about to charge at him but Alexander's wave of hand broke their determination. The neutron star they used in their star forge was suddenly missing. This should be important enough to grab the attention of King Eitri. Now would you please call him or take me to him? He politely said. All the dwarves gulped their saliva and looked at Alexander gobsmacked, thinking about what monster their forge attracted this time. Soon one of them ran back in to call their king and tell him about the missing neutron star. Alexander suddenly looked up and spoke, Heimdall, tell Odin to come here. Inside King Eitri's office. Suddenly the door opened and a soldier dwarf entered without knocking. Eitri saw the fear-struck face and asked, what happened? My king, the neutron star has gone missing. Eitri's eyes furrowed, are you drunk? Neutron star isn't a toy you put in your pocket and walk away. Not even King Odin can make it vanish without destroying it. Eitri refuted. I am not lying, my king. There's a man out there asking to meet you. We denied it, so he made the star vanish. Please come and look. The soldier sounded too serious. Eitri walked out of his office and was greeted by no light coming from the neutron star. His jaw fell at the sight of the missing star and quickly ran towards where the intruder was. Alexander had poured another glass when he saw the crowd of dwarves splitting and making way. Soon a giant Tyrion Lannister walked towards him. I am King Eitri. Who are you? He asked, trying to keep calm. I am Alexander Maxim Universe, Godson, he replied, making Eitri confused. Forgive me, but God from which pantheon? Eitri inquired. Before Alexander could answer, another voice came from behind him. The only one that matters. Odin walked in. Alexander conjured another nice chair for the old man. Then another big one for Eitri. King Eitri, please take a seat. We have much to talk. Alexander invited. Then suddenly a lot of delicious food and bottles of fire whiskey and butterbeer appeared. He also conjured a temporary metallic dummy to serve them. I am honored to meet you, Godson, Odin greeted with a slight head bow. Eitri was surprised to see the arrogant Odin bowing to someone. Don't look shocked, Eitri, Godson here holds power and authority even higher than the strongest elder gods and celestials, Odin spoke. Well, he was mostly right. Alexander surely had enough power to defeat Odin or any other god or being of their level. But he wasn't sure about elder gods, elder demons, celestials, and other beings of that level. He surely needed to start getting stronger. I guess I'll look for Galactus to find out and also compare our ship sizes, he thought. Ah. Such a magical drink. I've never tasted something like this in all my life. Odin exclaimed. Just something I picked in my travels, Alexander answered. Would you be interested in selling it to Asgard? Odin asked with hope. Sure, I have enough and my production can handle big amounts. You'll get your delivery in Asgard every month. You can pay for it with gold or whatever you deem valuable. I can sell you too, King Eitri. Alexander looked at Eitri enjoying his drink. I presume you want something in return? Eitri asked. Yes, I want some URU metal, Alexander replied. And how much do you want? Eitri asked. Not much, a ton would be enough, Alexander nonchalantly answered. It's your choice, Eitri. Don't look at me. I have no problem with you doing business with Godson, Odin gave his clearance. Can you bring back the neutron star? Eitri fearfully asked. Done, Alexander replied. Odin and Eitri turned their heads and saw the normal neutron star back in its place. As good as ever. Such powers, Odin exclaimed. By the way, I can grant you protection for as long as I will stay in this universe. Tell me, do you want it? Alexander asked. But we are already under Asgard's protection. Eitri spoke but got interrupted by Odin. Take it, King Eitri. His protection is worth more than mine. In fact, I'd like it if my Asgard could also have your protection too, Godson. Odin looked at Alexander. Sure, I'll save you from Ragnarok. Odin felt elated with that reply. Then please let me host a feast to welcome you to Asgard. Odin invited. I accept your invitation, but I'll come in a few days. I am currently busy in making my spaceship. Then I will be eagerly waiting for you, Godson. Odin nodded. King Eitri, please guide me to the metal I am taking. He gestured. Please. Eitri took him to the big warehouse where Alexander took his goods and went to his pocket dimension. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 120. Ironheim. Alexander busied himself with designing his Death Star. It was going to have crazy magical properties. It could expand to the size of a solar system and shrink to the size of a baseball without messing with its internal space. It could fly at twice the speed of light and had the ability to use jump point and also teleportation. At most times it would be the size of the planet Earth. From outside it looked golden. Even the inside of the ship had teleportation points to travel from one place to another at fast speed. Though only he and his droid army would be living in it. He had increased the size of his droid army to a size of 100,000. To make it, he only needed to create the initial miniature version of it with the Doryman's Mecha Maker and then use his magic. Without his APEC, he wouldn't have been able to make it or power it. Earth, Westeros Bar. Olivia was there to meet with Howard for her charity organization. Dobby was going to act as the mediator. The door opened and Howard entered. Behind him was his new young assistant named Jarvis. Uncle, you said you wanted to introduce me to someone. Yes, Howard. Meet Olivia. Maxim Universe. Dobby introduction. Earning a surprised face from Howard. Hello, Mr. Stark. Olivia greeted with a smile. I thought the old man was a lone wolf, Howard exclaimed. Haha. Please don't get angry with Alex. He kept my identity a secret due to the scope of his work. He had many enemies. She clarified. I can understand, and the old man did a good job at keeping secrets. Not even SSR or the president knew. You must tell me stories about how you met him. Howard excitedly grabbed a seat. Sure, I am sure he wouldn't have minded telling you. Well, his childhood was rough. He was just a newborn when he was left on the doorstep of an orphanage. His life wasn't easy even when he had grown a little and mostly stayed alone. As all his friends got adopted but he never did. She was interrupted. What? But why? The old man was the most intelligent person I had ever met. Not even I can imagine going further than him. Howard said. Dobby and Jarvis were also listening carefully. Yes, he was very intelligent. But he had a rare condition. Since he was born, his head had white hair. People were afraid that he might have some underlying major disease, so no one ever adopted him. She was again interrupted. But the old man didn't have white hair. His hair and beard were mostly grayish and white. Yes, he had to color his hair to get into the army and keep the facade until he reached an old age. In reality, his hair were as white as snow. Then I had that faithful encounter. I was a nurse, in reality doctor, but she had changed her story to WW1 and there were not many female doctors at that time of First World War, and he had brought his injured subordinate to the hospital. We had a major lack of staff and no doctor was available to perform surgery on the injured. Then Alex found me and told me to assist him in the surgery. He himself saved the life of his soldier. I was love-struck by him right there. His attitude, voice, face. Everything was lovely. In the coming weeks, he would come to the hospital to check up on his subordinate, and at that time I would strike up a conversation. He was very shy when it came to talking to girls. She smiled, remembering those days. It was me who had to initiate the first kiss, you know. He was too shy to ever do anything. But it's also true that he's the nicest man I've ever known. Some years later, we got married and lived happily. She finished speaking. Howard was smiling the whole time, listening about the old man. Who would have thought that the badass General Universe was a shy boy once? Thank you for sharing these beautiful memories with me, Mrs. Universe. Please tell me, what can I do for you? Howard genuinely asked. I have opened a charity organization that runs many orphanages around the world. I don't lack funds at the moment because Alex has left behind all his wealth in charity's name. But I'm afraid that it won't be successful if I keep on spending that money. I need people to take an interest, and for that, I need someone to promote it. If you can do it, Mr. Stark. She was interrupted. I will do it, Mrs. Universe. What is the name of this charity? He asked. It's called Kind Heart. She replied. A beautiful name. I will personally hold charity events in the name of Kind Heart, he promised. Thank you, the name was Alex's idea. She smilingly spoke. Dobby suddenly put small shots on the bar counter. This deserves a drink. They all picked it. For General, Dobby said. For Alex, Olivia added. For America's old men, Stark also cheered, and they all drank. Currently, in all of America, Alexander was nicknamed as America's old man. A few days later, in the Arctic Ocean, Howard operated an unmanned submarine and took out the Tesseract from underneath the icy water. He had made a deal with the Supreme Headquarters, International Espionage, and Law Enforcement Division, SHIELD, that if he found the cube with his own funds, then he'd be allowed to do research on it. He was also conducting intensive searches for Steve as well, but couldn't find him. He guessed that the plane had traveled deeper into the ice sheets. Later he would use the same cube to invent the new particle that would eventually help Tony in his palladium poisoning. Though the current future was uncertain due to Alexander. Somewhere in space. Yes, finally done. My own Death Star. No, that's not a good name. I am working for God, not demons. Let's call it Ironheim. He talked to himself as he looked at the beautiful golden sphere in front of him. Now all he needed to do was go into deep space and test it. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 121. Asgard. Feeling that he had nothing else to do, Alexander again looked up at the sky. Heimdall, tell Odin that I will be visiting with my family. Heimdall the all-seeing pervert once tried to see him, and Alexander had used magic to punish him. The all-seer saw some not-so-straight mortal things for an hour. Since then, Heimdall only responded or saw him when asked. Alexander was going to enjoy some family time in Asgard. Amy had been asking him to play with him for a while now. Constantly living inside Fixheim can get boring sometimes too. Back on Earth, he had secretly inserted some of his single Unsullied into the shield. He had given them new armor. His faceless men were also at work. They had decided on starting up their House of Black and White on Earth and asked Alexander to create a replica of their temple in Venice, as the place looked like Bravo's. So Alexander bought a nice piece of land and settled their temple down. For the public, it was an art shop, but behind it was the temple. They were going to start taking contracts, but would only kill bad people. As Italy had just started to recover from the war, Alexander decided to buy lots of land there. Not just there, but in Germany, Britain, mainly London, France, mainly Paris, Japan, and many more places. He was going to make hotels, restaurants, apartment complexes, and office complexes. It would bring a lot of income to heavily hit places. His pricing would also not be too high. He could literally buy the whole world with all the money he had if he wanted, but he was satisfied with what he owned. For now, Alexander has produced 10 Hufflepuff cups and bowls. After enlarging them, they were used to continuously make stew and bread. All the food was then sent to various parts of the world. The war had done too much damage to economies and had left too many people hungry and jobless. Olivia's Kind Heart Foundation was a beacon of light to all the people. With Howard's help, Olivia's reputation had soared through the sky. There was even talk of her getting recommended for Nobel Peace Prize for her humanitarian work. When people started to look into her background, they found nothing. So eventually Alexander revealed her status to the world. That she was the widow of General Universe. Then Howard also came forward and announced that all the money being used in the Kind Heart Foundation came from Alexander's private company, Nevea Industries. That it had been selling medicine to the world at a very cheap price and helping everyone. Alexander knew that a wrong PR move could spoil his whole reputation. So he did all he could to make his company look like a saint company and that it works on his principles of helping people. Dobby quickly released some normal vaccines and people instantly fell in love with Nevea Industries. From there, it was smooth sailing. His company grew by many folds in a very short time. Most of it was due to Alexander's reputation. It even surpassed Howard's Stark Industries. Fixheim. My little princess, are you ready? He asked Amy. She was wearing her new dress which Olivia made for her. It was a cute blue princess dress. Do I look pretty, Grandpa? She asked while showing off her dress. For some reason, she had adapted to speak most words normally, but Grandpa was always Grandpa. And Alexander loved it. Yes, you look the best. Now let's go and see what others are doing. He picked the chubby little girl and went into the castle. Olivia was helping Rena and Medusa to get ready. Ready to go, ladies? He asked. Yes, Rena and Medusa shouted together. Ha. Let's go then. Asgard, at the Bifrost Gate. Father, why are we standing here? Who in the 9 realms could be so important that you, the All-Father, Odin has to personally come and greet? You even brought the royal carriage. Thor rowdily spoke. This was the Thor from before he learned his lesson. Currently, the Crown Prince was an arrogant and foolish man with more muscles than brains. Loki stood at Frigga's side with his other half-siblings, Tyr, Hermod, and Balder. Silence, you fool, Odin bellowed in anger. Thor shut his mouth, not in fear, but not wanting to disrespect his father in front of others. The person who's coming here is one of the supreme beings of the multiverse. If he wants, he just needs to wave his hand to remove Asgard from reality. Act like a prince and be respectful. I've heard he has 3 adopted human daughters as well. Be nice to them. Odin warned. But why would a supreme being like that adopt a mortal? Loki asked. Adoption was a touchy subject for him. Because he's a being of pure nature and sees all innocent people as his children. He must have met his daughters in some unfavorable condition and decided to adopt them. Still, you must not look down on them. He has the power to make his daughters even stronger than me. Odin explained. He just needs to ask the creator, he internally added. Frigga's other children silently stood at the side, having a much better attitude than Thor or Loki. Frigga herself was excited a bit. It was very rare for a guest to arrive on Asgard. Even less so with family. Suddenly a pink door appeared in front of them. All of them except Odin were surprised to see the thing. Then the doors opened. From inside came an old man with white hair and beard. Alexander was wearing the same old white Jedi robes, but now there was an addition of golden color here and there. Olivia was also wearing a red and gold regal gown. Magic made it the most comfortable dress for her. Then came Medusa and Rena. Medusa wore a light green dress with golden thread work on it. Her favorite color was always green. A true Slytherin. Then there was carefree Rena. She just wore a white shirt and jeans. She said it was comfortable. But what about Amy? Well, she was sitting on Alexander's shoulders from the beginning, happily looking around. Asgard's people probably loved no other colors than gold. Alexander walked to Odin. Ha. How are you, Odin, my friend? Odin surprisingly gave him a bear hug, which he returned. Let me introduce my small family. This is my beautiful wife, Olivia. That brown-haired one looking at Heimdall is my daughter, Rena. This lovely lady is Medusa, and the small one is my dear Amy. Say hi to Grandpa Odin, Amy. Alexander introduced. Wah. One more beardy grandpa. Amy exclaimed. Ha ha ha. Odin howled in laughter. Yes, I am beardy grandpa. Now, this one is my eldest son, Thor. Don't misunderstand him as a blacksmith due to that hammer, it's his weapon of choice. Then there's my beautiful wife Frigga, there's Loki, my second son. Then there are Tyr, Hermod, and Balder. He introduced. Haha, quite a big family you've got here, Odin. But still, it's much smaller than Zeus, Alexander laughed. Haha. Yes, that old fool would go to bed with any woman he sees. Where did you meet him? Odin interestedly asked. He hadn't heard from Greek gods for a long time. Oh, it was nothing. I went to their dimensions looking for adamantine. I caught Zeus with 10 women. So I punished him by turning him into a duck. You won't believe it, but by the end of that day, he also gave an egg. Come, I'll show you that memory. It's quite funny. Alexander signaled to move. Thor and his other siblings had their brains short-circuited from what they heard. Zeus was not as strong as Odin in their eyes, but he was still one of the strongest gods. And they just heard that someone turned him into a duck. What kind of joke is that? They all got onto the huge royal carriage that they had brought. It was quite big and pulled by some horses with wings. As they passed over the Asgard towards the royal palace, people started to cheer. I see you have planned a big celebration, my friend, Alexander spoke. Anything smaller than that would have been disrespectful, godson, Odin stated. Haha. Then the food is on me, Alexander loudly announced. So loud that people below also heard and replied with cheers. And you can call me, Alex. Godson feels a bit weird, Alexander suggested. Haha. Me too. It feels weird when people call me God King or Allfather, Odin added. I can understand, my friend. I was also called by names like those once. They call me everything from God King, Allfather to Supreme One. They talked about things till they reached the Golden Palace. Odin straight away took them to the huge throne room, which was now converted to a big feast hall. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 122. Feast and another task. Soon the big hall got filled with people. Most of the royals or high-level people had come to the feast. But no one really knew who was coming. All they knew was that a very strong being was going to visit Asgard. People on the streets and local pubs had started whispering about who the person coming was. Some were saying it was a celestial and some were saying that it was some elder god. Alexander sat beside Odin. There was another majestic chair for him, the same as Odin's. It showed most people that the man's status was no joke. To start the feast, Odin stood up. My great people. The land of Asgard is blessed by the presence of our guests. Many of you must be wondering who this man is. Sitting beside your king in a chair as grand as kings. So let me introduce you. Godson, Alexander Maxim Universe. A being of unimaginable powers. I will tell you all something today. I was having dark visions for a long time. Visions of Ragnarok. We all know Ragnarok is the fate of Asgard and no one can fight fate. Except one being. So when I met Godson, I asked him to bring Asgard under his protection. So there may never be a Ragnarok. This feast is organized to show that we are thankful. I am thankful, Odin loudly said, and the whole hall erupted in loud cheers. I nearly forgot about Ragnarok. He must be getting bored in Drakium. Dobby is relaxing in his bar, so I should bring the old lizard on my adventures, Alexander thought. His senses came back when he heard the cheers. He quickly picked up his glass in the air and loudly spoke, for the prosperity of Asgard. Aye. Asgard. People shouted together. Then Odin continued. So let's begin the feast. The food and drinks are offered by our guest here today. So be sure to enjoy it, he said and looked at Alexander. Alexander just waved his hands and lots of food appeared on the table. All kinds of Earth's cuisines were there. Then there were also hundreds of bottles of fire whiskey and butterbeer. He didn't tell them that fire whiskey shouldn't be drunk like beer and let them explore. Odin happily looked at the bottle in front of him and poured himself one. It had become his favorite drink. Grandpa, what about ice cream? Rena asked. That's for the dessert, my dear, he replied. Yes. Then I'll eat spicy stuff, she started devouring. Meanwhile, little Amy was sitting in Alexander's lap. She was busy finding out how to solve the weird colorful cube that Alexander had given her. Every once in a while he would bring the spoon to her mouth like a helicopter and pour the food into her bottomless mouth. All those who knew his powers always felt dumbfounded by how normal he was. You really love your children. But why do you not have a son? Odin asked. Haha. Yes, they are my world. And about sons. I had twins once when I was a mortal. I showered them with love and they betrayed me. Alexander bluntly replied. Odin was flustered by the sudden revelation. I am sorry to hear that. It's all right, Odin. That was a long time ago. They are just a bad memory now. Though if I find one, I'd surely adopt a son too, Alexander clarified. Why not procreate one? Your fated one doesn't look that old. Odin suggested. Haha. I have tried, my friend. But she isn't ready yet. She's afraid about what if our next child also turns out to be evil. I know she tries to hide it, but she secretly thinks her womb is cursed. That is also why I try to make as many happy moments around her as possible. I've even told my adopted child Phoenix to never let her be alone. Alexander explained. It was really sad that Olivia thought like that. She had blamed herself for what their sons did to him. What? You have a phoenix? Odin asked with a shocked face. I have a whole jungle full of them now. Wait, I'll ask Barry to come and greet, Alexander called him out. Barry had grown very big by now. He was the biggest of all 2,000 phoenixes living in Fixheim. He was also their leader. Barry came out flying. First, he flew around and then came to Alexander. Barry, meet Odin. Alexander introduced. Barry looked at Odin for a second and then lifted his claws up and made a fist. You need to do a fist bump, Odin. That's how he greets people. He's been watching too many movies. Alexander added. Belly, Amy cutely raised her arms. Barry came to her and rubbed his head on her cheeks, which was his way of showing affection. Alexander then took out a small vial and gave it to Odin. My friend, this is Phoenix Tears. They can bring a dying man back to perfect health, take it. Odin carefully held it in his hands. Is it okay if I? Oh, don't worry. Barry is a drama queen. He sheds fake tears like Niagara Falls. He once shed 1 liter of tears while watching Titanic. Alexander told the story. Barry didn't like being made fun of and showed his anger by sitting on Alexander's shoulders and pecking on his head with his beak. Ha ha ha. All right, I'm sorry, Barry. You can go and eat whatever you want. He shooed him away. Barry quickly looked at food devourer Rena and ran to her. The two had a very good understanding when it came to food. Alexander then suddenly remembered Hela. Odin, everything aside. I am still not convinced why you locked Hela in hell. She's your real daughter after all. Ah. My dear Hela. She was such a sweet child when she was small. But her bloodlust took over her when she started following Lady Death. We both fought together in many wars. But when the time came to sit in peace, she wanted to keep on fighting. Even when there wasn't anything left in the 9 realms to conquer. Her ambitions would have taken her out of the 9 realms, which would have made many new enemies for Asgard. I had no choice. Odin explained. Maybe I should bring her under my wing. I will be traveling a lot and conquering some bad empires. I'll also curb her bloodlust somehow. Alexander offered. Really? Then I'll be forever grateful to you, Alex. If you can really bring her to the right path. Odin looked at him with happiness and hope. Some seats left to the table, Alexander and Odin's children were having conversations. Lady Medusa, would you mind if I joined you for a drink? Loki came to her. If Loki was in Hogwarts, he would have surely been put in Slytherin. Now 2 Slytherins were having a chat. Sure. She replied. Medusa was busy eating her ice cream. May I know how you met your grandfather? He asked, trying to strike up a conversation. He found me locked underground. I was locked for 1,000 years and then Grandpa took me in. She answered. Loki was surprised by that backstory. How did you survive that long? Aren't you a mortal human? Oh, no. I'm not a human. I'm the Basilisk Queen. Grandpa helped me turn into a human. She nonchalantly replied. Loki only had question marks over his head. Wait, you're saying that you are an ancient mythical beast? Are you calling me a beast? Her green eyes dangerously glowed. No, I didn't mean that. You are a very beautiful lady. I was just talking about your other form. Loki clarified. Oh, yeah. That's a very beastly form. I can turn into a 200 meters long giant snake. But Grandpa loves me even in that form. You should see Grandpa Ragnarok. He can turn into a dragon nearly the size Asgard. She spoke, further horrifying Loki. On Alexander's right sat Rena. She and Thor were having some eating and drinking contests. Lady Sif and Warrior 3 were also around then cheering. Thor was losing for now. Rena was a certified professional eater of Fixheim after all. Just to the left of Alexander sat Olivia and Frigga, in front of them Amy and Barry were playing. The 2 older women were talking merrily and laughing sometimes at Amy and Barry. Alexander suddenly spoke to Olivia. Dear, I'll be back in a while. She nodded at him. Alexander then looked back at Odin and nodded. He was going to hell. To see what Hela was up to. He first operated to a secluded place and took out his anywhere door. He thought about going to hell and opened the door. As soon as he stepped inside he was greeted with a very dreadful aura. He could feel that hell was no place for living. Odin probably did more damage to Hela's brain by imprisoning her there. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 123. Hela. The place was dark with the only color being red fire here and there. He walked slowly like he was in a park. Looking for Hela. Hela's powers were dependent on Asgard. The closer she was to Asgard the stronger she would be. On top of that, it was Odin's powers that were keeping her tied in hell. That's why when Odin died, she appeared. On his way, he met many dark creatures whom he purified. After a while, he finally found the girl. Who are you? She amusingly asked. She hadn't sensed any new arrival there and it only meant that there was another way to get out. I am Godson, Alexander, he replied and conjured a nice table and 2 chairs. Plus some lights as the place was too dark. She was amused by the show of magic just now and took a seat. Which god? Ha. That knowledge is above your pay grade and even if I told you, you won't believe it. Alexander replied. And why have you come here? She questioned. To get you out. And why would you do that? She sounded uninterested. Most likely thinking that she was being lied to. Because your father did injustice to you. Instead of facing you, he hid you. I have agreed to take you under my wing on the promise that I can curb your bloodlust, Alexander honestly explained. So my father has sold me. What are you going to do with me? Use me. Feast on my body like all you savages lust for, she scoffed. But to her surprise, Alexander laughed. Ha ha ha, no, my child. I already have the most beautiful woman in the world as my wife. No, I am adopting you. He smiled. Hela's eyebrows lifted in surprise, and why would I accept you as my father? You don't even know how strong I am. What if I just kill you and go on my way? She asked. She was honestly interested in knowing how he was planning on containing her. All right then, let's fight. Let's get out of this prison, get you some food and rest to bring you back to the peak strength and then fight. If you win, I'll let you do whatever you want. If I win, then you'll be Hela Maxim Universe. Alexander challenged and continued. I know what you are thinking. To keep this vow, let's make an unbreakable vow. Whoever breaks it shall die. He moved his hand towards her. Amusing, I've never seen such magic. All right, I'll take this bet. She got close and was about to grab his hand. But before our fight, you aren't allowed to hurt or kill anyone, Alexander added. I understand, she agreed after thinking a little. She could only see this as the only way to get out. Ha ha. Good girl. Now let's go, he took out his anywhere door. Surprising Hela with his way of travel. She was expecting something more powerful. As soon as Alexander and Hela crossed the door and appeared in the feast hall, all the noise stopped. They looked at him with question marks on their heads. Ha ha. Everyone, welcome another one of my daughters, Hela, Alexander shouted. Most of the people were drunk, so they also shouted and cheered just for the sake of it. Hela was intently looking at Odin, ready to pounce and kill her captor. Now, remember our promise, girl. Come with me. I'll introduce you to your new family. He grabbed her hand and dragged her to Medusa first. This is your little sister, Medusa. Hey Medusa, say hi to the new big sis, Alexander said. Medusa still had her mouth stuffed with food and looked at Hela. Ay. Big sis likes green too. Medusa suddenly hugged her, making Hela twitch a little. After that, he took her to Rena. She was still defeating everyone in the drinking game and introduced them. At last, he brought her to Olivia and Amy. Sweet Amy, look who's here. This is big sis, Hela. She will live with us from now on, he warmly said. Amy kept on staring at Hela with her big eyes and Hela did the same. So cute Hela though inside. Suddenly Amy stood up and held her hand towards Hela, seemingly asking to be picked up in the air. Pretty sister, pick me, she cutely demanded. Aw. No, Hela. You must maintain your image, Hela fought her inner woman. But who could fight Amy's world-ending cute stares? In the end, Hela gave up and picked Amy up. Ahaha. Sister, your skin's so nice. I like. Amy rubbed her small chubby hands on Hela's cheeks. Haha. Glad you two like each other. Now, at last, meet your beautiful mother or grandma. My girls call me grandpa as I am very old. You can call me father or grandpa, whichever you like. Alexander suggested. Hela was amazed seeing the pretty woman. Olivia didn't look that old. Hello, beautiful lady. Would you like to have a drink with me? Thor came to them, drunk. Hela looked at her blood-related brother with disgust. Is he trying to woo his own sister? No, Thor boy. She has important stuff to discuss. Go to Rena and drink with her. Alexander tried to shoo him away. Ah, no, not her. I have already lost all my honor to her. No more. I shall find someone else to defeat. He dragged himself away. Is he the prized crown prince Odin has selected over me? Hela angrily muttered. Haha. It's all right, my dear. If you want to become a queen, then I'll make you a queen someday. Even our little Medusa is the queen of serpents. Alexander patted her head. It was Alexander's habit to pat his daughters on the head. Hela quickly put his hand away and walked to Odin to talk. She sat on the seat Alexander was sitting in. Alexander also walked towards them to keep things from escalating. Really, this drunk buffoon as the next king? She mockingly asked. I had no other option, child. My first choice was you, but you like to fight too much. Even when there could be peace, Odin reasoned. I wanted glory for Asgard, that's it. We knew there were other threats out there, but you were too weak-willed to do anything. Hela coldly said. Alexander butted in. So Hela, you're saying that you'd have become a good queen. Tell me, how did you imagine your people under you? He asked. Prosperous and happy. She quickly replied. Okay, tell me. If someday, two people came to you for justice. One accuses the other of stealing food from him. How would you deal with them? He questioned. I would give death punishment to the thief. She proudly replied. And what if that farmer stole food because his fields were burnt for some reason and he had 3 children and a wife to feed at home? He added. Punishment for thievery would still be death. She held her ground. And what if after you kill the farmer, you find out that the initial accuser was the one who burnt that farmer's fields? This one left Hela silent. She couldn't find how to solve this problem. The man was already dead from unfair judgment. Alexander again caressed her head and said, "My child, being a queen and king isn't just about having the power and authority to do anything. But it's about being righteous to the people who call you their king or queen. If I was in your position, I would have let the farmer defend himself. Then find the truth and punish the accuser. Then also help the farmer with my magic to restore his fields, or if that's not the option, then giving him a job to earn a living. Remember, Hela. There can be no king, queen, or kingdom without its people. If you had done what you said, then people would have lived in fear and hated you. Bad people like the accuser would have felt strong, thinking that they can get away with crimes, and in the end, your kingdom would become dark and corrupt." Hela unknowingly didn't reject Alexander's hand on her head. She instead felt like some old wise man was giving her wisdom. She felt so warm hearing his words. And she also learned to not be too quick in judgment sometimes. Odin kept on nodding. Then Alexander added while looking at Thor. "If it's about Thor, he still has too much to learn. And believe me, Hela, I can see the future. His lessons are going to be hard. But as of now, Odin should let Ragnarok come rather than let him be the king," he bluntly said. Hela and Odin also looked at Thor, sobbing at losing drinking match with Rina. His words pierced Odin, but he had to agree on that. Hela felt good that someone directly berated Odin. Maybe, this old man isn't as bad as I thought. I'll spare him in our fight, she thought. The only reason she was still acting normally was because she had felt magic in her body, which would try to squeeze her heart if she came close to breaking her promise. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 124. Xander. Earth, New York. Dobby was cleaning some stuff when he found Alexander's video recorder, which he took with him when he went after Hitler. He interestingly looked into it and found the last moments of Hitler. Yes, I only have one ball. I also like to get poked in the butt, those were Hitler's last words. Dobby edited it a bit and sent it to Howard to spread it around the world. In a matter of days, the videos were copied and sent around the world. Many people around the world started to think about how such a man was able to do so much damage to humanity. Asgard. The time came for Alexander to go out and explore the universe. He had already called out Ragnarok. Hela had no choice but to follow. The moment she would reach her peak strength, she would fight. "Hey, Odin. Do you have a star map of the known universe?" Alexander asked. "Why would you need that, my friend? You can go anywhere you want to." Odin inquired. "Well, that would be boring. I have my own big spaceship and want to travel in it with my family." Alexander explained. Haha. Very good idea. Family time is important. We do have a star map. He ordered a guard to bring it and continued speaking. "I hope Hela calms down while staying with you," he muttered. Alexander put his hand on Odin's shoulder. "Don't worry, Odin. Better late than never. I will bring her on the right path." The guard returned with a memory chip. "Here, take it. Be sure to keep on visiting. If nothing, it would give us a reason to hold a feast." Haha, they gave a bear hug to each other. He took out his anywhere door, which led straight to the luxury command hall of the Ironheim. Alexander had no idea what to do with so much space in the ship. So he edited the whole internal part of it and turned it into a fake circular planet with land, rivers, trees, and stuff. It had its own atmosphere inside. It was a sphere inside a sphere. But there were still enough rooms in the outer shell, with balconies giving a view of the inner habitat. The most luxurious place was the command center. It was like a high-class living room with sofas, fireplace, T.V., and stuff. But the main attraction was the indestructible tens of meters high and wide metal glass sheet on the wall to look out. They all said goodbye and took seats on various couches. Amy took her praised position on Alexander's lap with a storybook that she was trying to read. "Ghost, scan the star map, and set the destination for Xander in Andromeda Galaxy," he commanded. Ghost was the newest creation of Alfred. It was a magical AI with only Alexander as the locked admin. Alfred was probably 100% sentient by now. He never asked, as he always treated him like his family. "Which method of travel would you like to use, sir?" Ghost asked. "Jump points at twice the speed of light," Alexander ordered. 23 hours for arrival. Ghost set the destination. In those free 23 hours, he will have some family time. "Kiddies, let's go to the garden," Alexander suggested. They went to the artificial planet. There were many animals there. How did you make all this? Hela exclaimed. It was defying common sense. Haha, I'll tell you when you'll call me grandpa or father, Alexander teased. Grandpa, teach me to ride the pony, Amy came running to him. Ah, okay. Let's go, he picked her up and left. Hela was confused now on what to do. But then Medusa invited her to groom some unicorns. Hela joined in as she was fascinated by the creatures. The unicorns didn't feel threatened by the dark aura of Hela as they pretty much believed that Alexander was always in control of everything. Medusa, how old are you? Hela inquired. Oh, I'm 1,200 years old, Medusa answered. What about the little one? Hela added. Oh, cute Amy is just 5 years old. Hela was confused now. Why so much age difference between your siblings? Oh, haha. I get what you are thinking. We are not blood related. Grandpa adopted all of us. I was originally locked by an old wizard in dark cold dungeons for 1,000 years. But then Grandpa came and gave me home. The same happened with Rena, she was saved from possible death and Amy is very recent. She was a war orphan and also blind. Grandpa took her in. You must have been confused by seeing how close we all are. Grandpa is just like that. He loves us unconditionally and we do the same. Medusa replied. She mostly acted innocent and happy-go-lucky but inside her head was a smart brain. Hela was truly astounded by this history. She couldn't understand how someone could love without asking for something in return. Then what about Olivia? She asked further. Oh, pretty grandma is Grandpa's real wife. She went on to tell Hela about Olivia, how she came to be, and about Alexander's devil sons. Medusa was given a green signal to tell everything as Hela was basically family now. Maybe unofficial for now, but not for long. How can he still foolishly love after being betrayed by the ones he loved the most? She lowly muttered. I don't know. I guess that's just Grandpa's nature. Kind and loving. Now come and brush this little one's hair. She invited Hela. Hela surprisingly found herself complying and brushing the cute baby unicorn's fur. Some distance away, Alexander and Olivia looked at Hela happily. She will eventually open up, Alex, Olivia stated. I hope she does. He replied. It was just morning for all the inhabitants of Ironheim, which was traveling in space. There were still 2 hours before they arrived in Xander. All right, everyone. We'll soon be arriving at Xander. It's a peaceful planet with many species living on it. It is also the center of the Nova Empire. We'll sightsee and buy whatever we like. Okay. He cheerfully said. Yes, they all shouted, except Hela. Hela, have you been to Xander? He asked. Yes, they were my targets too. They had been fighting a war with the Kree Empire for a long time. She said, a bit more open to talking today. Oh, but they have signed a peace treaty now. Though I'm not sure if Krees can be trusted, he added. They can't. She huffed. Reaching Xander in 5 seconds, Ghost reminded. Then suddenly the flashing lights in the big window stopped and in front of them was the beautiful Xander. It looked so much cleaner than modern Earth as these advanced civilizations had found ways to throw their wastes at better places. Alexander had forgotten that his ship was still football-sized from outside and he hailed the flight control. Hello there. This is ship named Ironheim. Requesting permission to land on the surface. He spoke. Soon a male voice came back. Okay, Ironheim. Wait, where are you? I can't see you on the scanner. Oh, sorry. I forgot to increase the size of the ship. Just a second. As soon as his words ended, the Ironheim enlarged to a size as big as the moon. *T, what did you do? Go back, go back. You will rip the planet apart with the gravitational pull, the Xandarian shouted. Haha, don't worry boy. I have nullified that from happening. However, this is indeed too big. Alexander decreased it to be as big as a small airliner. I've never seen a ship like yours. Who are you and what's your purpose? Oh, I made this ship myself. I am a god and currently don't have a home planet as it moves around with me. Though my last location was Asgard. He revealed. Okay, so you are from there. Well, welcome to Xander. Please transfer 500 units as docking charges. The Xandarian said. Damn it, I forgot about this. Do you take gold? As I haven't brought any units with me. He asked. Sure, we take gold. Hand it over to the office in the dock. Please head to the 345th holder. They received the green signal and the ship descended to the ground. When they came out an officer was already waiting for them. Sir, for 500 units you need to give 3 kilos of gold, he informed. Alexander already knew that they would ask for this much. Gold isn't as rare when it comes to the scope of the universe. After giving the gold he asked for money exchange, do you also do the currency exchange? Yes, I do. Do you want to change it with gold? He asked. Which is the most precious metal here? Alexander inquired. There are two. Both are nearly the same in demand and price. 1 kilo of vibranium will get you 10 million credits. The same with you. The officer answered. No wonder those dwarves live under Asgard's protection. Pirates would have eaten them alive for all the URU otherwise. Vibranium and URU was as rare in the space as on Earth, not including Wakanda. Alexander was able to do transmutation with the help of magic from APEC now, so he could easily make vibranium or URU. But the only rule was that only gold could be turned. He took out a kilo of vibranium and handed it to the officer. Here, take this. Guy's eyes nearly fell out as he wasn't expecting that. He quickly made a new unit card after scanning Alexander and gave it to him. Sir, this card has 10 million units. Pleasure doing business. He quickly ran away to report to his superiors. If someone found out about vibranium they would try to steal it, so it was better to hand it over as fast as possible. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 125. Trouble on Xander. Ah, what a nice and beautiful place, Ragnarok spoke. Haha, yes my friend. Let's see what we can find here. Ladies, do you want to come with us or explore on your own? Alexander asked. Well, women have different tastes than men. So I think we'll explore on our own, Olivia replied. Yes, on our own, Amy repeated. Do you want to come with me, Amy? He asked. Amy quickly looked at him and Olivia alternatively. Rena secretly made a gesture of eating ice cream at her. I go with dear Glanma, she ran to Olivia. Ha ha ha. Okay, stay away from trouble ladies. He let them go. Will they be safe? Ragnarok asked. Don't worry, their body has enough protection that even if this planet exploded, nothing would happen to them. Now, let's go and see what drinks these aliens sell. Alexander put his hands on Ragnarok's shoulder. They both looked like brothers walking together. We should open our own intergalactic liquor business. I'm pretty sure they'll go crazy over fire whiskey. We'll keep it in small supply and make it an overpriced drink for the rich. Ragnarok suggested. Whoa, when did you become a capitalist? He amusingly asked. Haha. Did you forget I'm the king of dragons? Anyways, we'll still sell butterbeer at a normal price. He added. Yes, it's a nice plan indeed. Let's see how we can establish a shop here. They walked to the area which was in the Guardians of the Galaxy movie. The architecture was nice and sleek. He had no idea where the marketplace was, so he went to ask a random human-looking guy. The man wore a yellow leather jacket which looked quite futuristic as there was no chain or buttons. Excuse me. Can you tell me where the marketplace is? He asked. The man looked at him and Ragnarok and smiled. Hello, yes I do know. Just go straight into the plaza and follow the path. You'll reach there. He answered. Thank you, child, Alexander replied and walked away. Wait. Are you from Earth? The guy asked. Alexander was surprised by that question. The guy continued, please, I don't mean to offend. I am Brian Kim. My grandfather was abducted from Earth many years ago. He was to be sold in slavery, but a Kree high-born lady liked my father and saved him. Then they married and started my new family. I just wanted to know how Earth was. Alexander started laughing, ha ha ha. Who would have thought I'd meet a fellow Earthian here? Lad, let's go somewhere we can sit and relax. Treat is on me. Take us to the best restaurant, don't worry about money. He patted his shoulder. Nervous Brian turned happy realizing that Alexander was an easygoing person. Yes, please follow me. I'll take you to my favorite place. He took them to a very high-quality place and it was literally on the top floor of the highest building around. Not many people were there. They went and sat down at a nice table near the big window, overlooking the beautiful Xander. It was a technologically advanced world, so there weren't any servants. The holographic menu opened on the table. Alexander and Ragnarok had no idea about the dishes' names and what they were made of. Brian, order something good for human appetite. I have no idea about this cuisine, Alex said. Haha, okay. He ordered some food. So, Brian, Earth is fine. It just ended its Second World War. Though thankfully they didn't have nuclear weapons yet. Alexander informed. What? Are they still so primitive? Then how did you get here? He asked with a shock-filled face. Well, I am not a human, son. I am a demigod. My origin is a human, but I am stronger than you can imagine. He announced. That explains it. Don't take me wrong, but I saw some people from Nova Corps following you. It must be because you're a god, Brian thoughtfully replied. Or maybe because we sold vibranium for money exchange. Ragnarok contemplated. What? You sold vibranium? Brian blurted. What's the big deal? Alexander asked. It's not a big deal, but sir, you just pinned a big target on your head. So many pirates and corrupt members of Xander will be after you to know where you got the vibranium from. Brian fearfully said. Haha, let them come. I'll see what they can do. Alexander only laughed and took out 2 bottles of fire whiskey. Brian was surprised but thought that it must be god-related powers. Drink this, even Odin likes it. Brian drank it one go and the next second his eyes were about to drop out. This stuff is amazing. Where did you buy this? He excitedly asked. Nowhere, I'm the sole creator of it in the universe. Yeah, now that I remember. I was thinking of starting to sell this drink and another one. This one will be very high priced though, Alexander muttered. And this deserves a high price. People would go crazy over it even if it was priced at 10,000 units, assume $1 equals 1 unit, though you can buy much bigger things with units. Sir, I am also a merchant and do business in the Kree Empire. Would you? He was interrupted by Alexander. Sure, son. I'll give you the contract of being the sole distributor of fire whiskey and butterbeer in the Kree Empire and Nova Empire as they have a peace treaty now. How does 80-20 division in profit sound? Alexander asked. There were stars in Brian's eyes. Yes, I will be honored to work with you, sir. Can I also drink the other drink? He asked. Sure, go ahead. Alexander gave him a bottle of butterbeer. Fine taste, and smooth. This can be easily sold at 100 to 500 units. Middle-income people will love this. He exclaimed. Alexander decided to get on with the vodka as well. Try this. Oh, a bit crude and strong taste. Everyone will love this. 30 to 50 units is the best price for it, he added. Good, help me buy a storehouse here in Xander. I will store my stuff there. Every month, I'll send 10 million bottles of fire whiskey, 50 million of butterbeer, and 100 million of vodka. Alexander replied. That's amazing. If I may, what are your plans for Skrull and Shi'ar empires? Brian asked. Well, I haven't thought about that. I think I'll find a planet and create my base at the central location from where the Skrull, Kree, and Shi'ar would be at the same distance. I will make it a planet of open trade, no black market. It will also be neutral territory and whoever causes trouble there will be destroyed. Alexander nonchalantly said. That would be amazing if he could do it. All these 3 empires are always at war with each other. It would be problematic to keep them in check. Brian voiced his concern. That'd be foolish if they mess with Alex, Ragnarok scoffed. Don't worry. I have enough power. Do suggest me some more good people who can become my distributor in the Shi'ar and Skrull Empire. Alexander said. Yes, I will immediately inform them. Oh, the food is here. Brian exclaimed. While they were eating, the ladies were exploring too. Buying alien clothes. Trying out new food. Grandma, this is so tasty, Amy spoke, happily eating what looked like some kind of alien kebab. Haha, glad you like it, child, Olivia caressed her hair. Grandma, let's go to the other shop. Medusa dragged her sleeves. Okay. Let's go. She smiled. Wait. You didn't pay yet, the shopkeeper yelled. Olivia looked back in confusion, but I just gave you 30 units. Check it. No, you are a thief, guards, the men started shouting. And it didn't even take the guards 30 seconds to come. Wow, so convenient. They aren't even trying hard to frame us. Let's see what they want. Olivia though and sent instructions to Medusa and Rena. But little Amy was too small to understand. To her, some bad guys came and spoiled her fun. Medusa and Olivia were already supreme magi. Adding Alexander's protections and boosts to them, they could easily destroy the planet. Rena didn't have magic, but Alexander had given her an enhanced super soldier serum. She also had Alexander's protections, which made her even stronger. Her punch could create a hole through the earth. This is a misunderstanding, she reasoned. Please come with us to the guard station. If there is a misunderstanding, then it will be rectified there. The guard spoke. At least they are respectful, she thought. Grandma, are they bad people? Amy asked. No, my child. Not yet, she said and tried to calm her. Okay, lead the way, she gestured and followed the guards. Rena and Medusa nonchalantly walked behind like it was a walk in the park. They both knew that if their grandpa heard about this then there would probably be one less planet in the universe. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 126. Nova Prime. At the guard station, Olivia was put in a room with the girls. Soon a man in Nova Corps uniform entered the room and sat in front of them. So, you are the thieves. All right, let's get this over with. You are all being charged for theft. You all tried to steal food from the market. Now it's not really a very grave offense and you just need to pay a small fine. Only 11 million units. He said, trying to hide the greedy smile. So it's about the vibranium. How else could they know the exact amount of money we had and precisely ask more than that, she deduced. And what if I don't pay? Then you'd be sent to prison. However, I can give you another offer. My superiors are very interested in the vibranium you gave us this morning. Tell us where you found it and we'll look the other way, he said. Well, only my husband knows about that. Sorry, I can't say anything. Now, would you be kind enough to call my husband here? He'll deal with this situation properly. She humbly said, or more like ordered. She didn't want to fight herself. Okay, you are not cooperating with us. We'll send you to prison then. Give that little child to me. We'll take care of her. He tried to grab Amy. I wouldn't do that if I were you, a loud voice came. Boom. Without warning a metallic scratching sound came and the whole roof of the building got peeled off. Alexander stood there in the air, looking down at the guard. How dare you try to scheme against my family? He pointed his hand and the guard's body flew straight into Alexander's hands. He held the neck in his palm. Tell me whatever you were planning and for whom. I will only count till 3 and at 3 your body will explode. Alexander applied force on his neck. 1. The force increased. 2. It was the order from my Captain Bolak. I don't know more than that. Please don't kill me. He pleaded. Alexander threw him back on the ground. The Xandarians were stronger than humans physically, so he didn't die. Grandpa, Amy shouted. She was annoyed for being in the same room for so long. Ah, come here my sweetie. Ahahaha, Amy flew into his arms while giggling. Soon Olivia and girls also came to him. What's this all about, Ollie? He asked. Vibranium, dear. She replied. Just that word was enough to make Alexander understand everything. I guess the Xandarians aren't as perfect as I assumed them to be, he murmured. My friend Ragnarok. It seems they need a Ragnarok. Alexander looked at the other old men. Ha ha ha. This is going to be fun. He spoke and instantly started growing and turning into a dragon. Soon screams of people came as they ran to safety. Alexander made sure no one tripped or got injured. He didn't want anyone to be hurt. Ragnarok was also not doing anything after growing to his full size. He just took out a giant cigar, as big as the tallest building there. Lit it up with his flames and smoked. Some star blasters tried to attack him but nothing worked. Alexander projected his face in the sky and spoke, I haven't initiated my attack as I have no plans of hurting people or causing destruction. But your people tried to harm my family. I give 30 minutes to whoever is the highest commanding person on this planet to come here and talk, he bellowed. Just like all negotiations, he conjured a table and many chairs. His family sat happily and Alexander brought them food. Amy was tired so she was curled up in Alexander's arms and slept happily. Many star blasters came to fight them but they all were put down like they suddenly lost all fuel. After just 10 more minutes an entourage of people came to them. Welcome, take seats, Alexander greeted and more seats materialized. I am Irani Rail, Nova Prime. Who might you be? She asked before taking a seat. I am Alexander Maxim Universe. You won't understand my designation so let's skip that. He replied. Making people understand his godson position was hard. Why are you committing such a crime? Do you want to turn the Nova Empire into your enemy? She haughtily spoke. Ha ha ha. It should be me asking that. Are you trying to turn me into your enemy? Roar Ragnarok gave some intimidating sound effects. What do you mean? She confusedly asked. Alexander made the injured guard come to them and ordered, tell her what you told me. Nova Prime, I was ordered by Captain Bolak to interrogate them and find out where they got the vibranium from. He confessed. What? What vibranium? She asked. I sold your men 1 kilo of vibranium for units today at the hangars. Your men turned greedy and framed my wife and children and brought them here to question them and find out about it, Alexander quickly explained in the least words. Irani took a long breath, ashamed of what her people did to the family from what it looked like a very powerful sorcerer. This could have turned out so differently. She could have made friendly relations with him. Having a powerful sorcerer at your back can be life-saving. Mr. Universe. I am sorry for all this. I will personally investigate Captain Bolak. Please do tell if we can repay you in any way. She asked. Haha, don't be so depressed, child. And don't take offense at me calling you a child. I am thousands of years old and most people are children in front of me. I am sure you will honestly conduct the investigation, but I want instant justice. Alexander raised his hand and Accio Captain Bolak. In a second the men appeared in front of him. Captain Bolak, I hereby take away your Nova Force. I also take away 70% of your physical strength. Now imagine what will happen when you go to prison. Alexander punished the men. Soon some guards took Bolak away to prison cells. He then looked at Nova Prime and spoke, I do need your assistance with something. You see, I want to open my liquor business. For that, I need a big warehouse to store bottles and a shop. It was actually Alexander's trick. He could have dealt with the situation without anyone knowing, but by doing what he did. Not only did he prove his strength, but he also got to make contact with Nova Prime. There was also the matter of the shop, which he would get for free now. Absolutely, Mr. Universe. I will arrange the best location for you. She happily spoke. Doing this was very easy for her. Haha. Good, then try my liquor which I'll be selling, while I fix this building. He waved his hand and full glasses appeared in their hands. While at the same time the broken building behind them was repairing itself. They all looked at it with shock and awe. This drink is amazing, Mr. Universe. I can already see it becoming very popular. She exclaimed. Glad you liked it. I'll give you Nova Core a discount on it. Now, I'd like to go and find my other daughter. He stood up. Ragnarok also got smaller and turned back to being his old self. Yes, please use this communicator. We will contact you for the shop later. She gave him a small slate thing. He nodded and walked away. Quickly another senior came to her and asked. Nova Prime, why did you talk so respectfully to him? He attacked us. I may have a vast amount of control over the Nova Force. But, I still couldn't imagine being able to defeat that dragon. Let alone that sorcerer. It's better if we keep good relations with him. Go and arrange for his demands. She ordered. Hela was wandering alone and looking around. I have to say, taking an aimless stroll has its own charms. Roar. She suddenly heard a loud roar. She knew who it was. Medusa had told her about it. She was more shocked when the dragon started smoking. Something must have happened. Huh, why should I care? That old man can probably handle it, she huffed and kept on walking. But what about little Amy? I can't let her be in danger. She quickly flew in the air towards the dragon. She then saw the whole show and felt relieved. Soon Alexander also found her. Hey, Hela. What have you been up to? None of your concerns, she huffed and flew away. Pretty sister, take me too, Amy spoke up. She had just woken from her nap. Hela silently looked at the little girl and gulped. Amy's cuteness was on a whole different level. She quietly went close, picked her in her arms, and flew away. Ha ha ha. Let's see how long you can act tough, Alexander laughed. Then he turned to his wife. Olivia, my beautiful wife. Let's go and explore together. Kids will have fun with Ragnarok. He wrapped his hands around her waist. He, Rena and Medusa giggled seeing them. Hey kids, go with Grandpa Ragnarok. I am on a date with your grandma. He flew away with Olivia. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 127. Welcome to the family. Alexander and his family stayed on Xander for about a month. It was enough for Hela to recuperate all her strength to the peak. So they all hopped back into Ironheim and left Xander. Their departure made many people feel relaxed. In the past month, the Xandarians had gifted him a nice shop in a prime location. Also, a huge warehouse to store things. He had to spend some time in Fixheim to make more Hufflepuff cups, but it wasn't much of a problem. Brian had left with the first batch and it will take some time before he can see results. In the middle of nowhere. Are you ready, Hela? He asked. They both hovered in midair in the dark cold space. If they were normal beings they would have already been dead by now. Hela nodded and took a fighting pose. Her famous multi-horned helmet appeared on her head. Let's end this senseless facade, she spoke and leapt at him. Alexander was in his plain robes. He didn't even have a sword. She attacked him with her black sword. It was a powerful strike but not with her full strength. She didn't want to hurt the kind, old man. But to her surprise, Alexander grabbed her sword and threw her away like a rag doll. Use your full strength. I don't want you to make an excuse later when I defeat you. He taunted. She decided to increase her force and went again. But this time Alexander broke her conjured sword. How strong are you? She cursed under her breath. Strong enough to do this, fiend fire came out of his hands and went after her. She tried to evade it and fight it, but the fire was too strong. That is just one of my low-level attacks. The fire suddenly vanished, Alexander too, and appeared in front of Hela and tapped her nose with his finger. Before she could retaliate, he appeared back where he was. Haha, my child. If I was your enemy, you'd already be dead. Focus now, he encouraged her. She once again leapt at him. This time with full power. Alexander again caught her sword. The sword turned into a rope and caught her like a snake. Use your mystic arts, Hela, he suggested. So she also started using whatever magic she knew. Their fight went on for many more hours. But she could not best him. Give up, dear. You cannot defeat me, he advised. No, never. She stubbornly denied. Then you left me no choice but to show how small you are when compared to the grand scheme of the multiverse. He loudly spoke, making Hela confused. Alexander suddenly appeared in front of her and tapped his index finger on her forehead. In a second, Hela saw from the smallest building block of the universe to the biggest. She saw herself, then her father, then the Celestials, Galactus, one above all, gods from the multiverse, angels and demons. Then Alexander, Jesus, and finally the Supreme Creator, God. She realized how small she was. How her hatred and ambition were nothing but petty ignorance when compared to the vastness and grandness of the multiverse. She suddenly lost all her drive to fight the old man. If her vision were to be believed that he was an existence that was just a level smaller than the Supreme Creator. She looked Alexander in the eyes and found no hatred or mockery for her. There was only love and kindness. It made her realize how short-sighted she had become. She flew to Alexander and kneeled. The goddess of death, Hela, kneeled to a true god. Teach me, she requested, not looking him in the eye. Alexander crouched a little and ruffled her black hair. Get up, my child. You are family. You can learn anything you want. Come and give Grandpa a hug. She didn't reject and embraced his open arms and melted in them. Feeling like it was home. Finally a happy home. Thank you, she muttered. She was secretly a bit excited to learn and see the world beyond the very boundaries of the current reality. As soon as their hug ended, a cheerful voice came from behind. They both turned around and saw Ironheim's window. Amy's face was pasted on the glass from inside, making it stretch and look funny. In her hand was a note she wrote with crayons. Hug me, it said. Ha 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 ha, Hela laughed freely. Not the fake one but a real hearty laugh. Oh, my sweet little sister, she amusingly commented. Let's go in, my child, and welcome you to the family with a big party. However, I still don't know what you are going to call me. He wondered. I think I will stick with calling Grandpa, she shyly responded. Ha ha ha, nothing can be better than that. Let's go in. Alexander laughed. They all had a happy family lunch and had some fun. He taught her basics of occlumency, in hopes that it would help her organize her mind and control the bloodlust. Currently, they were on their way to the central location of the three empires to set up their own plant. The timer was showing that they should be there any minute. Suddenly Ghost spoke. Sir, we have arrived. But it seems like a nearby planet is being besieged by someone. Show me the visuals, he ordered. Ghost showed videos from the planet on the screen. Alexander did not like what he was seeing. He saw aliens, looking like Togruta from Star Wars. He could see that they were being killed and enslaved by the attacking army. The attackers wore gold armor and had advanced weapons. People were being randomly separated in half. But some of them were also being locked up in cages. It wasn't hard to guess why, as most of them were females and some children too. I think I'll make this planet my base, he spoke. Bring me with you, Hela proposed. Okay, but if I feel you are losing to your darker desires, I'll send you back, he warned. Hela just nodded. Ghost, when and if I command. I want you to fire at all their command ships, he ordered as he walked to the exit. Take this sword, Hela. She checked out the long and thin sword and nodded. This is good. It gives me the same feeling as Thor's hammer, she mumbled. Let's go. They both flew into the orbit together and descended. Alexander was back in his new upgraded armor. It was the same in the looks, but adamantine was used to make it. Both of them were shining due to the atmospheric entrance. The people on the ground also noticed the strange light. Soon, they both touched the ground with a loud boom. All the attackers had their guns aimed at them. The people looked at them with hope. He could see that the original species of the planet wasn't a space civilization yet, though they were en route. He had checked one of the attackers' mind. The planet's people were called Nalcades. They were peace-loving people as war and murder were against their basic principle of life. They also liked nature, so most of their cities were filled with plants even though they were quite advanced. They didn't have any means to defend, so they were easily conquered by one of Thanos' children, Supergiant. Alexander stood there, waiting for their commander to show up. Soon enough, a blue-skinned, humanoid feminine hairless alien walked to the front. "Who are you? So brave or foolish enough to come here?" She proudly spoke. "What's with all you bad people and first-liners? Always showing that you are overestimating yourself." He spoke in disappointment. Hela chuckled but realized that she was the same not long ago. "Well, I am Alexander Maxim Universe. This planet is under my protection. You can either go back and tell your father to never ever show his face to me or die. However, I know what you are going to do, so let's get this over with." He sighed. "You will pay for insulting father." "Fire," she ordered her soldiers. All of them fired at the same time. A big cloud of dust covered Alexander and Hela. After several minutes, the soldiers stopped. When they thought that the intruders were dead, various bullets started to come out of the dust cloud. Each of those bullets was so strong that whichever soldier it hit, they lost half of their body. Alexander was continuously shooting his magically enhanced shotgun. He hadn't stopped tweaking his guns all this time. Whenever he learned something new, he would add it to his guns. Currently, if Alexander used his RPG launcher, it could very likely destroy half of the planet. Alexander had given Hela a shotgun too. And she loved it. It took them only 3 minutes to thin out all the enemy soldiers. Now only 1 or 2 of them and their commander were left. "Now, it has come to you and me. But before I kill you, do tell me your name." Alexander pointed his finger at her. "I am called Supergiant." Alexander felt like someone tried to enter his mind and eat his brain. Hela already had his amulet which kept her safe from telepaths, so he wasn't worried for her. "So this is how you attack?" "I am disappointed." A white light came out of Alexander's finger which he was pointing at her. The light pierced at 4 places on her chest as Alexander had felt that she had more than one heart. Supergiant, category. Murder, 108. Indirect murder, 9,100,578. Enslaved, 14,678. Sin percentage, 85.69%. *I** this much murder and killing only brings her to category 4. I don't know how many those in category 5 have killed. Like Thanos, he thought. He then used his eyes and burned her body, for her soul to rot in hell for eternity. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 128, 128. Finta. There were not many soldiers left, so Alexander told Hela to deal with them. Meanwhile, he conjured millions of godroids to help the Nalcades. Many small reunions were taking place soon. Children hugging their mothers. Lovers hugging each other. One of the old ones walked to armor-clad Alexander with a bit of fear. Alexander could see that the people of the planet weren't genetically tall or strong. They all had thin bodies, with tallest of them reaching up to 5.5 feet. Alexander removed his helmet and showed his face to them. Many people took a sigh of relief. At least their savior didn't look cruel. The old Nalcade came to him and bowed. "Thank you for saving us, you are a cunt for us." It took Alexander a second to connect the dots after what he just heard. What the? One by one, all the people also bowed and started chanting, "Cunt, cunt, cunt. No, I am no cunt. I am Alexander. Don't call me cunt, tell me, why was your planet being attacked?" He asked, trying to change the subject. "We found signals coming from the sky and responded. We hope to find alien life out there and make friends. But who knew that it would bring such calamity to our world? They said they wanted to kill half of us." The men replied. "And that is why you don't try to talk to aliens. Seriously, most of them out there are bad people. They would have either conquered or sold you. Good thing I was passing by, or else." Alexander grimly spoke. "Or else most of us would be dead. Thank you. Thank you. We will not forget this great help. Please tell us if we can do something for you." He asked. "Actually, I originally came here to find a planet to start the universe's first neutral market. I would like to do that here. You can work for me as many aliens will be coming here to buy things. I will protect this planet and your people from any harm. Tell me, what do you think?" He asked. They were already exposed to extraterrestrial life, so there was no going back for them now. We would be honored and lucky. After seeing the horrors out there. All of us have lost the will to explore anymore. Our culture never preached fighting. We can agree on if you can protect us, in return for changing this planet to a market, which would only bring us income. We can't ask for more. He again bowed. Then another wave of CUNT chanting happened. Good, I will repair all the damage done to your planet. For the coming 1 year. All of you will be taught about the aliens out there and what you all will be doing. I will also be upgrading the buildings of this planet. Worry not, I love nature too. I will make sure to combine technology and nature to make a new beautiful landscape. He reassured. His words made many happy. Suddenly a small child Nalcade ran to him with a flower in his hand. He came to Alexander and looked at his face. Alexander kneeled down. The kid raised his hand and gave him a beautiful flower. Thank you, the boy said with a toothy smile. Alexander controlled himself from patting his head as it was not considered good among their species. So he lightly patted his shoulder and gave him sweet candies. See this, Hela. This innocent smile. This is what I fight for, he telepathically said. Thank you for accepting me. Please go to your refuges. My people will help you with everything you need. Till then, rest. He dismissed everyone. He looked around and headed to the tallest and the biggest building around, deciding to make it his headquarters. His godroids got to work and started to fix and upgrade the city. Alexander also brought Ragnarok, Olivia, and kids to have fun as the planet was totally harmless. Even the animals were friendly. Hey, Rena. Where's Olivia? Alexander asked. Oh, Grandma said she had some work on Earth. She will return soon. She answered. All right, you all go with Ragnarok and tour the place. Hela, you can also go if you want. I'll just be doing the boring stuff here. He suggested. Alexander then got to planning how he was going to take over the universe. Let's start with injecting agents in Skrull, Kree, and Shi'ar Empire. Broods will need to be removed. They are nothing but a race of insectoid, parasitic, extraterrestrial beings. Symbiotes are also not very friendly, they need to be dealt with too. The Watchers are of no danger. Though I should meet the one living on Earth's moon. What was his name? Ah, yes. Watu. My superhero craze is finally paying off. The Eternals are also major players. I will need to contact them someday, he thought. Then he went on to design his new free trade planet, which will be named Finta, Free Intergalactic Neutral Trading Area. It's not just the planet, but the area around it in 5 light-years radius would be a non-violent zone. Then the next thing he did was call Brian, to tell him to establish his business headquarters there. And also spread the word. On the holographic communicator, a figure of Brian appeared. How are you, son? Alexander asked. Haha, I am good. Sir. You won't believe how much your drinks have been liked. I sold all the 500,000 bottles of fire whiskey. And I haven't even covered the whole Kree Empire yet. I'm also sold out on butterbeer, only vodka remains as there was too much to begin with. In total, I've made 7 billion units in such a short time. Brian happily reported. Good, but remember, fire whiskey should be treated as a luxury commodity. If it's freely available then it's not luxurious. He advised. Haha, that is exactly why I'm not going to sell any more fire whiskey for a while. Let them crave it first. He replied. Anyways, I didn't call you for this, Brian. I have established my planet. I'm inviting you to Finta, the first ever free intergalactic neutral trading area. It is safe and secure so you won't have to worry about anything. He suggested. Wow, you are fast. I will be happy to set up my headquarters there. I will also spread the word. He complied. Amazing, I'll be waiting, then. He cut the call. Suddenly a godroids entered and reported, Boss, what do we do with the spaceships left by the enemies? Oh, I nearly forgot about them. Call Alfred, he will secure and upgrade them to be used in keeping the planet safe. He ordered. Alexander quickly used the anywhere door and returned to Xander. More precisely the room of Nova Prime. She was spooked by the sudden intrusion but controlled herself from sending a force blast. Ah, it's Mr. Universe. Please don't spook me again, it's not good for my fragile heart. She joked. Haha, I am sorry but I had no other way of finding you so quickly. He replied. She was intrigued, oh, and why is it that wanted to meet me so quickly? I established my own planet some light years away from Andromeda. It's called Finta. It's a free trade neutral ground market. No black marketing though. I also provide personal security to that planet. I thought you'd be interested in opening a business there. He suggested. Who will be your target customers? She asked. Everyone. No matter who you are, you can buy things there. Though the most wanted criminals will be dealt with as soon as they cross my protection boundary. As the name suggests, it's a neutral ground, so Kree, Skrulls, Shi'ar, and all other people will be buying and selling there. You are the first one I've told this to, so grab the opportunity while you can. He advised. It certainly is an amusing offer. If you can really provide good protection, then I think your planet will become very rich in no time. She said in contemplation and thought for a while. I will personally invest and also spread the word. If the others are coming, then we shouldn't stay behind either. She agreed. Haha, you won't regret this. As soon as he said that, he vanished. Arg, magic. Earth. Olivia had just finished her work. She was currently sitting in Westeros bar and chatting with Dobby. It was night time in America. You should join us sometime, Dobby. It's fun to travel space. She told him about the adventures. And I will. I was already planning on popping up to you guys, Dobby said while cleaning the glasses. Suddenly someone entered the bar loudly. Dobby looked irritated as he had already flipped the closed sign. But his irritation left his body when he saw the person. The guy had golden wings on his back. But something was off. He looked injured. Please, where is Godson? I need his help. Cough. Lucifer, Marduk Curios, has found a way to break out of hell. He has an army and wants to attack the mortal realm. I fought him, but couldn't defeat him. He is only delayed. Godson can help me. This is where I can sense he was last here. The men hastily spoke. Who are you? Dobby asked. I am Archangel Michael, he announced. Extra. Alexander decided to check on his people and see how they were doing. He made himself invisible and went to the market. Most of it seemed normal until he reached the art market. Nalcade 1, look at my CUNT. It's the best. Nalcade 2, no, look at my CUNT. It's the most beautiful CUNT I've ever seen. Nalcade 3, ha ha ha. Behold, my biggest CUNT. Nalcade 2, size doesn't matter. My CUNT is still the most beautiful. Alexander cursed under his breath and left them. He had just come into an open area but was soon greeted by the biggest poster of his he had ever seen. It had something written on it that made him facepalm himself. Great CUNT Emperor. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for supporting me. Chapter 129. Hell. Earth. Dobby quickly helped mend Michael's wounds. Michael was unconscious the whole time, so he waited for him to wake up before informing Alexander. Olivia was there too. Ah. Michael slowly woke up. Easy, your wounds aren't fully healed yet. I was able to remove the dark energy from your wounds, so it should heal in a couple of days. Dobby spoke. What? Who are you to be able to do that? Michael asked. I am Dobby, a high elf, he replied. No wonder, your magic must be very pure. Where is Godson? He inquired. He's currently out exploring the universe. Though we can go to him if you are okay with that. He suggested. Then please, take me. I need his help. Dobby nodded and stood up. He telepathically sent Alexander some words and soon a pink door appeared in front of him. Olivia, are you coming with us? Dobby asked. Yes, let's go. Amy must be missing me. She was already ready with her bag. All right, Michael. Follow me. Dobby opened the door and went inside. Michael first looked at it and assessed the magical door. He couldn't imagine how it could take them to Godson in space. Alexander was sitting in his office in Finta when he received Dobby's message. It was a small reminder to him that he was in MCU. Even if you don't look for trouble, trouble will still find you. The door opened and Olivia, Dobby, and the winged angelic person came out of it. How are you, Dobby? He hugged his friend. Haha, all fine, boss. But we have some pressing matters for now. He gestured at Michael. Yes, good to meet you, Michael. He shook the angel's hand. Likewise, Godson. You must help me put Lucifer back in hell, he seriously spoke. Michael was an angel in the service of God. Even if he was just the iteration of Marvel Universe, he still knew who Godson was. Not just him, all other major angels and gods knew about him. A/N, just think of it as a shared consciousness. We know that some god characters in Marvel exist in countless numbers of other universes, E.G. Supernatural show. This implies that all the major multiverse angels and gods know about the existence of Godson. Suddenly Alexander's armor appeared on his body. Let's go then. Haha, thank you. Michael laughed. Dobby, are you coming? Alexander asked. Dobby stretched his shoulders. Yes, boss. About time I do some exercise. I am going too. Hela came in. Haha, sure. Don your armor and get ready. Michael, how do we get to hell? He inquired. Hell exists in the lower dimension of Earth. There are hundreds of these lower dimensions with each having its own hell lord. Lucifer is one of them. Michael explained. So, do you want me to kill him? Alexander asked. No, don't kill him. It would disrupt the balance of power. We need to stop his attack on the mortal realm and seal back the path he found. All right then. Go to that door, think about a place in hell you think it would be safe to appear and open the door. Michael did as asked, he opened the door. Alexander could see the red world on the other side. Let's go. All four entered the hell. Alexander quickly put away the anywhere door. Remember, Lucifer is strongest when here. So be prepared for it. Michael couldn't even finish speaking when suddenly he was attacked by what looked like a mix of cockroaches and a snake. Alexander swiftly cut the thing, it's you who need to be careful. You are still recovering. Stay behind me. He ordered. Then they flew deeper into the hell, leaving a bloody path behind. The place was infested with various kinds of ugly species. Soon the men of the hour also appears and tangled them in a battle. Ha ha ha, godson. Who would have thought I'd see you so early? Here I was planning to break out and find you. To suck your power. Ha ha, Michael. You so foolishly did as I wanted you to. You have my deepest thanks. Lucifer devilishly smiled. As scheming as you would expect a hell lord to be. What gives you such confidence that you can beat me? Alexander amusingly asked. Haha, because I have the blessing of Dormammu. Lucifer took out a black orb thing and broke it. Suddenly a dark cloud came out and attached to Lucifer's body like an armor. Arg, this might be problematic, Alexander muttered. You guys keep the area around me clear. I'll deal with him. He spoke and got serious. Let's get this over with, Lucifer, he dashed. Lucifer also dashed at the same time. He had a long black spear in his hand while Alexander had his long dragon slayer sword. Boom. Their weapons collided and created a loud boom, breaking the sound barrier. Alexander could feel he was using his 100% physical strength, and it was his weakest aspect. Quite strong you are, godson, but if that's the limit then you are unlucky. Lucifer smiled. Alexander had to change his battle tactics and focus on using more magic. They went for another round of sword exchange. Lucifer slashed towards him and Alexander ducked and stabbed at his stomach. Lucifer anticipated and moved back. No, this won't do, godson. Alexander suddenly felt something on his cheek. He touched it and saw his blood. It had been so long since he had bled in a fight. And to his surprise, his blood wasn't red anymore. It was golden. Alexander started to loudly laugh, ha ha ha. Finally, someone who could make me bleed. But if you think this is my limit, then you are in for a show. Alexander summoned thousands of dragons made of frostfire and the fiery red-hot hell started to turn into an icy land. Then behind Alexander appeared millions of shining swords, hovering in midair like they were his extra hands. Your first mistake was to seek me, your second mistake was to become Dormammu's pawn and your last mistake was to think you could defeat me. Alexander hovered in midair. The frostfire was still wreaking havoc around. Lucifer's eye twitched, realizing that he might not be able to defeat him. Suddenly a demonic voice came from the armor covering Lucifer. I knew you can't do it. You doubt and will be defeated. What? No. That's not what we agreed on. You can't do this. Leave my body, Lucifer shouted. Too late, the voice replied. The black armor started expanded and swallowed Lucifer. Now there was a new demonic face in the armor. Dormammu, I presume? Alexander asked. This realm is mine, now. Dormammu proclaimed. Alexander slowly started to put away all his swords like the battle was already over. You know, Dormammu. Among many of my abilities, I had this one which granted me 1,000,000 times comprehension. Which simply means that I am very smart. Stop talking and fight, Dormammu got agitated, sensing something bad was gonna happen. Haha, cool down. So, you should know that you in the dimension where you are from is made up of dark energy, right? This means that it's just another form of energy. So, what if I had a way to convert that dark energy into the energy I use? In a split second, Alexander took out Apec. As soon as it sensed Dormammu, it started to suck in the dark energy and converted it into his magical energy. No. That's all Dormammu's small shadow could say before it was fully sucked into the Apec. Though this was not the end of him as the real Dormammu was still alive in his own dimension. Soon Lucifer was seen laying on the ground, growling in pain. Alexander slowly walked to him and pinned his sword on his neck. Still want to fight? Lucifer suddenly realized what kind of mess he was in. So he pleaded, "O supreme godson, please don't kill me. I'm sure a being of your caliber could let this small one go." "You are really shameless," Michael commented. Alexander took out a blood contract and threw it on Lucifer's face. "Sign it or die." Lucifer comically took out his reading glasses from God knows where and read it carefully. He lightly mumbled each sentence. "I will not harm any being living beyond my hell dimension in any way. I will answer to Godson's command whenever called for. This is cruelty. Slavery, how can why?" The sword touched his neck. "Sign it or die," Alexander repeated. All right, let me get my pen." He tried to stand up. "With your blood, Lucifer." "Ah, okay," Lucifer surrendered. Lucifer stamped his thumb on the paper and signed it. But then he received a kick to his ass. "Do you take me for a fool? I saw you killing that insect behind you and using its blood." Slash. Alexander made a small cut on Lucifer's face. "Use that." "Ah, geez." "Okay," Lucifer touched his own blood and put a thumbprint. Soon the contract and Lucifer's body shined in white light. Alexander quickly took the contract and put it in his space pocket. Lucifer stood up and asked, "So we're a team now, boss? What do we do?" "Nothing, you will stay here. If you get bored then go to Earth and have some fun. Drink, play, or whatever. But remember, if you break any clause in the contract, you will die," he warned. "What, really? Finally, I'll be able to drink again. Any good bars you recommend, boss?" Lucifer inquired. Alexander was seriously contemplating where Lucifer's confidence came from. Dobby quickly walked forward and handed him a business card for his Westeros bar. "Come to my bar called Westeros. You cannot find anywhere on Earth of what I sell." "Whoa, bold claims, elf." "I'll surely come." Bang. Alexander knocked on Lucifer's head. "His name is Dobby. Disrespecting him is as good as disrespecting me. Let's go, everyone. Our work is done here." Michael and Hela looked a bit exhausted from their fight with the endless horde of demons. Alexander took out his anywhere door and went back to Finta. "Bye-bye, guys. Please come again," Lucifer waved. Soon the door closed and it disappeared. *it, Lucifer cursed. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 130. Nowhere. Once back, they all relaxed in his office. After a while, Michael spoke up. "Thank you for your help, Godson. I don't think anyone could have dealt with Dormammu. I owe you one." "No, my friend. We don't owe each other in this protecting the universe business. It's our job to do good," Alexander said and threw him a beer bottle. "Haha, good to see someone with similar thinking as I," Michael chuckled. Hela stood up to leave but stopped midway. "Grandpa, I'm going to my room." She was still adaptive to being Alexander's child. "So, where will you go next, Michael?" Alexander asked. "Back to my post in heaven. Wait for when another demon gets too ambitious. Haha, be sure to call me up if you need backup," he offered. "Thank you, I will remember this. Now I should be going." "Farewell, my friend," Michael said goodbye and left. Alexander was then left alone in the room. Dobby had also gone back to Earth. Sigh. One problem solved, what next, he thought to himself. 6 months had passed. Alexander was done with all the work on Finta. It was a real advanced free trade hub now. Most of the shops had already been booked there. Knock knock. "Boss, the leader of Ravager is here. He's called Stakar Ogord. Should I send him in?" his secretary asked. 100% of the local planet's population was working in his trade business. His secretary was one of them. It had taken him a lot of work to make them stop calling him Cunt. "Yes, send him in," he responded. Soon a big man entered. Sylvester Stallone," he mumbled. "It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Alexander," Stakar greeted. He might be a leader of a Ravager clan, but he also knew that he couldn't disrespect people like Alexander. Currently, most of the people in the universe who knew of him thought that he is one of the elders. "Haha, please take a seat. You might be a pirate, but at least you don't deal in child trafficking, and that is something I can respect." Alexander replied and passed him a glass of fire whiskey. "Thank you, I just came here to say thank you for letting us restock and refuel here. I also had a proposal," he added. You already know that I don't deal in stolen goods, so tell me, what is this proposal?" Alexander asked. "Yes, I know the rules. But I wasn't talking about the stolen goods. You see, we Ravagers sometimes go to barren planets that harbored life once. We often find precious metals, arts, or mysterious things. We mostly ignore everything except the metal and leave. I was thinking if you Alexander understood him. A very good idea indeed. I don't know about the art, but if it looks beautiful then I'll buy it. However, if you do find anything mysteries, be it an item or information, like something you saw on the planet you can't explain, I'll buy it too. Haha, then it'll be a pleasure doing business, Mr. Alexander. Stakar brought his hand to shake but suddenly remembered that a person of Alexander's status might not want to touch his hand, but surprisingly. Same here, tell the same thing to other Ravager clans as well. Alexander shook his hand. Sure, sir. Thank you for your time. He left. Alexander retracted his hand and was about to sit down, but then the empty glass bottle fell to the ground and shattered. Jesus, are my senses dulling? He spoke to himself. You asked for me, brother. A voice came. Alexander quickly stood up and his sword appeared in his hand. He looked at the brown-haired and bearded men in front of him. Ah, it's you. You spooked me, brother. Alexander sighed. The man in front of him was his half-brother, Jesus. How did you find time to visit me? Alexander asked as he fixed the broken bottle. Haha, well, the world I was responsible for got destroyed by a comet from space. Jesus spoke and took out something to eat from his fridge. What? But aren't you the Messiah? You should be able to save them, he asked. No, I couldn't. I am by no means allowed to meddle in natural affairs. If I was, then there wouldn't have been humans and dinosaurs would have still roamed on Earth. He replied and ate a sandwich. So you had free time and decided to take a vacation here. Spot on, brother. Haha, good. I'll introduce you to my family. He stood up. Fixheim. Alexander brought Jesus to meet his family. Olivia, meet my half-brother, Jesus, he introduced. Olivia's jaw fell. I is. Yes, he's the real one. He replied. Olivia was still somewhat religious. Why are you so surprised? I'm a demigod too, you know, he retorted. But he's the first. She huffed him away. Ha ha ha, nice to meet you, Olivia. Good to see that Alex got reunited with you. And who is this little one? He amusingly spoke. Looking at little Amy standing behind Olivia. She's our sweet, Amy. Amy, say hi to Uncle Jesus. He encouraged her. She scaredly walked to the front. Hello. Ah, such a cute one. Jesus quickly picked her up and made her fly with his magic. Amy happily enjoyed it while giggling. With the temporary addition of Jesus, time went by fast and another 6 months passed. In those 6 months, he established his infiltrators in each empire. They worked like a virus, spreading further and further, reaching as high a position as possible, so that when the signal comes to take over the empire, there wouldn't be any trouble. Once or twice some people tried to mess with his planet Finta, but all attempts were thwarted by him. In the end, the word spread that messing with him wasn't a good idea. Jesus had left for work a while ago and now Alexander was headed to nowhere. Tanalir Tyvan, aka the Collector, was the leader there. Collector was the head of the Tyvan group and was renowned as the keeper of the largest collection of interstellar fauna, relics, and species in the galaxy. Alexander needed some things from there, like the plants he required to brew the crazy version of super soldier serum, called cosmic serum. So he hopped into Ironheim and appeared near nowhere, a severed head of a celestial. His arrivals had alerted the whole facility as his ship was bigger than nowhere. Identify yourself, someone on the communicator spoke. Emperor of Finta, Alexander Maxim Universe. He replied. After a few seconds of silence, the person spoke again. Welcome to Nowhere, Emperor Universe. We have notified the Collector and he will receive you. Alexander was going by Emperor Universe these days in the space. Although technically he was just a king as he only controlled a single planet, he also controlled the area for many light years around the planet. So it made him an emperor. Alexander left his ship and flew into Nowhere. The Collector in his weird styled clothes waited for him there. Alexander was a big man who reeked money, so everyone gave him respect. The Collector was an elder too, so he didn't want to start a fight with another elder, that is if Alexander was one. Welcome to Nowhere, Emperor Universe. Please follow me so we can talk in peace. He suggested. Sure, lead the way, Collector. He replied and also checked his sins. Tanalir Tyvan, category. Murder, 12,890. Robbery, 576,987. Sin percentage, 60%. I'll deal with him later. Maybe covertly, as I don't want to harm so many valuable things kept here, Alexander decided. Collector took him to his office. They sat down and he offered Alexander a drink. Not so surprising, it was fire whiskey. It had become a symbol of wealth after all. So, how can I help a fellow elder? He asked. Haha, I am not the kind of elder you think I am, Collector. I am much bigger than that. Alexander replied, releasing a bit of his overwhelming magical aura. It didn't take Collector to realize that Alexander was some kind of a celestial or something similar, as only they had such weird magical powers. He had seen sorcerers and knew what was the difference between what Alexander had and that. "Oh, please tell me, what can I do for you?" he asked. "I heard you have a variety of collections of things. I was looking for some plants for a long time and thought you might have them. What are their names?" Collector asked. Eternal Nightlight, Sunblaze, Elder Tree, and Tree of Harmony, he stated the names. I have them all. But the thing is, they are one of a kind," he replied. "I don't want them, I just want to have a look," Alexander stated. Collector was doubtful. Why would someone come so far if he just wanted to see? "All right, I'll show them." He led him to some glass boxes. Alexander quickly checked them out from inside out with his magic and took out a small part of them from inside to replicate them later. "Haha, such amazing plants. Too bad they are the last of them," he sadly spoke. The Collector genuinely felt like Alexander was sad. "Ah yes, that's why I'm preserving them." "Good, now only if there was a way to grow them again. Thank you for taking out your time for me, Collector. I'll be on my way now." Alexander started to walk out. But suddenly his eyes fell on a weird duck in human clothes. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 131. Buffed up. Alexander looked at Howard the Duck. He remembered that he also came there in the endgame to beat Thanos from the future. Although he knew that Howard the Duck had not a very good personality, at least he had some honor. "Hey, Collector. What about selling that duck to me?" Alexander suggested. I can, but I'll need something of the same value in return," he thoughtfully replied. How does a discount on fire whiskey sound?" "Oh, how much are we talking about?" Collector excitedly asked. "For 6 months, at 30% less price," he proposed. "I accept." Collector shook Alexander's hands, thinking that he'd buy all fire whiskey possible in 6 months. Unknown to him that Alexander would blacklist him from the shops. Collector walked to Duck's cage and opened it. "Get out, you. I've sold you. He's your owner now." "Oh, so a new story begins for me." Howard the Duck jumped down from the cage and walked to Alexander. "I am thankful to you, kind sir." He gave a gentleman bow. "Follow me, we'll talk later." Alexander walked and returned to Ironheim. "So, where are we going, boss?" Howard asked. "Nowhere, keep your debauchery in check and I might just send you back to your dimension. You will be working on my planet in the meantime," he ordered. "Whoa, you can send me back?" This is new. No one never said this to me." Howard mumbled. "So, you gonna be a good boy or bad?" "Good boy, sir." Howard saluted. "Good, let's go then." Alexander settled the duck on Finta and went alone to brew his potion in Fixheim. "Is everything prepared, Alfred?" Alexander walked into the lab. "Nearly, boss. Now we only need a power source. The more powerful it is the better," Alfred suggested. Alexander thought for a bit. Power Stone has infinite energy. Nothing can be better than it as a power source. "And I presume you know where it is?" Alfred asked. "Absolutely, I'll go and get it," he replied and vanished. Morag. Alexander came to the planet for the Power Stone. It was in the temple from where Peter Quill took it in the future. He calmly walked into the temple. A simple Alohomora, unlocking charm, opened the door. He straight up walked in and took out the orb. The protection didn't burn him as he had covered his hand in fiend fire. Honestly, Alexander was more interested in the orb. The same with Tesseract. The material which could hold an infinity stone couldn't be normal. After getting it he again went back into Fixheim. "Got it, Alfred." "Nice, I've prepared the potion. The process is simple. Once you drink it, I will bombard your body with that energy. It will mutate your cells to become stronger without limit. Meaning that the more you train the stronger your body will get," Alfred briefly explained. Alexander was optimistic. "All right, let's do this." He removed all his clothes and wore simple shorts. "Lay down on the table, boss." Alfred prepared all the machines. In the end, he took out the Infinity Stone. To keep the power of the stone in check, they were using APEC to suck up all the extra energy. "Let's hope this will be successful." Alexander sighed. The potion wasn't a lot. Just a small injection. The real deal came after that, when that potion started flowing in the bloodstream and forcing the body to evolve. Alfred quickly went to the Power Stone holder and brought it closer to Alexander. Soon Alexander's body started to absorb the energy from the stone. From the outside, not much change could be seen. But Alfred's high-tech machines were showing the molecular changes happening. His muscle density was crazily increasing. But surprisingly, he didn't feel any pain. Maybe because of his magic. Boss, it's been an hour, do you feel anything? Like you will explode from overflowing energy. Alfred worriedly asked. Wait, there was a risk of exploding. Alexander questioned. Yes. But does it matter? You are immortal after all, Alfred tried to justify. Well, you are right. But you should tell me stuff like that. Nobody likes exploding. And no, I don't feel anything. I can take in more energy. He replied. But your muscles have already reached the tensile strength of steel. Not enough, steel is pretty weak, you know. Even Thor can put a dent on it. Alexander scoffed. Then what are you aiming for? He asked. Something like adamantium. But we don't know its tensile strength. He retorted. Exactly, so pour as much energy as you can. Alexander encouraged him. Alright, but if you explode, it's not on me, Alfred said, feeling nice that he wasn't liable for anything that was about to happen. Alright then, I'm going to increase the energy. Alfred slowly brought the stone closer to Alexander. By the end, it was touching his skin. Oh, I feel something. Like, something is moving inside my veins. Alexander exclaimed. That's obvious. The amount of energy your body is absorbing is crazy. I don't know why you haven't exploded yet. Alfred inferred. Alexander looked Alfred the fake eyes. Why do I feel like you want to see me explode? Oh, no. I was just stating a possibility. I am happy for you, boss. Haha. Alright, let's see how long this process takes. He shrugged. Alfred might be a little crazy about science, but Alexander knew that he wasn't evil. So, 6 more hours went by. Alexander had gotten bored sitting there, so he brought a TV and some snacks. Crunch. Alfred ate chips. Whoa, Alfred, how can you eat? Oh, I made myself as humanly as possible. I have a fully functional digestive system now. He proudly claimed. I am proud of you, Alfred. I know how hard it must have been. He said, remembering the days when he was madly trying to make a cancer vaccine. What's the tensile strength now, Alfred? He asked. A lot more than vibranium, Alfred informed. Just a little more and we'll end this. I already feel like I am full. Alexander suggested. By the end of another hour, Alexander's body had started to shine in purple light. Alright, end it, Alfred. I don't want to look like Thanos. Alexander stood and put the power stone back in the orb and asked, where's the weighing machine? In that cupboard, Alfred pointed without looking. Alexander calmly walked and took out the machine. He could feel that his weight had increased a lot. Boom. The machine exploded under his weight. We need a bigger scale, Alfred suggested. Indeed. So they went out to the industrial weighing machine. Alexander slowly got on it. It made some crumbling noises, but in the end, gave a reading. 4,000 kilograms, Alexander exclaimed, unable to believe his eyes. I knew it. Your muscles and bones have become too dense. I don't think there are many things that can physically hurt you. Alfred mumbled. Well, who knows? Marvel Universe is filled with freaks. Anyways, I'll go back to Morag and put the orb back in its place, and also train myself to not hurt Olivia and the children. He decided. He wore his clothes and popped back out. He put the orb back in and left the planet for some Star-Lord in the future. A week later. Alexander finally got out of his training chamber. He was afraid of hurting his family, so he spent the time training his body. Glampa, Amy came running. Haha, how is my sweet Amy? I'm good. Sister Hela took me to Asgard. And she beat Uncle Thor. She tried to hold her laugh. Haha, what about Uncle Loki? He asked. Oh, he came with us. She replied. Didn't your sister Hela beat him? She did, but not too much. It was mostly Uncle Thor. She replied. Glampa, I want to see a rainbow. I saw in the book that it has gold on one end. She longingly demanded. Haha, then let's go on an adventure, my child. He flew in the air and a rainbow appeared in the sky. They followed the rainbow while singing songs. At the end of the rainbow was a big cauldron full of shining gold coins. Wah! Look, Glampa. Gold, she excitedly yelled. Oh wow, but is it really gold? He went and picked up a coin. Then unwrapped it and revealing the brown chocolate. Glampa, I eat too, she jumped. Okay, he poured chocolate in her mouth. Nom. Ish tasty, she gave her rating. Then let's take it for everyone. He picked the cauldron in one hand, grabbed Amy in the other, and flew to his family. When they were near the castle they heard two giggles. Alexander looks below and his blood started boiling. Stop, you two. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 132. New arrival. He had caught Loki and Medusa as they were about to kiss each other. What is going on here? He descended in front of them. Grandpa. Medusa exclaimed. Loki kept quiet in fear. He had heard enough times about God's son from Odin, so he knew it was better to stay quiet. Oh, Uncle Loki and Sister do kissy, Amy teased them. Is this some scheme of yours, Loki? He angrily questioned. Grandpa. Medusa tried to speak. No, Medusa. Whatever argument it is, I want to hear it from him. I need a reason why I should trust the god of mischief. No, I wasn't trying to trick her, sir. I really liked her since the grand feast. We've been talking since then. He was interrupted. What? You've been in contact and didn't even tell me. He roared. Just tell me one thing. Do you love her? He asked. Yes, Loki quickly replied. Alexander was using passive legitimacy and felt that Loki was telling the truth. Let me warn you, boy. If you break her heart, I will throw you into a black hole. After that, I will personally come to hell and torment your soul for as long as I'm not satisfied. One more thing, if you accept her, then forget to ever make a harem for yourself. Maybe polygamy is common in Asgard, but I loathe it. Understood. Alexander stood close to him. Yes, sir. I understand. Loki quickly nodded. And no third base before you marry each other, Alexander warned again before leaving. Let's go, Amy. He picked her up and flew away. Phew, thank God Grandpa didn't get too angry. It could have gone so bad. Medusa felt relieved. Not too angry. He was talking about tormenting my soul in hell. Loki shuddered. Which gives you more of a reason to be a good boy, she seductively lifted his chin. Alexander's mood was off after seeing Medusa and Loki. He suddenly realized that his Rena and Amy would also grow up someday and marry someone. He wasn't worried about Hela as she was a grown-up and whichever man she chooses should be the one scared of ever betraying her. Amy ran into the kitchen to show Olivia chocolates while Alexander slowly followed. The first thing he saw when he entered the kitchen was Rena. Sitting on a chair near the kitchen shelf, her mouth was stuffed with pizza. In front of her were two full-sized pizza boxes and only one slice was left. She turned her head and looked at Alexander with her mouth stuffed. Gappa. Alexander ran to her and hugged her, my sweetie Rena. Please never change. Rena didn't know what was happening and just hugged back. Soon Amy also walked in. Yay, hug time, she yelled and jumped on them. Alexander caught her in a hug too. What happened, Grandpa? Rena asked. I just saw Medusa and Loki kissing, he said with a sad face. You, who does that? She replied and stuffed the last slice of pizza. Yes, you. Sister, look, I got so many chocolates. Amy repeated and showed her bag full of chocolate coins. Rena's eyes suddenly lit up and she picked Amy in her arms. Let's go, I'll help you eat them. They left the kitchen. Then Olivia walked in. Oh, don't make a scene, Alex. He's the god of mischief, Olivia. He argued. And he also knows whose granddaughter Medusa is. He knows what would happen if he hurt her. Besides, he actually came to me some weeks ago to ask for permission to take her on a date. What? And you didn't tell me? How could you? Alexander complained. Oh, calm down, will you? Stop being so overprotective, or else they will drift away from you. You seriously need a son, only then you'll understand both sides. She reprimanded him. Then give me one. We can have children, Olivia. We just look old, but from inside we have that same fire that we did back in the war. He persuaded her. Alex, you know how I feel about this. I. Scared. That our next child would also be like them. He asked. Honestly. Yes. I am scared. I still have nightmares, Alex. Nightmare about how they killed you for money. She was on the brink of crying. Alexander quickly stood up and hugged her. It wasn't your fault, Ollie. It was nobody's fault. You know what, I have found a way to make sure that our next child would be the best in the universe. He revealed. Really? How? She asked with hope. She loved Medusa, Rena, Amy, and Hela equally. For her, they were all real family. She didn't care about blood relations. But still, there was always that small desire to have a child born from her womb. A child she could be proud of. did you forget I am the Son of God? I can just ask him to bless us so that our child, no matter a girl or a boy, would be the best. He suggested. Will he agree? She asked. Why not? Let's ask him now. Father, are you listening? He spoke. Ha ha ha, my boy. Finally had time to remember this old man, huh? Oh, you've gotten stronger. I guess I'll arrange another party when you're done with that world. Oh, there's also Olivia. How are you, my child? The ever-pleasant voice spoke. I am good, God, she respectfully replied. Ah, just call me father. Like your husband there. So, what's the matter? Is it another reincarnated guy? God asked, although he already knew everything. Father, You know about my last sons, Alexander said. Oh, yes, those devils. Olivia is afraid that if we had another child, he or she might also be evil. We want your blessings for our new children that we may bring into this world. He asked. Ha ha ha, Olivia, my child. You have nothing to fear. You already have my blessings. Why else would I send you to Alexander? Any child you two bring into this world would be unique in good ways and also honest and pure. Now go and give me some grandchildren, God loudly revealed, and left them alone. Olivia had a single tear slide down her cheeks. There, we don't need to worry anymore, Olivia. He couldn't finish speaking as Olivia had caught him in a strong passionate kiss. Alexander felt pure blissful. He felt like when they kissed for the first time in Vietnam, behind the field hospital. He was blabbering non-stop nervously and she had to kiss him to make him stop back then. Alexander grabbed Olivia and Apparat to his room and did what lovers do. The next morning, he opened his eyes and found his beautiful wife in his arms. It brought a happy smile to his face. Suddenly a lot of footsteps came, he knew who it was, so Alexander used magic to dress Olivia and himself. Bam! The door burst open and Amy jumped on the bed. She was still in her sleeping pajamas. She crawled between him and Olivia. Olivia was up by then and was glad that magic could undress and dress them too. She cuddled Amy, making her uncontrollably giggle. Then came Rena in her small form and she also jumped on the bed and hugged Alexander. Their morning was sweet and lovely, so his day was amazing too. When it was just Olivia and Hella left in the dining room, Hella spoke. Congratulations, Olivia. For what? Olivia confusedly asked. For the upcoming member of our family. I am happy for you. Hella said. She had changed a lot from her usual cold self. At least that was the case for the family. She knew that this was a big deal for Olivia, as even she was unsure if she'd ever want kids if she was in Olivia's position. Haha, thank you, Hella. Olivia shyly replied. Just like that, 9 months passed. Alexander worked on his empire infiltration and Finta. His planet was booming with business and had gathered a name for itself. It was said that as long as it's not an illegal thing, you can find anything on Finta. No matter what the cost. His agents had also infiltrated the Kree Empire and now were a part of Kree Star Force. Earth was mostly under his watchful eyes as well. His men were spread all around the globe. His company, Nevea Industries, had grown into a giant, having its branches in most of the countries. But for now, his focus was on his wife's childbirth. Dobby had come to help as he had experience in delivering babies. House elves were taught things like these too. Arg. God damn it, Alex, why did I agree with you? She cursed him. He knew this would happen. He had experienced this ordeal before. Olivia went full out of character during childbirth. Haha, push Ollie push, he comforted. You push, if it was so easy I'd have already done it. Arf, she shouted. Yes Ollie, shout and push. He advised. She grabbed his hand tightly and yelled whatever she could at his face. Soon, all the shouting subsided and in its place was a child's wailing. Dobby delicately wrapped the child in a cloth. Haha, look at him. He looks like a perfect mixture of you two. Alexander slowly held his son in his arms, his face was full of smiles. His son had deep blue eyes of his mother and hair as white as snow, like his own. The child opened his eyes slightly and saw his father for the first time. For some reason, he stopped wailing and looked straight into Alexander's eyes. Alexander suddenly started to remember his whole childhood. It was like he was seeing it in his son's eyes. He quickly came out of it as he heard Olivia shouting to see the baby. Did my son just perform legilimency on me, he thought. Oh dear, look, he's so handsome. He handed him to her. She lovingly looked at the baby and asked, what should we name him, Alex? A/N, imagine the baby as a baby version of Killua Zoldyck from Hunter x Hunter. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for your support. Chapter 133, 133. Sakar. What do you think? Alexander asked. Olivia looked at the little baby with a smile. Leonidas Maxim Universe. Haha, a great name. My son is going to be a lion then. Alexander approved. Grandpa, show me my brother, Amy spoke. She was nearly 7 years old now but was still too short to see over the bed. Alexander picked her up and gently put her on the bed. She slowly crawled to Olivia and looked at little Leo. Wah. So cute. Hello Leo, I am big sis Amy. She introduced herself and received small giggles from Leo. Soon Medusa, Rena, Hela, and Ragnarok also came to see the baby. Everyone, I will organize a big feast in Asgard for the birth of a new member of our big family. But let's get out of here for now. Olivia must be tired. He spoke. Dobby quickly finished all the procedures, cleaned the baby, and put him in the cradle beside Olivia's bed. Then everyone left the room, only leaving behind a nanny bot. Outside, Alexander went to Asgard with little Amy attached to his neck like a chimp. She probably wanted some cuddles after seeing Leo with Olivia. Asgard. A door appeared and Alexander walked out. Hey there, Heimdall. How are you? I am good, godson. A pleasure to have you here, he humbly greeted. Where is Odin? He asked. He is in his royal chambers. I have notified him of your visit, Heimdall informed. Good, then I'll head to the palace. Inside the castle, Alexander met Odin and told him about his plan. Ha ha ha, congratulations on the birth of your son, my friend. And yes, we will hold a grand feast here. Odin rejoiced. A week later. The grand feast came and everyone enjoyed their time. Olivia joyfully showed Leo around. Amy had gotten overprotective of her brother and always stuck by him. So, Alex. What will you do now? You're already a very famous man with your planet. Odin asked. Well, I am going to visit Sakar and see how things are there, Alexander replied. Oh, that garbage place. I've never been there. Odin added. Well, it's ruled by a man called Grandmaster. He's one of the elders. He has opened a fighting arena there. He briefed. Another elder. All of them are good for nothing. Even after having so much power, they still sway towards doing illegal and cruel things. That is why I am meeting them all. To see whether they should be left alive or not. He seriously replied. Odin didn't ask further. He already knew that the elders weren't worth anything. They all did things for themselves without care for others. By the way, I heard Loki and your daughter, Medusa, like each other. Odin asked. Yes, sadly that's the truth. Hopefully, Loki will not do something that he'll regret later. He indirectly warned Odin to keep his only eye on Loki. Let's drink to your son, to Leonidas. Odin picked his glass to change the subject. They drank a lot and had fun. Then he sent his family back to Fixheim and left for Sakar. Olivia had to go to Earth for a while as she hadn't shown her face there since she had gotten pregnant. Alexander didn't enter his ship this time but instead used the anywhere door. Sakar was a barbarian planet. The law of the jungle was dominant there, so he first appeared outside the arena. He felt interested and walked in after buying a ticket. A fight was currently in session. There were two people in the arena. One looked like a giant from Harry Potter and the other was a humanoid with wolf's head. The wolf was creating electricity from his hands. The fight went on for quite a while. Finally, in the end, the wolf won. When he stood up to leave he saw that there were two guards standing beside him. Emperor Universe, Grandmaster has respectfully invited you to his tower, one of them spoke. Lead the way then. By the way, who is that wolf man? He asked. That is our newest addition. A very strong one. He's called Blue Fong. Probably some experimental hybrid. The guard briefed. Alexander was then led to the modern throne room of the Grandmaster. He was well respected in the universe now, so it wasn't crazy that Grandmaster was waiting for him. Soon he was in front of the men. Ah, finally. It's nice to meet you, Emperor Universe. Most people who visit here get turned into warrior slaves so you cannot imagine my happiness. He said, walking to Alexander. You've got a really colorful planet here, Alexander replied and shook hands. Yes. That's what I was aiming for. I presume you came here for non-business purposes? Grandmaster asked. Alexander shrugged, yes, just exploring and stuff. Haha, then let me show you some hospitality. He clapped twice and suddenly various servants came with stuff worth a whole dining room. They even brought the dining table and chairs. They sat down and ate a little. Alexander's assessment of Grandmaster was that he was a person who enjoyed authority over others. Consider it a hobby or a fetish. Grandmaster, why force people to fight? Why not just host tournaments with prizes? He asked. That, my friend, is because they fight so ferociously when they know their life is on the line. Seeing them kill each other in the false hope of freedom is fun too, he spoke deviously. So he has chosen death. Alexander secretly sent some of his seraphs to infiltrate the prisons and start a revolution. It didn't take long and soon the alarms started to sound. A guard ran in. Grandmaster, the prisoners have revolted. Not again. Don't they know they can't get out no matter what? Go and stop them, take all the guards here. Grandmaster nagged. Soon it was just him, Grandmaster and his adjutant. Alexander stood up and his armor formed over his body with his sword materializing in his hand. Oh, Emperor Universe, you don't have to involve yourself with this. Just sit and relax. Grandmaster misunderstood him. I will relax after you are dead. He swung his sword and struck at Grandmaster's neck. Ting. I knew something fishy was going on, Grandmaster exclaimed. Many would mistake him for being a weak man, but in reality, he was extremely strong. He controlled something called the power primordial, the radiation left from the Big Bang. He was also considered one of the strongest among the elders. So you aren't weak, Alexander stated, not feeling very surprised. Grandmaster teleported to Alexander and punched his head, expecting it to turn into a bloody mess. Ayasiawarg. Grandmaster screamed in pain. He broke his own hand. The bones had turned into powder. You shouldn't underestimate your opponents, Alexander mocked and quickly lifted Grandmaster by the neck. You have been alive for millions of years and yet enjoy tormenting others. Filth like you cannot be allowed to exist anymore. Oh, no, no. Don't try to teleport. This whole area is now an anti-teleportation zone. He explained. Why you can't kill me? Grandmaster choked. I can. Alexander used his power of judgment. Grandmaster, category. Murder, 1,568,445. Indirect murder, 16,568,445. Blackmail, 156,558. Torture, 6,235,567. Sin percentage, 80%. So many deaths because of a single you, Alexander angrily roared. He put Grandmaster in time torture, in which he would spend 20 million years constantly getting tortured in any way possible. Getting chopped, getting skinned alive, getting burnt alive. It only lasted 1 minute for Alexander. Now you die. He snapped his neck as he sent his soul to eternal hell. Then he assigned 10 seraphs to punish those needed to and organize and administer the planet. He was going to turn the planet from a dumpster to a recycling and manufacturing hub. They would be manufacturing everything from small toys to huge spaceships, mainly Super Star Destroyer for himself. They had too much stuff laying around and too big of a jobless population. After a whole 5 hours, the Sakaar came fully under his control. The liberated prisoners came to see him. Leading them was the same Wolfman. Alexander controlled his urge to pat the good boy. Thank you for liberating us, I am forever grateful to you. The wolf spoke. Haha, it's all right. What's your name? He asked. My real name is Joachim. Commonly called Blue Fong. He replied. Tell me about your electrical powers. He asked. I was born on a faraway planet. It was invaded and destroyed by another advanced species. We could harness elemental powers like air, water, earth, and fire. In some rare cases, hybrids like me wielded different powers like lightning. Joachim explained. Intriguing. What will you do now, Blue Fong? He asked. I don't know. Please take me under your service. I must repay you for liberating me. He kneeled. Alexander quickly went to the good boy and made him stand up. No, child, you were wrongfully imprisoned. I just corrected some mistakes. You are free to do whatever you want. Still, if you want a job, then you can have it here. I am going to change this planet for the better. Thank you. Then I will stay here. Blue Fong nodded. Alexander then gave the same offer to others. Some stayed and some left. He sent everyone to the living quarters to get settled and rest, while he went back to the top floor of Grandmaster's tower. A/N, the sin percentage is decided by keeping into account the scope of the surroundings of the sinner. Like Hitler was only fixed to Earth, but Grandmaster had the whole universe he could go to. Special thanks to God, Matters, Joachim Johnson, and Conrad. Thank you for your support. Chapter 134. A time skip without skipping time. Alexander went into the office and suddenly remembered something from the movie. Grandmaster once said that for the world outside he was millions of years old. This could only mean one thing. Ghost, check how much time has elapsed on Ironheim. He ordered his AI, Sir, it seems that Sakar's time dilation caused its time to work slower than the outside world. There seems to have 51 years passed on Ironheim. From your recollection of the future events, I have come to a conclusion that Thor and others left this planet through Devil's Anus, which is a wormhole, and probably returned them to a closer time to the outside world. Boom. Alexander instantly went into Fixheim and checked each of his family members. He'd hate it if he suddenly found that his son turned 51 years old. He checked everything and thankfully they were all there. Good thing that his seraphs were everywhere, so even if he disappeared no problem would arise. Asgardians didn't communicate with him, probably due to their super long lifespan. Olivia, Leo, Medusa, Rena, Amy, Ragnarok, and even Loki were there. For them, only a few hours passed. What happened, Alex? Why do you look so distressed? She asked. Arg. I went to Sakar, but there was a time dilation. For us only some hours went by, but on Earth, 51 years have passed. He dropped the bomb. What? What about my Kind Heart Foundation? Olivia worriedly asked. Don't worry. Seraphs probably handled it. What I do want to know is why didn't Dobby call us all this time? He questioned. Door opens. Oh hey everyone, how are you all? Dobby cluelessly spoke. Dobby, don't tell me that you were here all this time, Alexander asked. I just came a few hours ago. I was running out of fire whiskey and you all had not contacted me in 2 years. So I thought of checking up on you. He replied. Dobby, 51 years have passed on Earth due to Sakar's time dilation. Ah, no problem. My assistant Seraph was working there. I'll just go back and check everything out. He said and vanished. I know what you are thinking, Olivia. I'll go and do something about the time dilation. He helped her relax. Alexander then went out with the strongest magical shield possible around him and erected huge wards around the planet. All the energy leaving the various wormholes would be used to power them. In return, they would remove the time dilation effect. Then he went back to Fixheim after giving orders. Blue Fong will be working as the head of plant security. Alexander could feel talent in him. Earth. December 16, 1991. A car drove down the road and beside it was a man on a motorcycle, chasing it. He shot the tires and the car crashed into a lamppost. Help my wife. Please. Help. Sergeant Barnes. Howard cried. But his words fell on deaf ears and the Winter Soldier punched Howard on his head repeatedly. He thought that Howard was dead, so he put him back in the car. But unknown to him, Alexander's protective chain had saved him. Though he was hurt a lot from the wreckage. Howard. Howard, Maria shouted his name in pain. Howard knew he had no way of escaping now. At least not with his wife. So he accepted his fate and remembered the last words of his dear grandpa. Promise me, son, no matter what happens to me. You will always keep this around your neck and never ever take it off. Don't ask anything and just promise me. I am proud of you, son. Unknowingly, a small smile formed on his face. Thinking that he might meet his grandpa now. Suddenly Howard put his one hand on his chain and grabbed his wife with the other. Waiting for the inevitable. Activate, Howard spoke without even knowing. For some reason, the word came out on its own. Pop. By the time the Winter Soldier reached the passenger side, the two had vanished. Fixheim. Alexander had just sat down in the garden to eat his lunch. Pop. Howard. Maria's continued scream came. Alexander was interrupted when his spoon was mid-flight en route to his mouth. Howard and Maria sat up and looked around. The place was so beautiful. Blue shining lake, green trees, colorful birds in the sky, and unicorns eating grass around them. Howard, is this heaven? Maria scaredly asked. I don't know, this is my first time here, he replied. Suddenly Alexander thought of a prank. But first, he healed their injuries and turned their clothes all white. He slowly walked to them. Howard heard the noise and looked back. His jaw fell wide open. He quickly stood up and ran into a very tight hug with Alexander. It looked quite weird as Howard looked his 74-year-old self. Grandpa, finally I met you again. Even though I had to come to heaven for it. Howard joyfully cried. Maria was confused and walked to them. Haha, how are you, son? Alexander patted his back. Maria, meet my grandpa. The reason why I have Maxim Universe in my name. He introduced. Maria suddenly had her eyes shining. Thank you for taking care of Howard all those years. Thank you for your sacrifice. Suddenly Olivia walked in. What's going on here? Howard. Howard looked at her in shock. Grandma. I knew something must have happened when you went missing suddenly. Dobby also walked in with a butterbeer bottle stuck to his mouth. "Uncle Dobby, you too. When did you die?" he shouted. Then Amy came running with some baby unicorns. Howard just looked at everything with a confused and shocked expression. Alexander couldn't hold himself any longer and burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha. What happened, Grandpa?" Howard asked. Olivia shook her head and went to Howard and patted him. "He was just messing with you, Howard. You are neither dead nor in heaven. You are in Fixham, a planet in the solar system that exists in a pocket dimension controlled by Alex," she explained. "What? I'm not dead. What?" He was filled with questions, so Alexander and Dobby answered him. "After 3 hours. So you are a real god? Not like aliens but the real deal?" Howard excitedly asked. "Yes, I am. Goddamn, my grandpa is a god." Howard cheered. "Please let me see all the alien tech, please please please." He pleaded like a child. "All right, but first I need to change your looks." "Seriously, Howard, where did all the swag go? I taught you to be better than this. You look like an old turkey right now." Alexander complained. "Whoa, this is my style, Grandpa." Straight from 1991 Howard defended. "Whatever, drink this. It's a de-aging potion." He handed a test tube. Howard drank it without even asking. Soon his face, hair, and body turned back to how he looked in his 20s. "Grandpa, where are my sisters and brother?" he asked. "Well, Leo must be sleeping. You just met Amy. Medusa should be around with that pest, Loki, and Rena should be in the kitchen hogging some food, and Hela, well, you should not annoy her. You should meet Alfred, he's a sentient AI and a part of the family. Alfred is responsible for all the research and tech stuff. Erskine is also here but he works in his different lab now." He walked him around. "Wait, what about my son?" Howard anxiously asked. "Easy, Howard. I know the future. Your son is meant to do great things. If you stayed with him then he'd just be a spoiled narcissist for the rest of his life. But now he'd have the responsibility of Stark Industries." Alexander explained. "Good thing Obadiah is there to help him." Howard sighed. Bam. Howard received a fist to his head. What were you thinking of hiring that guy? He would try to kill Tony to take over the company in a few years. But nothing to fear, Tony will overcome it with some lessons learned. Wayot. That F***cur. Howard raged. But they were interrupted by 2 seraphs who had a frozen Bucky Barnes on their shoulders. "Boss, what to do with him?" they asked. "Put him in a freezer, I'll deal with him later," he ordered. So. Anyway, Howard. Just enjoy and have fun. I'll take you back to Tony when the time is right." Howard again hugged him. "Yes, I can't believe all this is happening. I just hope this isn't a dream." "Ha ha ha, not a dream, my boy." Alexander ruffled his hair. "Oh, yeah. This chain transported us here, right?" Howard asked. "Yes, and you shouldn't act so surprised. I have a door that lets you travel to the edge of the universe." His words blew Howard's scientific mind. "Whoa, I'd love to go there someday. By the way, your company might get caught in anti-monopoly law. I just received that news before appearing here." Some people are just angry that I am selling medicine at such a low price." "Don't worry. I practically own both Republicans and Democrats. My people have been working for a long time, boy." Alexander replied. "What? But I didn't find anything about that from S.H.I.E.L.D." he argued. "Well, did you forget who made SSR, which is now S.H.I.E.L.D.? I am still the highest authority there. Albeit secretly." His words made Howard question more. So he had to leave him in the lab and run away. Special thanks to God, Matters, Joachim Johnson, and Conrad. Thank you for your support. Chapter 135. Phoenix Force. Fixham Castle. Underground Chamber. Alexander stood in front of the now untied James Barnes. He was growling like an injured lion. "So, Sergeant James Barnes, it's nice to meet you, although you don't remember me. Hydra must have done a number on your head. Let me help you," Alexander said. No matter what kind of means the Hydra used, they were obviously not enough to stop Alexander's mind arts. He went into Bucky's head and removed all the brainwashing they had done. They had wired his mind to obey them as long as a certain string of words in Russian were spoken. Alexander removed all that. Bucky screamed in pain, but it was necessary. After an hour of intensive work, Bucky was back to normal. However, he could not remember a lot of things that Hydra did to him. "Ah. General. Bucky looked at him with his blurry vision. Yes, Sergeant. It's me. He replied. Where am I? I fell from the train. He confusedly asked. Yes, you fell from the train and were caught by Hydra. They did experiments on your body and made you a brainwashed super soldier. They had sent you to kill Howard and his wife when I caught you. He simply explained. What, Where is Steve? He inquired. It's better if I show you. Alexander showed him everything that happened after his disappearance. He also threw in a little bit of information about his god status. Steve's dead. You are a god and I'm a Nazi super soldier. Bucky started hyperventilating, so Alexander made him fall asleep. Leaving him lying on the bed, Alexander went out. How is he? Howard asked. Shocked, but he'll come out fine, Alexander replied. Can't believe that Hydra is still alive and kicking, Howard exclaimed. Exactly like they're saying. You cut one head, 2 others shall take its place. So to kill them we need to cut all the heads at the same time. So, what job do I have? Howard questioned. Well, you are going to Sakaar. Blue Fawn will provide you with the details. I am making my fleet of super intergalactic warships. You can work on them if you want. He suggested. Howard got really excited. Really? Hell yeah, I'd love to go there. But I'll also have to take out some time for Maria or she'll kill me. Haha, family first, son. You've got plenty of time for inventions. Alexander patted his shoulder. Yeah, a lot of time. I'll see if I can give Tony a brother or 2 as well. Little Leo will also need a companion after all, he smirked. Alexander laughed loudly and spoke, ha ha ha, yes, a very fitting reason. All right, I'll see how everything is going on Earth. Alexander headed to Earth. Ragnarok also followed as he didn't have much to do. Alexander took out his anywhere door and made the destination as his apartment over Westeros Bar. He had cast an unrecognizing charm on his head. Haha, what's up, Dobby? He walked into the bar. Oh, boss. Been a long time since you came to Earth. What happened? He asked. Nothing, just came to check up on things. Anything new in New York? He asked. Well, I have built tens of skyscrapers that would retain their names as the most beautiful buildings in New York City. But I'm guessing you'll change that when Avengers Tower starts construction. There is also a school called Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters in Westchester. It is run by Professor Charles Xavier. He became involved in politics after the Cuban Missile Crisis and has since been funding pro-mutant politicians. All the students in his school are mutants as well. Dobby explained. Oh, is that so? I guess I'll visit them. Oh, wait. I feel something. Someone tried to enter my head. Alexander exclaimed. Charles Xavier is an Omega-level telepath and has a very bad habit of peeping into people's brains, Dobby irritatedly informed. Charles must have tried to enter his mind. Well, Dobby. What level would you think I'd be on the mutant power scale? Alexander amusingly asked. Seriously, boss. I don't think there's a level for you. Dobby replied. Haha, all right. AM out, Ragnarok, are you coming or staying? He asked. I'll stay, boss. I'll catch up with Dobby. You mean you want to drink? Alexander put on his sunglasses, which had an inbuilt display connected to Ghost. He could see the whole Earth, Shi'ar, Kree, Skrull, and Nova Empire through it. He could also remotely control Ironheim. He looked for where Charles, the soon-to-be Baldy, was and popped nearby him. As soon as he appeared, a boy with silver hair came tumbling towards him. Alexander used his magic and stopped the boy. Goddamn, son. That was one hell of a fall. Quicksilver looked at the elderly. Thank you. He replied and suddenly realized how could the old man stop him. But Alexander had already walked away from him. So, we are in the Dark Phoenix timeline. I remember those 20th Century Fox guys making it and it got flopped. In the end, they were bought by Disney, but good thing I had bought all the X-Men rights before that. But sadly, I never got to make movies. That silver-haired guy should technically be Pietro Maximoff, Wanda's brother, but he's probably someone else, as Wanda and Pietro are still missing, he mumbled. When he reached the road he heard the flying Jean Grey. I told you to stay away from me. I can't, we are a family, Raven tried to convince. Alexander calmly walked to Charles. You tried to get into my head. Alexander spooked Charles and Hank. Who are you? Hank pointed the gun at him. Really, now you will point the gun too. He tried to get into my head earlier. Alexander pointed to Charles on wheelchair. Charles suddenly remembered, it's YU. The Beyond Omega I felt. Charles looked scared for some reason. Go away, Jean shouted and sent an invisible blast, throwing Raven towards the rubble of the house. Now, she was supposed to die but... Ah, you unstable girl. Alexander waved his hand and all the Phoenix force from the Phoenix/Jean started to get sucked into Alexander's body. It was being channeled to Apex. Suddenly Jean started to feel powerless and her anger started to subside as it was initially caused by the Phoenix force. The Phoenix force didn't have full control over Jean, so it couldn't do anything. Or it didn't want to do anything. For one, it would kill Jean, and two, it would anger Alexander. Alexander didn't say much to Jean. She just found out that Charles lied to her and that her father was an **low. Girl, I can teach you to control your powers, so calm down and follow me. Or you can go back to Charles. There's also an option of roaming the world, but considering your powers, thousands of supervillains would try to control you and they can do that pretty easily. Jean just stayed quiet and kept thinking. Go with him, she suddenly heard a voice inside her head. Don't fear. I am the Phoenix. The primordial manifestation of a universal force of life and death. The Phoenix replied. So it was you who made me uncontrollable, Jean replied madly. Yes, because you couldn't harness my power correctly. You can learn to control the nearly unlimited power if you follow him. Who is he? Jean asked. I can't tell you much. Just keep in mind that he's the highest being in the universe. I am not talking in terms of strength but authority. If he wants, he can destroy your soul and existence from all the realities. But thankfully, from what I know, he's a kind and gentle being. I don't know. How can I trust you? Jean questioned. This is the only chance for you. Either way, I am stuck inside you now till you die. It'd be useful for you if you can have better control. Phoenix argued. Agreeable. Jean replied and heard what Alexander and Charles were talking about. I am sure you don't know what it feels like when someone enters your brain. Let me teach you then. Alexander harshly spoke and levitated Charles to his eye level. Soon Alexander was looking at all the memories of Charles. Charles tried to fight with his power but couldn't do anything. All his secrets were like an open book now. Soon, Alexander put him back in his wheelchair. Tell me, how did it feel? What did you do? Raven came running and jumped to attack him. Alexander grabbed her leg and threw her in Charles's lap. Ah, it hurts, Charles shouted. Oh sorry, Charles. Raven quickly stood up but then her eyes widened in shock. Charles, you felt pain? She asked. Special thanks to God, Matters, Joachim Johnson, and Conrad. Thank you for your support. Chapter 136. A small threat in Japan. Charles also realized and looked at his legs. Suddenly, his toes moved. I can feel them. I can move them. He sounded happy. All right, don't get up. Your legs still look like chopsticks. Eat something and gain some muscles. Alexander suggested. They quickly remembered the men and asked, who are you? Haha, that's not the important part. The main part is that Charles is a very bad professor and Jean is coming with me. He stated. Raven got into her defensive mode but was stopped by Charles. Why do you think we'd let you take her? You couldn't even stop her and are thinking about stopping me who stopped her. Let me ask you something. Do you know about aliens? Alexander mockingly asked. Charles nodded, they are among us. Yes, they are. And let me tell you, there are millions of planets out there with alien civilizations. Many of them are much more advanced than Earth and there are some galactic empires as well. He said, making their jaws fall. Oh, I wasn't even at the craziest part. Don't think that beings with special powers like mutants are special. There are many out there who are way stronger than even Apocalypse. Do you know how mutants came to be? He asked. They all shook their heads. Experiments. There's an ancient race of being as old as the universe. They are called the Celestials. Humans on Earth prayed to them as gods in the old days. The Celestials were like a bunch of arrogant aliens with too much power and nothing to do. They regularly visited fertile worlds like ours and carried out genetic experiments. They also created mutants and some others when they visited Earth. Your X gene isn't a normal evolutionary thing. It was added. Now imagine there were entities even above the Celestial or similar to them. And that entity called Phoenix has chosen Jean as her host. So, tell me. Can you teach her how to control these primordial powers? They all were dumbfounded and felt so small. Charles made up his mind then, can you really teach her? Of course, why else would I propose it? He replied. Then it's decided. You will teach her and then she comes back after she knows how to control her powers. Sure, it's her choice though. He replied and walked away. At a distance, he took out his anywhere door and looks at Jean, let's go, Sans. I mean Jean. They both entered and the door vanished. How can we let her go like this? We don't even know his name. Raven complained. It's okay. I have a feeling he won't harm her. Charles assured. Why wouldn't he after what Alexander showed him in his mind? Alexander quickly set Jean up in Fixheim and gave her some books on occlumency and left for Earth again. This time his target was Max Eisenhardt, aka Magneto. He opened the door and went into what looked like a jungle. Alexander hastily walked up to him and punched him in the face. Bam. I didn't save you and your mother from Auschwitz so one day you can become another Hitler. Even worse, a superpowered Hitler. He angrily reprimanded him. Alexander had gained info about him that he was trying to create a brotherhood. Although he didn't receive trauma because of his mother being gassed in Auschwitz, he still had pretty dangerous sentiments against how the world works. Why you? How are you still alive? Magneto stuttered. Get up you, did you forget my coin? I told you to never lose hope and always stand on the right path. Alexander reminded him. When he had saved Max he had given him a coin to remember him by. This is the right path. Magneto proudly said. Really, by conquering the world? Do you not have common sense? This world is working because it's run by weak normal people. Imagine if it was ruled by mutants. Every time a new strong mutant would come, he would start a war to become the new ruler. It will be an endless cycle. Instead of getting into politics and trying to change the laws and raise awareness, you are doing this. Running a terrorist organization. He sounded disappointed and continued. And you call this a group? These are children. All right, I'll give you one option. Go to Xavier Institute, now just called Institute for Gifted Children. I am providing funding and the school will be massively upgraded. Your job would be simple. Teach there. Teach bioengineering and save all the scared mutant children in the world. Bring them to the Institute for a better life. He ordered. But. He tried to speak. Don't disappoint me more, kid. Your path leads to violence and mine leads to life. Can you look at any of the kids here in the eye and tell them that they might die soon because they are fighting for you? Don't forget they are only here and following you because they have nowhere else to go. Besides, I will start introducing new laws around the world's various governments to make mutants' life easier and also spread awareness. All the teens around Alexander heard him and were filled with newfound hope. Nobody liked living in the jungle. Okay, I will follow you, for now. Magneto finally agreed. All right everyone, pack your bags. He loudly ordered and everyone got to work. How's your mother, Max? Alexander asked. She's fine. Old but still fine. He replied. Bam. Magneto received a fist to his head, and you left her in an old age home. Have you got no shame? After all you mother and son been through, you left her to spend her last days in loneliness. Nothing is greater than being beside her right now. And here you are, in the middle of nowhere achieving nothing. Magneto kept looking on the ground in disappointment. Get up, boy, and look me in the eye. Promise me you'll go and see your mother, Alexander overbearingly ordered. He may have never had a loving mother but he understood the importance. Magneto did as asked and promised. Good, now go and pack your stuff. We'll leave in an hour. Later that day, Alexander arrived at the institute. There was no problem for now as there weren't many people with Magneto, but soon many more would come. So Alexander's people were already upgrading it. It would soon start looking more like a castle than a mansion. He settled them in and was about to leave for Fixheim but received a call from his seraph in Japan. Boss, the situation is very bad here. Our people are being targeted by a Maxim Universe, the Chaos King, and his worshippers. Why though? We haven't done anything to them. He asked. It's because our company has reduced the influence of his religion. People believe more in our medicines for health than worshipping. The Kind Heart Foundation has also done a very good job. The Chaos King wants chaos that we are reducing. Seraph replied. Ah. All right, I'll come to Japan. He sighed. Japan, Tokyo. Alexander appeared with Dobby and Ragnarok. It was currently nighttime there. They were waiting for the attack on the Nevea Industries office building. Soon, dozens of men in white devil masks came. Alexander quickly gave the command, don't let any of them go. We gotta catch 'em all. Alexander, Dobby, and Ragnarok jumped and started catching them all to get information later. Soon another man in full white clothes and samurai sword jumped down from a roof. Alexander looked at him thinking he was an enemy but the man simply raised his hands. Not enemy. I was after them too. Who are you? The man spoke. He was Japanese too, which they guessed from his accent. We were hired by the company to look into the attacks. Who are you? Alexander asked. I am Shiroi Kage. I was investigating too. The men replied. Why? Dabi asked. Because I owe my life to Kindheart and Nevea Industries. If it weren't for them, I'd have died an orphan due to hunger. I will not let anyone destroy my home, he sternly replied. Alexander felt so touched that his and Olivia's work had done so well for someone that it inspired him to do this. Ha ha ha, you are a man of honor then. What do you say, want to join us in this investigation? Alexander asked. Yes please, Shiroi Kage bowed a little. Good, let's get some answers from these then. He pointed to the men they caught. After that, they interrogated the Chaos King's worshippers. Shiroi was surprised to find out about the demonic hand behind the attacks. They also found intel about a big temple of Chaos King where they'd gather soon. So, Shiroi, are you going to join us in this attack? He asked. Yes, I need to know who this demon is that is trying to harm not just my home but also my country. He replied. Then sharpen your swords. We will leave tonight. He suggested. Shiroi Kage was a ninja samurai mix fighter. He wore white clothes from head to toe and carried katanas. Alexander had postulated that Shiroi probably has some mutant ability. Which is why he could be stealthy even with white clothes. Alexander, Dabi, and Ragnarok decided that it'd be best to bring more firepower to make things efficient. So they brought Hela and the Unsullied. Their goal was to do as much damage to Chaos King's worshippers. Special thanks to God, Matters, Joachim Johnson, and Conrad. Thank you for your support. Chapter 137. Sad Amy. Alexander and his team infiltrated the underground temple. The Chaos King wasn't going to be a problem as he was stuck in another dimension, but he could still influence people and give them powers. For all this to stop, Alexander needed to stop that connection. Alright everyone, let's move in. Shiroi Kage, what's your ability? Alexander straightforwardly asked. I can turn invisible and keep people ignoring my presence. He replied. So a natural invisibility and notice me not charm, Alexander thought. Alright, you take your place. We will all strike at once. Remember, we are to remove this cult and leave no member alive. He ordered and everyone nodded. Soon they all hid in various corners with earpieces. They saw worshippers trying to make a sacrifice. They brought a cage in which a scared pregnant tigress was caught. Oh great Amatsumi Kaboshi, this is an offering for our fights to come. One priest spoke loudly. 10 men dragged the scared and malnutrition tigress out with chains and sticks. Seeing that they would kill the poor creatures, Alexander spoke in the earpiece. Guys, I'm going to save that tigress. Yes, she must be saved. Poor girl. Hela sympathized, maybe she remembered her wolf. Alright, attack, Alexander shouted and jumped, killing all the priests around him. All of them deserve to die. They worship an evil being and have done many cruel things to make him happy. Hela first jumped to the tigress and protected her from all attacks around her. Suddenly a blue fire blast flew from a priest's hands. Ah, of course, they'd have mutants in their ranks. Be careful everyone, they have mutants among them. Still, no mercy, he ordered. All the seraphs and others also started to systematically use their powers. Colorful blasts were appearing all around. One by one, all the priests fell. Alright, that's enough. Now let me check the breach in the dimension. Alexander told everyone. He walked to the platform on which various statues were put. All of them had a demonic theme going on. He checked everything there one by one. Then his eyes fell on a gem placed on the forehead of a statue. Alexander observed it closed and felt the flow of energy around. The gem was certainly spreading some kind of energy. He felt like it was calling him. Come to me and all your desires and wishes will be fulfilled. Touch the gem and have the great power of gods, the voice said. Alexander smiled, a demon offering God's powers. I can't decide if it is funny or pathetic. This gem is the gateway to your dimension, right? Then let me send a gift. He took it out and channeled the most potent fiend fire into it. It would surely burn the Chaos King's dimension for a while. Then he destroyed the gem. As soon as it turned to ashes, the underground temple started to shake and loud angry screams came from the walls. It's going to come down, everyone. Leave through the door now. Alexander shouted as he took out the anywhere door. They all ran into the door. Hela picked up the tigress like a plushy toy in her arms and exited. At last, Alexander threw a very powerful fiend fire before leaving. It would burn everything that was in the underground chamber. On the other side of the door, they all exited into a huge hangar near a company's safe house in Japan. Good work everyone. You too, Shiroi. He praised everyone. Then all of them started leaving one by one. Hela had decided to adopt the tigress. Alexander had already allowed her after he talked to the tigress about fixame rules. Shiroi, thank you for coming with us. You have a really great talent for fighting. What do you say? I want to hire you as the protector of Japan. You will have Nevea Industries resources at bay. My people will also help you if you need it. You should know, you alone cannot be everywhere to protect people. Alexander offered. Shiroi thought for a bit. He already worked as a vigilante and expanding his operations wouldn't hurt. He'd be helping more people. I think I will accept your offer, Mr. Oh, I am Alexander. He replied. Thank you, Mr. Alexander. I will appreciate your help. He respectfully bowed. Haha, then I wish you good luck in your future endeavors. I'll be leaving now. Take care. Alexander and others vanished. Alexander and his small team appeared back in Fixame. Hella, get her fed and cleaned. Amy would surely want to play with her. He suggested. Hella nodded and dragged the big cat with her. After that he went inside to meet his son. Leo was happily giggling while lying between toys. Haha, show me a smile. He touched his cheeks. Olivia walked in. Alex, I want you to go and have a talk with Amy. She's been upset since this morning. You know she's very small and you are her favorite person. I think she feels like you don't love her anymore because of Leo. Alexander was confused finding that, but agreed. Amy was too small, and such thoughts could arise in her mind. All right, I'll go and talk to her. He replied and walked out. He looked for Amy and found her sitting near the lake, all alone and throwing some rocks into it. He silently walked behind her and swiftly caught her in a hug. Hiya, caught you, my little princess. He roared. Ahahaha. Glanpa. When did you come back? She cheerfully asked. Just a while ago. I missed Amy so I looked for you. Why are you sitting here alone? He asked. Oh, nothing. I was bored. She replied with a bit of sadness. Then let's have fun. Let's go and fly outside. He went to Earth and flew over the Swiss mountains with her in his arms. Whoa, so pretty, she exclaimed from time to time. Yes, just like my Amy. He added. Amy, what is your full name? He asked. Oh, I know. It's Amy Maxim Universe. She quickly answered. So doesn't that make you my family? You are my sweet little granddaughter. Just like Medusa, Rena, Hella. You are all pieces of my heart. I love you all the same. Sometimes, because there are bad guys out there, troubling other children, I go out and beat the bad guys. This is why I am sometimes not able to spend time with you. But always remember, I love and would do anything for you all. He said. Amy was silent for a bit and then suddenly places a kiss on his cheeks. I lube Glanpa too. My thank you kissy. Ha ha ha, come here you little squirrel. He hugged her. They flew around the world, eating various cuisines. It made Alexander remember his trip to ET with Rena. When they returned back to Fixame, Amy was again her cheerful self and went into the castle skipping happily. Now what should I do, he thought. Wolverine is still out there alone in this timeline. I should lead him to X-Men. It'll be better for his development, he decided. And so his small adventure started. He first tracked Wolverine and gave him small memories that going to the Institute would be good. Till now Wolverine was traveling in the forest like a mindless beast. After that, he focused on space. Elders were a problem so he decided to deal with another one. He had received a report that some man by the name of Obliterator used his big cartoonish guns to kill many people on various planets. The Obliterator was the dumbest of the elders. He used his weird guns that looked too big for his size. If somehow he lost his gun then he'd cry. But one thing was sure that he liked killing people and had already killed millions. Alexander came to the planet Obliterator was wreaking havoc. He was shooting at people mindlessly while laughing. It took just a wave of his hand to make his toys vanish. Without the guns, Obliterator fell to the ground and started weeping. You have brain damage but your sins are too much to be ignored. Alexander loudly spoke. Soon Obliterator's body burned to ashes with his painful screams. One less elder in the universe now. Alexander flew around in space helping planets and killing the killers for a long time. Eventually, his name became quite famous as the Old Savior. It had been a few years since he started acting savior. Amy had grown quite well. She had found out that she liked painting. She was just turning 10 now. Alexander had given her a catalogue of sceneries. She would sometimes ask the family members to take her there. Alexander was proud of her. She was growing just fine. But today was the day Howard came to him. Old man, we have successfully built your first superstar destroyer. Come with us, you'll love it. Howard excitedly pulled him. They opera to the space station Howard had built for the construction. The superstar destroyer was massive, its length reaching 19 kilometers. Ghost, take over, Alexander sent his command. This way, he would have full control over the ship no matter where he is. Haha, this is amazing, Howard. You must have gotten enough experience now. Now I want you to start making smaller versions of them too, he advised. I was thinking the same. You already have Ironheim, you don't need big ships. You need the small ones that are more practical in wars. I still can't believe we just made the Star Wars ship. He gawked at his own creation. Suddenly Ghost spoke, Sir, I have received confirmation that something entered Earth's atmosphere. It was too small for a ship. All right, I'll go and check it out. Good going, Howard. Make sure you go to Maria regularly, he advised. Haha, I didn't tell you but we are planning for a child. Howard proudly spoke. Alexander stopped as he was about to leave and gave him a hug. Good, a new child will probably make you more responsible. Hey, I am already a responsible person, old man, Howard complained. Haha, all right, I'll be going now. Take care. Special thanks to God, Matters, Joachim Johnson, and Conrad. Thank you for your support. Chapter 138. Ronan the Loser. Alexander appeared near a blockbuster while being invisible. In front of him, Nick Fury and soon-to-be Captain Marvel were talking. Alexander was seriously astonished by the genetics of this world. People don't die when they fall into a radioactive pool, they get superpowers. Same with Captain Marvel. If she had normal genes then she would have died back at the blast of light speed engine. But still, even though she claimed to be very strong, it was Tony who had to sacrifice himself in the end. Tony, an ordinary human with just a metal suit and a good brain. To be honest, Alexander was just there because he was bored. He was also interested in the Kree warships that Ronan the Accuser would bring. His plan was simple. He'd try his superstar destroyer on Ronan's ships and see how much more he needed to upgrade his guns. The things unfolded just like in the movies and it brought them to the ending. Captain Marvel, Talos, Fury, and her retired pilot best friend who left her daughter to have some life-threatening adventures in an Earth aircraft that the Skrulls magically made space flight achievable, went to Mar-Vell's lab. He followed them behind. Alexander was really interested in the alien cat with an extra-dimensional belly. Soon, Captain Marvel fell to the Earth while conveniently activating her powers and Ronan also appeared. Ronan was happy that he found the means to make a light-speed engine and came to Earth. He was actually a rebel of the Kree Empire, but he had too much influence so no one could ever do anything to him. Beep beep. Ronan's ship started to make warning noises. What happened? He asked. Sir, we are being locked by an enemy ship. But we can't see it on the radar, the commander spoke. Then suddenly, a humongous ship appeared in front of his fleet of 4 warships. The enemy ship was so big that his 4 warships looked puny in front of it. Who are they? I've never seen a ship like that. Keep the shields at full, he ordered. Who are you? And why are you interfering with Kree's business? Ronan arrogantly asked. Alexander didn't reply. Ghost sent a holographic image of mid-finger to Ronan before unloading weapons on one of his warships. Easy to say, the ship got destroyed like a sandcastle in a tsunami. Ronan looked confused with the situation. What do you want? We know you aren't from this planet. This planet is too primitive for such technology. By that time, Captain Marvel had already killed Yon-Rogg. She flew back into space to see why the Kree ships haven't attacked yet. She was surprised to find that there was a different kind of standoff going on. Or it was more like a daylight robbery. If you want to go back alive then leave your 3 ships. I'll give you 1 minute to decide. After that, I will fire on you all. A text message appeared in front of Ronan. Captain Marvel flew to the giant white ship. Surprisingly the gate opened to let her in. She walked in and found the ship empty. Then she followed the arrow lights to the control room, which looked more like the living room of some rich man. There was music and food. Alexander and Howard were drinking and eating. Who are you? She asked in confusion. Oh, I thought my face was already popular throughout the universe. Alexander sadly replied. Captain Marvel suddenly recognized. Why, you are the old savior, Emperor Universe. Haha, spot on. By the way, I am Howard, an Earthling. What about you? What's with the dress-up? Howard asked. Oh, no, nothing, these are my work clothes. I came to check up on the Kree ships. She answered. She knew asking for a reason to the old savior was stupid. There was no head or tail to Wadden when the old savior does something. Then you should enjoy some good food and drinks before they surrender. This old man here wants their ship, so he told them to leave behind all but Ronan's ship. Howard explained. What is this? An extortion racket, she thought. Why don't you kill him, old savior? She asked. Well, child. It's simply not the right time to kill him. It would disrupt time and space. I wouldn't kill him unless I am sure that this and that other timeline aren't connected. What? She sounded confused. Ah, it's time and space mumbo-jumbo. You won't understand. In any case, the Krees aren't your problem for now. What are you going to do? Alexander inquired. I am going to help the Skrulls find a new homeworld. She replied. All right, sure. Go ahead. Captain Marvel simply left after that interaction. She returned back to Earth to tell Fury about the third party in the space. Ronan the Accuser was feeling rage at that moment. He felt helpless too. The enemy had been keeping a constant lock on them. He threw some tantrums here and there too. All right, we will leave our ships. He made a decision. Unknown to him that he'd be a laughing stock of the universe soon. He quickly gathered all his men and left the Earth space. Ha ha ha, look at his face. Howard hysterically laughed seeing Ronan throwing tantrums. Ghost, upload this video anonymously to the free Nova network, Alexander ordered. On it, sir. All right, let's put these spare ships in the pocket and leave. He said and got to work. Earth. Captain Marvel was reporting everything to Fury as he needed to make a report. So you're saying that there was another ship there that scared away the already 4 giant ASS ships? Fury spoke in disbelief. Yes, in fact, it was the biggest ship I've ever seen. But considering who it belonged to, it wasn't that big. He actually has a ship that can become as big as the sun or as small as a softball. She revealed like it was common knowledge. Fury's jaw was touching the floor by then. Who is this person? Oh, you don't have to be paranoid about him. Chances are, you'd never meet him. His official name is Emperor Universe, but he's more famous by the name of Old Savior. He protects different planets from threats. He's a good man, Fury. She revealed. Emperor? Are there ***ing empires in space? He asked. Oh yes, there are many. Some are even more than 1,000,000 years old. She responded. Fury lost his balance and took the support of the nearby wall. We are ants compared to the world out there. He said in horror. Actually, they consider this planet primitive. Just as humans consider cave dwellers primitive. Her words didn't really help his anxiety. Motherf ***. I'll have to work harder then, I guess. He motivated himself. Yes, but good for you, the Kree will probably not come here again. I'll be taking the Skrulls with me. By the way, take this. This is a universal transmitter. If someday you are under great threat, use it. I'll try to come as soon as possible. She handed him the clock-like thing. It's goodbye then. It was nice meeting you. Fury gave her a hug. It was, Fury. Okay, bye then. She flew away. A few days later, Fury wrote a proposal for the Avengers Initiative and also added Old Savior as a possible ally. He didn't write down all the knowledge about the space though, as he knew that it would cause too much trouble. Ronan returned to Kree homeworld, Hala, with his one remaining ship. But for some reason, all the people who saw him tried to hold their laugh. He didn't know what could cause such unrest among the Kree. That was until he reached his home, where he found that his video was circulating around the universe. His pathetic defeat had become a means of entertainment. I must find whoever owns that ship and kill them, he cursed. Something very rare among the Kree, as most of them had given up on their emotions. Nova Empire. It was widely known that Ronan was the biggest hater of the Nova Empire. So when the video reached them, they left no place to publicize it around the Empire. It gave people a weird sense of security, that those they considered scary could also be humiliated in such a way. Nova Prime was hosting a big party to further shame Ronan. Ronan's new name became famous due to the event. Now people called him Ronan the Loser throughout the space. While all this was happening, Alexander was happily spending some quality family time. Leo had started walking and speaking. Alexander was nervous thinking that the child would call him Grandpa too. But something else came out of his mouth. Dada, Leo called while walking to Alexander. It surely felt like Papa or Dad, but due to Alexander's cursed knowledge, he knew that Dada meant grandfather in Hindi. So one way or another, he was still Grandpa Universe. Special thanks to God, Matters, Joachim Johnson, and Conrad. Thank you for your support. Chapter 139. Watu the Watcher. Alexander was on his way to the blue area of the moon. He was going to have a drink with the goodman Watu. Watu was a member of the Watchers. The Watchers were known to be one of the oldest species in the universe and committed to observing and compiling knowledge on all aspects of the universe without any interference. This policy of non-interference was due to a well-meaning attempt by the Watchers to bestow knowledge on another race. They gave the knowledge of nuclear energy, but instead of using that knowledge to advance themselves, the race ended up destroying itself. Learning from their mistakes, the Watchers decided to just watch the universe and never interfere with it. Even if someone was dying at their feet, they would also gather once in a while and share each other's findings to further their knowledge. They had a humanoid build but with a slightly bigger bald head. The Watcher sent to Earth was Watu. Watu saw humans rise from nothing and grew fond of them. Eventually, he broke his oath several times to protect the Earth. He also did that very recently. Others might have not realized, but Watu helped Captain Marvel. He helped her by using his abilities to activate her powers while she was falling to Earth. Alexander knew it, so he was on his way to show some goodness. Alexander landed on the blue side of the moon. It was an ancient city made by an advanced species 1,000,000 years ago. Skrulls had made it as a testing site. They added an equal number of Kree and Katati here to see what they could accomplish. The Kree made a huge blue city and the Katati made a complex ecosystem. Later Skrulls deemed the Katati's work superior. Enraged by the judgment, the Krees rebelled and killed the Skrulls and Katati. They took the Skrulls' starship and abandoned the area. Since then, Watu is the only one living there. Alexander walked to the biggest and cleanliest building which he guessed was his home. He didn't even have to knock as Watu came out. "Greetings, who are you?" Watu spoke. "Haha, the owner of that big white ship which made the Kree run away," Alexander replied. "So it was you. What do you want from me?" "Anything it is, I can't do it," Watu sternly said. No, my friend. You are a good man and I appreciate good people. I just wanted to have some drinks and talk. I know what you did to Captain Marvel," he revealed. Watu didn't look much surprised. "I invite you in." Alexander followed Watu into what looked like his living room. He offered him a seat. He quickly sat down and took out various snacks and fire whiskey. "Here, this drink has become quite famous in the universe these days," Alexander spoke. Watu looked at the red liquid with interest. Observing and finding new things was his nature, so he took a sip. "Ah, such a fine taste. I can understand why this can be famous." "I am Watu, who might you be?" he respectfully asked. "I am Alexander Maxim Universe, Godson," he replied. "What does this Godson designation mean?" Watu was intrigued. "Well, I guess it won't hurt telling you. I am the son of the supreme creator of the whole multiverse. He created the existence. And no, I am not talking about this universe. This is just one of the infinite and he's the creator of those infinite. While he is the creator, I am his advocate. I basically have the authority to kill any being that is creating trouble in the world and filling it with impurity," he explained, not telling him about his powers though. Watu was a man who'd save Earth even if it meant his death. Alexander respected that, and he also knew that even if the universe found about his godson status, it wouldn't matter as it was filled with self-proclaimed gods and they'd think he's one of them. "Then that makes you the highest living entity in this universe," Watu exclaimed. "Haha, yes my friend. I am. Now enough with all this. You tell me, what are you up to? Why did you help Earth so many times?" Alexander inquired. Watu's face suddenly turned cheerful as he started talking about Earth. "I like it. Humans aren't perfect but they still try to solve their problems. They always strive to become better. Their ability to love and feel fascinates me." "Haha, and you fascinate me. You aren't really different from a human, you know. Just like them, you also feel empathy for Earth and a need to protect it," Alexander reasoned. "I'm afraid you are correct. I fear that this will get me into trouble from the Council of Watchers someday." Watu sighed. "Oh, someone is here," Watu loudly announced. Suddenly 2 people who looked like they were from the same species as Watu appeared in the room. One of them had a big slate-like thing in his hands and he read it loudly. "Watu, Watcher of System Soul. You have been found guilty of multiple counts of breaking the Watcher Oath. You are to be presented in front of the council right now to face the judgment." Watu knew this would happen someday, so he didn't fight. Alexander suddenly stood up and spoke. "Then I announce that I will be his counsel. I'll come with you." The 2 new guys were surprised as they hadn't noticed him yet. "This cannot be allowed," he smoothly denied. Alexander suddenly walked to Watu and handed him a paper. Watu understood after reading it and quickly signed it. It was a contract to hire Watu as an official guard for his fire whiskey stash on the moon. "Then you can't take Watu. He is my employee and you can't take him away without my permission." Alexander handed them the contract. He was the Emperor of Finta, so he had the power to notarize papers like these, which would make it applicable in most of the areas in the universe. Even the Asgard recognizes it. A Watcher cannot be hired by anyone. This contract isn't applicable. the guy retorted. No, that rule only works if the employer is immortal. A supreme being who governs the nature of the universe can hire him. Alexander argued. And you are saying that you are a supreme being? Alexander said nothing and showed them his palm. Then suddenly a real active sun appeared in his palm. Now, this is a real sun. How big do you want it to become to make understand who you are talking to? Alexander loudly said and released some of his divine aura. He rarely used it as he didn't like making people kneel. The sun and the aura increased in their size with each passing second. Soon the two new guys felt scared and kneeled. Please, put that sun away, we will take you with us, they pleaded. Good, let's go then. Before he knew it, they both appeared in front of the Council of Watchers. Alexander was first to talk. I am the Council of Watu, and he pleads not guilty. Silence, this is not how the Watchers work. He broke the oath and meddled in the affairs of the world. For this, he should be removed from the Watchers. One of them spoke. Then I must remove your council for enslaving Watu, Alexander argued and released his aura to tell them that his words should be respectfully heard. What do you mean? We don't do the act of slavery, they retorted. No, you do. You enslave the free will of Watu. You are stopping him from doing what he wants to do. He stated. It was a valid point that they couldn't argue. But he willingly joined us and took the oath. He also willingly broke it, so he should be punished. Punished for what? Helping an entire species from dying. Listen to me, you immature intelligent people. The destruction of the first world you gave the nuclear tech knowledge to was your own mistake. Tell me, who did you give the knowledge to on that planet? He asked. To the strongest organization. One of them answered. And there you have it, the answer. Did you do a thorough checkup of the planet, its people, its culture, and history? What if the strongest organization on the planet was the one trying to conquer it? What you did was foolishness. You don't hand an energy blaster to a man who doesn't even know how to make a stone spear. Tell me, should I punish you for this crime too? He questioned. Putting them all in deep contemplation. He imagined what would have happened if someone like them had given nuclear tech knowledge to Hitler. I am not saying that what you do is wrong, but have you ever thought about the good you could have done? The space is filled with warlords who destroy worlds or pirates who enslave worlds. Wouldn't killing them be the greatest service to help the various planets flourish? Watu did a great service to Earth by protecting it. And I am happy that he's not a watcher, he's a protector. Let's do this. Give Watu 30 years and you'll see that his savings the Earth has many good effects on the universe. He suggested. All the council members couldn't come to a unified decision, so they agreed to wait. 30 years was nothing to them. Okay, the trial will resume in 30 years and reaction from Watu's actions will be assessed. Till then, Watu is removed from the Watchers. They concluded. Alexander was quite happy. This meant that Watu could live however he wanted to and didn't need to hide anymore. So he gave the guy an apartment on top of the Westeros bar. Watu would alternatively live on the moon and Earth. Thank you, Watu said. Haha, it's okay. I'll see you around then. Say hi to Dobby downstairs too. Alexander said goodbye and teleported to Finta. But somehow he didn't reach Finta. Someone had interrupted his teleportation. He stood in blank space and in front of him was a giant golden humanoid being with 3 heads. One face fully uncovered, one fully hooded and one half showing. Guess the character. Something is wrong with the app. I am getting errors in my drafts and published chapters. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson and Conrad. Thank you for your support. Chapter 140. Alexander on trial. Alexander quietly looked at the living tribunal to speak. He's the caretaker of the multiverse, just the universe's link to Marvel Universe. The living tribunal was a vastly powerful humanoid cosmic entity that had existed as long as the universe itself. Its function was simply to safeguard the multiverse from an imbalance of mystical forces. It may act to prevent one universe from amassing more power than any of the others, or from upsetting the cosmic balance in some way. The tribunal may also act to prevent an overwhelming imbalance of good or evil within a universe. He was a single entity beyond space and time. There was just one of him in the multiverse. In terms of power, he was just below the Beyonder, not the aliens, and the one above all. Alexander Maxim Universe, Godson. You have created an imbalance in this universe and the multiverse. You are summoned for your trial. The living tribunal spoke. If you know my identity, then you must also know that I work for the Creator. It is my duty to bring good and destroy evil. He replied with not a tad bit of fear in his voice. But a balance must be kept, or else it would bring consequences. The living tribunal reasoned. No, the balance is not needed. If you have the power to bring good, then you should. No one deserves to die because of this stupid mentality. Don't tell me Thanos got the idea of balance from you. Alexander mocked. No, Thanos does not kill for good. He kills to impress the death. The balance is just a farce. He clarified. And yet you do nothing. Tell me, was it satisfying to see all those people die because of your messed up rules? Alexander harshly questioned. With great power comes great responsibility and little happiness. My happiness is minuscule in front of keeping order in the universe. The living tribunal said in his majestic voice. Whatever, I advise you to not interfere with my work. You may think that it's your responsibility to put me on trial, but let me clearly warn you. The Creator would erase your existence if he found you are interfering with my work. Alexander warned and continued. One more thing, the Beyonders, the alien race, will kill you in a few years. You will need mine and I will need your help in dealing with them. They are the biggest threat to the multiverse. Beyonders are a near-omnipotent alien race from a dimension outside the multiverse. They have enough power to destroy this whole reality and then rebuild it from scratch. They can easily kill you, a being who can even nullify the Infinity Stones. Alexander reasoned. Yes, they are a very big threat. If what you said is true and they will come in the future, then your actions have been in the direction which would make the universe stronger. I hereby deem you not guilty for now. The living tribunal announced his judgment. Alexander wasn't lying when he said that the Beyonders were a threat. Alexander didn't know how strong they were, but they were strong enough to kill an entity like the living tribunal. Alexander knew he was strong but not strong enough to really even put a fight with the living tribunal. He'd probably just get killed and then respawn again and again until God helped. After his talks ended, he left the place to Finta. He was going there to check up on Brian and his small intergalactic merchant guild. So, how much have we made this year? Alexander asked the 4 people in the meeting rooms. They were all his distributors of drinks. Brian was their leader. Haha, you won't believe me, sir. Our business is still increasing. This year we made 12.3 trillion credits. He happily announced. He was thanking all the gods he knew of for the past few years. Meeting Alexander was the biggest thing to have ever happened in his life. He was now one of the 5 richest people in the Kree Empire. But it also brought danger to his life, so he sought help from Emperor Alexander. He received a magic artifact that would teleport him to his safe house in Finta in case his life was in danger. The same was the case with the other 3. How much after taking out your percentage? Alexander asked. Sir, this is after taking out our percentage. The other guy, a half-Skrull and half-Kree, spoke. Alexander was truly surprised. You all did a very good job. Here, bonuses for each of you. 5 billion credits each. They all took it happily. Who doesn't love money? Alright, have fun, and keep doing business. I'll probably introduce another premium drink like fire whiskey soon. It will be the opposite of fire whiskey, called frost whiskey. He revealed. Frost whiskey was also a magical drink. It was made by the Iceman in Frostheim. It had the property to calm down even an angry dragon in heat. Just like fire whiskey, taking a sip of frost whiskey would make you spew vapors from the mouth, but cold instead of hot. The 4 merchants had stars in their eyes. We will be eagerly waiting for it, then. After the meeting, Alexander went back to Earth. He let himself fall on Earth randomly while being invisible. Though it wasn't really random. He wanted to meet the Ancient One and he sensed her there. Boom. Alexander loudly touched the ground. Mordo, who was with Ancient One, got into a fighting stance. But he was stopped by the Ancient One. He's a friend, Mordo. She told him. A friend falling from the sky, Mordo silently thought. It took a few seconds for the dust cloud to settle down around Alexander. Ha ha ha, yow, it's been a long time, my friend. Alexander walked up to her with his iconic loud laugh and gave her a hug. I am surprised but nonetheless happy to see you here, godson. She replied. Mordo stood at the back, still trying to recognize the men but couldn't. Alexander still had his unrecognizable charm on. My friend, I came to meet you. What are you doing in China? He asked. Oh, a group of bandits called Dragon Raiders somehow got a hold on the bow and arrow of Apollon. It could be very destructive if left in their hands. She briefed. Indeed it can be dangerous. Let me help you then. He offered. I'll be glad. She said. Alexander cast a silent Accio on the Dragon Raiders group. Soon 15 men popped in front of him one by one. Each time a guy pops in, Alexander would comically strike their heads with a big wooden hammer, making them fall unconscious. Very convenient, I must say. Ancient One interjected. Yes, too convenient. Don't we have a magic like that, Ancient One? Mordo asked. Sadly, no. Our magic doesn't allow us to do such. But don't be saddened. You still have a lot to learn. She answered. Alexander clapped his hands clean and picked up the bow and arrow to examine it. Why the hell did Apollo leave this here? Alexander asked himself. It must have gotten stolen. Greek gods were in a hurry when leaving Earth and left many things like these behind. Ancient One reckoned. Possibly. They are also fools. Especially Zeus. Anyways, what are you going to do with it? He asked. We will put it in our New York sanctum. Let's go there. She opened a portal. Haha, I like these portals more than my way of teleportation. They are beautiful. Alexander exclaimed. Who is he? Calling the portal just beautiful. It's magnificent, Mordo internally exclaimed. After putting the bow and arrow they went back to Kamartaj, where Ancient One and Alexander found a nice spot with a good view of mountains and drank tea while talking. So, what can I help you with, godson? She spoke. Oh, don't hurt me like that, Yao. Just call me Alex. And I came here to learn mystic arts. I also want to teach it to 3 of my children. 2 of them are normal humans but I've enhanced them physically. But they don't have my kind of magic as they're adopted. Then there is my biological son. He has a very high affinity to my kind of magic and has already started to master it. He's just 4 years old, but he's still a kid and acts like one. His hobby is to actually create things that can help people. So I think coming here would satiate his learning needs for some years at least. He only has a good mind when it comes to magic and knowledge. He's average at physical fighting. I will be learning here too. So tell me. Will you allow me to come here with them? He asked. The Ancient One was surprised by the request. But she was also happy. Having connections with Alexander would certainly help protect the Earth from dimensional dangers as she wasn't sure about the future now. Alexander was changing too many things. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson and Conrad. Thank you for your support. Chapter 141. Kamartaj. Whistle. Alexander barged into Rena and Amy's room with a whistle. Leo was already up on his shoulders. Soldiers, attention, he said loudly. Amy slowly got up and rubbed her eyes. She was already smiling seeing her grandpa like that. What happened, Grandpa? Ah, just 5 more minutes, Rena said in her sleep. Good morning, sweetie, and I am taking you to a place called Kamartaj in Nepal. You would meet a very nice person there. She will teach you all kinds of magic. Different from mine but still magic. You will be able to make portals and probably fly too. Alexander's words grabbed Rena's attention and she quickly got up. Soldier Rena reporting for training, sir. Magic always fascinated her and it was her long-time wish to learn it. But Alexander's magic couldn't be learned by her. Yes, Soldier Amy too, Amy jumped. Haha, then brush your teeth and pack your bags. We are going on a very long trip. He said and left the room. Both girls rushed to bathrooms to get ready. Dada, my clothes. Leo asked from over Alexander's shoulders. He was just 4 years old at the time. Your clothes are already packed, my boy. Let's go out and wait for the 2. Your mother is likely to get angry about this. He thought. Yes, I am angry. What is this about you taking our kids away? She angrily asked. Oh, my dear Olivia. Don't get angry. It's just like a tour camp for them. I'll teach them magic. You can also visit them whenever you want to. He reasoned. Why do you think that a 4-year-old boy should learn to fight? She asked. Because he is not a 4-year-old son of a couple living in some suburbs. He is the son of God's advocate. Besides, I'm not forcing him. He's too bored staying here and doing nothing. Kamartaj will be a nice change for him. He replied. Yes, Mom, I want to go, Leo pleaded, showing his cute big eyes. His technique seems to work on her every time. I hope you know what you are doing, dear. She came and gave Leo a kiss on the head. Yes, Mom. I'll be a good boy. Just then, Rena and Amy walked in. Rena had a huge bag on her back. It looked quite comical. Amy had a small bag on her back and she was also carrying her painting kit. Grandma, my kiss. Amy shouted. Ah, come here, Amy. You get 10 kisses. Olivia fawned over her. Alexander walked to Rena and checked her backpack. Rena, why is your backpack only filled with food? I don't want to bankrupt Kamartaj. She replied. It's Kamartaj, and I'll be sponsoring the food there, so no worries. He assured. Rena felt elated hearing that. Really? That's awesome. But I'll still keep my food for backup. Alexander just sighed. I really don't understand how you fit all that food in your little stomach. He looked at everyone. All right, soldiers, are you ready? The three clumsily stood up in a line and saluted him. Yes, sir. Haha, good. Follow me. He turned around and took out the anywhere door. Wait for me, a new voice came. They all turned their heads and saw Howard running up to him with a big bag on his shoulders. Alexander had already given him the high human serum, an upgraded version of the super soldier serum. Did you think you can go without me? I want to learn magic too, he said. Uncle, howdy, Leo and Amy happily ran to him. Haha, all right. You can come, Howard. Alexander accepted. Kamartaj. Mordo was silently sweeping the main hall. It was to be readied for the evening feast ordered by the Ancient One for the arrival of the upcoming guest. Suddenly some noise started to come from behind him. He looked and found a strange pink door. Whistle noises were coming from the other side. Bam. Suddenly the door opened to his face and Alexander walked in. Behind him, Leo, Amy, Rena, and Howard marched in with whistles in their mouths. Left, right, left, they repeated. Oh, what are you doing on the floor, Mordo? We are not in Japan, you don't need to be prostrate. Alexander joked. Ah, sir. Ancient One was waiting for you. I'll lead you to her. He stiffly answered and got up. Okay, lead the way. Soon they marched to the open training ground where Ancient One was instructing others. They all stopped from the noise of whistles. Ancient One, I have arrived with your new students. He introduced. He refrained from calling her Yao in public as everyone had a reputation to maintain. Ancient One came to him and shook his hand. Then she looked at the kids and the extra one. Howard looked at her and gave a small bow. Greetings, Ancient One. Welcome to Kamartaj. You all will be given rooms and new clothes. But before that, let me introduce everyone. He's also a sorcerer like us, but his magic is different from ours. The kids are the new students that will be studying here, so be kind to them. Master in training, Mordo will teach you now. She ordered and walked away with Alexander. She took them to their rooms. Rena and Howard were getting separate rooms. Amy and Leo will be sharing. So, Yao. What are you going to teach me? Alexander asked. Well, that's the problem. I don't think there is anything that you cannot learn. Even the things that I can't comprehend might be easy for you. So, I am granting you full access to the library. I'll just focus on teaching new students. Ancient One was actually looking forward to seeing how good Alexander's children would be. All right, it'll probably not take much time for me to learn. I am looking forward to what Rena and Amy will learn. One is a foodie and the other is only into art. He thought loudly. Haha, I will have fun teaching them, Ancient One laughed. From there, Alexander headed to the library, only to find Wong. For some reason, Wong had already become the librarian. This meant that he'd be in danger when Caecilius betrays. Hey, Wong. How are you? Alexander asked the librarian. What can I do for you? He plainly asked. Ah, nothing. I'm just here to get some books. You must be hungry. Here, he waved his hand and a plate full of various sushi appeared. Enjoy, he said and walked into the huge library. He skimmed through the basics and took the intermediate and advanced ones to his room. The magic of the mystic arts was based on not using the energy in the body, but outside it. Everyone has an affinity for it. Some small and some big. Dr. Strange must have it pretty high. For Alexander, it was easy. He just channeled the magic from Apec. Similar to what Ancient One does with the dark dimension. The most amazing thing he liked about it was the ability to make mirror dimensions. Now he could go all out with enemies without caring for the world outside. Then it came to the forbidden books. He was disappointed with them. There wasn't anything new to them. They all were books based on studies of the 6 Infinity Stones. That is why they were forbidden. It kind of made sense that Kamartaj would have such knowledge. After all, their whole society was based on protecting one of them. He still learned it as he was planning on eating them later. He'd probably need the knowledge to use them. 2 weeks passed. Alexander got ready and went to see how his kids were doing. Rena had a muffin in her hand, Amy was drawing the scenery, Leo was acting as the model for Amy, and Howard was trying to make the sling ring work to make a portal. Ancient One was happily looking at them from the side and drinking some tea. How come only Howard is practicing? He asked. Well, your children exceeded my expectations. They all successfully made portals. Leonidas was even able to make one to your planet Finta. It's a big feat in itself as it requires a lot of power to make it. Howard is yet to successfully make it. I'm afraid I'll have to use some other means to push him. She sipped. Alexander walked to all his kids and gave them encouraging pats on their heads. Amy got a bit angry for disturbing her art. Rena was always glutton and made happy noises while eating. Then Ancient One suddenly stood up and walked to Howard. "Stark, I'm afraid we'll have to use some other means." She conjured a portal to the peak of Mount Everest and pushed him. Then closed the portal. "You do know that he's physically enhanced. That much cold won't hurt him," Alexander reminded her. She nodded. "Yes, I know, but he has only one way to come back quickly. But he can also climb down if he wants. Ha ha ha, let's see how much time it will take." He laughed. "I bet 5 muffins that Uncle Howdy will not return today." Rena placed 5 muffins on the table. Alexander and Ancient One just picked one each and ate them. "Hey, those were for bets." Rena cutely pouted. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson and Conrad. Thank you for your support. Chapter 142. Changes on Earth. Mount Everest. 6 hours had passed. If Howard didn't have a superhuman body, then he'd surely be dead by then. Ah, damn it. Just form already, I'm hungry. Howard grunted. Too bad for Howard, magic wasn't something that came with a good brain. After another hour of hard work, he finally made a full teleportation ring and returned. He collapsed on the ground as soon as he came. "I want Uncle Dobby's cheeseburgers." Amy and Leo, who were playing skipping in the yard, ran to him and started jumping on his exhausted body. Mordo, who was walking by, looked at the scene and shook his head. What has Kamartaj degraded into? Seeing that there was nothing else for him to learn, he decided to look after his business a bit. Though he wouldn't leave his children there alone, so he'd come to Kamartaj for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Then to read goodnight stories. It was the 90s and the world was going through a technological change. Many big companies were growing up. Amazon, Google, etc. Stark Industries, on the other hand, was already a behemoth. It wasn't supposed to be like that. This happened because of Alexander's $100 million initial funding. It was already valued at $80 billion. Alexander, as 15% owner of it, was worth $12 billion. Many times a probe was launched to find out the unknown 15% owner of Stark Industries, but it failed every time due to some unknown reasons. Alexander's dividends were still piling up in the bank, which was now worth $50 billion. Stark Industries wasn't a major tech industry yet. It mostly dealt with weapons. Though it did have a research department. They were also working on the big arc reactor. Tony was what Alexander expected of him. He was careless, narcissistic, and a playboy. Newspapers were filled with scandals. Howard would surely get angry when he finds out. But there was an even bigger monster among the companies. It was Nevea Industries. It hasn't stopped growing even now. But the interesting thing was that it was still a private company. Run by a board of directors who were his serifs. The estimated market value of it was speculated to be between $150 to $200 billion. It had revolutionized the medical industry with its technological advancements in medical equipment and medicines. Many tried to stop the company, but all attempts were thwarted. One of them even came from the president at the time, Bill Clinton. And it didn't go well. His threats went public on tape and people didn't like it. Mass protests broke out against him. All in all, the guy was going to be impeached. Then there was the Kind Heart Foundation. It wasn't a company, but it was still worth billions. There was a very famous monthly magazine by the name of Kind Heart in which all its achievements and work gets publicized. All the rich people donate money to the Kind Heart Foundation in the hope that their name would appear in the magazine. Surprisingly, the biggest donor was neither Nevea nor Stark Industries. It was a company called Dobby's Brewery. A company that Dobby started to sell butterbeer and fire whiskey. He had allowed it to be only sold in bottles around the world. Only he could install tabs in his Westeros bar. Westeros bar was a very famous place now. It was like a tourist destination. Whoever came to New York also visited the place. The reasons were simple. 1. It was the birthplace of butterbeer and fire whiskey, and 2. The building was where the America's old men lived and drank. The bar had hundreds of pictures from World War II. Dobby had faked his identity as the son of the late General Dobby. Westeros bar had also received a Michelin 3-star rating for its burger. The whole East 69th Street had changed with all its new skyscrapers, but the Westeros bar building was still unchanged. The building and the flat of Alexander were actually added to UNESCO's World Heritage Site. Howard's mother had also died in the same building at the age of 89. She died with a smile as she had seen her son become a big man from nothing. Alexander's old car was also put in a World War II museum, owned by Kind Heart Foundation. The museum also showcased all the paintings and sculptures Alexander took from Hitler's vault. April 30th was still a national holiday and was celebrated as Warriors' Day. It was also celebrated in the UK, France, and some other European nations. Alexander was surprised when he saw that the world had still not forgotten him. There were movies based on him and Steve. Museums dedicated to him and Steve. Anything related to him is now a collector's item. The gun he used to kill Hitler was sold in an auction for $150 million. Though it was bought by Howard. Nevea Industries. All right, everyone. You all did a great job. Even better than my expectations. Alexander talked to his seraphs. We are happy to serve you, Allfather. One of them replied. Allfather had become a common name they used to refer to him. Haha, I hope you are not overworking yourself. You know the rules. Overworking gets you 1 week detention in the amusement park. He reminded them. This was the rule he made to make sure that they didn't follow their old house elf tendencies. So, I called the meeting because I had the idea, why not use all the knowledge I have to make games, movies, and TV shows that won't exist in this world? So, I've decided to create an entertainment branch of Nevea Industries. It will make movies, TV shows, and games according to the data I provide. But first, we need to push the technology. So let's launch a simple LCD first. Make a purchase of Sony's entertainment branch and release the PS2 with slight modification. The PS3 will be launched in 2004 and the PS4 in 2010. I will send 5 more seraphs to ease out the workload. You can also hire the droids. Arnold had trained them well. He explained. Soon the meeting was adjourned and Alexander headed to Venice to check up on his faceless men. They have made a big name as the strongest and most dangerous assassination organization. But it was also famously known that the faceless men were a religious bunch and never hurt children or innocent people. He was greeted by Jacqueline Hagar. Jacqueline was wearing a nice black suit now. How are you, my boy? Alexander asked. We are very good, Allfather. This world is really in need of your cleansing. I could not believe that this place is so much worse than Planitos at first. Jacqueline spoke. What happened, boy? Why such views? The mere contracts we receive are many times more than Planitos. There is also so much going on. Just the other day we dealt with an Italian mafia family who was trying to set themselves up in Venice. Even after it is common knowledge that Venice is our territory. He explained. What do the people here think about the faceless men? They are happy. Because of us, no Italian mafia comes here to bully or extort money. They look at us like we are their protectors. He informed. Haha, good job then. So, who did you receive the most contracts against? He inquired. Tony Stark. We ignored them though. There were some for Elder Dobby as well. Someone didn't like that Elder Dobby owned a whole street in New York, inherited from you. Whistle. This world really is messed up. Anyways, good job. Keep working. If you get into any trouble, make sure to call me. Remember, this world is very dangerous. He gave his blessings and returned to Camartage for dinner with the kids. He ate dinner and went to have a chat with Howard. So, how is my son doing? Howard asked. Well, the company is doing great. Can't say the same about Tony. Alexander replied. Howard was surprised. What happened? Your son doesn't have self-control. He's narcissistic and a playboy. The news is filled with his scandals. There's a rumor out there that he sleeps with a different girl every night. He told him. Howard clenched his fist. I'll give him a good hard slap when the time comes to meet him. Haha, then expect one from Maria on your face too. You were too hard on him, Howard. Instead of being strict, you should have acted like a friendly father. A father with whom he could share his feelings. Just like what Medusa and Rena do. The Loki incident is an exception. Sigh. I think you are right. Maybe I was too hard on him. Howard contemplated. Alexander patted his shoulder. Don't worry, you'll get your time to repent soon. Let's go back now. Amy and Leo must be waiting for me. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson and Conrad. Thank you for your support. Chapter 143. Artist Amy. Amy and Rena didn't have magic reserves in their bodies like Alexander or Leo. So Alexander decided to make devices for them that can store the energy from around them. Once he did that, it became easier for the two girls. He gave one to Howard as well. Then he had the idea that his kind of magic should also be usable with some means. So he researched and made new magic. It used the sorcerer's magic of hand seals and diagrams to cast spells. They were a bit weaker than Alexander's but still very usable. Howard had already started to combine tech and magic with runes and Alexander was excited to see what he'd do. Amy had learned to use multiple paintbrushes with magic. Rena had learned magic but she wasn't really into anything except eating. Leo, on the other hand, was a completely different subject. He was still going deeper into the study of magic and wouldn't stop until he knew everything. Leo also had the innate ability to use legilimency and occlumency. He remembered that Leo had performed legilimency on Alexander when he was just born. His only weakness was his physical strength, which could be countered with Alexander's high human serum. Things went on normally as usual. Earth was chaotic as always, but at least there weren't many children dying from hunger around the world. Thanks to Kind Heart. Ancient One had asked Alexander to come to the training grounds today. She had some announcements to make. Soon he came to the training area and found all the monks standing there. The Ancient One was already waiting there. "What is it, Ancient One?" he asked. "Today I have decided to promote someone here," she replied. "You mean Mordo?" "No, you," she said and looked back at the crowd. "Today we have all gathered here to honor Mr. Universe. We have seen various talented individuals in Kamartaj but none like him. In all of our known history, there has always been one sorcerer supreme at any moment. Because reaching that level of knowledge and strength is very hard and not many can achieve it. But Mr. Universe did it. He didn't just become powerful, he has also surpassed me and I have no shame in accepting that. So today, I officially announce that Mr. Universe is also a sorcerer supreme. Don't worry, I am not quitting. This just means that there will be 2 sorcerer supremes now. Which is quite good for our society." She ended her small speech. Alexander was still gobsmacked but he quickly accepted the situation. There was no harm in becoming a sorcerer supreme. So he addressed the crowd. "Haha, I wasn't expecting that. I haven't really prepared a speech for this. You know, most of you may have come here for various reasons. Some may have come for treatment and some even for finding a path for revenge. But being here changes everyone. You come out of your cocoon, like a new butterfly. I am thousands of years old and have seen many things and kinds of people, and you lot are good ones. Don't ever forget, you aren't here just to become a monk and learn magic. You are here as a part of something big. Bigger than any mortal can imagine. So be honest to oneself and kind to others, let the heavens be the judge of your karma. With that, I'll also announce a grand feast for my promotion, so be sure to come to the big hall this evening." All the young monks cheered when they heard about the feast. The original food of Kamartaj was very bland for everyone's taste. "That was a good speech, Sorcerer Supreme Universe," she said. Alexander's body cringed hearing that. Let's just stick to Alex. By the way, you call yourself Ancient One and I am older than you. So what does that make me? Ancient One thought for a second. Prehistoric One. Howard also walked in. Fossilized One. Bam, he received a fist to his head. Primordial One. Mordo added. "Yes, that's it. My codename for this sorcerer society will be Primordial One. Out of here, I'll still be Mr. Universe or Grandpa Universe," he announced. "All right, Rusty One." Howard shrugged and started walking away. Alexander waved his hand and a pig's tail formed on his back. "Good night, Howard," Alexander politely shouted. Howard suddenly stopped as his body shuddered for some reason. "What did you do?" "What?" "I just said good night." Alexander shrugged. Mordo was trying to hold his laughter. Howard confusingly went away. Alexander was now the big boss of the Order of Mystic Arts. So he just relaxed while teaching his precious children. Amy quickly ran to him with a big canvas over her head. She looked too excited. "Grandpa," she shouted. Alexander's heart always gets weak whenever he hears her calling him. "Oh, slow down, Amy. What's the matter?" he asked. Amy carefully showed him the canvas. She had painted a beautiful panoramic scene of the Himalayas. It was quite beautiful. Just looking at it would make you want to go and really look at the place. "Such a beautiful painting, Amy. You are very talented," he praised. Amy quickly puffed her chest in pride. "Grandpa, I want to sell this painting. I need money." "Oh, you just need to ask me then. Your grandpa is the richest man in the universe." Alexander started to take out his purse. "No, I want my own money, Grandpa. Help me sell this, please." She attacked him with her puppy eyes. Alexander couldn't handle it and gave it in. "Okay, but first, tell me why you want money." It's Glanma's birthday next month and I want to gift her the best comfy chair." She said her shoulders were itchy yesterday. She innocently spoke. Alexander's heart nearly skipped a beat. He had forgotten about Olivia's birthday. He gratefully looked at Amy with a smile. "Thank you, Amy, you just saved Grandpa from sleeping on the floor," he internally said. He quickly put his on her shoulder and opened a portal for his apartment in New York. "Dada, take me too." Leo also came running. Alexander couldn't deny. He was a kid too. So what if he had a super brain? Haha, hop on then. He laughed and put him on his other shoulder. Westeros Bar was always crowded now, so he didn't go there. Though no one could recognize him as long as he wanted, it was still too crowded for his liking. Dobby had hired a big crew now, so he mostly relaxed. Alexander invisibly went behind Dobby and kicked his chair. "Get up, Dobby. You'll turn fat if you keep this on." "Ah, boss. What happened? Did someone attack?" Dobby asked excitedly. Alexander could see that Dobby was bored now. "No, but I'm transferring you to Finta Protection Unit. You can go there from time to time and catch some bad people. But before that, we need to go to an auction house. Amy wants to sell her painting," he explained. "Oh, then Amy's wish is my command. Let's go." Dobby wore his coat. Dobby really doted on all the kids in Fixham. He even treated Hella like a child. Soon they walked a few blocks and reached a high-end art gallery which was having an auction. Alexander let Dobby handle it and he decided to roam around and see the art. Dobby went to the event manager and threw some banknotes on his face. The manager quickly agreed to let Amy's painting be on showcase for auction. Soon Dobby himself went and put up Amy's painting in the prime spot. The manager fussed a bit but Dobby slapped him with more money. After all, nothing was worth more than Amy's happiness. Meanwhile, Alexander and two kids were roaming around, looking at art. "Grandpa, why did someone paint a banana? It's not even good," Amy asked, looking at the huge white canvas. In its center was a painting of a banana. "Yeah, Dada. It's not even as good as Amy's paintings," Leo added. Alexander just sighed. "My children. Remember one thing, this world is filled with dumb people. Those who make and buy this are those people. Those that buy Amy's painting are the good ones." Both of them nodded. Alexander didn't know how the auction was going to be, so he had put one of his agents to bid. After an hour, the auction started. "The banana is sold for $2 million. The auctioneer shouted. "See, Amy, that guy is dumb." Leo pointed at the men who bought it. The men noticed Leo pointing at him but left silently. Then it was Amy's painting. "Our next painting is by an anonymous artist. It's called The Calmness. The bid starts at 100,000. Suddenly Alexander's guy made a bid, "We have 150K. But soon another guy bid, "We have 200,000. 1 million, a woman in glasses bid. Alexander quickly spoke to Dobby telepathically. "Good job, Dobby. You brought more than one bidder for realism." "Boss, only the first guy was ours. I don't know the others," Dobby confusedly replied. Alexander also quietly sat through the auction. Leo and Amy were dancing whenever a new bid came. "We have 100 million, any more bidders can bid, this is our last chance. 100 million, 100. 150 million. An old man who looked like Henry Jonathan Pym aka Hank Pym or Ant-Man, the old one. Auctioneer finally hammered the bid and Amy's painting was surprisingly sold for 150 million. Alexander had no idea why Hank Pym, the senile old man, would buy it, so he secretly went closer. He then noticed unknown magic coming out of the painting. It made one really feel like they were in the painting. Feeling the cool air of Himalaya. He quickly called Dobby. "Dobby, did you cast magic on that painting?" "No, boss. I didn't do anything." "What happened?" Dobby asked. "I think I found out about Amy's special magic," he muttered. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson and Conrad. Thank you for your support. Chapter 144, 144. Married again. Alexander just found out that Amy had the ability to imbue her feelings in the paintings she drew, and she did it without even knowing. So when they went back he trained her. It didn't take long and she was able to understand how to use it. Now she could make painting through her imagination and also add smell or feel to it. If she wanted, she could draw a donut and make it smell like dirty socks. She also experimented with her abilities and grew to understand them. Now she draws food paintings for Rena with smell. Rena even ate one of them once. "Amy, did you buy the present for Grandma?" he asked. "Yes, I told Uncle Foxy to get me the comfiest chair in the universe," she replied, confusing him. Foxy. You mean Blue Fong?" he asked. "Yes, I asked him for it. He said he will bring it today." Blue Fong was the security head of Sakar. The Wolfman had done a good job at managing the place. He also had good relations with Alexander and his family. "Okay, say thanks to him," he caressed her hair. "I need to prepare a gift for her too. Wait, isn't this our second life? And we both haven't really married yet," he suddenly thought and had a nice idea. Ring ring. Alexander picked up his uniphone. It was a call from his new tech division, Nevea Industries. "Old man here, what's the matter?" he asked. "Boss, there's a man named Tim Berners-Lee is here. He says that he wants our help to start public internet." Seraph replied. "Wait, why is he coming to us?" Isn't there a company like AOL or AT&T there? He inquired. AOL went bankrupt some months ago and AT&T isn't really that big here. Because Howard had made the designs of new telecommunication systems public, many new companies have emerged. AT&T never got to monopolize the market, the seraph replied. Alexander fell into deep contemplation. He expected it to be a butterfly effect of him giving Howard $100 million. Wait, I'll come there personally. If things work out, we might be able to give the world a better internet. He ordered. Alexander quickly donned a suit and popped into the company office, which was a huge skyscraper in East 69th Street. He went to the meeting room and met Tim. Hello, I heard you wanted to work with us. Why? He straightforwardly asked. Because of Nevea Industries' reputation. You don't capitalize on the poor even when you can. You help so many people around the world. I wanted my work to be attached to a company like this. Tim replied. Well, that was convincing. So, what can I do for the men who made www? He asked. Sir, I am afraid that some people are trying to capitalize on my work. I have already said that the World Wide Web should be a free thing. But they want to charge for it. It would destroy my work before it even became famous. I want your company to develop the internet for people. You certainly have the power and money. So you want your legacy to be secured? Well, we can do it. I will promote www while also create a safe and easy to access the internet. Not just for America but for the world. Alexander replied. He didn't really need to do much. He just needed to start hosting servers, make a browser, and introduce 2G technology. He wasn't going to monopolize it though. The 2G tech would be an open patent. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Tim was more than excited to hear that. After a bit more talking, they part ways. Soon a seraph came in to notify him of something. Sir, President Clinton's impeachment probe has begun. He asked for help from us. Just ignore him. He's too unstable to be associated with. Alexander shrugged and left. 3 weeks passed and Alexander took a holiday from Camartage and went to Fixham with his children. It was Olivia's birthday the next day and Alexander wanted to gift her a memory. He secretly prepared all the stuff. He was going to marry her again, and the guest list was too big. There would be unicorns, phoenix, icemen, dragons, and all other people. He didn't know what the kids had prepared for the gift and he wasn't really worried. Even if they gave her a pebble from the seashore, Olivia would tear up and start kissing them. Medusa was thankfully being a good girl. Alexander was afraid that Loki would be a bad influence on her. He had made a strict rule that they cannot meet outside. Loki was also busy as he had slipped 50 or so due to the Sakaar incident. He was now busy learning whatever happened in Asgard while he was away. The next day came and with that Olivia woke up. After she had bathed and eaten, Barry the Phoenix came to her and dragged her out. The moment she was out, the whole scenery around her changed suddenly. It turned into a jungle in the middle of the night. The white light from the full moon was making everything look beautiful. Then she looked behind and saw the same old army hospital she used to work in back in the Vietnam War. All of a sudden she heard footsteps and saw a young Alexander walking towards her. He was in his old uniform. Then she noticed that she was also wearing her old uniform. Alex. She called out. Alexander warmly smiled and grabbed her hand and looked her in the eye. Ollie, happy birthday. Remember this place and that night? He asked. She quickly nodded as she looked around. It felt like déjà vu. Yes, you proposed to me here. She then noticed Alexander falling down to one knee with her hand in his hand. Remember Ollie, we both vowed to each other that night. That we'd be together no matter what. In this life or the next. You didn't believe in reincarnation but I still made you vow. I think the old man was listening to us at that time. This is really our second life, and I am still madly in love with you. He choked up a little, remembering his old life. Amazing memories with Olivia. His crazed rush for finding a cure for cancer but not being able to. And then losing her. Olivia also kneeled down to his level, she had tears in her eyes. Yes, I remember. I remember the always serious boy. It was me who had to break your shell, and I am thankful that I was able to. God was really listening to us. Even after all the hardships and pain. We are still together and stronger than ever. We have beautiful daughters and a son. I can't ask for anything more. Alexander took out a ring from his pocket. That is why I want to make that promise again, Olivia. Olivia, I vow to be your loving husband in this life and as many more that exist. Will you marry me? And I vow to be your loving wife, in this life and all the others. Yes, I will marry you, Alexander Maxim Universe. Alexander had brought 2 rings and they both exchanged rings. Suddenly there was a small love-filled laugh in the sky and beautiful flower petals started falling from the sky. And you have my blessings as well, my beautiful children, God spoke. See, Ali. He really was listening. Alexander laughingly said. God laughed, ha ha ha. I am everywhere at every time, child. Perks of being the creator. Now, I won't hold you for long. The little ones are getting restless. Alexander then picked Olivia up in a Princess Carrie. Their clothes suddenly changed to a wedding dress. What are you doing, Alex? Olivia got flustered. Taking you to marry me, my beautiful wife. That was just the trailer, there is a whole movie left. He teased her. Suddenly the scenery around them changed and it returned to a beautiful morning. The whole garden was decorated to the brim. A wide pathway was opened for them, leading them to the altar. Dobby was acting as the priest. He was a pure creature, so it was okay. He was also Alexander's good friend. The children were waiting for them. Even Hella was there, and surprisingly, she wasn't wearing green or black. She was wearing a mixture of white and red. It really made her look a lot more beautiful. Soon they reached the end of the path. Dobby started the proceedings. But it was getting boring and he had a feeling that Dobby was messing with him. All right, Dobby, I love her. I want to marry her. Yes, yes, yes. He loudly said, making Dobby grin. Olivia, do you accept to take high? Dobby was interrupted. Yes. The bride and groom may K. He was again interrupted as Alexander had already grabbed her waist and kissed her. Amy, Leo, Medusa, and Rena jumped around them, throwing flower petals at them. Happy birthday, my beautiful Olivia, he whispered. Thank you, she shyly replied. Alexander then looked at the big crowd. Everyone, it's time for the feast. He waved his hand and a crazy amount of food appeared on tables. While everyone was eating, the kids were giving their gifts to Olivia. Glanma, you said your back hurt, so I got you this. It is very comfy, I checked. Amy showed her the cushioned chair. Olivia got up and kissed Amy on her cheeks. Then she sat down on the chair. Ah, it really is very comfortable. Thank you, sweetie. He, Amy shyly smiled. Then came Rena. Grandma, I baked this cake with Medusa. I hope you like it. It was probably the toughest thing for Rena to do. Olivia couldn't imagine how Rena was able to control herself from eating it. She gave both of them kisses and tasted the cake. It's very tasty. We will all eat it all today. Leo walked up to her then. Hee, Mommy, I studied very hard to make this. This locket can tell you where we all are. No matter how far away. The locket was golden and had a family photo inside. Aw, thank you, Leo. I'll always wear it. Then Hella gave her a sword and received a kiss on her head. Hella looked very embarrassed at that. Howard, being Howard, gave her a customized flying car, fully made by him. Jean had also come as she had become a part of the family now. She gave a cute little ring to her. It had a gem on it and inside it was a real fire. The whole day passed happily, dancing, eating, and talking. By the evening, everyone was tired and drunk. Alexander tucked the kids in bed and went to sleep as well. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson and Conrad. Thank you for your support.